News story alert, our main character is a pro at courting death, but somehow he just can't kick the bucket, let's go. So our main dude is Ye Ning. He totally didn't see it coming that he, a history magazine editor, would get isekai'd into a cultivation world. And get this, he also scored a super OP cheat skill. Instant god mode upon death system. After being killed, the host can immediately inherit the system, absorb all the power within, and become a heavenly emperor of the upper realm. However, the host's suicide attempts will not activate this function. Ye Ning cracked a smile, all ambitious-like, and thought to himself, he, become a heavenly emperor just by getting killed. Score. Suddenly, someone patted the grandfather and grandson duo from behind, snapping them out of their daydream. The guy said, "Lord Ye, what are you thinking about? It's time for the imperial court session." It was a eunuch, bowing respectfully as he reminded him, "Lord Ye, today's court meeting is very important. You're the Jade Seal officer, you can't be late." The young man thought to himself, "Oh yeah, that's right. In this world, I'm the official in charge of the Jade Seal. And I inherited the memories of this body's owner." Ye Ning nodded. This great zoo imperial court world is similar to the spring and autumn and warring states periods of the world I used to live in. Above is the zoo heavenly emperor, and below are the 9 provinces, meant to appease the feudal lords who have been divided into 6 provinces. This whole mess is just because the past few emperors were clueless and incompetent, with zero political savvy. Ye Ning sighed. By this generation, the national fortune is already in decline. Beyond saving, the national fortune is waning. The 6 provincial lords are getting bolder by the day. Plus, each of them has Immortal Sects backing them up, so they couldn't care less about the Zihu royal family. Oh, I remember. Today's court meeting is all about the Manhwa sect, a cultivation sect, leading the 6 provincial lords to force the heavenly emperor to grant land. A Manhwa sect disciple, Xia Yuanyi, stepped forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the Manhwa sect only requests the ennoblement of the Jinyang Li family as feudal lords. The Manhwa sect will definitely do everything in its power to protect Great Zhu for 10,000 years." Hearing this, the Zhuao heavenly emperor Ye Ning, sitting on the throne, asked back, "What if we aren't willing?" Hearing that, Xia Yuanyi frowned and asked back, "Your Majesty is unwilling." Seeing his expression, Ye Ning seemed a bit intimidated and said, "The Jinyang Li family may have some merits, but it's clearly not enough to be ennobled as a king. If we casually grant them kingship, how could the officials agree? How could the people of the world accept it?" The old guy said unhappily. The officials, the people of the world, what the Immortal Sects represent, are the officials and the peoples of the world. At the same time, the ministers below chimed in, "The Jinyang Li family's achievements are outstanding. It's only right to ennoble them as a king. We ministers have no objections." Ye Ning watched from behind and sighed. Being a heavenly emperor and getting suppressed like this, it's so messed up, he wondered. Doesn't the heavenly emperor have any loyal confidants in the entire court? The eunuch next to him explained. The heavenly emperor only trusts the chief eunuch Liu Shen. But today, when the heavenly emperor needs him, he's actually claiming to be sick and skipping court. What a waste of imperial grace. If it weren't for being poisoned by Liu Shen, the heavenly emperor wouldn't have neglected state affairs and indulged in pleasure. I get it, Ye Ning sighed to himself. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to be too ambitious either. If you're too outstanding, you'll get taken care of by these immortal sect folks real quick. The immortal master has spoken. The immortal sects represent the world. This is the petition of 10,000 words from the people of Jinyang. Ye Ning slammed the memorial hard, his eyes burning with fury. The memorial was filled with accusations against the Liu family. Oppressing the people, committing heinous acts, seizing fertile land. How can someone like that be worthy of being a king? The eunuch exclaimed. Let's see what you have to say now. Ye Ning shook his head, his eyes full of frustration. Reasoning with brute force is useless, but he propped up his chin and thought to himself, the current situation is actually pretty perfect for cashing in. Since I'm going to die anyway, might as well die heroically and be a loyal minister before I go. At this moment, the sly old fox, Cao Meng, the fake king, strolled forward leisurely. He drew his sword, and with a sharp strike, slashed right through the memorial in front of Ye Ning, then grinned slyly. Too bad, it got burned. Your Majesty's 10,000-word petition is gone. Ah, you, Ye Ning stared blankly at the burned memorial, helpless and lost. His heart felt like it was being squeezed. The pain was excruciating. I implore your Majesty to bestow the title of prince. I implore your Majesty to bestow the title of prince. Under Cao Meng's instigation, the court officials knelt down in unison, their voices echoing throughout the great hall, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Ye Ning hadn't even had time to react before Cao Meng quickly presented another memorial. Your Majesty, the decree is ready. Where is the imperial seal? Are you not going to bring the imperial seal so His Majesty can use it? You sheep, you traitorous scoundrels! Ye Ning suddenly shouted, his voice like a thunderclap. This official swears to die. rather than hand over the imperial seal. Ye Ning roared like a wounded lion, his imposing gaze sweeping across the faces of the court officials. And you, who are staging a coup, do you deserve the loyalty of the great Chu's monarchs throughout the ages? This is Lord Ye, so mighty. The eunuch shivered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Ye Ning. Even the emperor sitting on the dragon throne couldn't believe his eyes. So, my great Chu still has loyal subjects. Preposterous. An old man with white hair stepped forward, his voice as tense as a tightly drawn bowstring. A mere low-ranking official dares to spout such wild words. Who are you? Ye Ning was not afraid at all, looking directly at him and asked. He answered, Minister of Revenue, Zheng Haoran. Okay, he immediately pointed and cursed. So, the Minister of Revenue, a well-educated man, I presume. It's a pity, all the sage's books have been read into a dog's belly. You! The old man choked, unable to utter a word, and Ye Ning continued to unleash his verbal barrage. You? What you? You are an official of the court, not thinking about the court, actually colluding with traitorous scoundrels to force the monarch to abdicate. Truly a disgrace to both gods and men, worse than beasts. You old white-bearded thief, you gray-haired fool. Are you worthy to speak to this official? Get out of the way, talking to you. I'm afraid of dirtying my mouth. Ye Ning's words were like a thunderous slap, straight into Zheng Haoran's face, causing him to stiffen, cough up blood, and faint. Phew. Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief. All right, next up, you son of a BTCH. A burly figure strode forward from behind. Cao Meng rushed out, the sharp sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light. You think I, this prince, wouldn't dare to kill someone in front of the palace? You shameless rebel. Daring to wield a sword in the palace? You want to assassinate the emperor, don't you? Come on, if you want to harm his majesty, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The other court officials standing below, witnessing Ye Ning's actions, couldn't help but feel ashamed. We scholars should be like that. A role model for scholars. Feeling ashamed, Ji Mingyu exclaimed inwardly. Amazing. What a tribute official. It seems there is a fearless and loyal subject for Great Chu's millennia. Since ascending the throne, although I have been hiding my talents and biding my time, it's not that I didn't want someone who could stand up and shield me from the wind and rain like today. I must protect him. But how can I do so without revealing my true intentions? Cao Meng still pointed his sword at Ye Ning, his eyes full of murderous intent. You really think I, this prince, wouldn't dare to kill you? Ye Ning smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of confidence. So what? Come on. Why all the thunder and no lightning? This action made Cao Meng hesitate slightly, he thought to himself. He's really not afraid of death. How can there be such a person in the world? You're not afraid of death, you're just seeking fame. I, this prince, guarantee that even if you die, no one in this world will dare to mourn you. Ye Ning laughed loudly, his voice full of pride. So what if I am nameless? History will be my witness. The mountains and rivers will bear my name, he affirmed, his words echoing throughout the main hall. With the nameless river as my witness, the green mountains as proof. May the lands remember my name. His words were like a powerful wave, spreading out from the hall, reaching even the areas outside. What's that sound? Could this voice be resonating with the sages? The Confucian school has been suppressed by the immortal schools for too long. Now it's like waking up from a dream. How long has it been since we heard such sage words? These are sage words that appear once in 1,000 years. Back in the days of the great ancestor, grand scholars sprung up everywhere. Our Confucian school could also rely on the pen to determine life and death, to slay demons and evil. Why has it fallen to this state now? Although this man is just a small 7th-rank official, he has such courage and integrity. His future achievements are sure to be extraordinary. It's rare for the Confucian school to produce a knowledgeable and brave gentleman like this. How hateful! Xie Yuanyi started to get impatient. This kid is just showing off his Confucian aura with a few words. Hurry up and make a move. I've been waiting for you for half a day already. Haha, well said. Cao Meng laughed heartily as if he had won the lottery, then suddenly sheathed his sword. Cao Meng will not kill a righteous hero. The power of the Zhao dynasty is a thing of the past. It cannot be changed. Why must you sacrifice yourself for great Zhao? Why not follow me to the Wei Kingdom and serve as an official? This king will definitely value you. Ji Mingyu fidgeted. How audacious. To dare openly poach my people. But with the current national strength of Great Zhu, I can't promise him anything either. Don't go. Ye Ning was stunned. His eyes widened. What's wrong, little brother? Are you sick in the head? Could it be that my acting wasn't good enough? Then, the young man shouted even louder. I will absolutely not betray the country. Kill me or chop me, do as you please. Your Excellency, why must you be like this? How can a foolish and cowardly emperor compare to this king? This official comes from a poor background. Ye Ning cupped his hands towards Ji Mingyu. It is thanks to the emperor's grace that I was able to enter the court as an official, rewarding the ruler's kindness on the golden platform. Gentleman Yeg's poem is truly wonderful. Ji Mingyu was touched. Ye Qing is willing to die for me. but I didn't even know his name before. Qing does not fail me. I will not fail Qing either. Today, even if I have to risk everything, I must protect you. What a wonderful poem. Cao Ming turned around. Today Cao Mao is tired and doesn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. Seeing this, Ye Ning was furious. Damn it, you're just leaving like that? Are all the high-ranking officials out of their minds? I've acted this far, and you still won't chop me? Just an ant dares to talk nonsense here. You want to die. Jie Yuanyi, who still refused to give up, was secretly delighted when he heard this. Right. If you want to go, then go. I'll give you 3 breaths to hand over the imperial seal, otherwise I'll crush your bones. Xie Yuanyi had only just waved his hand, and beads of sweat were already dripping down Ye Ning's face. It's over, Lord, you shouldn't have. How can you resist a true immortal cultivator? Don't hurt him. Ji Mingyu hurriedly stopped him. The young man still stiffly stepped forward and said, "Ha ha, trying to scare me. The Immortal Sects are heartless, treating mortals like livestock. Immortals live forever, acting like rampant bandits. The Immortal Sects are the very source of all disasters." "You speak the truth," someone said in a deep voice. "This man is not only loyal but also has keen insight. If it were the era of the great ancestor, he would surely be a grand scholar of the time. What a pity, what a pity. He was born in the wrong era." Insolence. Xia Yuanyi went ballistic, charging straight towards Ye Ning. Die. Excellent. Finally. I'm about to die. Ye Ning gave a faint smile, his eyes full of triumph. Just as Xie Yuanyi raised his hand to finish Ye Ning off, a strange light suddenly enveloped Ye Ning, forming an invisible shield. Xie Yuanyi was stunned. Not understanding what was happening, Ye Ning was also dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. From behind, Ji Mingyu spoke clearly and resolutely. "I will absolutely not let you harm Ye Qing." That's Emperor Qi. The Emperor Qi passed down from the great ancestor of Great Zhu. It's a pity that over hundreds of thousands of years, the great ancestor's aura has gradually worn away. This last chance to save his life, His Majesty left it for him. Saying that, Ji Mingyu stepped forward, blocking Ye Ning, his eyes firm. Today, Ye Qing and I, ruler and subject, will share the humiliation. If you, true master, want to kill him, then please kill me first. Ruler and subject sharing humiliation. What a moving scene. Ye Ning's mouth dropped open, cursing inwardly. Is this crazy emperor sick or something? Hurry up and kill me, my beloved Qing. I'm here to save you. I'm helping you. Yet you're plotting behind my back to save me. How can there be such a wicked person in this world? Ye Ning thought to himself, intending to stop Ji Mingyu. But Ji Mingyu stubbornly shielded him. Ye Qing, don't be afraid. Today I will absolutely not let anyone lay a hand on you. Ye Ning was helpless, only able to vomit blood in his heart. Xia Yuanyi hesitated and retracted his hand. This humble Taoist can give face to your Majesty, as long as your Majesty approves the matter of conferring a title of king, and at the same time tells this person to kneel towards the Yuhua sect for 7 days to atone for his sins. This humble Taoist can spare his life. Otherwise, even if your Majesty can protect him on this grand hall, it's not certain once he leaves the grand hall. Ji Mingyu was about to say more, but suddenly staggered, collapsing backward. Fortunately, Ye Ning quickly caught her. Your Majesty, are you all right? Ji Mingyu lay in Ye Ning's arms, her face flushed, looking embarrassed. This crazy emperor is too, looking into each other's eyes, batting their eyelashes and gasping. Both were flustered and embarrassed. Ye Ning quickly let go, pushing Ji Mingyu away, his heart full of doubt. Something's not right. Something's not right with this crazy emperor. Something's not right with me either. Could it be a side effect of transmigrating that's making me start to like men? Holy crap, Ye Ning said, glancing at the eunuch below. The eunuch panicked, quickly retorting. What do you mean by turning your gaze towards me? A man? No. I can't look at this face, I'm sure of it. I still prefer women. I almost got led down the wrong path by this tyrant. Now, my first mission is to seek death, ha. Your Majesty, please don't be troubled. I've long ceased to care about matters of life and death. Once bestowing a title upsets the foundation of the country. If your Majesty really agrees with this Taoist priest, then I will not rest in peace. If someone must bleed for this, then let me be the first. And then he dramatically shouted. Since ancient times, who can avoid death, sacrifice for the country, and be remembered forever? As soon as those words left his mouth, a strange halo suddenly radiated from Ye Ning, like a streak of ice piercing through the dark night. From the roof of the main hall, 2 towering rays of light shot up, piercing straight into the heavens, like 2 divine dragons gazing at the sky, the figures of ancient sages. The sages have manifested. A great Confucian scholar. A great Confucian scholar must be about to appear. Is the era of scholars about to arrive? I once saw in ancient texts that those 2 figures are the left and right prime ministers from the time of the founding emperor. Heavens! Who could possibly summon the figures of the 2 prime ministers? The murmurs of discussion arose. The sound of waves crashing against the shore added to the already tense atmosphere, making it even more oppressive. From within the two hazy pillars of light, the figures of the two great Confucian scholars gradually appeared, majestic as two gods from the immortal realm, unearthly. Since ancient times, who can avoid death? Sacrifice for the country, and be remembered forever. Since ancient times, who can avoid death? Sacrifice for the country, and be remembered forever. Wonderful poem, wonderful poem. It could be passed down for 10,000 years. The voice of recitation was solemn and powerful. The sound of bronze bells echoed, and the pillar of light emanating from the main hall caused those nearby to shield their eyes. The brilliant light seemed to scorch the sky. Damn, looks like I went too far. Why do I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger? Real person, please kill me quickly. Ye Ning desperately clung to Xie Yuanyi, like a small animal seeking shelter. Xie Yuanyi's face suddenly turned green, and he fell backward, cold sweat pouring down like rain. This is righteous and awe-inspiring qi. If this continues, it will definitely trigger the empowerment of literary qi, and the Confucian path will seize this opportunity to counterattack. Keeping this guy around is asking for endless trouble. Just like that, Xie Yuanyi made his move. He lunged forward to finish off Ye Ning like a hunting leopard pursuing its prey. Empowerment of literary qi. This guy actually triggered the empowerment of literary qi. The officials descended into chaos, discussing animatedly, and the screams that broke out made the atmosphere seem suffocating. Seeing Xie Yuanyi rushing in, Ji Mingyue worriedly called out, "Lord Ye!" A loud explosion rang out, and then they saw Xie Yuanyi shoot out, crashing into a pillar of the pavilion. The entire court was completely shocked by this outcome. Even Ji Mingyu and Cao Meng couldn't believe their eyes, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Ye Ning was completely unharmed. Still not understanding what was happening, his eyes were glazed over. "Quick, get up and kill me." Xie Yuanyi's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. Before he could say anything, he vomited blood and died, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Xie Yuanyi's dead. He's a goner. This is huge. The Manhua sect will absolutely not let this slide. Whispers erupted like popcorn. Whoosh! The wind howled through the cracks, carrying fear and panic in its wake. Cao Meng came to greet Lord Ye. This king is impressed, truly. With that, he shot a disdainful look at the useless bunch around him, then turned and left. How did things turn out like this? Ji Mingyu wondered aloud. Ye Qing, rest assured, with us here, we absolutely won't let those immortal sects plot against Qing. Your Majesty really doesn't need to worry about this humble servant, Ye Ning thought, hanging his head, inwardly cursing. Holy moly, if it weren't for your shenanigans, things wouldn't have gotten so complicated. After the court session, that eunuch frantically ran to find Ye Ning, who was sitting in a corner, lost in thought. Lord Ye, Lord Ye, Lord Yi is amazing. The old saying goes, gold always shines. Why didn't I realize? Stop, find me a quiet place. I just want some peace and quiet. Ye Ning quietly walked to the main hall, sat down, and buried his face in his hands, lost in thought. Finally figured out what that Wen-Chi empowerment thing is. Now I can feel that energy circulating in my body, but I can't use it or get rid of it. It's even harder to die now. Suddenly, the little eunuch came running, beaming. Lord Ye, it's so hot, and you've been standing here all this time. To guard the door for a hero like Lord Yi is my honor. A hero? Ye Ning sadly glanced at the little eunuch, and shook his head, then walked away. Sorry, I've disappointed you. I never thought about being any kind of hero. He stepped forward and opened the main hall door, instantly stunned by the sea of people before him, all of them praising him. Lord Ye is so brave. Lord Ye is truly a shining example. Ye. You guys? Ye Ning was a little flustered, his heart in turmoil. At the same time, in the main hall, Ji Mingyu was conferring with Liu Shen. Your Majesty, Ye Ning has made a name for himself in one battle today. I believe this is a good thing, but such fame will also make him a concern for the Immortal Sects. We fear we cannot protect him. Although we have all been biding our time for the sake of the great Zhu, I fear that we've been hiding for too long, and it will be difficult to rise again. Ye Ning's appearance allows the people of the great Zhu to see hope, to let them know that the great Zhu has not yet perished. So we must protect Ye Ning, Liu Shen suggested. Now there are only two ways to protect him. One is to let him, like this old servant, smear his own reputation, pretend to be friendly with the Immortal Sects, and beg for forgiveness. With Ye Qing's personality, he will definitely not agree to that. So the only option is to make him so strong that the Immortal Sect can barely kill him. But how do we make him stronger? Could it be that your highness has forgotten that place? Liu Shen looked at Ji Mingyu, his eyes holding a deeper meaning. The Holy Institute, Ji Mingyu, understood, overjoyed. Although the Holy Institute has been sealed by the Immortal Sect, Your Majesty, don't forget what Dean Shan of the Holy Institute said before he died. Righteousness will not dissipate. The Holy Institute will never be destroyed. only waiting for someone who can lead the Confucian school and incorporate the righteousness of heaven and earth into themselves, selflessness and love for all, unafraid of life and death. When this person appears, the Holy Institute will surely be liberated. Ye Ning is talented, but rushing into the Holy Institute now is too risky. But every trial is like a double-edged sword. Back then, I only managed to break through 3 levels and gained immense benefits. If Ye Ning can break through from the 7th level onwards, the Immortal Sect won't be able to kill him so easily. The Holy Institute's trials go straight to the heart. Righteous people won't suffer too severely even if they fail. Only those with wicked intentions will ruin their Wendan. Tomorrow I will, Ye Ning started to say, but Liu Shen interrupted. No rush. The Manhua sect is busy preparing for their ancestors' birthday celebration. They won't have time to target Ye Ning before the celebration ends. So, we still have time to assess Ye Ning, Ye Ning asked, puzzled. Does General Liu think Ye Qing isn't trustworthy? Liu Shen replied. It's not that he's untrustworthy, but that he's too young. Young people have plenty of enthusiasm but lack composure. In my life, I've met countless people. They were all like Ye Ning, when they were young, steadfast, righteous, unafraid of death, but in the end, they were tainted by the world. Becoming filthy and weak, it's not their fault. Living a life means experiencing all sorts of temptations. I want to have that spring breeze brothel to test the young man's heart. Are you talking about Zhao Qianqian, the most beautiful woman in the world? Night cloaked the imperial chambers. Ye Ning entered. Dismissing the attendants, the youth unrobed himself, the mirror reflecting the image of a man yet hiding a secret. Suddenly, a mysterious figure entered, softly approaching Ye Ning, deftly unclasping the necklace on the youth's neck. You were wrong just now. Zhao Qianqian isn't the most beautiful woman in the world. The palace maid's voice sounded like an affirmation, carrying a strange certainty. Ye Ning remained silent. A strange energy surged from the youth's body, shining brightly. His jet-black hair, like a waterfall, each strand lustrous and silky, was astonishing. It's your majesty who is the most beautiful. So Ye Ning is actually her majesty, the female emperor. So beautiful. But she can only admire this beauty in solitude. I wonder which man in this world will have the honor of beholding it. Early the next morning, Ye Ning lay sprawled in his Ye residence, looking listless. Looks like I oversimplified this world. The rules here are more unpredictable than I thought. Trying to die lately seems to be making things even more complicated. They aren't NPCs in a game, but people with all kinds of emotions. Just like the young people on Earth in my previous life, they have dreams and ambitions. It's just that cruel fate has made them fall. Unfortunately, I'm just a traveler, not their savior. That's right, Ye Ning jumped up. I can't be influenced by their emotions. I must stick to my goal of seeking death. Of course, within the bounds of not doing bad things. Just keep at it. He stepped out of the Ye residence, determined to find death, but seeing the crowded scene in front of the gate, he froze, as if glued to the spot. Lord Yi is out. Lord Yi, could you please write some calligraphy for this humble student? Ye Ning had no choice but to turn around and head inside. Seeing this scene, the groundskeeper mumbled in a daze. They've been gathering here since early morning. This young master must have done something really outrageous. Our house's greeting cards are running out of space. Get out of the way. Make way for our young master. Ye Ning is truly a refined individual in this place. The son of Left Prime Minister Liu Shen and the Ministry of Personnel's Vice Director Liu Sanyuan request an audience with Lord Ye. The voice echoed from outside the door, but Ye Ning remained indifferent. Whether you're the son of the left prime minister or the right prime minister, I won't see you. I'm not afraid of offending anyone. As if understanding Ye Ning's intentions, the garbage collector whispered. Young master is absolutely right. Rumor has it that the left prime minister is a notorious traitor, and everyone says that associating with them is a guaranteed death sentence. The words of the garbage collector were like a breath of fresh air to Ye Ning's heart, and he quickly opened the door. Young Master Liu, what's up, please? Come in, let's have a chat. Ye Ning and Liu Sanyuan sat together enjoying tea. Ye Ning picked up the teapot and poured for Liu Sanyuan, inquiring tentatively, Young Master Liu, what brings you here today? How can I help you? The most ordinary tea. And such a simple tea set. He really is frugal. Liu Sanyuan raised the teacup, took a sip, and said softly, Brother Ye, do you know that your life is in danger? Ye Ning immediately stood up, his eyes shining brightly, and the excited young man asked, My life is in danger. Awesome. This sentence shocked the grandfather and grandson Tam Nguyen, to the point where they spat out the tea they had just taken. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Please, Brother Liu. Elaborate. Ye Ning realized his inappropriate action and quickly corrected himself. Half an hour later, Ye Ning continued to pour tea. The teapot was already cold, and the young man asked again, Oh, so the Manhua sect is coming to kill me. The grandfather and grandson thought to themselves, Enjoy. Xie Yuanyi, you really are a good brother. Even in death, you're still giving your all. Liu Sanyuan saw Ye Ning's happy attitude and secretly admired him in his heart. Lord Ye is truly worthy of his reputation. not afraid of death, a true warrior, the young man said with a smile. But Brother Ye doesn't need to worry. The Manhwa sect is busy with their ancestor's birthday celebration. They probably won't make a move immediately. Is that so? Ye Ning was a little disappointed. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. It seems I still have to take the initiative. Then, the young man turned to ask, Brother Liu, besides the Manhwa sect, there must be many big shots in this capital city that I can't afford to offend, right? Can you recommend a few for me? Liu Sanyuan happily replied. If Brother Ye is so willing, then I will definitely recommend some for you. But if you want to associate with the powerful and influential, there is a place that you absolutely must go. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Ye Ning nodded in agreement, without hesitation. All right, let's go. Then the two of them went out onto the street. Liu Sanyuan led Ye Ning to the front of the Chunfeng brothel and introduced it. Brother Ye, the girls in this place are all beauties, especially the 8 courtesans here are even more talented and skilled, and it's also the best place to make good friends. Ye Ning yawned and let out a sound, a brothel. But the young man thought to himself, I'm wholeheartedly looking for death, not making friends. Making enemies is more like it. Suddenly, Liu Sanyuan leaned in and whispered, Moreover, there is someone in this Chunfeng brothel who you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Ye Ning asked unexpectedly, Holy crap, is there really such a thing? Then, the young man followed Liu Sanyuan into the Chunfeng brothel. This place was indeed extraordinary. The staircases and pillars were intricately carved, and the patterns on the walls were carved so exquisitely as if a magical hand had drawn each line. Every single detail. Ye Ning was quietly observing his surroundings when a woman's voice loudly called out, Master Liu, you haven't visited in ages, Liu Sanyuan replied. We have a distinguished guest today. Open my private room. Bring out all your best acts. On the spacious and bustling stage, the courtesans were gracefully swaying to the melodious music. Cha-cha-cha. 1, 2, 3, cha-cha-cha. Hundreds of people stood around, observing and commenting. This dance must be heavenly. Miss Yinger is the most beautiful. Miss Yinger is the most beautiful. Upstairs, Liu Sanyuan said, These 8 courtesan queens. I wonder how many people in this capital are yearning for them. Ye Ning heard this and secretly thought, I really underestimated these ancient folks. They know how to party hard, no joke. After thinking, the young man pointed upwards and asked, Is that the room for the 8 courtesan queens? But what about that tightly shut room at the very top? Liu Sanyuan smiled slightly and said, You finally noticed. That's the person I told you about, the one you absolutely cannot offend. In this Spring Breeze Pavilion, there's a young lady whose status is even higher than all the courtesan queens here. Moreover, she doesn't sell her art nor her body. Ye Ning heard this, and let out a curious, His eyes gleaming with obvious desire, he continued. Only a very few talented individuals can catch her eye, but no one who has seen her hasn't been utterly captivated. Ye Ning was utterly speechless with the old man, thinking to himself, All right, seeing your lecherous look, I get it now. Then, Ye Ning raised his teacup and wondered, But in a place of pleasure like this, how can she maintain her integrity? Liu Sanyuan said coldly. This is the crucial point. Those who yearn for her fill the streets, but they all met tragic ends, without exception. There are also rumors that she has long been the exclusive possession of some great figure in the palace. The only chance to meet her is to use your talent. Hearing that, Ye Ning secretly thought, How interesting. If I were to encounter such a woman, I'd surely die a miserable death, wouldn't I? Hey. In a lavish private room, a pair of sharp eyes followed Ye Ning's every movement, and a low, warm voice with a hint of ominousness softly spoke. It seems our target has arrived. Behind her, a petite maid with a delicate face softly replied, Your Majesty must highly value this Lord Yi, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed the master of Spring Breeze Pavilion, young mistress, to personally come and investigate. The beauty raised a fan to cover her mouth, and lightly chuckled. If that's the case, then you deliver an invitation card to him on my behalf. Her gaze, like a flash of lightning, briefly revealed a hint of curiosity laced with danger. Below the dazzlingly lit stage, the 8 courtesans were still dancing with fervent energy. The string music resonated, and melodious singing like a gurgling stream captivated the crowd. With every rhythm, Miss Shankar, I specifically wrote this poem for you. You edger, I'm truly sincere. The thunderous cheers from the crowd seemed to tear apart the night sky. Liu Sanyuan pulled Ye Ning closer to the stage and explained, Next up is the showcase of literary talent. Just having power and money isn't enough here. Ye Ning was stunned and shook his head in exasperation. Even chasing after idols in this world is such a hassle. While the two were conversing, an elegant and haughty young woman stepped out from behind the stage and solemnly announced, Gentlemen, please calm down. My mistress also has an invitation. The entire crowd erupted. Whoa, isn't that Miss Lu Zhu? I can't believe she's also here today. Who knows who will be able to catch her eye this time? A buzzing clamor of discussion rose everywhere. Lu Zhu looked around, searching. Which one is young master Ye Ning? Ye Ning's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden attention. Ye Ning, Could it be Master Yi who wrote the line, "From ancient times until now, has anyone ever avoided death?" If it is Master Yi, then I would humbly admit defeat. The clamor of discussion rose like surging waves. Ye Ning secretly rejoiced. Just when I was wondering how to piss her off, she's practically delivered herself to my doorstep. Suddenly, a man in splendid white robes, radiating an imposing aura, stepped out from behind. A deep voice resounded. Ye Ning has an impressive bearing. I also greatly admire him, but when it comes to talent, he might not be as great as everyone claims. This guy was none other than the newly crowned Zhuangyuan, Kai Xianggao. Dubbed by all as the unrivaled poet, Kai Xianggao coldly issued a challenge. "I am Kai Xianggao, Lord Ye. Are you willing to compete in a match with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the murmurs of discussion resumed. So it's the new Zhuangyuan, hailed by the world as the unrivaled poet. If it's young Master Kai, then he certainly has the right to be arrogant. Kai Xianggao walked up to Ye Ning, his sharp eyes seemingly trying to pierce through his very soul. Ye Ning smiled, his tone relaxed. "So, the number one scholar is quite interesting. In that case, let's have a match." "Lord Ye, please be merciful," Ye Ning thought to himself. "You want to compete in poetry with a transmigrator like me? Little bro, you've come to the wrong place." Ye Ning chuckled softly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. After that, dozens of young men were hard at work writing poetry in the study. With a supervisor closely monitoring each table, Tai Xiangkao closed his eyes, arms folded, deep in thought, while Ye Ning sat silently, propping his chin with his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, Liu Sanyuan walked in, fearlessly examining each poem and commenting, "Young Master Huang, this poem is a bit too simple, what a pity." Young Master Zhang's, on the other hand, is not bad, but unfortunately it's too homogeneous. "Oh, young Master Wang's poem has a novel perspective." Tai Xiangkao glanced at Ye Ning, sneering slightly, pretending. Then his nephew began to write. "The number one scholar is about to put down his brush. Shut up, don't disturb the number one scholar's thinking." Tai Xiangkao flipped the paper, and his brush danced, instantly filling the entire page. Everyone's eyes widened in admiration, astonishment, and praise for the beautiful calligraphy and overflowing talent. This is half a Dafu level. As expected of the number one scholar's writing, it's already at Dafu. I'm so mesmerized by the number one scholar's talent, it might even reach the Bright Pearl level. Explaining the realm of calligraphy includes Dafu, Bright Pearl, and Zhenguo that is spread all over the world, Liu Sanyuan exclaimed. This young Master Tai is indeed very talented. Tai Xiangkao continued to write, and finally he finished, sighing softly. "It seems my literary talent still hasn't reached the Bright Pearl level." The crowd lamented. "What a pity. Just a little bit short of a Bright Pearl work. Still, it's a rare sight." The nephew then turned to Ye Ning and asked, "Lord Ye, why haven't you put pen to paper yet? Could it be that your inspiration has dried up, and you can't write a word?" "We've been waiting for a long time," Ye Ning smiled. He put his teacup down on the table, then stood up slightly, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Please allow me to display my meager talents." In the high tower, that beauty carefully watched the competition. Her eyes full of hidden meaning, she whispered, "Ye Ning, don't disappoint His Majesty." Ye Ning picked up the brush, the strokes, as if guided by magic. Each stroke was elegant and ethereal, radiating a faint halo under the admiring gaze of the crowd. The young man began to create beautiful calligraphy. This calligraphy style is novel and refreshing. Could it be that it was created by Lord Ye? Exclamations of praise and admiration rang out from the crowd. Tai Xiangkao, standing next to him, felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. To be able to create a calligraphy style at this age, what kind of monster is he? "I admit I'm not as good in calligraphy style, but this competition isn't about calligraphy." Ye Ning wrote more and more enthusiastically, the words flowing like a cool stream. Each word seemed to contain his entire soul. A Daifu level. Tai Xiangkao's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. The beauty in the tower was also suddenly stunned. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. The entire study was illuminated, as if adorned by a dazzling halo. The crowd erupted, cheering wildly. It's a pearl-level poem." They hugged each other, sobs mixing with joyful laughter. "To witness a pearl-level work with my own eyes, it's too epic. I could die happy now." A few plump courtesans curiously approached, crowding around Ye Ning, their eyes filled with wonder as they read Ye Ning's verses. Suddenly, they covered their faces, tears streaming down. "Wow, so there really is someone in this world who understands us." It could become a nation-guarding poem. It's just missing one last line, the most important one. The beauty upstairs watched intently, her heart filled with hope. At this moment, Ye Ning was completely focused, pouring his soul into his poem. Each stroke of the brush seemed to be imbued with the young man's spirit, carrying his thoughts, emotions, and innermost feelings. The poem becomes nation-guarding. Brian reads the poem for the brothers to enjoy. Leaning on the tall tower, a gentle breeze, gazing far away, boundless sorrow. Sadness rises, reaching the distant horizon. In the setting sun, the mountains and grass are colorful. Hair on the railing, shoulders understand. Intoxicated and wild, wanting to be unrestrained. The wine is full, singing is forced joy, haggard happiness, a lonely beauty. After finishing, Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, Liu Yongxiansheng. I borrowed your awesome poem to show off a bit. Hi. Then, the young man looked back, feeling that the atmosphere around him was unusually quiet, and he worried. Why is there no cheering? Could there be a mistake somewhere? Suddenly, the entire study exploded with shouts, laughter, cries, and sighs mixed together, creating a symphony of emotions. A few overly excited people gave Ye Ning seductive looks, causing the young man to startle in horror. This is getting out of hand. They're thirsty for my body. After a period of chaos, Ye Ning, along with Liu Sanyuan and Tai Shangao, finally escaped into a small room, the crowd's shouts and cheers still echoing in their ears, making it impossible for them to breathe. They pounded on the door, shouting, Lord Yi, open the door! This humble one asks for nothing, only that Lord Yi meet this one once. Lord Yi, can you accept me as a disciple? Tai Shangao suddenly lowered his head, clasping his hands together, his face respectful. Lord Yi's talent, this one admires. He thinks to himself, the difference between me and him is like the bright moon to the light of a firefly. Ye Ning turned a smile and praised, actually, young Master Tai's literary talent also makes me admire him very much. Tai Shangao secretly blamed himself. Lord Ye is so humble, what a waste, that I was so arrogant and rude just now. Liu Sanyuan spoke up at this moment. Brother Ye, this one also has a very important matter to ask of you. Can you give me this poem? Ye Ning replied without hesitation. Take it. Tai Shangao behind him regretted it so much that he cursed inwardly. You shameless bastard, I clearly wanted it too, a hoo-ha. Ye Ning glanced towards the door. It suddenly opened slightly. Lu Zhu, holding a red invitation card, solemnly handed it to Ye Ning and said, Lord Ye, my young lady invites you to visit. Then Ye Ning strode down the hallway, following Lu Zhu. Below, cheers and congratulations rang out endlessly. Congratulations to Lord Ye. Today you've achieved nation-guarding poem and have a date with a beauty. Lord Ye will surely become a legend. Ye Ning smiled in return, but secretly thought smugly in his heart, heh, this one isn't heading towards alluring beauty, but heading to the execution ground. Woman, I hope you don't let my good intentions down. You must kill me. Ye Ning entered the room, where a young lady was already waiting, offering her greeting. Greetings, Gongzi Ye. Gongzi Ye, please have a seat. From behind the screen she spoke. May I invite you to enjoy this melody? He listened and exclaimed, the voice of this woman is truly wonderful. Outside, Liu Sanyuan suddenly left in a hurry, causing everyone to wonder. Why is Gongzi Liu leaving in such a hurry? Stay and have a few drinks. Emergency at home, super urgent, please make way. Liu, buddy, you're being a real jerk here, snatching Lord Ye's calligraphy and trying to bail. Once outside, Liu Sanyuan breathed a sigh of relief, barely made it out. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lord Liu, my mistress wants. That one, Lu Zhu, that's really not appropriate. Oh. Then go talk to my mistress about it. These words startled the old man and his grandson, turning them pale with fear. See if my mistress also thinks it's inappropriate. Inside the room, the melodious music flowed like the whispering of the wind, sweeping away all the worldly worries. Lu Zhu, holding the calligraphy, entered, her eyes skimming over the resonating notes. She approached Ye Ning, her tone full of curiosity. Lord Ye, what do you think? Is there anything special about the song Flow that my young lady just played? Play what crap? Ye Ning frowned, his eyes cold, his tone dismissive. Lu Zhu was stunned, not knowing what to say. A disdainful laugh echoed from inside the room. What a lovesick fool, daring to speak to our young lady like that. Doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you even understand music? Lu Zhu angrily pointed her finger at Ye Ning's face. The young man calmly replied, then how do you think I should say it? Of course you should praise my young lady's playing. All right, she plays well. It should be like that anyway. Lu Zhu huffed. But Ye Ning's next sentence made her even more annoyed. Too bad it has no soul. What? Lu Zhu was about to argue, but the young lady in the room signaled with her zither. She asked, then what is the soul that Lord Ye is talking about? The young man replied, music is inherently something with life. Half of its life originates from the performer's interpretation, and the other half is entrusted to the musical score. The young lady's performance level is not bad, it's just a pity that the musical score is too mediocre. Ye Ning's straightforward words stunned the young lady. Lord Ye is saying that my musical score is not good. Lu Zhu interrupted. You don't understand anything and you're talking nonsense. Do you know that the composer of this piece is the chief musician Mo Lao of the imperial court, also my young lady's teacher? This piece, Flow, is a gift from Mo Lao to my young lady. Not good is not good. Ye Ning still shook his head, his tone full of certainty. Pedigree or whatever is useless. Lord Yi looks down on my teacher so much, then your zither skills must be very superb, right? How about letting this one broaden my horizons and hear a sound of the zither with a soul? Ye Ning was smug. His eyes flashed with mischievousness. Hi, angry, angry. That's more like it. But the young man replied, this humble one never does anything without benefit. If my music is better, then reveal the curtain. This is against the rules. Lu Zhu tried to stop him, but inside the young lady nodded. All right, I agree. Okay, then I shall present my humble skills. To be honest, my skills are only average, the young man thought to himself. This old man used to be a fan of ancient zithers, and also studied ancient music. Defeating this piece flow is definitely enough. Ye Ning confidently placed his hands on the strings, beginning the first notes. Before anything else, the young lady laughed derisively. How lame! Lord Yi's music indeed has a soul. All right, I've found the feeling. Ye Ning didn't reply, just chuckled to himself. Seconds later, the room was filled with the melodious sounds of his guzheng, each note like a sparkling drop of dew falling into the listener's soul. The music instantly made that young lady's heart flutter. The playing technique is new, but the melody really lets me feel a kind of life essence. It's not just life essence. To be able to harmonize so many heavy variations within a single melody. Who knew there was such a gorgeous tune in this world? Defeated, the young lady had no choice but to lift the veil and shyly step out in front of Ye Ning. The two faced each other, looking into each other's eyes, blinking, and gasping for words. Ye Ning was stunned. This woman is too damn beautiful. A beauty like this must have an untouchable big shot backing her. The young lady was also embarrassed. To be able to play such a beautiful tune. Who knew this person would also have looks that aren't bad? This woman is as good as mine. This man is definitely mine. That night, at the Spring Chamber brothel, Ye Ning and that young lady had dinner together. The atmosphere was warm, with lively chatter, but hidden beneath was a play full of meaning. Did Ye Ning compose the melody himself? The young lady's voice was like jade bells, refined but full of implications. It wasn't just because I got an ancient sheet music when I was young, Ye Ning replied, his tone vaguely containing an indescribable caution. Then can I borrow that sheet music? The young lady pressed close to the young man with a fruit platter. The young man turned his face away, flustered. To tell you the truth, I accidentally burned that music when I was playing with fire as a kid. That's really a pity. Although that young lady said that, she was actually very angry in her heart, secretly scolding him as a liar. Do you take me for a 3-year-old, Xiao Gunyang? Have some more to drink? Ye Ning suggested. His tone remained calm, but contained an unconcealable anxiety. Seeing this, the young lady thought to herself, if His Majesty wants me to test you, then don't blame me for making you lose face today. The smile on her lips was like a brilliant but dangerous poisonous flower. Ye Ning, the young lady suddenly pretended to be drunk, staggering unsteadily, and unexpectedly fell into Ye Ning's arms. In surprise, Ye Ning looked at the girl and cursed inwardly. Who can resist this, heh? Since I have to act it out properly. Just when Ye Ning was about to get some action, she stopped him with her hand, saying, can this humble servant's frail and delicate figure really catch your eye, Darren? Her voice, like a gentle breeze, was filled with an indescribable provocation. If you are frail and delicate, then wouldn't all the women in the world be ashamed of being inferior to you? Unfortunately, you are the woman of a big shot. You and I are destined to have no fate, Ye Ning replied, maintaining his composure but inwardly beginning to probe. The woman of a big shot. What the hell, Ye Ning must have heard the rumors on the street, right? Those are just rumors to mislead people. This servant is still a virgin. The girl smiled slightly, her eyes seemingly hiding an unfathomable secret. The young man became alert. Holy crap, I'm still acting here, but there are no big shots involved. What? He cursed inwardly, feeling an indescribable unease rising. Ye Ning, the girl called again, waiting for Ye Ning to push her away. Farewell, Xiao Gunyang. It's getting late. I'll take my leave. She said again, Ye Ning. Although this servant doesn't know any big shots, I can bring even greater benefits to Darren. To tell you the truth, this servant is a spy from the Rakshasa kingdom, lurking in the capital to collect information about the Great Zhao, and also to recruit talent for the Rakshasa kingdom. The people of Great Zhou are uneasy, and treacherous officials hold power. Yea, my dear, with your talent and intelligence, why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light, joining forces with me for the Rakshasa kingdom? Hearing this, the young man still resolutely pushed her away. Please, milady, have some self-respect. His voice was cold and decisive, his eyes seeming to contain an invisible power. He thought to himself, another one who doesn't want to kill me. Isn't this just a waste of time? Miss Kai was surprised. I didn't expect this person's will to be so firm, all right? Can you withstand this? Thinking this, her expression darkened. My dear, you are such a talented person. Isn't it a pity to die with Great Zhou? Immediately, a surge of deathly aura appeared, causing Ye Ning to clutch his head. If you, my dear, join the Rakshasa kingdom, our ruler will definitely treat you like a national treasure. At that time, I will never leave your side. Wouldn't that be perfect? Ye Ning clutched his head in pain, grimacing as he said, no. In an instant, a strange light emanated from Ye Ning's body, as if his soul was leaving his body, shining with mystical colors. Miss Zhao widened her eyes, surprise evident on her face. This man, how could he resist my bewitching art? His Majesty was right about him. It's not enough, I don't believe, that his fatal flaw can withstand it. Thinking this, she remained determined to attack. Sir Ye, you're truly not seizing the moment. Ye Ning knelt on the ground, clutching his head. The oppressive feeling from this woman was like a raging storm weighing heavily on his mind. A second later, Miss Zhao leaped straight towards the exhausted Ye Ning, her eyes full of murderous intent. Ye Ning suddenly woke up with a start, but she was already standing right in front of him, her cold, murderous aura seeming to devour him. Before finishing him off, she sneered, her voice full of disdain. Sir Ye, your noble and righteous spirit is like a thin piece of paper to me. Ye Ning was stunned, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Could it be that she wants to kill me? Thinking this, he was overjoyed, but still tried to restrain himself. After the mountains run out and the water dries up, one suspects there is no road, but the willows darken, the flowers brighten, and another village appears. Such a good opportunity, I must put on a good show. Thinking this, Ye Ning, like a seasoned actor, shouted loudly, You treacherous woman! If you want to kill me, just do it. Why all the talk? Sir Ye, I'm giving you one last chance. I truly cherish your talent, that's why. Shut up, kill me. A loyal general isn't afraid of death. A martyr won't break his integrity to beg for life. Xiao Qianqian began to feel confused. For so many years I've managed the Secret Intelligence Division, and known countless despicable, greedy, and cowardly people, but why can he uphold his original intention, preferring death to resistance? You only have one life. Why is it that other scholars can betray their country, and sell out their master for wealth and glory, yet you insist on seeking death? Miss Xiao, even if you join the Rakshasa Kingdom, you can't change the fact that the blood of great Zhu flows in my veins. Since that's the case, I'll give you a line. Baseness is the passport of the base. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Although great Zhu may seem hopeless in your eyes, I don't think so. Make your move. I firmly believe that what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Xiao Qianqian froze for a few seconds. Then she lowered her head in embarrassment. Everyone knows that you've entered my room. I won't kill you here, but I've poisoned your wine. And without the antidote within 3 days, you'll definitely die. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. With that, she flicked her hand and pushed Ye Ning out. Huh, she just tossed me out like that. You call this being a spy? Aren't you afraid I'll rat you out? But hey, guess you're lucky you ran into me. Outside, the crowd buzzed as they saw him again. Master Ye is really riding the wave of success. Could it be Master Ye finished so quickly? He forced a smile, thinking, anyway, I'm gonna kick the bucket in 3 days, too lazy to bother with your petty gossip. Inside the quiet room, Xiao Qianqian quietly observed Ye Ning's poem, her eyes filled with a faint sadness, yet unable to hide her admiration. You and I are both kindred spirits, she murmured. You were born to stand in the light, guiding everyone forward, while I have long been accustomed to the darkness. In that case, let me help you block the demonic creatures lurking in the shadows of the great Zhu Imperial Palace, a place rife with power and conspiracies. Xiao Qianqian faced Ji Mingyu. Ji Mingyu read the poem and sighed. Every word is like jade. The paper weighs 1,000 caddies, truly a nation-protecting poem. Xiao Qianqian then said, Afterwards, I used my beauty and high position to entice him to join the Rakshasa Kingdom, but he sternly rebuked me. I threatened him, saying I would kill him if he didn't comply, but he wasn't afraid at all, even saying that a loyal general is not afraid of death, and a righteous man does not break his integrity to beg for life. I was right about him, Ji Mingyu mused. After understanding Master Yi better, I feel that we shouldn't involve him in our plan. Why? Master Yi's personality is too upright. He cannot tolerate darkness, Ji Mingyu explained. If he knew what we were doing, he wouldn't be able to resist standing up to help us. Our influence is not enough yet, so it's not good. Moreover, the great Zhu needs someone to stand in the light, someone who can awaken the fighting spirit in everyone's heart and encourage the court. It's just that if that's the case, perhaps his safety will be, Xiao Qianqian worried. Before she could finish, Ji Mingyu interrupted. Who dares to touch him? I'll kill them. Ji Mingyu slammed the table in anger, causing the teacups on the table to rattle, his eyes full of murderous intent, as if wanting to devour all those who dared to touch Ye Ning. In another corner, the grandpa and grandson were dancing non-stop because they were about to die. Ahaha, I'm about to die, here I come, heavenly emperor. Has the young master ruined his brain from drinking? A servant passing by looked at Ye Ning dancing strangely, shaking his head and laughing. Ye Ning ignored him, continuing to dance, muttering, I'm about to die, I'm about to die. A few days later, Ye Ning dejectedly went to Feng Chun Tower. Why? Why aren't there any signs of poisoning? Explain it to me, he roared, bursting through the door, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Qianqian sat in front of the zither, looking at him playfully. Even if I've joined the Rakshasa Kingdom, I can't change the great Zhu blood flowing within me, she explained. That day, after hearing what you said, Master Ye, this little girl realized. So I voluntarily surrendered myself and helped the government destroy the Rakshasa kingdom's hideout. His Majesty, appreciating my timely repentance, has allowed me to atone for my sins and will not pursue my past. Her tone was light, but it contained a confession full of hidden meaning. What about the poisoned wine? Ye Ning still didn't believe it, his eyes full of suspicion. Xiao Qianqian only smiled brightly. There was no poisoned wine, it was just a joke. With Master Yi. What the F? Please be a human. Ye Ning was so shocked that he froze, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. He couldn't believe that he had been so blatantly deceived. Ye Ning walked down the street, muttering dejectedly, "Deceiver, deceiver, deceiver." He walked, but his mind was immersed in chaotic thoughts. He opened the door to his mansion and continued to mutter, "Deceiving woman." Ye Ning's mood seemed to be extremely bad at this moment. He entered the mansion, his eyes vacant. The cleaner asked him, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" He didn't answer, just slammed the door shut with a loud bang and yelled, "You lying woman!" His tone was full of anger, like he wanted to vent it on everything around him. The cleaner was confused. The young master keeps saying lying woman. Could he be bewitched by a fox spirit? Over at Xiao Qianqian's place, she was engrossed in playing the zither for Lu Zhu. The music was melodious and enchanting, the sounds from her slender fingers blending with the tune of the ancient instrument to create a breathtaking piece. Lu Zhu couldn't stop praising, "Miss, you play so well. Much better than that nasty guy." Lu Zhu listened and exclaimed in admiration, her eyes full of adoration. Xiao Qianqian smiled modestly and replied, "I'm just better than him in technique, but the talent to write such a zither score I can't compare." She remembered when she brought the score to her master. He was so surprised his eyes widened. "This melody only exists in the heavens. Don't bother me. I need to appreciate it thoroughly." Even the old master was shocked. "You can create such divine music, but you're not good at playing it." Since we got intel on Ye Ning's past, he's always acted normal, like a mediocre guy, but that's the scariest part about it. Why? Lu Zhu frowned, her face full of doubt. Because this poetry and music talent is nothing for him. He has the country in his heart, supporting Great Zhuo with all his heart. "I asked you to pick someone to protect him a few days ago. Have you chosen?" Xiao Qianqian asked, looking at Lu Zhu. "It's all chosen." Lu Zhu handed a piece of paper to Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian asked again. Her again. "She's the most suitable viper for us in the spy department, miss. Do you think she's not good enough?" "Pick her then. Tell her to remember the spy department's rules, and to shut her mouth when she shouldn't be talking," Xiao Qianqian ordered coldly, her voice carrying a chill that made Lu Zhu not dare to retort. Back to our young man. The grandpa and grandson were walking along, gloomy. He sighed, looking all emotional. "What an idiot. Why act all righteous when you don't need to?" Trying to convince the spy to surrender. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lord Yi, Lord Yi." "Lord Ye." "Good morning," old Liu's voice rang out. "Old Liu, good morning. You've changed your clothes." Ye Ning looked up, forcing a smile. "The emperor ordered me to serve in the imperial study." Old Liu bowed slightly, his face respectful. "Nice one, old Liu. You're on top form. After a few days away," Ye Ning chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Top form?" Old Liu chuckled softly, humbly. "Same as always," old Liu secretly admired. "Lord Ye is indeed different from others. He doesn't look down on me just because I'm a eunuch. Even though I'm just a useless eunuch, I still have some news in the palace. If anyone wants to harm Lord Ye in the future, I definitely won't sit idly by." Suddenly, Ye Ning shuddered all over, a chill running down his spine. "Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Does someone want to stab me in the back?" A feeling of unease washed over his mind. Inside the court, Ji Mingyu spoke, her voice echoing. "Speak if you have something to say. Dismiss the court if you don't." "Your Majesty," an official spoke, his voice full of worry. "The floods in Jiangnan," Ji Mingyue coldly cut him off. "No money, Your Majesty. The son of Marquis Weiwu caused chaos on the road, injuring and killing more than a dozen people." Isn't that about money again?" Ji Mingyue paled. "Then tell someone to tell Marquis Weiwu to strictly control his son." Ye Ning watched in silence, sighing. "I really didn't think someone could be this dumb," old Liu whispered in his ear. "Lord Ye, watch your words, watch your words." "Ye Qing, you must be very disappointed in me right now, right?" Ji Mingyue looked down, her eyes sad. "But I really have no other choice. I must do this for the greater plan. If I don't pretend to be a useless emperor, how can I fool those immortal sects?" Suddenly, a eunuch announced, presenting the decree for Fubao Lang Ye Ning. "What? Me again?" "Lord Ye, please proceed. Fubao Lang Ye Ning is loyal and brave, wholeheartedly devoted to the nation. Now he is to be appointed as a supervising censor of the Hanlin Academy." Ji Mingyu calculated in her heart, thinking, "I can only let Ye Qing lie low for a while in the censorate. Once the storm passes, I'll give him important responsibilities again." After receiving the decree, Ye Ning frowned, puzzled. "What's going on? Why do they suddenly act like I murdered their entire family?" old Liu whispered. his voice full of worry. Isn't it because you've been appointed as a censor? Back in the day, the censorate was a powerhouse of judicial, penal, and supervisory authority, a place that even corrupt officials feared. But since the last chief censor disappeared, the current censorate has long been forgotten. It's all bark and no bite, Lord. Yeah, you're already seen as a thorn in the side by those immortal cultivators, and now you're taking on the role of censor. Offending everyone is like adding fuel to the fire. But upon hearing this, our young man grinned with delight, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Oh, so they're starting to think about killing me now. The censorate really is a wonderful place. So what if it's been forgotten? As long as I can make some big moves, the path to seeking death isn't far off, is it? Hi. Early the next morning, Ye Ning Bing arrived at a dilapidated place. It was the supervisory censorate, where he had just taken office. Entering, Ye Ning saw only a desolate scene, eerily empty, without a single person. How can the censorate be so miserable? Ye Ning shook his head in disappointment. Suddenly, an old man outside the gate spoke up. Young man, don't bother looking, there's no one left here. Grandpa, do you know where the people from this place have gone? Nowhere to go? Every day, they either stroll around the pleasure houses or hang out at the taverns, doing absolutely nothing worthwhile. Ye Ning frowned, his face full of dismay. How reckless. If they don't want to work, they don't want to work. I have to find a way to gather these people together, otherwise there's no way I can go die. Ye Ning told himself, his eyes flashing with determination. Snow began to fall, each pure white snowflake gently covering Ye Ning's hair. He looked at his hand, surprised. Why don't I feel cold? It must be because my previous upright personality was too bothersome. So now, twetsk. Looks like even freezing to death is impossible. I can't possibly freeze to death in this lifetime. Ye Ning seemed to remember something, his eyes flashing with surprise. Young master is back. Ye Ning's servant hurriedly reported, what is it, a little while ago, that person fainted in front of our house. If we hadn't discovered her early, she might have frozen to death. How can such a young girl survive in this world, young master? You should take her in as a maid. Serving your daily needs would give her a way to live. A maid? Doesn't a maid need to be registered as a slave? Ye Ning was stunned, his face full of hesitation. I can't force a living person into slavery. Thinking this, he approached the girl and asked, Little girl, where are you from? Where are your parents and relatives? The girl only responded with a few sounds. Abba, just like Lu Ji said to Yi Feng. Is she mute? Ye Ning was even more puzzled, the old servant whispered. With such a good thing, the young master doesn't have to worry about secrets at home being leaked. Abay. The girl continued to sob, as if wanting to say something. He asked, Can you write? The girl used her hand to write in the snow. Please take me in, sir, or I will starve to death. The girl continued to write 2 words in the snow. Xuan. So, the girl's name was Xuan. Then the young man led the girl inside. Turns out she came from a pretty well-off, educated family, but unfortunately she got caught in some disaster, fled with refugees, and ended up stranded here. Man, the world's so tough these days. I can't believe there's no space for even a little lass like her to survive. For an ordinary person, just staying alive is already a luxury hope. Ye Ning sighed, his heart overflowing with pity. I can take you in, but I don't need you to be a maid, and I definitely won't put you in any slave registry. If your family comes looking for you someday, you can just go reunite with them. Ye Ning affirmed, his voice warm. Hearing that, Huan bowed her head and knelt in gratitude. Ye Ning waved his hand. There's no need for that. Go with the chef to the back, wash up, and then grab something to eat. Outside, night had already fallen. Sitting in his room, Ye Ning was deep in thought. Is this a reflection of the Supervisory Bureau's situation with that corrupt monarch? Suddenly, a servant's voice called out from outside. Young master, I've brought that maid Huang here for you. By this point, Huan had transformed into a cute, gentle-looking girl, already waiting outside the door. Ye Ning couldn't help but be stunned. Is this even the same person? The change is way too big. The servant then chimed in. With Huan taking care of you, I can rest easy now. I'll head back and rest first. Before Ye Ning could even utter a word, the old man had already scurried away. Damn it, old Huang, wait a minute. Ye Ning froze stiff, practically turning to stone, a thoroughly bewildered look on his face. I already said I don't need a maid, but this old man just wouldn't listen to a damn thing. Huan, it's getting late, you should rest first. Ye Ning pointed towards the bed nearby, his gaze gentle, yet unmistakably firm. Huan nodded. Her face flushed crimson, like a ripe tomato. She snuggled into the bed, pulling the blanket up to cover herself completely, her eyes half closed, her heart pounding like a war drum. Ye Ning walked over, picked up a stray pillow, then turned his back. Get some sleep now. Good night. The young man's voice was deep and warm, carrying a hint of tenderness. Huan lay still on the bed, her mind a complete whirlwind. I always thought that most of the so-called gentlemen in this world were just beasts in human skin, but This guy is totally different from those fakes out there, she mused. He chose to take me in when I was at my lowest, and didn't even try anything disgusting with me. Someone like that is totally worth protecting, no matter the cost. The words of the person from before, Niu Zhao's voice, echoed in her mind. Your mission is to stay by his side, protect him, and if necessary, exchange your life for his. Dawn broke, crisp morning sunbeams filtered through the window, illuminating the room, where Ye Ning was sound asleep. Huan gently peeked her head through the doorway, her eyes sparkling like shooting stars, and she kept calling out, Abba. Ye Ning groggily sat up, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Didn't I already tell you, don't go around calling yourself a maid? The young man's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of tiredness. Huan, however, paid no mind to his words, instead presenting him with a pristine white towel. He took the towel, sighing. All right, you got me. Ye Ning changed into a neat, proper outfit. I'm going out to handle a few things, the young man told Huan. Abba. Huan ran closely behind him, her eyes radiant like spring flowers. Ye Ning turned and ruffled Huan's hair, a warm smile blooming on his lips. I'm not going to abandon you, okay? Can you just wait obediently at home? Huan hung her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Abba. Ye Ning walked down the street, his expression thoughtful. Looks like another wasted trip today, the young man muttered, arms crossed. Suddenly, the young man saw a figure in a long white robe enter the Surveillance Institute. Finally, someone alive has arrived. Tai Xiang, the top scholar Cao Zhuangyuan, walked slowly, sighing. Just as I expected, Ye Ning rushed over to greet him. Greetings, Scholar Kao. Ye greets Scholar Kao. Scholar is just an empty title, no need to mention it. No matter how great your achievements are, they can't compare to your talent, and your talent, Master Ye, has truly left me in awe. Tai Xiang replied softly, his tone sincere. Ye Ning smiled. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Tai. Brother Ye, Tai Xiang responded, his eyes sparkling. Brother Tai, did you encounter some difficulties? Why did you come to the Surveillance Institute? Ye Ning asked, his voice full of concern. His Majesty has decreed that I be appointed as a judge of the Surveillance Institute. I'm here to take up the post. Tai Xiang rubbed his head, his eyes sad. Ye Ning was surprised. You were assigned here too. Did you offend His Majesty? I've only met His Majesty twice. How could I have offended him? Tai Xiang laughed bitterly, sat down hugging his knees. He exclaimed without hiding anything. Brother Ye, I'm in so much pain right now. I wish I could resign and go home to be a teacher. Ye Ning patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Tai Xiang, you should scold the muddle-headed emperor. Seeing a virtuous minister but not using him, wasting a top scholar like you in this place. Acho, Ji Mingyu, who was meticulously working through piles of documents in the court, suddenly sneezed, feeling like someone was talking about her behind her back. She mumbled to herself, I wonder if Ye Qing and Tai Qing will get along. After all, they're both exceptionally talented. They'll surely have a lot in common. If they support each other, they definitely won't be easily worn down by the Surveillance Institute. Tai Xiang sighed, looking regretful. It's just a pity that you two and I, despite having brilliant minds, don't have the opportunity to contribute to the country. Ye Ning smiled reassuringly. Brother Tai, don't despair. Even the Surveillance Institute can do great things. There's a saying, strong winds break the waves, seize the opportunity, and head straight for the vast ocean. If there are no conditions, we'll create them ourselves, even if it means sacrificing our lives. Tai Xiang was stunned, admiringly exclaiming, wonderful poetry. He looked down at his trembling hands, thinking to himself, although it's just a line of poetry, it makes people feel a sense of heroic and courageous spirit. Brother Ye's talent has truly reached the level of spontaneous poetry. What? Tai Xiang clasped his hands, bowing respectfully. Brother Ye's wisdom is truly admirable. The Surveillance Institute will surely open tomorrow. Let's see Brother Ye show off your talent then. Brother Ye, I will follow you. Of course. Ye Ning frowned, looking doubtful. You said the Surveillance Institute will open tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day the Surveillance Institute publicly investigates the grievances of the common people. If anyone has been wronged, they can come to the Surveillance Institute on that day to beat the drum and cry for justice. Ye Ning pondered for a moment, then smirked. Then please, Brother Tai, help me with a favor. Spread the word to the common people. If anyone has been wronged, they can come to the Surveillance Institute to find me tomorrow. Cut to a restaurant. Wu San, wearing a long white robe with a jet black cloak over it, was eating and drinking with Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi. He slammed his wine bowl down on the table, angrily shouting, That Imperial censor is really stubborn. He's been here for days now. He asked the person sitting across from him, Are you moved yet? Do you feel like this master is capable and has awakened the fighting spirit of you, old Nikyu? Old Niu, a large man with a long scar, replied, I've just heard that this Master Ye has a very good reputation. Wu San laughed, ha ha ha. What good is a good reputation, old Niu? It's not like it's your first day navigating the officialdom. Which of those officials with gold and jade exteriors but rotten insides has a bad reputation? As he spoke, he tapped lightly on the black box placed in front of him. Even if he can do something, won't the end result be the same as ours once he's in the Surveillance Institute? His face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, becoming a cripple. Old Niku and the man in the long blue robe next to him also fell into contemplation upon hearing this, their hands clenching tightly. Suddenly, Wei Wentong grabbed the wine jar, took a big gulp, and then lay down on the floor, angrily saying, "This world is beyond saving. Forgotten waste like us can just wait to die in the Surveillance Institute. Don't even mention some Master Ye. Even if the Emperor himself came, don't expect me to work for him." On the side, Xuan thought to herself, "I am a member of the secret espionage unit, disguised as a mute, changed my name to Xuan, and infiltrated Ye's residence. Before coming, the steward instructed that this Lord Ye was different from the others, telling me to pay extra attention. When we were together, I didn't really care, but now I see I was wrong. This lord is really weird." She sighed, sadness creeping into her mind. Xuan turned to look at Ye Ning, who was busily making something in the kitchen. "I can't guess what he's doing," she thought to herself. Done. Ye Ning suddenly held up a glass of water, saying happily. He took a drop and offered it to Xuan. Her eyes wide with curiosity, she tried it. She swallowed the drop of water, her face slightly flushed. She felt sweetness. "Is it sugar?" Ye Ning handed her the glass of water, smiling. "Made it for you? Eat it." "Eat it. If you finish it, I'll make more for you." Xuan took the glass, thinking in surprise. "Sugar like snow. This is the first time I've ever seen it." Ye Ning looked at Xuan, thinking to himself, "Poor child. Having to endure so much at such a young age, this is probably the only way I can think of to make her happy. It was busy for so long just to make white sugar for me." Xuan watched Ye Ning's back with warm eyes. She continued to enjoy it. So sweet. The next day, snow had covered the rooftops in white in the room. Xuan was getting Ye Ning's clothes ready. "You really don't need to serve me like this. I might die in a few days anyway. When that time comes, I'll leave these properties to you and Uncle Huang." Hearing this, Xuan was startled, thinking in confusion. What does he mean by that? She recalled the steward's instructions. This person hates evil like his enemy, is unparalleled in loyalty. Maybe he has already prepared himself to die for his beliefs. Has there ever been a person who hasn't died? Keep a loyal heart and leave it to history. She clenched her hand on her chest, shaking her head, thinking, no. Why should someone like Ye Ning have to die? Even if everyone in the world dies, he shouldn't die. Ye Ning, I absolutely won't let you die. Xuan ran over and grabbed Ye Ning's sleeve. Ye Ning turned around, patted her head, and said warmly, I told you, I have to go. You stay home obediently. Ba Xuan hugged Ye Ning tightly. Ye Ning sighed and said, I surrender. If you want to come, then come. But you must listen to me. Abba. Xuan nodded like a chicken pecking rice. The snow covered the entire Surveillance Institute in white, a cold and gloomy scene. As soon as Ye Ning arrived, he heard a commotion. You guys call yourselves officials doing this? Tai Xiangkao stood in front of the steps angrily. What kind of solemn place is the Surveillance Institute? You're actually roasting goat and drinking wine here. Ye Ning said softly. Let's go over there and observe quietly. Ahead, Tai Xiangkao had stepped into the yard, his face full of anger. Is there any place in my great Xiao that looks like this? You guys really aren't human. Ye Ning poked his head in to observe. These guys, no wonder they're on strike every day. Life's pretty comfortable. Sir, don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health. Isn't it hurting yourself? Besides, with snow like this, you gotta eat roasted goat to do it right. Wu Sansi grinned, his tone provocative. Yep, that's right. The big boss is joining us for grub too. A few others joined in, their voices absolutely dripping with sarcasm. Tai Xiangkao sighed in disappointment, plopping down onto the ground. This is beyond saving. This censorate is completely hopeless now. Ye Ning was watching closely, when he suddenly felt someone else's gaze on him, like a lurking shadow. The young man smiled, inviting the old man in first. As he stepped through the door, the old man chuckled nervously. I heard there's a Master Blue Sky here. Someone who can actually uphold justice for us common folks. Green Hat Sun frowned, asking coldly, Old man, what did you just say? The old man panicked for a moment, scared, stiff, but he quickly regained his composure and said loudly, I heard there's a Master Blue Sky here, so I came to make a complaint. The green-robed guy irritably replied, You've come to the wrong place. There's no Master Blue Sky here at all. Nobody here gives a damn about upholding justice for the people. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Why would there be no one to uphold justice for the people? It was Tai Xiangkao speaking. The young man stepped towards the old man, his voice firm. Old man, what grievances do you have? My censorate will absolutely get justice for you. Ye Ning hid in a corner, secretly marveling. Brother Tai truly bursts with righteousness. The old man wiped away his tears, his voice trembling as he spoke. I'm just a humble charcoal burner from South Mountain. These past few days, I managed to burn a whole cartload of charcoal, intending to sell it in the capital. But as soon as I entered the city gate, it was snatched right out from under me. My wife is still sick, waiting for me to earn money for her medicine. I even went to the Jingzhou prefect's office, but they straight up refused to take my case. Tai Xianggao heard this and asked, the Jingzhou prefect's office didn't take it. What about the Ministry of Justice? The big shots at the Ministry of Justice didn't even let me in either, the old man replied, his voice dripping with despair. Why, Tai Xianggao was utterly bewildered. At this point, the old man suddenly shouted loudly. The one who robbed my charcoal is the steward of Marquis Wu Wei. Marquis Wu Wei, Ye Ning, secretly wondered. Tai Xianggao continued to ask. Marquis Wu Wei, as in the hereditary marquis, I recall his daughter, is also a priority disciple of Kuan Yu Pavilion, a cultivation sect right here in the imperial capital. I'm afraid even the emperor has to show him 3 points of respect. The old man kowtowed to the ground, pleading. My lords, Master Blue Skies, I beg you, please uphold justice for this humble one. The old man knelt prostrate on the ground, begging. Tai Xianggao awkwardly replied, Sir, please get up first, But the old man kept his head bowed, pleading, I beg you, please, get out of the way. Wei Wentong suddenly stepped forward and pushed Tai Xianggao aside. He coldly pointed his sword at the old man and yelled, Scram! The old man stammered in fear. Ah, Wei Wentong said coldly. Are you trying to get yourself killed by lingering here? What the hell? Ye Ning suddenly appeared, his voice overflowing with rage. Go on. Try laying a hand on him. Xuan quickly rushed over to help the old man up. Tai Xianggao, seeing Ye Ning, was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. Brother Ye, you're finally here. Wei Wentong sheathed his sword, chuckling faintly, his tone utterly disdainful. Oh, isn't this the new imperial censor? What, you... He hadn't even finished his sentence. He'd already received a devastating, heaven-sent slap from Ye Ning. His cheeks suddenly stung, blood immediately oozed out, and a loud smack echoed, You dare hit me, you animal! He roared furiously, his eyes practically spitting fire. S-M-A-C-K, S-M-A-C-K, S-M-A-C-K. But Ye Ning didn't stop. He continuously slapped his face, each slap carrying his fury and indignation. This official wishes he could just beat you to death. Had enough. The man's cheeks were swollen like 2 grapefruits. Furious, he drew his sword, the sharp blade pressed against Ye Ning's neck, his face full of murderous intent. Believe I won't kill you right now. Ye Ning wasn't scared in the slightest, arrogantly pointing to his own neck, his tone full of provocation. Oi, chop right here, lots of blood here. The little brat of the imperial examination was sweating buckets. Shocked, he thought. What's wrong with Ye Ning? Seriously, could it be he's really not afraid of death? Wei Wentong slammed his sword into the ground, pointing directly at Ye Ning's face, angrily yelling, If you weren't my superior, I would definitely kill you today. Oh really? Ye Ning smiled, tossing off the cloak he was wearing, saying, I'm not an official anymore. Come and chop, young man. Pointing at the other's chest, he said aggressively. Waste, weren't you being all tough? What's wrong? Why don't you dare make a move, little punk? Wei Wentong snorted and said, We were colleagues. Why must my lord humiliate me for a commoner? Commoner, Ye Ning got angry, grabbing the little punk's collar, his voice cold. The judge of the Surveillance Institute calls the common people commoners. With that, Ye Ning dragged him into the Surveillance Institute. Looking at the couplets posted on either side of the gate, the young man continued. In your heart, you've already distinguished between the noble and the lowly, so how can you judge cases? And how can there be justice? Today I gift you 16 words. Official salary. Official emolument. The people are high. The people are low. The people are easy to abuse. Heaven is hard to deceive. As the young man's words echoed in the silent district, each word seemed to be infused with a surge of abundant primordial chi. The 16 words were like a blade stabbing directly into Wei Wentong's chest. He was stunned to the point of vomiting blood. Clutching his chest, trembling, he said, These are sacred words. Sacred words that can resonate with the power of the great ancestor left in the Surveillance Institute. The other officials, standing afar, observing, were also slightly startled, ceasing their chat. Brother Ye actually received the great ancestor's recognition. Tai Xianggao was incredibly shocked. Wei Wentong wiped the blood from his mouth, angrily yelling, Lord Ye's virtue is bright, truly different from those corrupt officials, but what good is it? How could someone like him offend the mighty Marquis of Wei for a cart of charcoal? He pointed at the old man selling charcoal, still shouting angrily, Even we in their eyes are all commoners. We can't change anything. Ye Ning picked up the cloak from the ground, put it on, and said, Now I will go to the mighty Marquis of Wei's mansion to arrest people. Do you dare to follow me? The young man's words were like thunderclaps in their ears. All the officials were shocked. Does he really dare provoke the mighty Marquis of Wei? Tai Xianggao said in a panic. Brother Ye, do you know the saying, it's better to offend the emperor than to offend the mighty Marquis of Wei? I once heard that a first-rank official had a slight conflict with the mighty Marquis of Wei and was beaten to death that very night. Even the emperor dared not pursue the matter. Bury the dead, Ye Ning, without a change in expression, asked. So what? Is there anything more terrifying than that? The officer named Wu Sanxi said, bewildered. Sir, do you know there's a high chance you'll die if you go? Ye Ning smiled inwardly, thinking, that's exactly what I want. He confidently replied, everyone has the potential to die, but if one dies for the people, then death is also the duty of the Surveillance Institute. Today, I want to tell everyone in this world that there will always be a place where one can reason. If I had arrived one step later today, your life would have been completely ruined by yourself. Remember my words. The strong draw their blades against the strong, and the weak against the weak. Grandfather and grandson Wei Wentong stammered, unable to speak. He, kneeling on the ground trembling, said, that's right, I am now a good-for-nothing. Lord Ye. Wei Wentong rushed out the door, shouting, Wei Wentong will go with you. And old Niqiu here too, Niqiu Jingxi replied from atop the city wall. Wu Sanxi was extremely confused. He shouted, Wei Wentong, Niu Jingxi, are you too crazy? Do you really want to die? After asking, he sighed, then picked up a large, pitch-black box and slung it over his back. Let's go, comrades! Tai Xiangkao, hearing these names, murmured, puzzled, Wei Wentong, Niu Jingxi, Wu Sanxi, why do they sound so familiar? Then, the group walked down the cold street. The trees on both sides stripped of their leaves, leaving only gaunt, skeletal figures in the biting cold. Curious crowds flocked to the streets, buzzing with discussion. What's going on? What could make such a powerful yamen mobilize all its forces like that? I've never seen the official robes of this yamen before. Isn't that the Surveillance Institute? They've reappeared. The Surveillance Institute. Does the great Xiao even have this yamen? It's been a long time since I've heard that name. Ye Ning stood before the gate of the Marquis of Wei Wu's manor, gently reminding Xuan, wait far away, don't get close to me, Xuan. Xuan frowned worriedly. Brother's going to his death. She recalled what Ye Ning had said before. Actually, there's no need to serve me. I might die in a few days. I understand. 2 streams of tears ran down Xuan's cheeks. He wanted to use his life to tell the world what fairness and justice were. If there had been someone like that who ran around for my family when we were in trouble, perhaps everything would have changed. I won't let you die, even if I have to trade my life for yours. Inside the Imperial Study, Ji Mingyu was inspecting accounts when a messenger ran in, reporting, Your Majesty, Lord Ye, and the people of the Surveillance Institute seem to be making a move. Making a move? Ji Mingyu was slightly startled. She immediately observed the situation through a lens, like watching a live stream. This is... Ji Mingyu jumped, her eyes wide with shock. Outside, snow covered the roof of the Marquis of Wei Wu's manor. Ye Ning stood on the steps coldly looking inside, muttering, Even the door frames are gold. They're really afraid people won't know they're rich. Tai Xiangkao stepped forward and knocked on the door. A burly servant came out, asking, Who's there? Tai Xiangkao replied, This little brother, please inform the Marquis. Before he could finish, Ye Ning placed his hand on his shoulder, interrupting, Are you here to wish him a happy new year? What's with all the pleasantries? With that, the young man kicked the servant flying, sending him tumbling into the courtyard. Ye Ning strode through the gate, shouting, The Surveillance Institute is making an arrest. Everyone unrelated, get lost. Are these guys seriously just watching the fun like they're draining a pond? Gossip time? Holy crap, the Imperial Surveillance Bureau is arresting someone from the Marquis of Wei Wu's manor, and they dared to kick down the door. This dude is SO dead. Alright, you just wait. The servant boy dashed off, promising revenge. Moments later, a group of shady figures appeared from behind, surrounding Ye Ning. Then, they all raised their crossbows at once. It's the great yellow crossbow. Tai Xiangkao screamed in horror. Isn't that a military-grade weapon? Ji Mingyu, observing the situation, slammed her fist on the table in anger. Rebellious traitors, Marquis of Wei Wu, what exactly are you planning? Facing the great yellow crossbow, Ye Ning just stood there, unfazed. Seeing this, Niu Jinhai, Wei Wentong, and Wu Sanxi seemed to get a shot of adrenaline, shouting even louder, not caring for their own lives, and refusing to back down. This guy is obviously courting death. Everyone, stop. A voice boomed. A well-dressed man stepped forward and said, I am the steward of the Marquis of Wei Wu's manor. Shouldn't you announce your visit beforehand? He said it that way, but deep down this steward was suspicious. Could this kid have some immortal sect backing him, here to test the waters? You are the steward of the Marquis of Wei Wu's manor, Ye Ning asked, his tone calm and fearless. That's right. Ye Ning stepped closer, without a hint of caution, and said, This official, along with the Imperial Surveillance Bureau, is here to find you. Your deeds have been exposed, so come with us for a trip. Hearing this, the steward panicked for a second. Exposed what? Exposed? No, I can't panic. The Imperial Surveillance Bureau is nothing. The steward brushed Ye Ning's hand away, changed his attitude, and bragged, Abolished government office like yours dares to interfere in my affairs. Ye Ning frowned and said, You say the Imperial Surveillance Bureau is abolished. The founding emperor decreed that as long as the Great Xiao exists, so shall the Imperial Surveillance Bureau. Later generations are not allowed to abolish the Imperial Surveillance Bureau. The Imperial Surveillance Bureau has never been abolished. That's right, the others agreed, their voices echoing. Niu Jinshan. The Imperial Surveillance Bureau is still here. An Imperial Surveillance Bureau for the people has returned. The Imperial Surveillance Bureau lives on. Ji Mingyu felt a jolt of electricity run through her, and she looked at Ye Ning with emotion. Ye Qing, haha, a bunch of good-for-nothings. The steward laughed like a bully pushing a baby down, his tone full of disdain. You want to touch me? Let's see who's stronger. So you're just a piece of trash with no immortal sect background. Today I'll let you die, Ye Ning confidently asked. You want to resist? No, it's not about whether you want to arrest me or not now, but whether I want to let you off or not. The arrogant steward just finished speaking when suddenly, Xuan stepped forward from behind to shield Ye Ning. Kill him, the steward roared, pointing directly at Ye Ning. Behind, Tai Xiangkao was worried. This is bad. These lackeys don't take the Imperial Surveillance Bureau seriously at all. These three look like they're getting all emotional. By the time they make up their minds to attack, it'll be too late. Ye Ning pushed Xuan behind him, shielding her. Suddenly, Tai Xiangkao shouted, Stop! Do you know who you're trying to hit? It's Ye Ning, the one who wrote the nation-protecting poem. Hearing that, everyone was stunned, their eyes full of doubt. Ye Ning, that's Lord Ye. Then the crowd shouted, You'll have to step over our dead bodies to kill Lord Ye. Me too. We'll fight those evil slaves to the death. Immediately, countless people rushed over, wanting to protect Ye Ning. Protect Lord Ye. Protect Lord Ye. Tai Xiangkao reassured Ye Ning. Don't worry, I won't let you die. But in his heart, Ye Ning was annoyed, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, you little brat. You had to stir things up too. Those soldiers from the Marquis of Might and Valor's mansion didn't care who they hit and immediately fired their great yellow crossbows as a warning, scaring the crowd back a few steps. Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out. Enough! What do you think my Marquis of Might and Valor's mansion is? A free-for-all. Anyone who takes another step forward will be killed. It was the head of the Marquis of Might and Valor's household who had appeared. Seeing the Marquis of Might and Valor, the crowd fell silent. Ye Ning, on the other hand, smiled smugly. The Marquis of Might and Valor threatened, If you want to die, just step forward, and this Marquis will grant your wish. What arrogance. But our brother Ning spoke up. Everyone, I appreciate your good intentions, but I am here today on official business. Please go home, study hard. The future depends on all of you, but Lord Ye, he will definitely kill you. We can't just stand by and watch you walk to your death. Some people die, but they live on forever. Others are alive, but have been dead for a long time. After saying that, Ye Ning's whole body emanated a righteous aura. He was shocked and cursed inwardly. Holy crap, can't you see I'm pretending? Why are you getting so worked up? Showing off how good you are at talking big, huh? Seeing this scene, Wei Wentong was deeply moved. Some people die but they live on forever. Others are alive but have been dead for a long time. I understand. Some people die but they live on forever. Ji Mingyue also understood thoroughly. But, Ye Qing, I want you to survive, you. There are enough dead sages already. Survivors are the heroes. The Marquis of Might and Valor sneered and said, Just you causing trouble, and you alone will take the blame. Not bad. Lord Yi is indeed an extraordinary figure. Hearing that, the young man sighed inwardly. This feels a little off. What, the Marquis isn't planning to kill me? The Marquis of Might and Valor said, This Marquis really doesn't want to kill Lord Ye. Ah, that's great. Everyone was overjoyed. Only Ye Ning was utterly disappointed. Great my ass. The young man turned to the Marquis of Might and Valor and said, But everyone says that the Marquis is a great villain, who doesn't respect the law, is licentious and unrestrained, and has lost his mind. Hearing that, the mighty Marquis laughed out loud. Ha ha, is this guy an idiot? He's being scolded and he can still laugh? The other guy replied, The rumors aren't wrong, I am that kind of person. But I really don't want to kill Lord Ye. Lord Ye probably wants to know why. Feel free to speak. Do you dare to just let it out? Spill it. Tell me, and I'll fix it. Many years ago, I was just an ordinary person, not considered anyone important in this capital. At that time, someone congratulated me. Congratulations, my lord. You have a child. It's a daughter. My daughter. The mighty Marquis joyfully received his child into his arms. When my daughter was 5 years old, because of her extraordinary talent, she caught the eye of the Lingxiao Pavilion, so she was taken in as a disciple. The news spread that very night, and I received 30 invaluable treasures, including even a pearl from the East Sea Dragon Palace. But I was just a small marquis. How dare I possess such precious things? I could only wrap them back up as they were and return them, but that very night, they immediately brought even more valuable things to me. There was a time when I thought that fame and fortune depended on my own efforts. But from that day on, I realized, as long as I had the backing of the Immortal Sect, I was a big shot among big shots. It's not that I changed. but that the world changed. Even if I didn't want it, others would send it to me in my name. That's the reality, nonsense, Ye Ning retorted, shouting, if you really didn't want it, you could have just refused. Flies can't get to an uncracked egg. You're just inherently greedy, so don't blame the world. What Lord Yi says isn't entirely unreasonable. Actually, my ancestors' position was earned through meritorious service in battle, so I greatly admire heroes. Everyone else in this world is worthless, only Lord Yi here makes me admire you. Actually, you are already on the Ascension Sect's kill list. It's not my turn to kill you. Then the mighty Marquis glanced at the head steward and pointed at him, saying, Li San, tell us what you did to make Lord Ye mobilize his troops to arrest you. Li San explained. My lord, I really don't know. He secretly sighed. Actually, I can't figure out what happened at all, Taishan shouted loudly. Don't know. You're still pretending when you see this person. The head steward immediately knelt down and cried, My lord, I really don't know anything. Hearing this, the old man finally spoke. That day, you were the one who stole a cart of coal, and now you say you don't know. Stealing coal is that the matter? The head steward stammered. That day I really did casually take some of his coal, but you came all the way to the mighty Marquis's mansion to cause trouble over this. Ji Mingyu was also speechless. Ye Qing, you did all this because of this reason. Just for a cart of coal? The crowd whispered. Lord Yi did all this, just for a cart of coal. Hearing this, the mighty Marquis's face turned ashen, and he said through gritted teeth, Lord Ye, I need an explanation, Ye Ning calmly said. Just a cart of coal? In your eyes, is that just an insignificant cart of coal? Ye Ning patted the old man's shoulder and said, The coal seller works hard burning coal in the southern mountains. Someone curiously spoke. Could this be Lord Ye's new job? Ye Ning continued. His face is covered in smoke and dust, his temples are turning gray. Black fingers. Someone still doesn't get it. Ye Ning, straight up said, clothes and food all come from selling coal. Clothes are thin, worrying about cheap coal and hoping for cold weather. A foot of snow outside the city at night. A coal cart rolls on the icy road. The ox is tired. The person is hungry. The sun is scorching, resting in the mud outside the south gate. So, the lives of the common people are this hard. Or maybe the meaning of this poem isn't as shallow as we understand. The Marquis of Wei Wu brushed it off, saying, Yeah, so what if the poem is good? How much does the suffering of the lower class matter to my Wei Wu Marquis residents? Ye Ning continued to read. Who are those two riding horses? The Wei Wu Marquis' residence's clothes are white, holding documents, saying by order, going up to the cart and scolding, heading north. The county magistrate won't begrudge a cartload of coal or a few thousand pounds of coal. What a pity. Half a strand of red thread, a foot long, must be tied to the ox's head. These are the last words. Because those bastards didn't even give half a strand of red thread. The head steward suddenly collapsed, trembling all over, looking up at Ye Ning. Ah, my legs. This guy's aura is even scarier than the Tushan people. Brother Ye, what a poem. Tai Xiangkao cheered excitedly. Today, you've created a trend of great poetry. Today, Xia finally understands the hardships and humiliation endured by the common people. Those who do inhuman things for wealth and status aren't worth you stepping out. The Wei Wu Marquis's grandson gnashed his teeth and shouted, Ye Ning, you're so despicable. Just for a commoner, you're ruining my reputation. He glared and said, A commoner? If it weren't for those you call commoners, you nobles would be nothing but duckweed. Water can also capsize a large boat. Those who despise the common people will pay the price one day. Hearing this, the grandson's face darkened. I don't have time to argue with you. Today I spared you a life. But you don't know what's good for you. Today I'll take your life on behalf of the Yuhua sect. He shouted, Fire the arrows! But they were all blocked. Ye Ning stood inside a tortoiseshell, sighing. I knew that being upright and righteous was a disaster, but this grandson still has a trump card he hasn't used yet. Thinking about it, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, Marquis of Wei Wu, is this all the power you have? Where are you bring me? Just as the Marquis of Wei Wu was about to take something else out, someone suddenly interrupted. Imperial edict. The Emperor has spoken. This matter ends here. The losses of the Wei Wu Marquis' residence will be borne by the Imperial Palace. Ji Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily I made it in time. But the Wei Wu Marquis' grandson still went for it. I don't agree. This guy deliberately came to destroy the Wei Wu Marquis' residence and slander my reputation. If I don't kill this traitor, I swear I won't let it go, Ye Ning sneered. That's right, I don't agree either. The eunuch remonstrated. Lord Yi, His Majesty has decreed that this matter ends here. Why are you still so persistent? He exclaimed in surprise. This man has violated the laws of the kingdom. Before bringing him back to the Surveillance Institute, this cannot be considered over. Ye Ning turned to Tai Xiangkao and said, Brother Tai, What is the first rule of Great Zhua? Tai Xiankao replied resonantly. The Surveillance Institute has the right to arrest criminals and execute legal orders within the scope of the Surveillance Institute's jurisdiction. No one is allowed to interfere. Did you hear that clearly? Unless His Majesty issues a new decree abolishing all the laws established by the founding emperor, then I will go with you. I know you all think I'm making a big deal out of this, but I wonder if anyone still remembers the original intention of the founding emperor when he established the Surveillance Institute. Governing a country lies in fairness. Justice. We should not discriminate between the high and low when adjudicating and enforcing the law. No distinction between rich and poor. Implement the rule of law to govern the country. Loose laws, the country will be in chaos. That's right, everyone's life is the same. Breaking the law is breaking the law, no matter who it is, they need to be punished. Lord Ye, Lord Ye. Everyone started cheering for Ye Ning. Ye Ning continued. I have one wish. That every young person of Great Zhu can shine with their own light. The light of one person may be weak, but the light of 10,000 people will illuminate the entire Great Zhu. On one side, Ji Mingyu was moved by these words. She wondered, does he want to use his life to awaken Great Zhu? Then she shouted loudly, someone, use the hidden forces in the capital. No matter what, you must rescue Ye Ning. Scene changes. At the Spring Breeze Pavilion, miss, where do you want to go? Lu Zhu asked in surprise. When Xiao Qianqian flung open the window of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Xiao Qianqian stepped out, her face full of anger. Selfish fool! Does he think he is the only light of Great Zhu? I will personally go and beat some sense into him. Meanwhile, Liu Sanyuan was being held back by Liu Shen. Father, please tell them to let me go. I want to go help Brother Ye. Liu Shen shook his head, his face full of worry. Son, you are just a cultivator. You won't be able to help, even if you go. I know I can't help, but I can't just sit here and watch without doing anything. Father, please let me go, because I don't want to regret it for the rest of my life. Liu Shen looked at his son with a look of compassion, and finally agreed. It's not that I don't want to go save him, but for the sake of Great Zhu, I have more important things to do. Marquis Wei Wu showed no fear in the face of the crowd. A bunch of ants. What if there are many of you? Behind me is the Kuan Yu Pavilion. No one will dare to touch me. Today I will broaden your horizons. Let you know what the treasures of the Immortal Sect are. Kill Ye Ning for me. Marquis Wei Wu clapped his hands to give the order. From behind, countless tall and dark-masked figures surrounded Ye Ning. One person recognized. These are corpses refined by the Kuan Yu Pavilion using secret techniques. Lord Ye, run quickly. You can't fight these guys. Here they come. One of the corpses rushed towards Ye Ning with a loud crash. Ye Ning smiled confidently. Let's see who can hold me back. Suddenly, Niu Jingxi rushed up from behind and took the blow for Ye Ning. Damn it, the Surveillance Institute is working. Who dares to stop us? There were times when I commanded thousands of troops to break through the Yaomanjin barrier. At that time, I thought that victory was the beginning of my life, a great victory against the Yaoman. Awarding Niu Jingxi to the Surveillance Institute, a promotion to add to his title. Unexpectedly, that became the end of my life. That's right, the old Niu Jingxi is dead. Starting today, those who are still alive are from the Surveillance Institute. Niu Tongpan, Niu Jinx, motherfucker. He roared and kicked the big guy high into the air. Seeing this scene, Ye Ning's jaw dropped in surprise. Are you kidding me? The dark fatty didn't even say a word? Wu Dai also stabbed me in the back again. Luckily, there are 3 left, so there probably won't be any more screw-ups. The remaining 3 rushed forward, wanting to finish off Ye Ning. Even Wei Wentong spoke up. The Surveillance Institute doesn't just have Niu Tongpan, but also me, Wei Wentong. The great Chu dynasty's founder's martial arts were divine, creating his own martial scripture. Wei Wentong has been cultivating the martial scripture since he was 15 years old, and has defeated his peers. At 18, he joined the great Chu dynasty, becoming a constable. In just 4 short years, he has solved major cases, becoming a world-renowned constable. Wei Wentong pulled Ye Ning behind him and stepped forward with his sword. As a person whose heart is dead, there will be no second constable in this world. When a person finds the courage to live on, Wei Wentong swung his sword, unleashing sharp cuts that pierced through those ferocious corpses. There are no more rivals in this world. Witnessing both Niu Jinx and Wei Wentong's attacks, Marquis Wei Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Fing asking for it, Ye Ning, you lowly bastard, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, destroying my magic treasure. Marquis Wei Wu, I advise you not to underestimate me. Anything else you want to show? If you don't show it now, you won't have another chance. I'll fight you to the death. Marquis Wei Wu pulled out a small knife, raised it, and stabbed it straight into his hand. Immediately afterward, dense, eerie colors appeared around Marquis Wei Wu. A beast that looked like a dog horse appeared, roaring. Looking at the huge, bloodthirsty monster, even Ye Ning was a bit surprised. How terrifying. If I die now, I have no complaints. Seeing that monster, Niu Jinx and Wei Wentong couldn't believe it either. Marquis Wei Wu, you're raising a monster. Let's see how you guys resist this time. Marquis Wei Wu laughed triumphantly. Kill him. This year you will be rewarded double. he ordered the bloodthirsty monster. It roared with a deafening sound and rushed forward. Just as Xuan was about to act, Wu Sanxi stepped forward and said, "In the end, I still have to make a move, alright?" He stepped forward to shield Ye Ning. Wu Sanxi put the box down and reached out to open it. From inside, a powerful spirit energy like a storm poured out, wrapped around a sword that was slowly taking shape. The light from the sword was so bright that it was hard to look directly at. "Old buddy, come out and breathe a little." Ye Ning frowned in dissatisfaction and anger. "Even the flying sword is out now. You guys are something else." Flying sword. Xuan's eyes widened, her voice full of doubt. Who exactly is he? Seeing Wu Sanxi's flying sword, the dog horse suddenly cowered like a frightened puppy and ran backward. It whined, its eyes fearfully looking at the blade that was emitting a terrifying aura. But Wu Sanxi's sword flew up, slicing like a lightning bolt, before crashing down on the beast. Its agonizing roar echoed, and then abruptly cut off, leaving behind only a hazy white smoke carrying a faint, burnt fragrance. Marquis Wei Wu was petrified, his body completely stiff. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Wu Sanxi still standing there, his expression coldly sharp. He coldly declared, "Dare to lay a hand on the Surveillance Bureau, dream on." Wu Sanxi's voice reverberated, making the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Everyone was silent, only daring to look at him with fearful eyes. The crowd was amazed, thinking, the Surveillance Bureau is so powerful. With these people backing Ye Darren, he's definitely going to become a force to be reckoned with. Outside, Xiao Qianqian's carriage stopped in front of Lu Zhu's gates, and she asked curiously, "Miss, do you think Ye Darren knew what was going on?" He had no idea. Right, even the Miss and His Majesty didn't know who they are. Or maybe these people were a gift from the heavens for him. Three figures, Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Wu Sanxi, appeared before Ye Ning, kneeling on the ground and shouting loudly, "Greetings, Dayren." "You guys?" Ye Ning fumed, his mind racing. "So much for the Green Giant, so much for knife tricks, so much for swordsmanship. The three of you, give me an explanation." Ye Ning couldn't take it anymore, and roared in anger. In Ye Ning's mind, he constantly lamented, "I thought this time I was the closest to the Celestial Emperor. Why is it so difficult for me to just die simply?" Wei Wentong, Niu Jingxi, and Wu Sanxi stood imposingly in front of Ye Ning, roaring, "Anyone who wants to harm Ye Darren will have to step over our dead bodies." Tai Xiangkao suddenly spoke up. "Ye Sheng, I remember now. These three great Dayrens are all extraordinary figures. Ah, the man in the blue robe is Wei Wentong, the head constable of Jiangnan. The large, somewhat fierce-looking man is Niu Jingxi, the renowned general of the border army, and the long-haired man in black is Wu Sanxi." Speaking to this point, Tai Xiangkao suddenly stopped. Ye Ning frowned and said, "Wait, it seems like you introduced them a while ago, but I got confused." "Well, never mind. The important thing is that he's definitely a powerful genius of martial arts. The border general. I can't believe the Surveillance Bureau is like a hidden dragon, crouching tiger." Ye Ning sighed, secretly lamenting, "I said I was just going to follow along, and in the blink of an eye, I've become their target of protection. You guys, why did you save me?" Ye Ning's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he ran out of words. Wei Wentong clasped his hands and replied, "Ye Darren doesn't need to be so grateful. It's what we subordinates should do. After entering the Surveillance Bureau, I felt that my path as an official was hopeless, and the country was beyond saving, so I used alcohol to relieve my sorrow. I was like a soulless corpse at that time, until you came. You told me that the weak only brandish their knives at the weaker. You awakened me, making me find the meaning to continue existing. Ye Darren, to me, you are my life-saving benefactor." Ye Ning was shocked when he heard that, thinking to himself, "Am I that awesome?" Ye Darren, Niu Jingxi also knelt down, crying while saying, "Your words have also illuminated my life." Ye Ning heard this, and tears streamed down his face, blaming himself. "I'm sorry, it was my fault, I brought this on myself." Looking at the three members of the family, each with their own thoughts, sobbing away, Tai Xiangkao asked curiously, "Old Wu, don't you have anything to say?" Wu Sanxi stroked his beard, and replied with a smile, "I'm just a nobody. I can't think that much. I only stepped forward because I didn't want anything to happen to Milord. I just wanted to protect Milord." Great Zhao, Niu Jingxi and Wei Wentong shouted in unison, "Lord Ye, from this day on we vow to follow Milord wholeheartedly and bring glory to the Surveillance Institute." "Me too." Ye Ning quickly waved his hand and said, "Wait, you don't have to do this. I don't need anyone to follow me. We all understand Milord Ye Ning's personality very well. He's the kind of guy who wants to go it alone, and he's always tried to use his own strength to awaken people," Tai Xiangkao explained, enthusiastically. Ye Ning said listlessly, "Damn it, you talk too much, you old geezer." "Milord, rest assured, we are all awake now. We will become my lord's right-hand men." "Me too, look, Brother Ye is so happy he can't even speak." Ye Ning sighed wearily. "That's enough, Brother Tai. Say a few less words." "HMPH, there's still something that hasn't been resolved." As he spoke, The young man pointed directly at the face of Marquis Yu. Marquis Yu gritted his teeth and barked, "Ye Ning, look at what you've done to my Marquis Yu's manor. Don't just talk nonsense. If you want to kill me, come over here. Come on, you grandson." Marquis Yu was even more bitter than eating chili peppers. As soon as he took a step forward, he was blocked by Niu Jingxi and Wei Wentong. The grandson panicked and ran away, barking again. "Don't be happy too soon. I'm at a disadvantage now. Just you wait." The two members of the family saw this and spat twice in disdain. Tui, coward," Ye Ning said sadly. "I really appreciate you guys." A few days later, the story of Ye Ning neatly dealing with Marquis Yu's manor spread throughout the streets. The people chattered. "Have you heard? The Surveillance Institute is back?" "That's right." And as soon as they made a move, they wiped out Marquis Yu. Great Zhu finally has a place to stand up for the people. Inside the Surveillance Institute, the grandson, Li Xun, was tied up tightly. Waiting for interrogation, Wei Wentong asked, "Milord, what should we do with this kid?" Ye Ning replied coldly, "Just follow the law." Wei Wentong, as if he had been waiting for that answer, cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Okay, understood. It's been so many years since I've had the chance to interrogate a criminal." The grandson Li Xun trembled and asked, "What are you going to do to me?" A moment later, Wu Sansi walked over and spoke up. "My lord, you must be careful after what just happened." "Careful about what?" "Even if he relies on the Immortal Sect. Am I afraid of him?" The young man thought to himself, "I'm even hoping he'll hurry up and come kill me." Wu Sansi smiled and said, "No. What you said may not be the Immortal Sect. It's rumored that Marquis Yu has been on good terms with many people over the years, and he also has connections with the Yanwu Tower." Ye Ning's eyes widened and asked, "Yanwu Tower?" Wu Sansi explained. "The Yanwu Tower is a well-known assassin organization. No one knows the real identity of their leader, but as long as you give them enough money, they would even dare to assassinate immortals. Therefore, Milord Yi should be wary of the Yanwu Tower sending people to assassinate you. You absolutely have to keep this talisman on you." As he said that, he handed Ye Ning a small, golden sword-shaped talisman. Ye Ning waved his hand. "Thanks. But I've got Hyoran Righteous Chi. I really don't need it." The young man thought to himself, "How laughable. I should be thanking you for trying to kill me." Wu Sansi shoved the talisman into his hand and instructed, "Ambush is hard to defend against. Just take it. There are many ways to harm people in this world. Although you, sir, have no intention of harming others, you must have a defensive mindset." Ye Ning reluctantly accepted the talisman. The young man solemnly asked, "Old Wu, who exactly are you? A nobody?" Wu Sansi smiled, and then slung the black box onto his back and left. Ye Ning watched him leave and sighed. "It seems my understanding is too shallow." The great Chu's Taizu was indeed a heaven-sent genius, single-handedly creating the magnificent 3,000-year-old era of Great Chu. It's a pity he mysteriously disappeared. His fate unknown. So, cultivators in this world can live for several thousand years. After Taizu disappeared, the 7 generations of monarchs that followed only lived for a maximum of 150-plus years. No matter how you look at it, it seems wrong. How could their lifespans differ so much? Could someone be playing tricks? The early deaths of subsequent monarchs also led to the decline of the Great Chu imperial family at that time. The last pillar of Great Chu has stepped out. A powerful person like Taizu wouldn't just disappear easily. The only way to save Great Chu is to find Taizu and revive Great Chu's destiny. The supervisor who assisted Taizu in establishing the country from humble beginnings believed that Taizu wouldn't just leave for no reason. For the peace of Great Chu, he went alone to find Taizu. The supervisor left and hasn't returned to this day. Could it be that the position of supervisor of the supervisory office is always vacant? The truth must be investigated. After reading, Ye Ning exclaimed, "So the supervisory office is like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the Imperial Palace." In the study, Ji Mingyu frowned, her eyes full of suspicion. "These people, how could it be?" Xiao Qianqian sighed, her expression slightly sad. "This is also what I don't know. If I had investigated the supervisory office more thoroughly, these people wouldn't have disappeared for so long." Ji Mingyu slammed the table, her voice stern. "As the emperor of a country, loyal officials were exiled and we didn't even know. This can't be blamed," Xiao Qianqian calmly said, her tone containing a hint of scheming. "Your Majesty sending Ye Ning to the supervisory office has become a good move." "Hopefully so." Ji Mingyu frowned and sighed softly. "Strange, the name Wu Sansi is the same name as the guy who used the flying sword. Is he a real person? Why is there so little information about him? How strange, he is like a different person. No family, no past, nothing can be found except for his name." In this world, there are only 2 places that the secret spy division cannot access. One is the Immortal Sects, and the other is the palace. Ji Mingyu was anxious, her eyes worried. His identity must be investigated. It's too dangerous for him to be near Ye Ning. Xiao Qianqian bowed slightly, her voice affirmed. "As you command." Scene changes to the supervisory office premises. 2 beams of light flashed, piercing straight into the sky. Tai Xiangao rushed to Ye Ning's room, his face excited. "Yay, bro! Good news!" Master Wei and Master Niu broke through. Ye Ning frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Wei Wentong smiled brightly, showing off proudly. Thanks to the Grandmaster's encouragement, this old man finally figured things out. One strike and I broke through the threshold of a first-grade martial artist, officially advancing to Grandmaster. Tai Xiangao was thrilled, his eyes shining. "A Grandmaster, you can fight real cultivators now." Ye Ning was silent, feeling like a million ants were crawling all over him. "No way, I gotta stay away from these guys as far as possible from now on." Ye Ning was backing away when he suddenly bumped into Niu Jingxi, his massive body like a wall blocking the way. Niu Jingxi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming. "Grandmaster, I broke through too." Then, he suddenly burst into tears, his voice choked with sobs. "The Niu family has always relied on battles to expand the power of our family's bloodline, but in my generation, the purity of my bloodline isn't even 1/15. Ye Ning waved his hands, trying to reassure him. It's okay, it's good that you tried your best, Fu. Luckily this guy's threat isn't that big." Niu Jingxi grabbed Ye Ning's shoulders, saying, "That's right, it was Grandmaster's words that inspired my desire to win, and also awaken the true pure blood hidden within my body." Ye Ning was stunned, his mouth stammering, unable to speak. The young man forced a smile. "Congratulations, haha, congratulations to you all." Then he hurriedly took his leave. I'm going back to read." Stepping into his study, Ye Ning was drenched in sweat. The young man was confused, his heart full of bewilderment. "What's going on here? I'm already troubled enough. Why are these guys getting stronger too?" Outside, Wei Wentong reported excitedly. "Everyone is much stronger now. Grandmaster Ye Ning's safety is even more assured. Lord Yu Wu is an irreconcilable enemy. He will definitely come back for revenge against Grandmaster Ye. From today onwards, this subordinate will not leave Grandmaster's side for even half a step," Wei Wentong solemnly declared. "Me too," Niu Jingxi nodded in agreement. Wu Sanxi smiled slightly. Let him try to come here." The afternoon sun painted the scene of Ye Ning and Xuan strolling through the bustling market in gold, the young man cautiously looking around, his eyes full of worry. Xuan noticed Ye Ning's unease, thinking to herself, maybe he's worried about someone following him. "Rest assured, I definitely won't let anything happen to you, senior brother," Ye Ning thought to himself. "Luckily, I used the talisman Elder Wu gave me to temporarily convince them not to follow me. I'm seriously impressed by these talented people from the Surveillance Institute. The top priority is to find the easiest way for that assassin to find us, so we don't waste the two of their time." After a while, they arrived at Immortal's drunken inn. Ye Ning swaggered into the inn, his eyes glancing around as if to confirm. "Hey, assassin bros, look over here, I'm here, the target has appeared." But Ye Ning was surprised to see the entire inn suddenly become unusually quiet. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, Grandmaster Ye is here." Immediately, the entire inn erupted in chaos, with everyone crowding around Ye Ning, asking questions non-stop. "Grandmaster Ye, can this humble one touch you a little? Grandmaster Ye, can you please sign my butt?" Ye Ning was flustered, trying to calm everyone down. Everyone, don't push. Save it for those who need it more. Is there a way out, Asaya? I'm the one who needs it most. Everyone get out of the way. I want to get in there too." Xuan was pushed far away, and Ye Ning was also squeezed tightly by the enthusiastic fans. The young man cursed inwardly. It's so crowded that even an assassin wouldn't be able to get close. No way, I have to give Lord Yu Wu more of a surprise opportunity. A grandpa and grandson in yellow robes squeezed to the front to interview. "Grandmaster Ye, may I ask if you are preparing to fight to the death with Lord Yu Wu?" Ye Ning grabbed the microphone and loudly affirmed, "No. It's not that I want to fight to the death with him, but that the Surveillance Institute will fight against the evil forces to the end. Lord Yu Wu, it's time for enlightenment. This is just the beginning." The customers in the restaurant were all impressed. "Lord Yi, we believe in you. We swear to be irreconcilable with evil." At this moment, at Lord Yu Wu's mansion, the words Ye Ning said in the restaurant reached his ears. He angrily smashed the wine pot on the ground and growled, "Ye Ning, I will never reconcile with you either." Then he shouted loudly, "Mr. Shen, pause." A guy, who must be Mr. Shen, peeked his head out in fear and stammered, Lord. "What are your orders?" Lord Yu Wu pressed his face close to this guy and said, "Take a trip, go where? Go find that guy, tell him I want Ye Ning's head, at any cost. Must have it tonight." Night fell like a black velvet curtain covering everything. Mr. Shen, in a wide black robe, quietly left the city. As he walked, his eyes darted around cautiously, examining every nook and cranny. The place he was heading to was an old wooden house, with a dilapidated thatched roof, hidden in the darkness. Reaching the door, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Shen Sanbian from Lord Yu Wu's residence requests an audience with Mr. Mu." From inside the house, a cold, hoarse voice rang out. Again, that voice was full of killing intent, causing Shen Sanbian to shudder. He quickly replied, his tone trembling, "It is by master's order I dare not disobey." Shen Sanbian hesitantly stepped into the pitch-black house. Not a light, not a ray of light, only a mysterious blue candle flickering on a wooden table in the middle of the room. Mr. Mu, a man covered from head to toe, sat opposite him, his eyes hidden behind the black cloth, staring coldly at Shen Sanbian. He spoke, his voice hoarse like the wind whistling through a crack in the door. "Who are you killing this time?" Shen Sanbian swallowed, trying to stay calm. "Imperial Censor of the Surveillance Institute, Ye Ning." Ye Ning, huh? Hearing that name, Mr. Mu was startled, and a cold, strange smile appeared on his face. He reached out and slowly stroked his black hat, a crackling laugh echoing, "It'll cost extra." At this moment, at Ye Ning's residence, the young man, like a playful squirrel, climbed up high branches, searched through bushes everywhere, and peered into flower pots as if looking for something. Old Huang, who was sweeping the yard, frowned in question. "Young master, you've been searching non-stop since you returned. What are you actually looking for?" Ye Ning replied casually. "Nothing. I want to confirm those talented guys didn't follow me here." Then the young man pushed the old man back to his room, not forgetting to instruct, "Old Huang, remember my words tonight. No matter what you hear, do not come out here." The young man turned to look at Xuan, handing her a talisman wrapped in a white cloth. Ye Ning reminded, "You must hold this tightly. Don't drop it, understand?" "This," Xuan thought confusedly, "he is giving me his life-saving treasure." Ye Ning placed his hands on his hips, a triumphant smile blooming on his lips. "Everything is ready now, Lord Wu. I trust you." Night falls. The danger of assassination is imminent. But Ye Ning doesn't care at all. The young man lay sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, snoring steadily. Xuan gently placed a soul-soothing incense stick next to the bed, causing Ye Ning to fall asleep within 6 hours. She quickly tied up her hair, changed into battle attire, preparing for the upcoming battle. Xuan said softly, "You've always been the one protecting everyone. This time it's my turn to protect you, senior brother Ye." She gently parted Ye Ning's shirt, placing Wu San's talisman on the young man's chest. "Good night. Sleeping through tonight will be a new day again." Xuan turned and walked out of the room, her voice calm. "Your hands are meant to write the most amazing poems in the world. Let me handle the dirty work like killing." Xuan had just closed the door to Ye Ning's bedroom when she heard rustling noises outside the city wall. Thump! A humanoid puppet carrying a large sword suddenly appeared. TCH. Using thread puppets to scout. How careful, Xuan chuckled, summoning a flying sword. The thread puppet charged forward, but was torn to shreds by Xuan's sword. La ha la ha la. Several more puppets appeared, one sitting on the roof, one crawling on the ground. Xuan observed carefully, discovering that these thread puppets were poison. Little cloud mist sword formation. Xuan summoned a sphere of water. Enveloping herself, she chanted in a low voice, "Condense! Dominate!" The thread puppet rushed forward, only to be blown away. On the roof, Mr. Moose suddenly appeared. He said disdainfully, "Little girl, you're young. Your natural talent is not bad. How about joining our Misty Rain Pavilion? What do you think?" "Misty Rain Pavilion is rotten. You guys think you're worthy to recruit me?" Xuan swung her sword, slicing Mr. Moocher in half. However, it was just a puppet. How despicable. Still just a thread puppet. Darkness enveloped Ye Ning's bedroom. A gloomy black smoke seeped through the crack in the window, like a poisonous snake seeking its way into the nest. That Mr. Moo, a smile containing malicious intent, let out a mocking sneer. "Heh, little brat, you're too naive. My target isn't you." The black smoke swirled and gradually formed a tall man, gaunt, with a sinister appearance. Mr. Moose snorted coldly, his voice carrying contempt. "Idiot, you're about to die, and you don't even know it." Yang Gao. His sharp blade shot down like lightning, intending to finish off Ye Ning. But at that moment, the talisman emitted a loud explosion, like a thunderclap, blowing Mr. Mus away. You're the one who's stupid." Xuan's cheerful voice, mixed with a hint of contempt, rang out triumphantly. "Damn it, despicable!" The black-clad man, his face stained with anger, wiped away the black bloodstain on his cheek. He roared furiously, "Daring to use a talisman to deal with me, destroying my armor. You have the nerve to call others despicable," Xuan sneered, lunging forward in a flash. Mr. Mu was startled, immediately taking out a pitch-black talisman, his voice full of danger. "It's not over yet, not until someone dies." It disappeared into the gloomy black smoke like a ghost retreating into the night. "Little teleportation talisman." Xuan frowned, her eyes flashing with suspicion. "Armor and a little teleportation talisman, this assassin's identity. It's likely that the black-clad man has teleported out of the Ye residence." His figure gradually disappeared into the night. He crushed the vial in his hand, his hoarse voice filled with hatred. "Issue my order, all Iron Rank assassins, and below of Misty Rain Pavilion. Anyone who kills Ye Ning." Quickly, from all directions, shadowy figures wielding sharp weapons surged towards the Yen residence, each footstep carrying killing intent, creating a terrifying atmosphere. I won't let anyone touch him. Xuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, glaring at the approaching assassins, her voice resolute and firm. Xing, xing, xing! The clash of swords, angry roars, and miserable screams. A fierce battle erupted. A few hours later, dawn emerged like a glimmer of hope in the pitch-black night. Xuan still stood firm like a lighthouse in a storm. After last night's terrifying attack, the defeated assassins lay scattered across the courtyard like beetles crushed underfoot. It's finally over. I protected you, young master, Xuan panted, sweat dripping from her forehead, but the smile on her face was as radiant as the morning sun. She's not bad at all, even more resolute than her late father. Xiao Qianqian sipped her tea in her residence, her tone filled with admiration mixed with a hint of bewilderment. The teacup in her hand suddenly fell to the ground, shattering like a curse. Descending, Xiao Qianqian stood up and said in a deep voice, Yan Yu Lu, this time you've messed with the wrong person. Ye Ning woke up. The youth looked around dazedly, with a blank expression. I'm still alive. Didn't that guy send people to kill me? You turtle. I ruined you this much. Yet you, Ye Ning gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Marquis of Might and Majesty. Suddenly, a mournful cry came from outside the courtyard. Moo. The sound of bone-chilling wind. Oh my God, Ye Ning startled, and hurriedly ran out to ask, What's wrong, Old Huang? The scene before him stunned the youth. Hundreds of assassins lay scattered. Old Huang sat slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Marquis of Might and Majesty, I was wrong about you. You're really generous, sending so many people. But who in the world butted in and killed them all? After changing his clothes, Ye Ning strolled alone, habitually saying, Xuan, you stay here today. Suddenly, Ye Ning felt something was off. The youth turned around abruptly, but didn't see Xuan's figure anywhere. That's not right. Xuan should be up by now. Thinking this, Ye Ning hurriedly ran to open the door to her room, loudly calling, Xuan. The youth breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xuan still sleeping in bed. Ye Ning turned Xuan around, noticing that she was tightly clutching Wu Sanxi's talisman in her hand. The youth gently said, Sorry, it's all my fault, Xuan. Xuan was still fast asleep, snoring loudly. Suddenly, a loud noise came from inside the room. Moo! A clap of thunder in broad daylight. Old Huang rushed in anxiously and asked, Young master, are you all right? No problem, I just fell. Ye Ning rubbed his head, his voice trembling. Awesome! The leaves rustled. Seeing that Xuan was still fast asleep, Lao Huang asked curiously, Hey, why is Xuan still sleeping? It's alright, it's good for kids to sleep. Ye Ning sighed inwardly. Even though everyone around me is okay, the fact that I'm also safe is infuriating. At this time, Niu Jingxi was directing people to clean up the scene. My lord, these people all died from sword wounds. The one who killed them must be a sword cultivator. Used a sword, huh? Thinking so, Ye Ning turned to look at Yu Sanxi. Yu Sanxi immediately waved his hand. Don't bring this old god into it. If this god had made a move, their corpses wouldn't be so intact. Ye Ning observed the surroundings, analyzing. Everywhere is covered in traces of fighting. Based on Yu Sanxi's strength, he wouldn't leave so many traces. Neither of their weapons is a sword. If they wanted to save me, they wouldn't need to hide their identities while fighting. So, besides these three talents, there's another expert, hiding their identity to protect me. Thinking of this, the young man hurriedly ordered, You guys investigate thoroughly for me. You must find out who's protecting me. I will definitely repay you handsomely, because for the great cause of seeking death, we must find this person. Not needing repayment, to be able to protect you throughout your life is already my greatest wish. Xuan stood by the window, smiling, thinking like a rose blooming in the morning sun. Waste. Truly a waste. The Marquis of Might and Valor's mansion was filled with chaotic sounds. The Marquis of Might and Valor, his face flushed, roared, smashing things around haphazardly, each time smashing something hard. He would throw in a curse full of resentment. My lord, news! A messenger rushed in, his voice trembling. The emperor has decreed that Ye Ning and several Tongpan are to attend court tomorrow morning. The Marquis of Might and Valor heard this. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Attend court, huh? Looks like I'm not the only one who wants them dead. The sky above the imperial palace seemed to be gilded with brilliant gold. Ye Ning, along with Tai Xiangkao, Yu Sanxi, Niu Jingxi, and Wei Wentong, were walking on the white marble-paved road, where peach blossoms fell all over the ground, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. This place is pretty nice, Niu Jingxi praised excitedly, his eyes shining. Suddenly, Yu Sanxi stopped, his face showing discomfort, and he shook his head slightly. Bumpkin, Yadarin, this old man doesn't like crowded places. This god will wait here. Okay. Ye Ning looked at Yu Sanxi, a trace of doubt flashing in his heart. Why do I get the feeling that ever since entering the palace he's been disgusted with this place? Could it be? Suddenly, a eunuch rushed over, calling out, Lord Ye, His voice trembled, worried. "This humble servant has received news. Today's afternoon court session is not ordinary. Boo-hoo, you must be careful." Tai Xiangkao heard this and roared, "What? You mean the emperor wants to see us? Not to reward us, but because the censorate has stirred up the fear of the Manchu civil and military officials, so he wants to..." Niu Jingxi stood beside him, his face filled with indignation. "This is so unfair. The censorate hasn't had it easy. It's only because of Ye Darren that it has hope." Before Niu Jingxi could finish speaking, Ye Ning stepped forward and patted him hard on the shoulder. "What's there to be afraid of? It won't be that easy to accuse us. I originally thought that because of these people, the censorate was an obstacle to my desire to die. It seems that the censorate has become the target of the Manchu civil and military officials. This is great. Hi. A gleam of joy flashed in Ye Ning's eyes like a wild wolf seeing its prey. He wasn't afraid, but instead felt excited, because the censorate had finally officially become the target of the enemy. "This is great. Trust me, the censorate can definitely not be defeated." Ye Ning smiled brightly, his eyes flashing with fierce confidence, encouraging everyone. "Lord Ye," Tai Xiangkao exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining like shooting stars. Niu Jingxi nodded in agreement. "That's right. The Supervisory Council absolutely cannot be defeated by those mediocre officials." Wei Wentong frowned slightly, and old Liu standing next to him reminded Ye Ning, "Lord Ye, don't rush. Actually, the emperor also intends to abolish the Supervisory Council." "I know that, of course," Ye Ning chuckled, his eyes sharp. "Otherwise the emperor wouldn't have summoned us here." TCH. That tyrant and those corrupt officials naturally think alike. Lord Yi, watch your words. On Ji Mingyu's side, she was sitting down when she suddenly sneezed, her face slightly wrinkling. Ji Mingyu suddenly thought of Ye Ning, her eyes filled with worry. "Has Ye Qing arrived yet?" "I hope Ye Qing won't blame me," Ji Mingyu murmured. Her voice was like the wind blowing through leaves, carrying endless worry. "I don't want to make Qing hide, but things are getting out of hand. This is the only way I can protect Qing." "Follow me. Let's go to the palace and meet that tyrant and his gang of corrupt officials," Ye Ning said, his voice full of imposing manner like a roaring lion, urging everyone to move forward. And so, the group marched into the palace, their eyes gleaming with excitement as if they were about to enter a fun party. Behind them, old Liu couldn't help but worry, his pace slow, his brow furrowed as if he were deep in heavy thought. "Lord Ye," his voice was hoarse. This old servant doesn't want Lord Ye to face them. But if Lord Yi had chosen to retreat and compromise just now, this old servant might have been even more disappointed. Old Liu paused, his eyes looking towards Lord Ye. Although this old servant is just a eunuch, and originally doesn't have the qualifications or the guts to fight alongside Lord Ye, this old servant hopes that you will live to be 100 years old. This world needs someone like you. Ye Ning and his group strode into the palace, their footsteps echoing, drowning out the murmurs of the civil and military officials. He stopped in the middle of the magnificent hall, and said respectfully, "Ye Ning, Imperial Censor of the Supervisory Council, and Deputy Magistrate Tai Xiangkao, Wei Wentong, and Niu Jingxi." Each person introduced themselves in turn, each name like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into the hearts of the officials who were waiting. The appearance of Ye Ning and his group was like a gust of cold wind blowing into the midst of the people burning with hatred. Their eyes contained ridicule, contempt, but also a hint of fear. They began to whisper among themselves, their hissing voices like poisonous snakes crawling. All they know is how to fight and kill. They can't accomplish anything, and yet they dare to provoke the Immortal Sects. It's true, they rarely get anything done right, but they often mess things up. A mocking smile lingered on their lips. Ji Mingyu looked at Ye Ning, wanting to say something, but the words seemed stuck in her throat, turning into a sigh. "Ye Qing." Before she could finish, Ye Ning interrupted, his voice deep and warm, but containing an undeniable aura of authority. "Your Majesty, may this humble servant have a few words with these officials." Mingyue, who usually held ultimate authority, now seemed flustered, only knowing how to nod. Okay." Ye Ning turned around, his sharp eyes sweeping across each face of the officials, as if he wanted to see through their hearts. "This one wants to ask if you have all eaten yet." The sudden question stunned the officials, who didn't understand Ye Ning's intention. "Of course we have," one official hurriedly replied, but his tone was as quiet as a mosquito. Ye Ning looked around, and a mocking laugh rang out. "You've eaten, but you're speaking so quietly. Are you hungry? Aren't you planning to impeach our Supervisory Council? You're murmuring and whispering, even when you're scolding. What else can you do?" Ye Ning's voice echoed in the main hall, causing those around him to shudder. He wasn't just questioning them, he was using sharp words to attack and expose the hypocritical faces of the officials. Ji Mingyu was stunned. She hadn't had time to speak when the civil and military officials below jumped up as if they had been electrocuted. "How dare you? You dare to disrupt the court. Outrageous. I accuse Ye Ning of disrupting the court. Just a small rank 4 official, how dare he?" Liu Shen, standing nearby, thought to himself, things have come to this point. This old man can only say a few polite words. He stepped in front of Ji Mingyu and reported, Ye Ning's disruption of the court must be severely punished. Severely punished. Severely punished. Severely punished. The officials below echoed in unison. Seeing this, Ye Ning was not only not afraid, but instead burst out laughing. Tai Shankao behind him asked curiously, "What's so funny, sir?" Ye Ning smirked, pointing at the officials. "I gotta say, the show these blabbermouths are putting on is even more entertaining than a monkey circus." "It really is amusing," Wei Wentong chimed in, making Niu Jingxi burst out laughing too. "Lord Ye's words are truly sharp, Your Majesty. Just look at how arrogant the people from the Supervision Bureau have gotten. They're in the Golden Hall, yet they show not an ounce of respect." Ye Ning stepped forward, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on the official who was trying to look indignant. His hand gently touched the official's, his voice low and full of hidden meaning. "You've been quite passionate just now. May I presumptuously ask who you are?" The official flinched, hastily pulling his hand back, his face filled with panic. "This old man is the Minister of Personnel." "Oh, no wonder," Ye Ning sneered, his laughter like a cold wind whistling through a crack in the door, carrying pure contempt. "I was wondering why there's an old geezer with blurry eyes and slow feet like this here. Turns out it's the Minister of Personnel, huh?" "Don't worry, I'm not actually singling you out," Ye Ning spoke, his voice like the babbling of a stream, yet carrying an invisible power. "What I mean is, all of you who came today to accuse my Supervision Bureau can all be called beasts and brutes." Ye Ning's words were like poisoned arrows, piercing straight into the old official's heart. He couldn't retort, only swallowed hard, seething in silence. With an icy gaze, he turned and growled at the Minister of Personnel. "Speaking of you, Minister of Personnel, 3 months ago, the corruption case in Yongju caused tens of thousands of boatmen to revolt, stirring up a storm. A month ago, the prefect of Jiangzhou implemented unreasonable and heavy taxes that plunged the common people into destitution. And just 15 days ago, the final conclusion was drawn. It was all due to the evil greed of the Ministry of Personnel. You are the Minister of Personnel. It will be hard for you to escape responsibility. Corrupt, disregarding the law, sucking the people's blood. Calling you a beast would be an insult to beasts." The Minister of Personnel was stunned. As if Ye Ning's words had slapped him so hard he stumbled backward. He thought to himself, "This world is riddled with injustice. I'm just a puppet in the Heavenly Emperor's hands. How can I possibly eradicate all those corrupt officials who bleed the innocent dry? But at least today, I will use these humble words to reclaim the voice of justice for this rotten world. For those who still cling to hope for a better future." The atmosphere in the Imperial Court at this moment was like a fierce game of Go, with Ye Ning as the main piece, confronting all the court officials. The Minister of Personnel, unfortunately, became the first target, bearing the brunt of Ye Ning's tactics. 1 blow left him dazed. 2 blows turned him into a faint shadow of his former self. Ye Ning ran a hand through his hair, letting out a dramatic sigh. There truly isn't a single capable person. Several officials had collapsed, lying scattered on the ground like defeated chess pieces. "Ye Ning, your authority is truly immense." Another official in the crowd spoke up, his tone a mix of envy and fear. Ye Ning frowned and muttered, "This guy's uniform looks like a Supervision Bureau guard's, but I've never seen him before." Suddenly, Ye Ning was startled to realize that the person opposite him was Imperial Censor Ouyangji. "He's my boss," Ye Ning thought to himself, his eyes flashing with surprise. He quickly approached Ouyangji, examining him closely, and suddenly wondered, how is he still alive? "Ye Ning, what do you mean by that?" Ouyangji took a step back, his face full of doubt. Ye Ning patted Ouyangji's shoulder, trying to reassure him. "Don't be angry, I'm just really surprised." "Lord Censor, you're still alive." Ye Ning's voice held a mix of curiosity and teasing. "You dare to curse your superior like that, someone? Get over here. Drag him out and give him a good beating." Ouyangji slapped his hand away. Ye Ning's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Ye Ning stood still, his eyes calmly looking at Ouyangji, his face showing no fear whatsoever. Ouyangji screamed, but it was dead silent around him. Nobody showed up. Frustration and anger surged in his heart. "Where are the people from the Surveillance Institute? I'm your superior. Do my words mean nothing to you?" Ye Ning frowned, his voice cold. "Since you're also an official of the Surveillance Institute, shouldn't you understand what the Surveillance Institute exists for? We're here to seek justice for the common folk." Ouyangji's eyes widened, his face furious. "The Great Zhu was peaceful, until you guys came and stirred things up, arrogant and conceited. Just because of a cart of coal, can't he just rent out his empty house, or kill and sell his ox to get through the winter?" Ye Ning frowned slightly, confused, speechless. This guy's brain must have turned to mush from reading too many books. "Shut up. Let me tell you a story." Ye Ning didn't let Ouyangji argue, immediately cutting him off. Once upon a time, in a harsh and barren land, someone brought news to a high-ranking official in the imperial court. After listening, the official curiously asked, "If the common people have no food to eat, why don't they eat meat?" As soon as the story was told, Ji Mingyu, Tai Xianggao, Wei Wentong, and Niu Jingxi all listened attentively. Is that it? Did that official say anything wrong? Ouyang Zihe asked again like a clueless kid. If there's no food to eat, shouldn't they eat meat? He even turned to ask the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but he didn't have an answer either. Seems like that guy isn't inherently bad, just plain stupid. Enough. Ji Mingyu couldn't take it anymore, slamming her hand on the table and yelling, "Enough!" she thought to herself. If I abolish the Surveillance Institute today, it will definitely displease the loyal officials. But if I don't, how can I face the pressure from the Six Nations and the Immortal Sects? Ji Mingyue hesitated for a moment, finally giving the order. I agree to adjust the Surveillance Institute. The people of the Surveillance Institute will be transferred to other yamen. The Emperor is wise. Everyone shouted in unison. Ji Mingyu felt a chill in her heart as she heard the cheers. She thought to herself, if you want to hate, just hate me alone. Amidst the praises, enough. This official disagrees. Ye Ning suddenly objected strongly, saying again, this official disagrees. Disobeying the imperial edict is worthy of execution of the entire clan, Your Majesty. Ye Ning is disobeying the imperial edict, worthy of execution of the entire clan. I request Your Majesty to behead Ye Ning. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the court. Civil and military officials surged forward like a violent storm, aimed at Ye Ning. Ji Mingyue was stunned, thinking to herself, Ye Qing, what am I supposed to do like this? Ye Ning, who was standing in the eye of the storm, not only didn't show any fear, but was secretly overjoyed in his heart. This time, death is inevitable. Outside the palace, on the roof of a tall building, Wu Sanxi was quietly drinking wine. Sigh. He's been gone for so long and still hasn't returned. I have a bad feeling. Wu Sanxi took a sip of wine, a sigh escaping from deep within his chest. I almost died in the Imperial Palace 60 years ago. Will the Imperial Palace kill the Lord again 60 years later? He muttered, his eyes looking towards the distant palace. Anger flared up like a burning flame. Wu Sanxi crushed the wine bottle in his hand, roaring, Heavens! Why do those who protect justice and maintain order have to die, while those who destroy and disregard righteousness live in peace and comfort? Justice must be served. Ye Lord will definitely not tolerate this. Wu Sanxi rushed away like a gust of wind immediately. He rushed straight to the Gongyi Hall, bowing respectfully. Surveillance Institute Judge Wu Sanxi requests the Mind Mirror to appear. Standing in front of the Gongyi Hall, Wu Sanxi stated, the world is in chaos. Order is broken. Villains run rampant, and the people are suffering. The Surveillance Institute is now like the forgotten golden flowers of the past. If it weren't for Ye Ning, would anyone even remember the existence of this Supervisory Council? Seriously though, if Grandmaster Ye is gone, the Supervisory Council is doomed too. Like, kaput. Great Spirit, you carry the mission of Grand Guardian. How can you turn a blind eye and let Grand Guardian's hard work turn into smoke? Don't be a party pooper. The biting wind whistled through the window frame, carrying Wu Sanxi's vow. But there was no response. Crickets, man. Crickets. I am willing to give up the path of the sword. If Grandmaster Ye cannot overcome this challenge, I, Wu Sanxi, am willing to cripple my cultivation and die with His Excellency. The oath resounded like thunder, and the spirit, like a soul hiding in the plaque, suddenly lit up, bursting out of the wooden frame, soaring into the sky, flying straight towards Ye Ning. Ye Ning, let me see if you can overcome this challenge. Game on. Inside the Golden Court, Ye Ning stood, surrounded by officials, their accusations like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. Ye Ning, aren't you always talking about protecting justice? Then why don't you just end it yourself? You should know, you've committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Harsh. Their tone was full of resentment. But Ye Ning remained calm. Paying little attention, he retorted, I have indeed disobeyed the imperial edict, but I will not commit suicide, because I will not do things that go against my own conscience. You can kill me, but it must be done with honor, something you guys will never understand. Ouch. Burn. Ye Ning's words were like an icy gust of wind, making the atmosphere in the Golden Court heavy. The spirit stood quietly outside, witnessing the scene. Surprised. He wasn't lying, he really wasn't afraid of death. The spirit suddenly shone brightly, enveloping the Golden Court, its light shining through the hearts of every official, exposing the rot hidden within: greed, weakness, shamelessness. The dark desires illuminated by the spirit became terrifyingly clear. Based on what can you righteously lecture us? The nerve. Ouyang Zihe stood up, his tone full of anger, his eyes as if wanting to devour Ye Ning. The spirit looked at Ouyang Zihe and sighed. A person who makes his enemies jealous suffers, but those on his side trust him immensely. The spirit's words were like an official declaration that Ye Ning had passed the second trial. Boom! At this moment, the Minister of Appointments pressured Ji Mingyu. The Six Kingdoms and the Immortal Sects do not want to see Ye Ning alive. Your Majesty, if you don't kill him today, you will definitely incur the wrath of the Immortal Sects. How can you clean up the mess then? Then, the officials shouted in unison, Your Majesty, execute Ye Ning! Your Majesty, execute Ye Ning! The thunderous shouts descended, causing Ji Mingyu to frown in distress. Ye Ning stood in the middle of the court and said, "I give you all a sentence. If it's dark, then exist in the darkness. If speaking is dangerous, then remain silent. If you feel powerless to shine, then retreat into a corner. But don't get used to the darkness and justify it. And don't be complacent because of your mediocrity. And don't mock those who are more courageous and enthusiastic than you. We can be as ordinary as dust, but we can't twist ourselves like maggots." Ye Ning's words, like the ringing of a bell, awakened those who were sleeping soundly in the darkness. Each word like a sharp knife stabbing into the black hearts of the officials. "Your Majesty, I have committed a crime. Your Majesty, please order my execution." Ye Ning looked directly into Ji Mingyu's eyes, his voice resolute and determined. The three figures behind him, Wei Wentong, Niu Jinhai, and Wu Sanxi, all knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. The atmosphere was heavy, as if suffocated by tension. Suddenly, a dazzling light descended from the sky, enveloping Ye Ning, illuminating the entire area. "Grand Guardian, the newly appointed Supervisory Council, showtime." The voice echoed, carrying an invisible power that left everyone bewildered. The dazzling light was so bright that even those outside the city could see it, and clearly hear that mysterious voice. "Imperial Censor, the newly appointed head of the Imperial Censorate." The reverberating declaration boomed in everyone's ears like thunder, making their hearts feel like they would explode. The ground trembled like a gigantic beast struggling. From the Hall of Righteousness, tiny specks of light, like shooting stars, began to fly out, dancing in the air, much to everyone's utter astonishment. A sword then shot out from the Hall of Righteousness, flying straight towards the Golden Imperial Court. Wu Sanxi watched, startled and shocked. "Huh, that sword? Could it be? What the heck is going on?" The officials around them muttered. "Who dares to act so brazenly in the sacred hall?" Ye Ning exclaimed. "No, wait, something's off. Why do I smell a stab in the back already?" Suddenly, a sharp, knife-like shout rang out. "Look, everyone! That's a Dharma treasure! Could it be someone from Xianwen is here?" That strange light came out of nowhere, zooming straight towards Ye Ning, gathering into a dazzling, brilliant vortex. "Imperial Censor, the newly appointed head of the Imperial Censorate, Ye Ning." The light seemed to have a will of its own, flying directly into Ye Ning's body, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Ye Ning himself was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is this? How did this broken mirror fuse with the vast righteous chi in my body? Ye Ning's whole body suddenly lit up. "Holy moly, I'm done for. I think I just got stronger again." The officials continued to bark loudly, their words sharp as arrows aimed directly at Ye Ning. So what if he's the Imperial Censor? Treason and disrespect to the Emperor are capital offenses. That's right, the Imperial Censorate shouldn't even have an Imperial Censor in the first place. A sword shadow flashed past in an instant, enveloping the entire Golden Imperial Court, leaving the officials wide-eyed and dumbfounded. The sharp blade seemed to want to swallow Ye Ning whole, emitting a dazzling light that paralyzed him. His words stuck in his throat. He had a bad feeling about this Ye Ning, he thought to himself, his heart filled with anxiety. The sword slowly descended, settling into his hand. An old, deep voice echoed in his mind. "Such abundant, vast righteous chi. You are qualified to inherit this old man's legacy," Ye Ning thought. Can I refuse?" Ye Ning felt choked up, tears streaming in his heart. Ye Ning grasped the sword, and in the middle of his chest, a brilliant mirror shone, illuminating everything around him. The officials immediately recognized it as the Rectifying Justice sword. Seeing the Rectifying Justice sword was like seeing the Grand Ancestor himself. The sword seemed to transmit words directly into Ye Ning's mind. But to become this old man's successor, merely having vast righteous chi isn't enough. You still have many other things to learn. "Oh, come on. I never said I wanted to learn." "Don't just make up your own script and randomly control other people's bodies like that. Watch this." Ye Ning's body suddenly raised the sword high, his spiritual energy erupting fiercely. "This old man will give you a lesson, and its name is establishing dominance." Ye Ning was controlled by the sword and plunged the sword straight into the floor. Immediately, a blinding burst of energy erupted from beneath. A group of corrupt officials defiling the Golden Palace. Those officials, swept by that energy, trembled like leaves. My A-Wen party is shattered. Ye Ning, you heartless bastard." Tai Xiangao was utterly shocked. The A-Wen party shattering is like the dantians of cultivators being destroyed. These people probably have no fate with cultivation. This is merely Feng Zheng's sword's test of your inner selves. With filthy, endlessly greedy hearts, the shattering of the A-Wen party is self-inflicted. Ji Mingyu's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Never would she have imagined that Ye Ning could help her accomplish things she only dared to dream of, things that seemed impossible. Her mind was filled with joy. Liu Shen leaned against a pillar, his face radiant. "Well done. This cleansing has accelerated the progress of the plan for me and the Emperor." After showing off, the sword turned to Ye Ning, its tone full of pride. Well, did you learn anything? This old man's remnants can't exist forever. From now on, the Supervision Institute depends on you. Holy crap, why don't you go use it yourself? Ye Ning grimaced, looking bored, not even bothering to acknowledge the sword's words. The officials, who were initially angry, now turned to accuse Ye Ning. Ye Ning, you schemed against us. This reckless move has put us in a difficult position. You planned everything. Niu Jingxi and the others, believing it to be true, showered him with praise. My lord, what a brilliant plan. Even we were fooled. So that's it, superfluous. If we couldn't be fooled, how could they be? Scheme what? Ye Ning still looked innocent, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, one official collapsed to his knees, his voice trembling as if he wanted to scream, No, it's self-inflicted. In my youth, I never thought I would use all that I learned to serve the country. The holy books allowed me to rise to high positions quickly. But I have failed the holy books. I have no way to face my ancestors. His voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his pale face. The official jumped up and fled the hall like a wild beast being chased. Old Liu stood outside, curiously watching, his heart filled with anxiety. What's wrong? Did something happen in there? Before he could ask, a group of other officials followed, running out one after another. I have failed my ancestors. I am unworthy to be an official. I have failed my ancestors. I am unworthy to be an official. I have failed my ancestors. I am unworthy to be an official. I am unworthy to be an official. Ji Mingyu sat there, agape, witnessing the chaotic scene before her, filled with surprise. She had never imagined this outcome. Her mind was drowning in a flood of chaotic thoughts. She looked into the hall, where now only a few figures remained, and whispered, Ye Qing, was this all part of your plan? After the court session, Ji Mingyu pondered deeply, her eyes seeming to pierce through the moss-covered wall. Towards the distant horizon, Liu Shen and Xiao Qianqian were also silent, each wrinkle on their faces hiding unfathomable thoughts. This time, Ye Ning had presented the emperor with an extremely valuable gift. However, regarding Ye Ning's visit this time, how should I deal with the aftermath? Xiao Qianqian frowned slightly, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Ye Ning and the Supervision Institute have exposed everything to the world, proving he stands on the opposing side of the Immortal Sects. I fear our secret agents will have difficulty protecting him. Liu Shen took a sip of hot tea, the rising steam obscuring his deep, unfathomable eyes. I, on the other hand, think this might not be a bad thing. His voice was deep and warm, carrying an unusual calmness. We've always tried to hide Ye Ning, but never thought that he simply can't conceal his own radiant brilliance. He was born in this era, destined to become the brightest star. There are only two paths for people like Ye Ning. One is to end the era of turmoil and become a sage, and the other is to die pursuing an imperishable ideal. Ji Mingyu remained silent, her eyes fixed on the candle burning in the room. The melting wax dripped down like the ceaseless flow of time, Liu Shen added. Actually, I've been thinking, perhaps we weren't entirely right to walk this path. Ye Ning has helped us make up for the shortcomings of those who came before. We've endured immense pressure, feigning incompetence and treachery to accumulate power, afraid to reveal ourselves even a little. But that also leads to a serious problem. Back in my hometown, I once grew a special kind of fruit tree. Legend had it that to gather nutrients, it needed 3 years before it could blossom and bear fruit. To produce sweet fruit, the tree wouldn't grow any bigger or even sprout leaves during those 3 years. After 3 years, I returned home and found that my family had chopped the tree down. In the eyes of others, a tree that doesn't bear fruit is just a dead tree. In the eyes of the world, Great Zhu is like that dead tree, and Ye Ning is like the only green leaf on that seemingly dead trunk. Ji Mingyu listened and decisively said, I understand. Issue a decree. Spread everything that happened today. I want the world to see that Great Zhu isn't finished yet. There are still people like Ye Ning in the court. And there's still a department like the supervisory office in the capital. Early the next morning, the atmosphere in the city was buzzing. Whispers spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Lord Yi has been appointed chief supervisor, officially taking control of the powerful supervisory office. And that's not all. Lord Yi also set a trap and caught those treacherous officials. From early on, crowds surged toward the supervisory office, their shouts booming like thunder. Lord Yi is mighty. Lord Yi is mighty. Lord Yi is mighty. Lord Yi will live forever. Lord Yi will live forever. Ye Ning stood amidst the throng, looking utterly weary. Is all this really necessary? I'm really not that great, you know. He sighed as if trying to release all his burdens, his words filled with melancholy. I'm just a passerby, not worth all this fuss. Suddenly, something fell from above. Ye Ning quickly blocked it, and it turned out to be a jar of wine, thrown down by Yu Sanqi. My lord, why the sighing? Ye Ning was silent, took a long swig of wine, and then spoke. Pooh. I'm afraid of failing those who have placed their hopes in me. Ha ha, Yu Sanqi laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder. How could a great man like you think that way? Ye Ning looked up at the sky and said, once famous for whipping horses while drunk, I fear being a heartless beauty. The me everyone sees might not be the real me, Placing too much hope in me will only lead to greater disappointment. At least you've made us no longer live like the walking dead. Yu Sanqi jumped down, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. That's why I asked the mind-questioning mirror to test you, my lord. Because I believe that in times like these, if someone were to become chief supervisor, it would be you, my lord. Ye Ning was stunned, as if struck by lightning. No way, I'm really not who you think I am, Admiral. Wait a minute. He realized something, and turned to question Yu Sanqi. You're saying that the mirror was summoned by you, Yu Sanqi said with a smile. I awakened the mind-questioning mirror, but everything that followed was due to your performance gaining the mirror's approval. It was all because of you, my lord. Huh? Because of myself. Ye Ning gaped, frozen for 3 seconds. At that moment, Yu Sanqi seemed like a devil in his eyes. I knew it. How could that mirror suddenly appear? How could I suddenly become the chief supervisor? So it's all thanks to you, you seemingly honest and loyal guy, stabbing me in the back. At that moment, Ye Ning secretly ranked the level of caution in his heart. Ji Mingyu was level 1. Yu Sanqi, Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Tai Xianggao were level 2. Oh right, there's still that guy, secretly helping me block assassins, placed under special guard. Suddenly, Tai Xianggao raised a hand and called out, Lord Ye Lord, our Surveillance Bureau's Hall of Justice has been opened. Hall of Justice? Ye Ning wondered. Wu Sanqi said, the Hall of Justice only opens its doors when a new Grand Supervisor takes office. Don't tell me you're not curious about the ultimate secret hidden within the Surveillance Bureau. The heavy doors of the Hall of Justice groaned, finally giving way. Ye Ning narrowed his eyes, peering inside, his gaze shining like a shooting star in the dark. How majestic. Please, Lord, take your seat. Wu Sanqi bowed, pointing towards the elevated seat. Ye Ning eyed Wu Sanqi suspiciously. This old guy seems way too familiar with this place. He's definitely hiding something. Ye Ning stepped forward and settled onto the chair made of sandalwood. Wu Sanqi stood by, his eyes tracking every move of the new Grand Supervisor. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, engulfing the entire room and making Ye Ning squint. From the void, a deep, warm voice resounded. This is a message from the past Grand Supervisors to their successor. The voice, an echo from the past, was full of authority and mystery, making Ye Ning feel as if he was drawn into a temporal vortex. Beyond the Grand Supervisor's duties of rectifying court affairs and upholding justice, they must also bear a top-secret responsibility known only to the Son of Heaven and the Grand Supervisor themselves. The commander of the Grand Capital Array. The Hall of Justice is the eye of the Grand Capital Array. Ye Ning gasped. If I activate the Grand Capital Array right now, the capital would be destroyed in an instant, and I could conveniently get... But a second later, the young man slapped himself awake. You beast! If you want to die, don't drag others down with you, Wu Sanqi asked. Lord, did you receive some information from the first Grand Supervisor? Ye Ning nodded, giving a small, Then he asked, Old Wu, you're awfully familiar with this place, but I can't find any information about you within the Surveillance Bureau. Wu Sanqi gave a hollow laugh and said, Your servant is just an insignificant nobody. An insignificant nobody who knows that much about the Surveillance Bureau. Hearing that, Wu Sanqi froze, unsure how to reply. Your servant. All right then. If Lord wishes to know, your servant will tell you. Actually, my name is Wu Zhan, and I come from the Imperial Palace. Ye Ning was puzzled. Imperial Palace. Surname, Wu. A second later, he realized, you are... Earlier, Ye Ning had read in a memorial from the second month of the Gengzi year, the Juechen sect rebelled, drawing forth demons and monsters. The Grand Ancestor was furious, and a single guard was dispatched to the battlefield. The battle standard arrived, and the enemy was defeated. To defeat the enemy with just one guard and a battle standard. And in that year, it was synonymous with death. The Grand Ancestor decreed, all those with the surname Wu in the military shall forever uphold the spirit of martial valor. You are a descendant of that guard from back then, Wu Sanqi said. Your servant. Why wouldn't I want to fight alongside the Grand Ancestor in the 9 provinces? It's a pity your servant was born too late. The victorious Heavenly Army no longer exists. Now, the victorious Heavenly Army has become the Imperial Guard, guarding the palace. Back in the day, I used to be the head of the Imperial Guards, protecting the palace and all. One day, I was patrolling like always, when suddenly I heard someone screaming for help. I rushed over and found this Star Divinity Sect disciple trying to force himself on a palace maid. She refused, and he, being the total jerk he was, just straight up murdered her out of anger. It was the day of the Great Zoo's tribute to the Immortal Sects, and this Star Divinity Sect guy was acting like he could get away with anything just because of his sect's power, thinking Great Zoo wouldn't dare do anything even if he killed someone. Everyone else was scared of him, but not me. As the head of the Imperial Guards, I just did what was right. That Star Divinity Sect guy was causing trouble, so the Emperor was furious, stripped me of my martial arts, and kicked me out of the Imperial Guards. I vowed never to step foot in the palace again. That's how I ended up banished to the Surveillance Institute. Bored out of my mind, I started practicing swordsmanship, and now, well, I'm kinda good at it. Ye Ning was surprised when he heard that, and thought to himself, his martial arts were crippled, and he switched to swordsmanship. He's become this powerful in less than 60 years. This old geezer is a freaking genius. After thinking, he exclaimed, Old Yun, the humiliation you suffered. One day, I will get it back for you. The Surveillance Institute doesn't give a damn about anyone. Scene change in some immortal sect. A voice booms. You caused such a ruckus on your own, and still want this seat to clean up this mess. This Siet has already said, the Lord will come to the capital for inspection. No one can be careless in the Chunfeng Pavilion during this time. Yet you're doing great, daring to accept Wei Wuhao's request without permission. It's hateful that after the assassination failed, you dared to overstep your authority and summon assassins, causing the Chunfeng Pavilion to lose more than half its members. The subordinate kowtows repeatedly, begging for mercy. Your subordinate knows his mistake. Your subordinate won't dare do it again. This failure was because your subordinate underestimated that little girl next to Ye Ning. The whole great Zhao is buzzing about that Ye Ning guy, but after killing so many of my people, this debt must be paid. The day the Lord arrives will be the day you die. Meanwhile, back with our boy Ye Ning, the charcoal-selling old man came to thank him. Ye Ning waves his hand, saying, Hey, I told you, we just did what we should do. You don't need to give us any gifts. But the old man insists. Me Lord upheld justice for this humble one. This humble one cannot be ungrateful. This is some local specialty that this humble one and my wife prepared. Please accept it. The old charcoal seller then pulled aside the tarp covering his charcoal cart, making the young man so astonished that his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, damn! Your local specialty is something else. Inside the cart, besides pumpkins and yams, there was also a good-looking girl, lying unconscious. At this time, everyone in the city was talking about Ye Ning. This time, the High Court has cleaned up a bunch of treacherous officials. What a joy for the country. Look, everyone. Isn't that the Minister of Imperial Affairs? Down the street, the Minister of Imperial Affairs was cowering like a dog on the street. When the people saw him, they clamored, Humph! Wasn't he an arrogant, domineering dog official who needed 8 people to carry his sedan chair when he went out? What a lost dog. Moreover, people are also saying that Lord Ye not only cleaned up the treacherous officials, but also made an even bigger move. Those officials who were once just and enforced the law but were suppressed and persecuted, dismissed from their positions, because they offended sycophants, and put in prison to do hard labor, those with ideals but no place to use them, now finally have the opportunity to show their ambitions. A bigger plan, all thanks to the merit of the new leader, Lord Ye. Back with Ye Ning. He's scratching his head, wondering, Dude, your specialty is really something. But the old man pulls out a small bag and explains, My lord, the specialty I was talking about is this. It's some medicinal herbs. Then, he scratched his head and, looking at the girl, said, This is a girl this humble one picked up in the mountains yesterday. This humble one and my wife saw that she hadn't woken up, so we wanted to bring her to you to deal with. Ye Ning props his chin up, guessing. Judging by her clothes, this woman isn't an ordinary person. Wei Wentong steps forward to examine the girl's body. Her body is still absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. She might be a cultivator, but unfortunately, she doesn't have anything on her to identify herself. Hearing this, the young man sighed. Never mind, luckily the old man brought some herbs. Sister Shang, give them to her. We'll talk after she wakes up. Suddenly, Wu Sanxi's voice boomed from behind. Don't save this woman, she's no good. I sense demonic energy on her. This person is a demonic cultivator. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Holy crap, a demonic cultivator. The young man, still clueless, asked back. Are you guys scared of demonic cultivators? Hearing his clueless question, the old man explained. It's not that we're scared, but every time demonic cultivators appear, they cause chaos and bring a lot of trouble. When I was in the army, we had to kill those guys without mercy. She's not just any demonic cultivator. Her demonic cultivation level might be very high. If she wasn't injured, the demonic energy in her body definitely wouldn't be leaking out. Wu Zan didn't explain further, and immediately opened the box to grab his sword. My lord, people of the heretical path must be killed. Let me kill her. Then Wu Zan attacked the girl in the carriage, but just as he was about to touch her, a strange protective layer blocked him. Then her hands started to move, but she didn't seem fully awake, and mumbled. Killing intent. Where is this martial Dao grandmaster? Sword cultivator, and a guy inheriting special bloodline powers. Haha. A bunch of gnats daring to kill this venerable one. Even though this venerable one is heavily injured, killing you is just a small matter. At this moment, our young man stood up to stop him, saying, Wait. Why do you want to kill her? Do you guys know her? Hearing this, everyone said worriedly. We don't know her, but heretics and demons should naturally... But the young man still resolutely raised his hand to stop them. No matter what, we don't know what good or bad thing she's done. Taking advantage of her like this to kill her, what kind of heroics is that? Wu Zan shouted. My lord, How can a demonic cultivator be a good person? If you don't kill her now, she might kill you when she wakes up. Hearing she might kill you when she wakes up, the young man froze and gaped like he'd struck gold. The next second, the young man loudly proclaimed, "May I ask, where does the idea that demonic cultivators only bring disaster come from? It's the Immortal Sects, who are always on the opposite side of the demonic sects." Then let's think about it. The Immortal Sects call demonic cultivators ruthless, bloodthirsty, and greedy. Is their blood any different from ours? In this world, haven't people died for the Immortal Sects too? The Immortal Sects only treat people like grass, and their insatiable greed is supposedly better than demonic cultivators. It seems that immortal and demonic are just different cultivation methods. It's like a sword. Some people use swords to harm others, but some people use swords to save people. We should look at the good and bad in the person using the sword, not the sword itself. Immortals and demons are fundamentally no different. Power doesn't distinguish between good and bad. Hearing his string of profound words, the girl in the carriage thought to herself, "This guy's a bit interesting." The young man was still babbling. "Do you all understand now?" In reality, he was secretly laughing. He, I swayed them again, didn't I? Don't even think about stopping me from seeking death, not a chance. Then, the young man went over and carried the girl out of the carriage. Seeing this, everyone gaped, thinking, the Lord couldn't have fallen for her, right? You into demonic women, huh? Dude's taste is hardcore. Seeing the attitude of the old geezers, the youth was speechless. What's with your attitude? I honestly just wanted to help her teleport to the Marquis of Weiwu's manor. At this time, a group was sitting around and gossiping. It's truly an honor for me that you all came, Marquis. You're too kind. Since you're all here, I won't beat around the bush. I invited you all here today to fairly discuss matters concerning Ye Ning. Upon hearing Ye Ning's name, the young'uns all chimed in. He must be dealt with ASAP. Just a measly Surveillance Institute inspector trying to rebel. Why don't we go petition the Emperor to abolish the Surveillance Institute? Yeah, that's useless. Haven't you noticed the Emperor protecting him time and time again? He caused such a ruckus at the Tang Dynasty Assembly a few days ago, yet he's still unscathed. You know, this really isn't like the Emperor's usual style. The Marquis of Weiwu continued. Probably because Ye Ning helped Lu Wang out of a jam when he was in closed-door cultivation. It's normal for him to have a good impression of Ye Ning. Trying to get the Emperor involved definitely won't work. Someone spoke up, Marquis. If I remember correctly, the founding Duke has a treasure called the Soul-Sucking Banner, which can kill people invisibly. Hearing this, the founding Duke, who was sitting in the room, was startled and lowered his head to admit, I do indeed have a so-called devilish treasure, the Soul-Sucking Banner. A millennium ago, my ancestor acquired it from the witchcraft sect during his expeditions. Once activated, the blood and essence of all living beings within a 5-mile radius will evaporate and turn into dried husks, and their souls will be sucked into the treasure, never to be reincarnated. The most terrifying thing about this treasure is that it's silent when activated. Hearing this, the Marquis of Weiwu's grandson seemed to have struck gold and stood up clapping, saying, Perfect, let's use it. The founding Duke hesitated and said, but activating it requires a huge amount of spirit stones. My manor alone can't afford it. We'll need your generous assistance. Hearing that it would cost money, the young'uns scattered like leeches from a corpse. Scene changed to the Surveillance Institute. The people coming in and out are as numerous as ants. It's the selection of personnel for the Surveillance Institute. Tai Xianggao whispered into Ye Ning's ear. Brother Ye, after the selection, there are 572 qualified people in this batch. Lord Ye, Lord Ye, Lord Ye. At this time, Ye Ning took out the mind-questioning mirror and said, those who enter the Surveillance Institute should remember 2 words. Dedication, I'll say this up front. If anyone has treacherous thoughts, it's still not too late to leave. Even after saying that, not a single person left the crowd. Ye Ning smiled and said, all right, then I'll begin. Then, the mind-questioning mirror glowed brilliantly and flew into the sky, and a question appeared. Why do you want to join the Surveillance Institute? Then, each of their answers from within their minds were revealed. I came because I admire Lord Ye, and the world is suffering, so I want to help the common people. But 2 nephews were gaping. I'm a retainer of the Marquis of Weiwu, and I'm here from the Lia family to spy. The 2 nephews quickly explained, No, I came because I wanted to repay the nation. Wei Wentong exclaimed, You don't know until you check. Just a little probing, and it's shocking. The nephews who had infiltrated were immediately dragged away while shouting, what grounds do you have to arrest me? I really came because I admired Lord Ye. Ye Ning sighed. They were exposed with just a little probing. Waiting for these idiots to kill him is just a dream. At the same time, outside the Yek Manor, a shadowy figure showed up, hollering, Hey, anyone there? A little help here? Hearing the noise, old Huang opened the door and asked, What's the deal? It's freezing, and I'm starving. Could I trade this family heirloom oil lamp for some grub? Old Huang replied, his tone indifferent. Just for some food. I don't need your lamp, he added. Hang on a sec, I'll get you something. Wait. That man stopped him. hurriedly pushing the oil lamp towards the servant. You gotta take this lamp? This old Huang was just about to say more. Then he suddenly keeled over, eyes vacant, his unfinished words vanishing, as if an invisible hand clamped over his mouth. Talk about a plot twist. The ragged old man grinned, a sinister glint in his eyes. Take this lamp inside, put it in the living room, and don't tell anyone. Understood. The servant, like a soulless puppet, mechanically obeyed the old man's command. He grabbed the oil lamp and entered the Ye Manor, completely oblivious to the danger lurking. He placed the oil lamp in the living room and closed the door, suddenly overcome by a hazy feeling. Where am I? What was I just doing? He looked around, a bewildered expression on his face. Guess I'm getting old, getting more forgetful all the time. The servant shook his head and continued on his way, completely unaware that the oil lamp was emitting a plume of dark energy, stealthily seeping into the Ye Manor. Over at the Yuiwu Marquise's residence, the atmosphere was heavy. He gazed somberly at the girl before him, the one who called him father. Turns out it was the Yuiwu Marquise's daughter. Feng Qingshu, Qingshu, any news from your sect? Qingshu, her beautiful face etched with coldness, responded. Shizun says Ye Ning doesn't know his place, and actually dares to want to save the great Zhu. Absolutely has to go. Even though the sect has put out a bounty, I spoke with them and gave you the chance to kill Ye Ning. If you can't pull it off, the sect will step in, harsh, much. The Yuiwu Marquis frowned. Rest assured, this time I will definitely kill that Ye Ning, Qingshu coolly replied. I hope you're not just talking big. If you mess up, I'm the one who loses face. If I get my hands on the Ascension Pill from the Kuan Yu Pavilion, then I can take another step into cultivation too. Down below the Yuiwu Marquis Manor, bursts of laughter filled the air, as if wanting to tear through the night sky. Congratulations and clinking cups rang out chaotically, creating a scene of excess. After 12 hours, Ye Ning will disappear from this world, ha ha ha. This is definitely something to celebrate. National Founding Duke, you're the big hero this time. The National Founding Duke's face was pale, his eyes full of anxiety. He forced a strange smile, but it couldn't hide the unease in his heart. I don't dare take the credit. Why do you look so spaced out? You're not feeling guilty about killing Ye Ning, are you? No, I've sided with the Immortal Sect. Of course not. Then what are you thinking about, Drink Up? A drunken stupor engulfed him, the praises ringing out like curses, as if wanting to drown the National Founding Duke's heart in a sea of suffering. Darkness fell, and the National Founding Duke's sedan stopped before the manor gates. Carrying a heavy atmosphere, National Founding Duke. The characters engraved on the plaque, bestowed upon the Muan family ancestors by the founding emperor himself, now felt like a crushing weight on his shoulders. He sighed wearily when a familiar voice suddenly called out. Father, Mu Guanan, the National Founding Duke's only son, appeared, holding the Jiuzong sword in his hand. The National Founding Duke snapped. Insolent. Who gave you permission to touch the Jiuzong sword? Don't you know this is a treasure bestowed upon the Muyu family by the founding emperor? I know. That's why, tell me honestly, did you go to the Yuiwu Marquis' residence? Do you want to kill Lord Ye? Mu Guanan asked, his voice firm. You? How did you know? Do you really want to kill Lord Ye? Do you even remember that you're the National Founding Duke? Our family has only had generals die on the battlefield, not cowards who surrender, Mu Guanan said, his eyes unwavering. Shut your mouth. The National Founding Duke angrily raised his hand and slapped his son hard across the face. You need to understand. Everything I'm doing is for the sake of the Musha family. You probably already know, but everyone outside knows that the National Founding Duke has betrayed the great Zhu now. I absolutely won't let you hurt Lord Ye, father. You're not going anywhere today. The Founding Duke forcefully flung his hand, delivering a fatal blow to Mu Guanying. Instantly, Mu Guanying froze, his eyes wide with shock, then collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Take the young master back to his study to rest, the Founding Duke ordered, his voice as cold as ice, watching as they carried Guanying away. An invisible hand seemed to clench the Founding Duke's heart. He struggled to maintain his composure, but his eyes were still glistening with tears, a pain that pierced to the bone clear in his gaze. Guanying, don't blame me. For the sake of the 50,000 troops of the Mu family, I have no other choice, he murmured, his voice hoarse. Crap, I'm being manipulated by demons. Guanying, you're right, I am indeed a coward, but I have no way back. But you still have a long road ahead. If Ye Ning can avoid this calamity, I'll give the people of the world a proper explanation. Darkness enveloped the Surveillance Institute. Ye Ning slumped over his desk, sighing with helplessness. Am I asking for trouble? Huan Yuan sat beside him, secretly delighted. Awesome. Spending the whole night here is the best. Hopefully, he'll be so busy that he forgets about that fox he just picked up. What's so great about her? She's just pretty, but my looks aren't any worse. As Huan Yuan thought this, her face flushed, so ashamed that she lowered her head. Ye Ning saw this, frowning in confusion. What's wrong with this little rascal? The study door burst open, and Tai Xiangkao entered, a knowing smile on his face. Ye brother, Are you busy? I have a big gift for you. A gift? Ye Ning cleared his throat, suddenly feeling that something was off. Please, come in. Tai Xiangkao stepped aside, followed by a group of tall figures. Yi brother, these people are loyal individuals from various places, invited here by us. In the name of the Surveillance Institute. Ye Ning collapsed, burying his face in his hands, and asked, How come I don't know about this? Tai Xiangkao replied, We wanted to give you a surprise, Great One. Surprise my ass. Ye Ning didn't say it out loud, but in his heart he wanted to punch Tai Xiangkao a few times. Surprise your head. Am I supposed to thank you? This group is different from the last one. I can feel that their aura is special. There's no way I can reject them, he thought, and raised the asking heart mirror. Tai Xiangkao said happily, Congratulations, Yi brother, no one was rejected this time. Ye Ning said with a smile, Welcome to the Surveillance Institute. The morning sun shone on the Surveillance Institute. Ye Ning and his companions stepped outside. His voice echoed, filled with heroic spirit. From now on, the Surveillance Institute will be completely cleansed. We must remain pure, fair, and enforce the law strictly, living up to the expectations of the immortal sages, living up to the expectations of Lord Overseer, living up to the expectations of the common people. His heart was filled with confidence, but his body was exhausted. Ye Ning held a bowl of rice, his hand trembling, and chatting with the passionate middle-aged men all night. I'm so tired. The young man looked haggard, like a soulless corpse. I wonder if being tired to death meets the system's requirements. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, Has that girl we picked up woken up yet? Shuangshuan frowned, looking annoyed. Not yet, but from what I can see from the outside, her condition has improved a lot. Inside the room where the girl was lying, the poisonous energy radiating from that magical artifact had been completely absorbed by her. Little now in her arms had sucked it all up. The girl drowsily opened her eyes, her voice weak, but containing authority. Destruction energy. The one who wants to go against my people wouldn't use such simple methods. Looks like I unintentionally saved someone's life. She walked up to that strange magical artifact, muttering to herself, Forget it. Pei Yunham never owes anyone a favor in my life. You saved me once. She flicked her hand lightly, and the magical artifact shattered into pieces. Consider this repaying the favor. After that, she opened the door and walked out. Duke Kaiguo suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale. He realized the soul-devouring severance had been destroyed. Good, he croaked. It's possible Ye Ning isn't dead, or this is heaven's will. His heart was heavy. These words were no different from self-consolation. Duke Kaiguo entered the ancestral hall, knelt on the ground, and his pain and regret surged. He choked out each word of prayer like tearing his heart apart. First cup, to the ancestors, the unfilial one has done things that shame the ancestors. Second cup, to the great ancestor, a duke who founded the country should advance and retreat together with the royal family in life and death. But I have done something that is sorry to the emperor. Last cup. To ye great sir, it is because of your existence that my despicable, base, weak, and shameless nature can be revealed, and I can only secretly harm you from behind. I'm ashamed to be a human. Each prayer was like a knife, stabbing into his heart. Duke Kaiguo downed the last cup of wine and picked up his sword, his eyes heavy. Son, you've grown up. I hope you remember your passion. I hope you live without shame to your conscience. I hope you don't end up like me. His voice was hoarse. The wind howled in the winter night. After he finished speaking, Duke Kaiguo put the cold sword against his neck, ending his painful life with his own hands. Fresh blood spurted out, staining the black ground red, like an immortal flower blooming in hell. Over at Marquis Weiwu's house, they had also heard the news. And he slammed his teacup down. The sound of shattering echoed. What did you say? Say it again seriously. His face was flushed, his eyes looked like they were about to breathe fire. The servant trembled as he held his face and reported, Marquise, Ye Ning is still alive, eating breakfast at home. Get out! Marquis Weiwu roared, his rage like a storm sweeping across. That damned Duke Kaiguo dares to betray us. I can only help Father get one last chance. If Father still can't kill him, then the ascension pill is not fated for Father. He clenched his hand tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm, anger and greed gnawing at his heart. Fang Qingshu's reflection appeared in the mirror. Her cold voice sounded, Qingshu, this time Father must. Marquis Weiwu frowned, his expression full of confusion. Shen San, you take a trip to Yanwu Tower. Find Mr. If we can kill Ye Ning this time, I'll reward you tenfold. Understood, Shen San nodded. But he thought with suspicion. What the heck, tenfold, are you crazy? Why do I have to go to that weird place? If they're in a bad mood over there, I'm done for. As he stepped out of the door, he caught sight of a figure rushing over. Wasn't that Muguanan? Who is that kid running away from in such a hurry? Muguan frantically ran to the front of the Supervisory Institute, repeatedly knocking on the door. Great Sir Ye, are you still alive? Young Master Mu Ye Ning opened the door, his eyes full of confusion. Thank you, I'm still alive and kicking. What's going on? Awesome. Just awesome. Mu Guanying breathed a sigh of relief, his his face full of worry. Master Ye, someone's trying to harm you. He clung to Ye Ning, his voice trembling. Master Ye, someone's trying to harm you. Ye Ning frowned, a sudden chill enveloping them. He looked into Mu Guanying's worried eyes, and softly asked, Who? Explain yourself. Come inside, Mu Guanying recounted. That's all I know. I could have arrived sooner, but my dad sealed my acupuncture points last night. This morning they were released, and I rushed straight here. Luckily you're all right. So, the Marquis of Weiwu wants to harm me again. But how come I'm still alive? Ye Ning propped up his chin, thinking to himself. Seriously, could someone be secretly saving me? Then he said, Young Master Xiongmu, you're going against your own father. Aren't you afraid he'll punish you? I'm not scared, Mu Guanying declared firmly. A true man has things he can and cannot do. Filial piety can't compare to national righteousness. If my father stubbornly wants to kill you, Master Ye, I don't mind going against him. Damn, that's some serious filial piety, little bro. You're putting me in a tough spot, he thought. Then he smiled and asked, That soul-sucking array you mentioned, is it still there? Hearing this, Mu Guanying frantically stopped Ye Ning. Master Ye, the soul-sucking array is very dangerous. Let me go get it for you, Ye Ning said. I already said, you're still young. Just stay outside, I can handle it. Suddenly, the base of the soul-sucking array fell right in front of Ye Ning. Pei Yungham walked out from inside, saying, Is this what you guys are looking for? Inside a deserted house, a deep voice, like the whispering of demons, echoed. The Marquis of Weiwu is still so persistent. Shen Sanbian responded in a fluster. The Marquis and that Yi guy are like water and fire. They'll never be at peace until death. This time the Marquis is willing to pay 5, even 10 times more. That's pretty generous of him, a bald man exclaimed in surprise. He turned to ask the branch leader for his opinion. What do you think? Shen Sanbian narrowed his eyes, his gaze trying to pierce through the darkness. A figure wearing a black cloak, completely covering his face, was sitting imposingly on a chair in the darkest corner of the room. Shen Sanbian muttered in a doubtful tone. Behind him, it really is the branch leader of the Yanwu Tower. The black-cloaked man spoke coldly, his voice like a venomous snake. I trust the Marquis of Weiwu, he does what he says. Besides, he still has a group of Jade supporters behind him. The Yanwu Tower will take on this deal. I originally wanted to kill Ye Ning, but I didn't expect the Marquis of Weiwu to proactively give this honored one such a big profit. After hearing this, Shen Sanbian hurriedly ran back to report the news to the Marquis of Weiwu. The branch leader turned to ask the bald man, Any news about the Lord yet? He cowered and replied, We've been searching with all our might for the past few days, but still no information. I think it's possible that the Lord has run into some unexpected trouble, or never even came to the capital in the first place. The branch leader scoffed coldly. Forget it. Her actions are too unpredictable. It's useless to sit here and guess. Let's do the first thing well first. Use Ye Ning's head to welcome the Lord. Ye Ning, along with Xuan and Mu Guanying, were leisurely walking down the hallway. Suddenly, the young man stopped and asked, You're awake? What's up? Pei Yungham replied dismissively. Am I not allowed to wake up? Ye Ning said. Yeah. It's just that I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly, last time Old Wu said. Your injuries would take a long time to recover. Pei Yungham explained. Wasn't it your dad who had someone bring this thing to my room? That's why I was able to recover so quickly, Mu Guanying said in surprise. My dad? You mean to say the soul-sucking array can no longer sense the spiritual energy on it? You destroyed the soul-sucking array. Pei Yungham licked her lips and replied with a smile. The power of the curse inside has been completely absorbed by me. What's the point of keeping it if I don't destroy it? Hearing this, Ye Ning and Mu Guanying were both extremely shocked. The power of the curse was absorbed. Ye Ning cursed inwardly. Holy crap, seriously, I picked you up just for you to do this. You really are a demonic cultivator, saving me even while you're sleeping. The young man sighed. But no matter how much I wanted to die, I'm still lucky to have her this time. After all, if the soul-sucking array exploded, it wouldn't just be me who died. Then, the young man solemnly bowed his head and said, This life-saving grace will never be forgotten. Pei Yungham waved her hand and said, I saved you once, you saved me once, so we're even. Ye Ning muttered to himself, This demonic cultivator is surprisingly clear about debts of gratitude. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from afar, shouting frantically, Young master, it's terrible. Young master, Mu Guanying asked urgently. What's wrong? A vague unease crept into his heart. It's my father who sent people to bring me back. Why? No. The messenger said, teary-eyed, his voice choked with sobs. Something happened to the Duke. You must come back with me. Mu Guanying's face suddenly turned pale. The young man felt as if struck by lightning, a bad premonition engulfing his mind. Without hesitation, the young man hurried towards the messenger. Ye Ning quietly followed behind. Father. Arriving home, Mu Guanying was stunned by the scene before his eyes. His father's corpse lay slumped in front of the door, a blood-stained sword lying coldly beside him. The young man burst into tears, overcome with extreme grief. Is Is it suicide? Pei Yungham affirmed. Mu Guanying collapsed beside his father's corpse, his face wet with tears, the pain tearing at his heart. The young man turned to ask Steward Fu, his voice hoarse. Tell me, what happened? Ah, this, Steward Fu replied, tears falling. In fact, the Duke had no intention of betraying Great Zuo. He had his own difficulties. It's only natural that the high tree catches the wind, and the founding Duke was targeted by the Immortal Sects. The Immortal Sect threatened the Scarlet Flame Army of the founding Duke, forcing the Duke to side with them. To protect the Scarlet Flame Army, the Duke was forced to do something against his conscience. The Duke used this method to end his life. Also to give the Kai Kwangka Kong lineage an explanation. Steward Fu gave Ye Ning a piece of jade, continuing, Lord Ye, this jade pendant is also the Duke's explanation to you. Inside, it records the forces and immortal sects in the capital, and the evil deeds they have committed. This is also the Duke's last wish, hoping Lord Ye can forgive him. Ye Ning helped him up, then said softly, Steward Fu, please stand up. The young man clenched his hands, and said solemnly, I will accept this great gift from the founding Duke. Not a single piece of trash in the immortal sects will be allowed to escape. Mu Guanying suddenly realized something, and turned back to say to Ye Ning, Scarlet Flame Army, if the immortal sects knew that Lord Yi was not dead, they would think that my father had betrayed them, and they would definitely attack the Scarlet Flame Army. Ye Ning asked anxiously, Where is the Scarlet Flame Army now? They are currently stationed at Green Season Camp, 30 miles outside the city. Hearing this, Ye Ning turned around and shouted, Go! Out of the city! Ye Ning immediately galloped towards the place where the Scarlet Flame Army was stationed. Looking from afar, several columns of black smoke rose from the barracks. Mu Guanying observed. This is the Scarlet Flame Army's camp. The fence is still there. Could it be that the Scarlet Flame Army hasn't? But when they entered the barracks, everyone's eyes widened in shock at the scene before them. Corpses lay strewn everywhere. Seeing this, Ye Ning broke out in a cold sweat. Unable to say a word, Wei Wentong announced, We have searched everywhere, and there is no one left alive. The Scarlet Flame Army's garrison had long been tampered with. When something suddenly happened, everyone didn't have time to react. Mu Guanying punched the ground, angrily shouted, This is a massacre. Despicable, despicable. The grandson and grandservant shed tears and lamented. So I never understood father. What father did was not wrong. The one who was wrong was me. It was me. Suddenly, Ye Ning slapped Guanying hard, painfully. Ye Ning asked with a grim face, What the hell are you doing? Mu Guanying's eyes welled up, and he looked up. What? Scared? Ye Ning glared, pointing towards the headquarters. Look closely. Look at these 50,000 innocent souls, and Kai Guogong. They are watching the youth. What result is the youth showing them? Frantic repentance or fear? The youth doesn't have the right to repent now, and even less the right to be afraid. Because what the youth carries on his shoulders is no longer just his own gains and losses, but also the glory of the Kai Guogong lineage. Mu Guanying didn't know what to do, and asked, Lord Ye, tell me, what should I do? Ye Ning replied, Reclaim the lost glory of Kai Guogong, and demand the blood debt of the Crimson Flame Army. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson clenched their fists, their eyes revealing a clear determination to avenge. Ye Ning shouted, Return to the city! It's time to settle accounts with those scum. At this moment, the grandson, Marquis Weiwu, laughed like his dad just had a baby. I was just worried about not being able to kill you, and you come looking for death. Kill Ye Ning with all your might. There will be rewards for killing Ye Ning. Clearly in the palace, Xiao Qianqian angrily said, What? How could he act so recklessly? Immediately dispatch the Golden Badge spies. They must ensure Ye Ning's safety. Ji Mingyu also hurriedly ordered, Immediately send troops to protect Ye Ning. The general asked confusedly, Your Majesty, I don't know which army you want to give the order to. Ah, this, she thought. Apart from the Crimson Flame Army, the generals of the other 3 armies stationed outside the city have long since defected to the 6 kingdoms. The City Guard army is a bunch of useless people who can't do anything. Ji Mingyue ordered, Then send 10,000 imperial guards out of the city. No need to necessarily fight, just protect Ye Ning. On this side, our youth is quickly spurring his horse back to the manor. The people on both sides of the road are buzzing. Lord Yi has returned to the city. Looking at this momentum, I wonder which corrupt official will be unlucky today. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a group of assassins unexpectedly drew their swords and rushed forward, shouting, Ye Ning, lend me your head for a moment. Get lost. Wei Wentong jumped up, swinging his sword and killing the assassin in a flash. The remaining assassins shouted, Charge! Kill Ye Ning. Ye Ning coldly said, Niu Jingxi, you command this battle. Yes, sir. Niu Jingxi jumped down and roared, Supervisory Institute, follow me. The Supervisory Institute soldiers quickly drew their weapons, and their voices echoed in unison. Kill! Kill! Niu Jingxi rushed forward, grabbed 3 people by the head, and knocked them down. A bunch of rags dares to fight me. The Supervisory Institute soldiers also bravely charged forward, quickly wiping out the group of assassins. They cried out in panic, Since when did the Supervisory Institute become so fierce? Observing the situation from a nearby building, the bald assassin angrily slammed the table, saying, "I told you people long ago, the Supervisory Institute is not what it used to be. If you've sided with Marquis, then don't hide your strength anymore. Show your cards." One of them replied, Since Mr. Shen has said so, then let's not hide it anymore. That's right, if Ye Ning doesn't die, we will. Wei Wentong was chasing the assassins when suddenly a burst of energy flew straight towards him. Wei Wentong immediately raised his blade to block the blow. A loud boom exploded, sending Wei Wentong flying. At that moment, several dark figures appeared hovering in the sky. The people below exclaimed in surprise, "It's the people from the Immortal Sect. This is a big deal." Although these guys are rogue cultivators, some have reached the Celestial Destiny realm, and even the weakest has reached the True Person realm. Wei Wentong struggled to get up, furious. He doesn't care if they're Celestial Destiny or whatever. Today, he'll show them what it means to fight to the death. That's right. Then, the assassins swarmed forward, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" The Surveillance Institute troops formed a line to protect Ye Ning. They called for reinforcements. "Brothers, protect Lord Ye Ning with your lives." Pei Yungham, sitting cross-legged and observing, said softly, "Interesting." Ye Ning watched, thinking to himself, "This battle is too big. Could it be that this time, if I die now, those who are risking their lives to protect me will be disappointed, and I won't be able to give the 50,000 Crimson Flame army a proper explanation?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Don't worry, my lord." From afar, a group of soldiers rushed to their rescue. Ye Ning turned to look. Seeing a man in the lead who looked fierce, he shouted, "Protect Lord Ye Ning!" Ye Ning stared blankly. Indeed, I shouldn't have had any unrealistic hopes. Although these guys are wearing the Surveillance Institute's uniform, they're all incredibly strong. Since when did the Surveillance Institute have such experts? After thinking for a while, the young man turned to see Tai Xiangkao, wondering, could it be that this kid gave me a surprise? One observer watching from the side couldn't stand it, and crushed his wine cup. He said indignantly, "How can the Surveillance Institute have so many experts? No matter what, Ye Ning must die today. If we fail this time, we're the ones who will die." At this time, Tai Xiangkao spoke up, "Brother Ye, now that the Surveillance Institute has the upper hand, how about composing a battle poem to dedicate to them?" A battle poem, Ye Ning realized, and clenched his fists in admiration. That's right, the scholars in this world aren't soft persimmons. They can use the pen as a sword, ink as arrows, and poetry to kill enemies. Let's recite a few lines. If there's enough literary chi, it can simultaneously condense into sharp weapons, materialized to kill enemies. Thinking this, Ye Ning softly recited the poem. The pavilion rests, startled by the wind on the grass. The general, at night, draws his bow. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of golden arrows appeared in the sky, radiating the brilliant light of dawn, aiming for Bai Yu. The arrows, following the words of the poem, simultaneously shot towards the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Pei Yungham thought in surprise, "Such profound literary chi. This guy seems to be a Confucian genius." Ye Ning continued reading. Iron at Stone Ridge. As he finished speaking, the entire area around the young man shone brightly. Hundreds of arrows pierced straight through the bodies of the assassins. This is, run. A great Confucian is participating in the battle. The youngsters only had time to shout a few times before scattering in all directions to be with their ancestors. On the observation deck, the youngsters exclaimed in panic, "Great Confucian Ye Ning, truly a great Confucian. Impossible, the Holy Academy is blocked. There's no way a great Confucian could appear in this world anymore." One fell to the ground, trembling. "We've run into a monster who can bypass the Holy Academy. We're doomed, we're really doomed." After observing, Pei Yungham sighed. No, he's not a great Confucian. It's just that the literary chi and righteous chi in his body have reached the level of a great Confucian. Hard to imagine. The Holy Academy has been unblocked. A resurgence of Confucianism. He can achieve this. Ye Ning glanced at the golden light still surrounding him and muttered, "So it turns out I've unknowingly become this strong." After that, he ordered the battlefield cleaned up and dispatched some people to take over the city gates. With the tasks assigned, Ye Ning spurred his horse and charged forward. Time to settle the score. The atmosphere at the mighty Marquis Manor was as heavy as dark clouds. The news of Ye Ning's impending revenge spread like an icy wind, blowing away the peace and quiet that once prevailed. "My apologies, Marquis, but I suddenly remembered my old mother back in the countryside. I want to visit home for a while." A servant hastily packed his belongings, his voice trembling as if he were about to cry. "Marquis, my father is getting remarried today, so I'll take my leave first." Another attendant quickly found an excuse to leave. In the blink of an eye, the entire mighty Marquis Manor was empty, with hardly a soul in sight. Only an eerie silence remained, with only the sound of wind whistling through the cracks in the doors and the clatter of falling leaves. The guards, who usually stood proudly at the manor's gates, now fled in terror like mice spotting a cat. The mighty Marquis waved his sword around, his eyes burning with fury. "A bunch of bastards! Where do you think you're going? Get back here, all of you!" He turned around and called out heavily, "Shen-san, show yourself! Gone without a trace, as usual." The mighty Marquis roared in anger, his furious voice echoing across the manor courtyard. "Akaya! A bunch of cowardly traitors!" He dropped his weapon, sat down on a wooden chair in the living room, and tried to calm himself. "Others may fear you, but I, your daddy, don't. I have my daughter. As a disciple of the Jade Skirt sect, I'll just sit here. He was muttering to himself when a voice rang out like a cold wind blowing into his heart. "Marquis, long time no see." Ye Ning's figure stood tall as he strode into the main hall, followed by Mu Guanying and Tai Shangkao, along with a powerful troop of soldiers. The terrified screams of a few officers who hadn't managed to escape rang out miserably. "Ah, Marquis, save us!" The mighty Marquis tried to compose himself, his voice trembling. "This is the mighty Marquis Manor. What do you want? Why are you making a move as soon as we meet? Is this the style of your surveillance institute?" Ye Ning advanced towards the mighty Marquis, his eyes icy, his voice like 1,000 icy needles piercing through his heart. "Because I'm not happy?" "What did you say?" The mighty Marquis was sweating bullets before the astonishing aura radiating from Ye Ning. "I said." Ye Ning emphasized each word, his voice like thunder. "I'm not happy." Soldiers from the Surveillance Institute surrounded the mighty Marquis Manor like a pack of hunting wolves, controlling the remaining close aides of the mighty Marquis. The atmosphere was suffocating, heavy with Ye Ning's dignity and coldness. Ye Ning said coldly, 5,000 people, 5,000 lives gone without a word of farewell. "Marquis, you taught me something. You helped me wake up and realize a truth. This world is not a game just for me. Those who are killed will die." Ye Ning's voice was as cold as ice, each word like a sharp knife stabbing into the mighty Marquis's heart. He was confused, not understanding what Ye Ning meant. He stood up and angrily shouted, "What exactly do you want to say? What does it have to do with you that I ordered the extermination of 5,000 Crimson Flame troops? The founding duke dared to betray us, so he must pay the price. Do you dare to start a war with us just because of those 5,000 unrelated soldiers?" He chattered on, his words eloquent but revealing his panic. Mu Guanying, standing behind, was trembling with anger as he listened. The young man rushed forward and grabbed the mighty Marquis by the collar, shouting in anger, "You treat 5,000 lives like flies. What did my father do wrong by refusing to collude with you?" Mu Guanying roared furiously like a wounded lion, the young man's voice hoarse, filled with pain and resentment. Mu Guanying couldn't bear the mighty Marquis's cruelty, his indifference to innocent lives. Reasoning with this kind of person is like playing the lute to a cow. Ye Ning stopped Mu Guanying and ordered, "Take him down." Ye Ning was as calm as an iceberg, his words as cold as a death sentence. The young man understood that reasoning was useless against a cold-blooded person like the mighty Marquis. His cruelty had gone too far, and the young man could no longer expect repentance from him. Niu Jingxing and Wei Wentong rushed forward and grabbed the mighty Marquis, who struggled and mumbled, "Yeah, what's the point of arresting me? I'll get out sooner or later." "Shut up!" Niu Jingxing raised his hand and slapped him across the face. The mighty Marquis's cheeks swelled up, and he roared angrily, "What the hell do you think you are?" Whack! Not only Niu Jingxing, Wei Wentong also gave him a punch that made him clutch his stomach and scream. "I told you to shut up." The mighty Marquis cowered, his elbows covering his stomach, not daring to say another word. A moment later, the mighty Marquis, with shackles on his neck, followed Ye Ning out of the manor, muttering, "How can you humiliate me? What the hell are you making me wear?" Ye Ning frowned and asked casually, "Humiliate you? Shouldn't a death row inmate wear shackles on the way to the execution ground?" "Death row inmate? What?" The mighty Marquis heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. He asked in horror, You want to kill me?" "Ye Ning, you can't kill me. My daughter is Feng Xingshu, a disciple of the Jade Skirt sect." The little rascal struggled like crazy, fighting back with all his might, yelling non-stop, "I want to see the Emperor! I want to see the Emperor!" Ye Ning plopped down, saying coldly, "See the Emperor, huh? My supervision office gets to decide that. Even if you do see the Emperor, you're still gonna die." The little punk burst into tears, wailing miserably, "I refuse. I'm not the only one who committed crimes. There are plenty of others. Why are you only killing me?" Ye Ning held up a piece of emerald jade, his voice as cold as ice. "This is the list of founding merit lords given to me. Don't worry, I won't let any of your accomplices off the hook." Marquis Weiwu kept arguing stubbornly. "You're crazy. Just for those 50,000 lowly people." Ye Ning roared like a provoked beast. "Those 50,000 lives are soldiers of the Great Zhu. You dare call them lowly? Swallow those words right now." Marquis Weiwu shut his mouth, his face pale, letting Niu Jingxi drag him away. Wei Wentong came out of the study, bowing as he reported, "My lord, we found a mirror-type magic artifact." Ye Ning frowned, looking at the earthy brown mirror, asking curiously, "What's this?" Pei Yongham explained. This is the mirror of heavenly ends, from the Jade Gown sect. She pointed a finger at the mirror surface, and a strange golden vortex appeared, followed by an image of Marquis Weiwu's daughter. That is, who is that? Ye Ning asked curiously, and he said, Fang Qingshu, huh? Her father's already doing his perp walk. I'll catch the rest of his accomplices, and deal with them according to the law. Cold as ice and snow, Fang Qingshu asked, her voice soft but with a sharp edge. You're Ye Ning. Looks like that old geezer really couldn't get anything done? Her slender fingers toyed with the mirror lightly, her face suddenly darkening. But you need to know clearly what you want, and what the price to pay is. Don't worry. What do I have to fear? You alone or nothing, Ye Ning smirked, a devilish smile. The young man used his finger to scribble on her face in the mirror, and unexpectedly she nodded in response. Good, very good. Then, the mirror in Ye Ning's hand suddenly burst into flames and dissolved into smoke, leaving no trace. The young man wondered. One word out of place, and it turns into smoke. Ye Ning stepped outside, his cold gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The young man's voice rang out sternly. Niu, Thunder Brothers, below us is the Rongguo Duke's mansion. In the palace, Ji Mingyu received the news, her eyes widening in shock. What? Arrested Marquis Weiwu, and now going to the Rongguo Duke's mansion? She sighed, a bitter smile on her lips. Is he trying to cause a riot? Marquis Weiwu is one thing, but the Rongguo Duke was granted the Crimson Decree by the Grand Ancestor, if you want to touch him. Before she could finish speaking, a messenger rushed in from outside the gate, his face pale and panicked. Your Majesty, Lord Ye is using family members to threaten the Rongguo Duke, and is now on his way to the Zheng family. Zheng, the Zheng family. Ji Mingyu was shocked, her voice trembling. Could it be the Zheng family, the leading family in the capital? What exactly does he want to do? She suddenly felt a bone-chilling wind blow through every crevice of the magnificent palace, carrying a bad omen. On Ye Ning's side, the young man and his entourage stood waiting in front of the Zheng family's mansion. An old man came out from inside, his face beaming, respectfully clasping his hands. Hearing that Chief Supervisor Lord has arrived, this humble one is truly honored. Please, my lord, come inside for tea. Ye Ning smiled, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Tea is unnecessary. If you really want to drink, then come to the supervision office for a drink. His voice was gentle but contained an invisible pressure. Figures gathered one after another, the buzzing of voices like a disturbed beehive. Lord Yi must have arrested the wrong person. That's right, I've never heard of the Zheng family having dealings with Marquis Weiwu. I've interacted with people from the Zheng family before. They don't seem like bad people. All eyes turned to Ye Ning, and rumors filled the air. The old man, the head of the Zheng family, frowned slightly, his aged face showing a hint of unease. His voice was low. My Zheng family has a well-established family style in the capital, righteous and upright. I don't know why my lord is arresting me. Or is it that my Zheng family has offended you, leading you to use your official position to take personal revenge? Ye Ning smiled, his smile like a ray of sunshine through the mist, containing a bone-chilling coldness. Good for a family with strict family rules. If I didn't have enough evidence to convict you, then I probably would have been deceived. Do you know what this is? Ye Ning slowly pulled out a piece of emerald jade. The cold light like ice and snow radiated from it, illuminating the old man's face. This belongs to someone respectable, who sacrificed their reputation and honor to infiltrate your ranks. Is intelligence exchanged for human lives? The old man's heart sank into an abyss, his face pale, his eyes panicked. Mu Guanying looked at Ye Ning with loving eyes, and the young man thought to himself, Lord Ye, Duke Yuan is now also wearing a kang and being paraded through the streets like Marquis Weiwu. He glared and asked, Could it be Duke Kaiguo? Marquis Weiwu cursed inwardly. What a traitor. I thought he was weak and easy to bully, but I misjudged him. Over here the old man was sweating profusely, and he tremblingly replied, What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand at all. Then let me make it clearer. Ye Ning turned to the people and shouted, Duke Kaiguo, because he thinks that Great Zhu should always endure humiliation, joined forces with you guys. The purpose is to exchange for this information. Zheng Shi seems to be well-educated and knowledgeable on the surface, but behind her back, she colludes with the Immortal Sect and indulges them in doing evil. This crime alone is enough for the Zheng family to die 100 million times over. Ye Ning's words made old lady Zheng tremble and fall to the ground. The people immediately buzzed with discussion. Duke Kaiguo is indeed a member of the Surveillance Institute, so we have misunderstood Duke Kaiguo all along. The Duke Kaiguo's family has never declined. They sacrificed themselves for politics. Long live Duke Kaiguo. Seeing this scene, Mu Guanying shed tears, her voice trembling. Thank you for clearing my father's name. The young man immediately kowtowed to the ground and said loudly, The son of Duke Kaiguo, please accept my great gratitude. No need to thank me. I'm just helping everyone know a story that shouldn't be buried. Look at those commoners. They have always looked forward to a reliable Duke Kaiguo more than anyone else. And also, The road ahead must be taken care of by you alone. Soldiers rushed in like a storm, grabbing Zheng Shi. Ye Ning turned his head, his cold voice echoing to other houses. Wherever the Surveillance Institute sets foot, those corrupt officials hiding their crimes must be revealed. The Surveillance Institute's soldiers kicked down the gates and rushed in like a storm. Screams and smashing sounds rang out in chaos. No one could escape the siege of the stone-faced soldiers. Those who tried to escape were quickly caught and thrown into the group of prisoners being dragged away in shackles. The afternoon sun shone down on the neighborhood like pouring honey, gilding the bare backs of the people. They seemed to wake up from a nightmare and cheered. Leading the way is Lord Ye, Marquis Weiwu. Indeed, his words are as good as gold. It's so refreshing to see those corrupt officials being punished. The cheers rang out. Awesome! The bell of liberation enveloped the neighborhood. Kill them. Throwing eggs is too wasteful. Use stones. The angry voices of the people rang out. The whole neighborhood exploded. Eggs and stones flew like rain, aiming straight at the trembling corrupt officials. The miserable screams, mixed with laughter, echoed like a victorious symphony of justice. Wei Wentong bowed and reported, "Sir, we have checked. No one on the list is missing." Ye Ning remained calm as usual, his voice calm. "Take them to the execution ground." Marquis Weiwu seemed to faint, muttering, "Is it true? Does he really dare to kill us?" Suddenly he cried out in a shrill voice, a howl like a wolf howling in the middle of the night. "Ye Ning, do you really want to become an enemy of the Six Kingdoms and the Immortal Sects? If you dare to kill us, the Six Kingdoms and the Immortal Sects will definitely not spare you. Great Zhu will also be implicated because of you." Ye Ning replied in a deep voice, each word like a sharp sword piercing the heart of Marquis Weiwu. "Oh, so what? Great Zhu has the capital's grand formation to protect it. If the Six Kingdoms want to attack, they must consider whether they have enough strength. If that's the case, then if you want to kill me, just come here." Ye Ning glared straight at Marquis Weiwu. The young man's face showed no fear. His sharp gaze, like a razor's edge, flashed with a cold, killing intent, causing Marquis Weiwu to shiver involuntarily. Pei Yungham pondered silently in her heart. That's right. Severing ties with the Immortal Sect is like a rudderless boat adrift at sea. If we don't dare to advance, we can only sink deeper into the abyss. If everyone had been as brave as him back then, perhaps we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. The Surveillance Institute led the convoy escorting the criminals to the execution ground. Hundreds of people gathered around, their curious eyes following every step. Sitting in the palace, closely monitoring the situation, Ji Mingyue softly spoke. Ye Ning stood solemnly below the platform. Shi An commanded, "Bring up the criminals." "No, I don't want to die." Marquis Weiwu howled, absolutely refusing to step onto the judgment platform. He angrily cursed, "Ye Ning, you lunatic, do you want to drag the entire Great Zhu down with you?" Ye Ning's voice was hoarse, like the whistling of a cold wind. "Is that so? Could it be that Great Zhu has brought this death upon itself? Even if I don't kill you, will Great Zhu return to its former glory? Even if I don't kill you, will the Immortal Sect let Great Zhu off the hook? I'm killing you, to let those who still believe in justice see a glimmer of hope, to see the existence of our Surveillance Institute, to see the power of righteousness and justice." Ye Ning's words echoed in the hazy mist, like thunder shaking the air, carrying deep-seated hatred. The young man raised the judgment plaque high, the golden characters blazing like flames consuming the hatred. The surrounding people shouted in unison, "Kill! Yes, kill them! Kill these beasts who only know how to suck people's blood." The shouts surged like waves from the enraged crowd, ripples of hatred spreading everywhere. The executioner, Yang Gaoqing, awaited orders with his sword. The cold glint of the steel was like the eyes of a demon. "It is now midday." Ye Ning delivered the judgment, his voice deep and rumbling like thunder. "Execute." Immediately, waiting for this moment, Yang Gao's sword immediately swung down without hesitation, in the reception hall, where the shimmering palace lights reflected on the walls. Ji Mingyu looked at Liu Shen with a worried expression. "You support him?" Her voice trembled slightly, like a fragile willow branch in the wind. Liu Shen frowned, his gaze thoughtful as he looked towards the execution ground, nodding slightly. "I don't call it support, but a choice. If Great Zhu wants to be restored, it will inevitably face trials and tribulations. The path we are taking may not necessarily be correct." Ji Mingyu sighed softly, her words as if swallowed into her chest. "He's right. Great Zhu has fallen into the abyss. Will what we are doing now really have any effect?" Liu Shen smiled, but that smile contained endless gravity. "Our strength is not useless. I am seeing an opportunity, a new path." He pointed towards the mirror, reflecting the events of the execution ground. "What if we use these forces to support Ye Ning, to follow the path he has chosen? Follow Ye Ning's path." At the execution ground, the cheers of the crowd were like surging waves. "Great Lord Ye, I also want to join the Surveillance Institute. I'm not afraid to die. Lord Ye is amazing." Amidst the boiling sea of people, Ye Ning stood tall, his eyes firm and unwavering. Ji Mingyu watched Ye Ning, Suddenly the national fortune jade in her sleeve glowed brightly, emitting a dazzling light. She exclaimed in surprise. The national fortune jade is showing an increase. The national fortune has increased. How is this possible? So it's true, as General Liu said. Ye Ning's path is the one. Liu Shen frowned, his voice low. Your Majesty, please calm down. Ye Ning has caused a lot of trouble now. Protecting him, I'm afraid. A few days later, after the sentencing was carried out, Ye Ning and Tai Xiangcao were on their way back when old Liu rushed over, his face panicked. What? The Holy Institute? What Holy Institute? Ye Ning and Tai Xiangcao were surprised. The two looked at each other suspiciously. Ye Ning frowned slightly. Oh, I remember now, but wasn't that place abolished by the Immortal Sect a long time ago? Old Liu panted, trying to calm down. Yes, it's abolished, but not completely. In fact, for thousands of years there have still been people who could enter the Holy Institute. It's just that each time it consumes national fortune. Therefore, those who are qualified to enter the Holy Institute must be talented, virtuous, loyal, and humble. His Majesty believes that Lord Ye and Director Tai are such people. Maybe Lord Ye can use this chance to overcome his tribulation? Ye Ning was stunned, his voice filled with doubt. Send me to the Holy Institute to overcome my tribulation. Seriously, basically. They're throwing me into a dungeon so I can level up and survive, huh? The young man mused. Lao Liu, beaming, pleaded. His Majesty already agreed. Why aren't you going? Ye Ning replied. Lao Liu immediately rushed over and hugged the young man's leg, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. Oh, my lord, His Majesty is so good to you. Can't you just listen to him for once? The Immortal Sects' revenge is coming soon, my lord. You definitely can't escape. You are the pillar of Great Zhu. Great Zhu cannot be without you. Ye Ning replied. Lao Liu, stop crying. Get up. The young man placed his hand on the old man's shoulder, his eyes gentle but firm. Anything else I can agree to, but this I really can't. But trust me, I have my reasons. Watching Lao Liu leave in a daze, Tai Xiangcao couldn't contain his curiosity. Yi brother, I don't get it. Ye Ning sighed, a wry smile on his lips. Some things are hard to explain. When the time is right, you'll know, he thought to himself. When I become the Heavenly Emperor and return, you'll understand everything. Meanwhile, at the Jade Skirt Pavilion, Fang Qingshu went to see her master. Her master replied, I already know about your matter. Standing before a dilapidated house covered in Yaofeng grass, she was filled with anxiety. Ye Ning is provoking us like this. If we don't retaliate, the world will think we're afraid of him. Disciple begs master to kill Ye Ning. From inside the house, a deep, warm female voice sounded, with a hint of coldness. My cultivation is at a critical juncture. I can't act against a mere mortal ant. However, I've already sent word to the major Immortal Sects. The wooden door creaked open, and a plump woman walked out with an air of nobility and majesty. This time, he killed so many people. It's not just the Jade Skirt Pavilion that wants his head. Borrow this opportunity for the major Immortal Sects to settle accounts with him, and we can also strike at the Heavenly Emperor of Great Xiao. She cast a sharp glance at Fang Qingshu. This Heavenly Emperor of Great Zhu might not be as simple as we thought. Judging by his indulgence towards Ye Ning, his previous stupidity was probably just a facade. Ye Ning is a small matter, but the Heavenly Emperor must be controlled in our hands. Anyone who rebels must be nipped in the bud. Back with Ji Mingyu, Liu Shen was whispering to her. At the White Horse Temple, and down in the streets, the people were bustling and gossiping. I heard the higher-ups of the White Horse Temple came to the capital to hold a Dharma assembly. They say it's because the capital just had a bunch of people killed, the killing aura is too heavy, they want to use Buddhist Dharma to purify it and give them a good send-off. Ye Ning was also curious. A send-off. Buddhism. After hearing Tai Xiangcao explain, Ye Ning thought in surprise, how interesting, I didn't expect this immortal realm to have Buddhism too. Tai Xiangcao further explained. Buddhism only gradually rose in the capital after His Majesty ascended the throne. It originally came from Hula country in the western lands. Although Hula country and Great Zhu are on par, the land is barren, the spiritual energy is thin, the people believe that only through asceticism can they reach the western paradise sooner. However, more and more devout Buddhists want to pursue the great revival of Buddhist Dharma in its true sense. So they started going to various countries to proselytize. Great Zhuao is naturally an important target for them. His Majesty doesn't know why, but he's very interested in Buddhism. So he invited Grandmaster Yuan Fang to the capital, not only building the White Horse Temple for him, but also granting him the position of National Protector Grand Dharma Master. After listening, Ye Ning secretly sighed. Little Xiangjun is really interesting. Then he asked again, if he's so revered, why don't I see that many believers? Tai Xiangcao replied, maybe it's because it's too profound. Could it be that Yi brother is also interested in Buddhist Dharma? As it happens, I know a little bit. How about I explain it to you? 3 hours later, Ye Ning, after listening to Tai Xiangcao talk about Buddhist Dharma, asked doubtfully. "Are you sure what you're talking about is orthodox Buddhist Dharma?" he replied. "Although my understanding is only superficial, I'm sure I'm not making things up." Hearing this, Ye Ning rested his chin on his hand, thinking, no wonder they don't have any followers. The Buddhist teachings of this immortal realm are completely different from that world I came from. The key difference lies in the most rudimentary, the most superficial aspects of Buddhism. Cut to the White Horse Temple. Inside, a young novice is walking with a monk in the backyard. The novice asks, "Master, His Majesty just sent someone here. Does he perhaps want to bestow another honor upon you?" The monk replies, "No, this time the Emperor's decree is for me to protect someone. Of course, if I can convert him to Buddhism, the ideal of spreading Buddhist teachings throughout the land will no longer be just a distant dream." At this moment, Ye Ning, holding a letter, says to himself, "Speak of the devil. What's he inviting me to his Dharma assembly for?" Tai Xiangkao replies, "Great Master Yuanfang said that the killings were caused by you, my lord. If you are there, the spirits of the dead might feel comforted." He asks back, "You're sure the spirits will be comforted if I'm there?" Ye Ning thought to himself, "Marquise Weiwu, those dead souls would either be pissed off or way too forgiving if they saw me." Tai Yukao continues, "Great Master Yuanfang also said that he will also be performing a ritual to deliver 5,000 Crimson Flame Army soldiers, the Founding Fathers, and all the suffering commoners to the afterlife." Oh, in that case, we really should go take a look tomorrow. Somewhere, a few assassins from the Misty Rain Pavilion are discussing their plans. Are you sure he'll attend? This will be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. It's a pity that Marquis Weiwu and those other good-for-nothings died too soon, not giving us a chance to avenge them. Ye Ning, the one sought after by countless people, admired by countless people, hailed as the only light in this world. Therefore, if I extinguish that light with my own hands, how much fear and despair will those filled with hope, those chasing after the light, experience? He then starts wanking while laughing maniacally, causing the bald guy to tremble. Damn, what a pervert. Afterward, the cloaked figure disappears into a cloud of black smoke. He says in a low voice, "Tomorrow, I will stand before everyone and complete this assassination." The next day, a large crowd gathered in front of the White Horse Temple, chattering excitedly. "Just some Ma Yi from the Huoluo Kingdom is causing such a big commotion. Don't spout nonsense just because you're young. Great Master Yuanfang is incredibly powerful, don't underestimate him. I hear this Buddhist monk is extremely skilled, not inferior to immortals. Our great Xiao is full of talented people. Aren't we much stronger than that cold Huoluo Kingdom?" Suddenly, a radiant halo of light appeared from the temple, with golden light filling the sky. Yuanfang appears with 4 monks, and gently descends. "Please make way." From behind the crowd, a voice rang out. None other than our Ye Ning is striding forward with the troops of the Supervisory Council. The crowd cheers when they see him. "Lord Ye is here. Lord Ye is also here. It seems this Buddhist sect does have some reputation." Ye Ning speaks up. "Well, sorry, I was also invited to attend the Dharma assembly." Yuanfang stands above and clears his throat in greeting. Amitabha, this humble monk has met Director Ye before. He thinks to himself, among these tens of thousands of commoners, this man is indeed extraordinary. This time, I must convert this man to Buddhism. Ye Ning clasps his hands in front of his chest and says, "This official is very grateful that the master can perform the ritual for the commoners and the 5,000 Crimson Flame Army soldiers. As a disciple of Buddhism, this is what this humble monk should do." But Director Ye also has a compassionate heart. In this humble monk's opinion, Director Ye has profound wisdom and should enter our Buddhist order. He waves his hand and says, "Master is too kind. This official isn't really interested in joining Buddhism." Yuanfang immediately says, "Buddhism values fate. Although Director Ye is unwilling, you and Buddhism are fated. Please come inside and take a seat." Ye Ning frowned, hearing how this guy kept dragging him into it, thinking, dragging me in? I already had a headache from being forced to read Buddhist scriptures by the old lady at home in my past life. I don't want to continue that good fate. Afterward, Ye Ning and his group were led to a grandstand overlooking the entire temple grounds. Pei Yungham exclaimed, "That monk's intentions aren't good at all." Xuan Xuan puffed out her cheeks and pouted at her, secretly cursing in her heart. "Yeah, you're no better, you can clearly fly and jump around on your own. But she just stays in our place and doesn't leave, and she's all chummy with Big Brother Ye all day long. Grr, annoying, annoying, annoying." Ye Ning turned back and asked softly, "How would you describe that?" Yungham replied, "If you were a demonic cultivator, you'd be very familiar with this kind of smell, because you'd see those hypocritical bastards every day, and that monk is giving off the same kind of vibe." Hearing this, the young man looked down at the monk, wondering, a hypocrite? But what's this monk's agenda? Could it be that he wants to kill me? At this moment, Yuanfang tossed his prayer beads into the air. The prayer beads glowed with golden light, releasing spiritual energy around the people. Everyone exclaimed, "So warm. It feels so comfortable." Heavens, my legs don't hurt anymore. Ah, my chest doesn't feel tight anymore either. Thank you, Master. Buddhism is indeed stronger than immortal arts. Seeing this enthusiastic response, the fake monk inwardly sighed. Excellent. The first step is going smoothly. Next is to convert you. He sensed killing intent. Who dares to be so audacious before this humble monk? It seems the target of this assassin isn't me. How interesting. Then he stared at Ye Ning, thinking it wouldn't hurt for him to suffer a little. Hidden in the crowd, an assassin lurked, thinking, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I absolutely cannot fail. The Yuanfang saw him and thought to himself, let him feel a sense of threat so that he'll willingly convert to Buddhism. Over on the side, Pei Yungham watched the clowns performing and muttered, a bunch of idiots. Just then, a huge explosion, boom, rang out. Ah, what's going on? Ah, our house is on fire. Tai Shankao exclaimed in panic. Could it be someone from the Immortal Sect? Wei Wentong speculated. No, if the Immortal Sect wanted to make a move, they'd come directly here. They wouldn't do something so strange like attack from the east and strike in the west. Ye Ning immediately ordered, Wei Wentong, take some people to go check it out. Wei Wentong replied that others would handle such matters, and his responsibility was to protect the great lord. But the young man disagreed and shouted, the people's affairs are more important. I'm safe here. I told you to go, so just go. Why are you arguing? Tai Shankao said worriedly. Brother Ye, your decision is a bit reckless. It's fine, the young man thought to himself. This fire definitely isn't accidental. If they really want to kill me, they should coordinate with those guys over there. Then the assassin, wearing a bamboo hat, glanced up at the room where Ye Ning was sitting. He grinned. Foolish. You actually took the initiative to send away the people around you. You must be tired of living. He immediately ordered the bald guy. Make your move. Understood. Then, a group wielding swords suddenly appeared. Ye Ning was secretly delighted upon seeing this. Excellent. There really were assassins. Shuangshuan frowned, recognizing them. Are they from Yanwu Tower? The Surveillance Institute's men immediately stepped in to stop them, shouting, Protect Lord Yi. Looking at Shuangshuan, Ye Ning gently placed his hand on her head. The young man said softly, Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Shuangshuan thought to herself, I don't need your protection, I can die. But not you. The crowd was easily defeated. The hooded assassin then ordered all assassins in ambush, move out. Assassins emerged from the crowd, drawing their swords. Seeing this, Ye Ning's eyes widened, and he shouted, Block them! The young man was rushing down to where the crowd was in chaos. When the assassin appeared beside him from who knows when, he smirked. Yea, your death day has arrived. The one who will kill you is Leng Shiki from Yanwu Tower. As he spoke, he drew his sword from his robe and slashed. At this moment, I could feel that this was the most perfect sword I had ever used in my life. Yuan Fang was surprised. This sword is not simple. I have to make a move. Shuangshuan panicked. Too late, I can't stop them. The moment the sword slashed in front of Ye Ning, the young man revealed a satisfied smile. Heavenly Emperor, here I come. Not bad sword skill. A voice suddenly sounded, and the sword screeched to a halt. Stopping in front of Ye Ning, the terrified Leng Shiki recognized. This voice, this tone, this manner, sect leader. He turned around, his eyes wide, looking at Pei Yungham, cold sweat dripping. Pei Yungham frowned, transmitting her voice to her nephew. This one is being protected by this old lady. Scram if you know what's good for you. Afterwards, her nephew suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Ye Ning was slightly startled, feeling like he'd been stabbed in the back. Leng Shiki fell to the ground, thinking in a panic. Sect leader, you've given me an impossible mission. I've already killed half. What should I do now? Sweat poured down him like a waterfall, trembling in a corner. Then finally he crawled to kneel before Ye Ning. Lord Yi, I was wrong. Ye Ning was stunned, not understanding what the heck was going on. Leng Shiki said tremblingly and nonsensically, Lord Ye, great lord, you are knowledgeable and insightful, a rare, loyal, and righteous man of our great Zhuhao. Although I was ordered to assassinate you, I ultimately couldn't bring myself to do it. If I really killed Lord Ye, I'm afraid my conscience would never be clear in this life. Hearing this, Pei Yungham covered her mouth and chuckled. My little bro is acting so well. As for Tai Xianggao, Shuangshuan, and the other assassins, their eyes widened in shock at his words. What the hell? Did I hear that right, Leng Shiki? Are you possessed? If they catch you, being tied up is the least of your worries. You're totally screwed. The crowd below was slack-jawed in amazement. Everyone, that assassin just said his name was Leng Shiki. I heard that all the assassins with the surname Leng from Yanwu Tower are cold-blooded and ruthless. Who knew that someone like that could be moved by Lord Ye? Exactly. I once read in an ancient book that some assassins will abandon their assassination missions because their target is a great sage. This proves that Lord Yi is a great sage. He can even move an assassin. Is there anything Lord Yi can't do? Lord Yi is truly a reincarnation of a saint. I must record today's events and compile them into a book to distribute throughout the world. Yuan Fang, sitting on the side, secretly admired him. Although I knew this guy was not ordinary, I didn't expect his character to be able to move an assassin. I really underestimated him. If such a great sage converted to Buddhism, he would surely help Buddhism become famous throughout the world. At this moment, Ye Ning put his hand on Lang Shiqi's shoulder and said, "Good job, kid. No one kicks a man when he's down." Lang Shiqi frowned and cursed inwardly. "Your mom, running back and forth my ass. Get lost." Meanwhile, the young man was speechless and thought, does this guy have a problem? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If not, then get lost. Don't try to lecture me with morality. What will the other assassins who want to kill me think if you do that? After thinking, the young man smiled and said, "You praise me too much. Really, I'm not as good as you say. You don't need to feel so guilty." Lang Shiqi saw Pei Yuham looking at him with killing intent, stuttering and stammering, Lord, what are you saying?" The Lord's character is as bright as the moon in the dark night, and the Lord's morality is as profound as the sunlight shining through 9 layers of clouds. The Lord's actions are really admirable. Oh my God, here we go again. Don't blame me if you make me nauseous first. So the young man replied cheerfully, "You praise me too much. On the contrary, I feel that you are a hero, a righteous young hero of the world. Your kung fu is outstanding, and your character is also extremely noble and rare." So these two grandpas took turns hyping each other up. "My lord, you don't have to be so humble. Hi, you're the one being humble." The bystanders looked at this scene and sighed. This is truly a rare cultural spectacle in the world. The two young men shook hands while gnashing their teeth, squeezing tightly. Both of them cursed inwardly. "I really hate you to death. If I can't kill you, I'll make you nauseous to death." Then Lang Shiqi left and said, "Lord, take care. I won't kill you today, but I don't know if other assassins will show mercy next time. Even if not for yourself, you must pay attention to your safety for the sake of the common people." Tai Shankao nodded. "That's right. You shouldn't be so impulsive next time. In the future, you must always have a guard by your side to protect your safety." Ye Ning cursed inwardly. "Bastard, still stabbing me in the back as you leave." Returning to his base, Lang Shiqi angrily punched the table. San Mao ran over in a panic and asked, "Oh my God, head. Could it be that you were moved by Ye Ning? Moved your head?" Shiqi punched the little brat and sent him flying into the yard. He asked with a grim face, "Didn't you see the woman next to Ye Ning?" "So what about that woman?" "That woman is the missing mistress. It was she who stopped me from attacking Ye Ning. What do you want me to do?" "Oh my God, so the mistress is a woman, but why is she by Ye Ning's side, and why didn't she let you attack him?" "I don't know. But in my opinion, the mistress is not one to actively help others. Could it be that the mistress has taken a fancy to that Ye Ning?" On this side, Ye Ning prepared to leave, and the young man cupped his hands in greeting. "Master, today the Dharma assembly was disrupted because of me. I am truly sorry. To prevent this from happening again, I will take my leave first," Yuan Fang said. "It's this poor monk's fault that Lord Ye was almost assassinated." "Master, you don't need to be so polite. This matter has nothing to do with you. This is truly this poor monk's fault. Ye Ning Daren probably knows already, but His Majesty invited this poor monk to act, all for the sake of Ye Ning Daren's safety." Hearing this, Ye Ning cursed inwardly. "That little emperor is such a busybody, meddling behind my back again," Yuan Feng continued. "But this poor monk feels that His Majesty's request is a bit difficult for us. After all, Buddhism comes from abroad and doesn't have deep roots in Dazhuo. If we want to protect Ye Ning Daren, we'll definitely offend Dazhu, which could lead to the extinction of Buddhism in Dazhu." "Oh ho, what the master says is absolutely right. If they offended the Immortal Sect for the sake of Ye Ning, it would indeed be a bit of a loss. But if we offend the Immortal Sect for the sake of Fa Hui, then our Buddhism would feel it was a worthwhile trade." Hearing the two words Fa Hui, Ye Ning was stunned and asked, "Who is this Fa Hui you're talking about?" Yuan Feng pointed to his own robes and said, "It's you, Daren. If you are willing to take refuge in Buddhism, this poor monk will accept you as a disciple, and your Dharma name will be Fa Hui." Hearing this, Ye Ning immediately turned around and refused, saying, "I've already said I have no interest in Buddhism. Great Master should go find someone else." But that Yan Fang was still stubborn and said, "Daren has a great affinity with Buddhism. It's just that you haven't seen through the mortal world yet. You don't truly understand yourself." Then he summoned a huge alms bowl and slammed it down on Ye Ning's head, saying, "Let this poor monk give Daren a hand." Ye Ning looked up dumbfounded, and the bowl had already come down, engulfing Ye Ning's entire body. Tai Shankao cried out in panic, "Bald donkey, Yuan Fang, what do you want to do?" Everyone worried about Ye Ning and pointed their swords at Yuan Fang. "Damn you, you dare!" Several people rushed forward, slashing at the bowl to save Ye Ning. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that the eminent monk from Whitehorse Temple wants to harm Ye Daren? I despise him." "What eminent monk? Anyone who harms Ye Daren is not a good person. Quickly release Ye Daren." They shouted loudly, regardless of the soldiers chopping their swords until they broke. The bowl still didn't have a single scratch. Yuan Fang said, "Don't waste your strength. This violet gold bowl is an important treasure of Buddhism. You will never be able to break it." Then he He teleported into the bowl. Ye Ning was slightly surprised to see Yuan Fang appear. If the benefactor is unwilling to take refuge in Buddhism, perhaps it is because you feel you still don't understand Buddhism, Yuan Fang asked. Ye Ning replied disdainfully. What the heck do I need to understand it for? But in my opinion, your style of doing things is more like a bandit, forcing people to join your gang even when they refuse. The benefactor has an affinity with Buddhism. This poor monk is trying to help you escape the sea of suffering, Yuan Fang explained. Ye Ning waved his hand. I'm afraid that the people you want to save aren't those with affinity, but those who are useful. Right? You want to use me to promote Buddhism and help you, don't you, Baldy? Show me all your tricks. Ye Ning challenged. Yuan Fang spoke in a deep voice, his words like thunder. Hasn't the benefactor vowed to save the world and help people? Entering Buddhism to study Buddhist scriptures is also equivalent to saving the world and escaping the sea of suffering. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up like shooting stars, and 2 giant dragons appeared behind him, dragon's scales shimmering and swirling upwards. With terrifying power, Ye Ning's head ached like it was being hammered. His hands trembled as he clutched his head tightly, barely managing to hold on. Pei Yuham softly said. He wants to use Buddha's light to bewitch Ye Ning. Hearing this, Tai Shankao's face was full of worry, and he rushed forward, punching the bowl hard, roaring angrily. Shameless Baldy, quickly release Ye Darren. But I think this monk's thinking is a bit too simple, Pei Yuham smirked, her eyes as sharp as knives. Ye Ning was now surrounded by 2 dragons, and Yuan Fang. He knelt down, the headache threatening to tear his brain apart. Anger surged, he roared inwardly. Dirty tricks, trying to mess with my will. Then don't blame me for defending myself, he shouted. The Buddhist salvation you speak of is just utter nonsense. I can't accept it at all. Now I'll ask you one question, can you answer it? Yuan Fang was slightly startled, he replied. Please, benefactor, ask away. Ye Ning began to ask, if a farmer studies Buddhism, will he become selfless? Of course. As far as Buddhism is concerned, everyone is equal, nobles and farmers alike. Yuan Fang replied, I ask you, what is the job of a farmer? Ye Ning continued. Farming. Then when it comes to plowing season, how many times does a field have to be plowed? How many seeds are sown each time? When does it need watering? When does it need weeding? What to do when it is damaged by pests? Ye Ning asked urgently. At this point, Yuan Fang hesitated for a long time without answering. This poor monk only helps them escape from suffering. There is no need to understand the work of farmers, Yuan Fang explained. Ye Ning waved his hand. No need. You don't understand the farmer at all. You don't even know that every seed they sow is their hope for the whole year. Of course, you also wouldn't know how much sweat and tears they shed on their fields, and how desperate they are when their crops are attacked by pests. You just stay in a temple chanting scriptures every day. Having never experienced anything, how can you say you want to help others find peace? Ye Ning said grandly, pointing straight at Yuan Fang's face. He wondered. Benefactor says that Buddhism does not understand sentient beings, so does Benefactor understand, Ye Ning replied. Every sentient being has their own life. Who can understand it except themselves? Then the words of Benefactor are meaningless, Yuan Fang replied. Buddhism can't do it, and neither can you, so why do you still talk about saving the world? Ye Ning stood up straight, his eyes stern. I can't teach sentient beings, because I have no way, and sentient beings don't need me to teach them either. Everyone has the power to choose their own way of life. No one has the right to interfere. Birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hate, separation, parting, as I see it, are both bitter and sweet. When alive, live fully, repay gratitude, and avenge wrongs as you wish. When old, enjoy a peaceful life. When sick, try to live happily. Don't worry too much. When about to die, keep a clear mind, with no shame in your conscience. When in love, look to the future, be passionate and intense. When you hate, engrave it in your heart, don't let your mind be shaken. When parting, learn to let go so that both sides are free. That is the true path of life for everyone. As soon as Ye Ning finished speaking, Yuan Fang's eyes widened, and he bowed his head and said, These words of Benefactor have helped this poor monk realize the truth. With Benefactor's wisdom and Buddhist nature, I can't teach you. You shouldn't become my disciple. This poor monk must become your junior. But if Benefactor really converts to Buddhism, then you must be considered my equal. Holy crap, this guy's brain is spinning magically fast, Ye Ning thought to himself. Yuan Fang's eyes were as bright as car headlights, running around Ye Ning talking non-stop. Good, really good. Looking again, Benefactor's Buddhist nature is indeed profound. This situation is really rare. Based on Benefactor's wisdom, not long after entering the sect, Buddhism will definitely have another arhat. Benefactor. Rest assured, from now on, we will definitely protect Benefactor well. If you are still afraid of danger, this poor monk can take Benefactor to Lei Yin Temple in Huoluo Kingdom. Ye Ning shuddered when he heard this. Holy moly! Huoluo Kingdom. Going to that godforsaken place is harder to die than going to heaven, Yuan Fang thought to himself. Today, Even if I have to use a Buddhist treasure, I will definitely convert him. He clasped his hands together, and the string of beads around his neck suddenly separated. Benefactor is still lost in delusion, but today this humble monk will definitely help Benefactor escape from it. This monk is really something, Ye Ning muttered, his eyes full of suspicion. A brilliant light emanated from Yuan Fang. He sat cross-legged like a dignified Buddha statue. Pei Yuham and Tai Shengao exclaimed in shock, "That monk, Baldy. Stop it now." Ye Ning staggered backward, trembling like a tree branch in the wind, thinking to himself, "I'm screwed. This guy doesn't listen to reason. What trick should I use? You bald thief? You want to die? If you don't release Ye Ren immediately, I'll burn down your White Horse Temple right now." Relaying the Emperor's decree, Yuan Fang, "Release Ye Ren immediately. Otherwise, Buddhism in Dajiao will be considered a heretical sect and will not be allowed to proselytize within the borders." Yuan Fang ignored them. His voice was deep. "Nonsense, Zhu Yin. If there is no White Horse Temple, I will build another one. If there is no this disciple, there will be others. This entire Dajiao is just a nominal existence. Without Ye Ning, Dajiao will collapse. Therefore the Emperor's decree is nothing. I will definitely convert Ye Ning." Thinking this, Yuan Fang gathered his strength and shone it on Ye Ning. The young man instantly felt an intense headache and knelt. Ye Ning trembled, clutching his head. "You damn bald jerk, you'd better not give me another chance, or I'll show you how to write grave." Haoran righteous chi. Ye Ning suddenly heard Pei Yuham's words echo in his ears, like a flash of lightning in the night. He realized he could use that righteous chi to resist the demonic power. Ye Ning gritted his teeth, and a sky-shattering roar tore through the stifling atmosphere. From deep within, a torrent of Haoran Genki erupted violently, as powerful as a blazing fireball, forming a dazzling pillar of light in the sky, causing those outside to squint, Confucius said. In the application of ritual, harmony is prized. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement, Ye Ning shouted, his voice as thunderous as a storm. Those outside were petrified, their eyes wide as saucers, as they looked at Ye Ning, a brilliant halo surrounding his body. The light emanated like an impregnable shield, protecting him from all danger. Ye Ning walked steadily, his aura soaring, causing everyone to be astonished. How could his Haoran Genki be so powerful? Yuan Fang squinted, unable to believe what he had just seen. The next second, a majestic and powerful force like a waterfall suddenly rushed toward him, forcing him to raise his hands to shield his face. The surging energy twisted like a giant vortex between heaven and earth, fierce and terrifying. When the vortex dissipated, Ye Ning still stood tall at the center, his body unharmed. Everyone crowded around, anxiously asking, "De Ren, are you all right?" Ye Ning smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you all." Yuan Fang had a few minor injuries, and he sighed softly, his tone full of regret. "I didn't expect Ye Ren to not only have Buddhist nature but also be knowledgeable in books. It's a pity that Confucianism is declining now. No matter how much Haoran Genki you have, it will be difficult to reach the pinnacle." Tai Shenggao's face flushed red, and he raised his hand to scold. "Baldy, why don't you shut your trap?" Seeing Yuan Fang stubbornly arguing, even after being blasted away and smashing through a wall, Ye Ning shook his head and advised, "Master is too stubborn. How can you become a Buddha with such attachments?" "Become a Buddha?" Yuan Fang frowned, his expression full of bewilderment. "The Buddha ancestor is the only supreme being. How dare I dream of becoming a Buddha?" Could it be that the Buddhist system in this world is different from what I know? Ye Ning frowned, a glint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. "If that's the case, then don't blame me. It's your own fault for tormenting me so badly earlier." A sly smile flickered on his lips as he approached Yuan Fang. His tone was full of curiosity. "May I ask, Master, does Buddhism have realms?" Yuan Fang was stunned by Ye Ning's sudden change. Could it be that he has already attained enlightenment? Buddhism doesn't call them realms, but fruits of enlightenment. Reading Buddhist scriptures and performing Buddhist rituals helps you enter the path. Then you cultivate. If you can complete it, you'll attain fruits like arhatship. Bodhisattvas and Buddhas are all manifestations of these fruits. Attaining a fruit also has different ranks, and the higher the rank, the stronger the Buddha power naturally becomes. Buddhas, even the Buddha ancestor, look upon the world with great compassion and boundless Dharma power. Bodhisattvas, arhats, and even ordinary Buddhist cultivators. Is it just impossible to become a Buddha? Of course, Yuan Fang answered with an affirmative tone. The Buddha ancestor is the supreme and unique being. Oh, okay. Ye Ning rested his chin on his hand, his eyes hazy, as if contemplating something. So, this is what you call Buddhism, but I think I just found a loophole to stop them from bothering me so much. Yuan Fang eagerly asked, "Does Ye Ren perhaps have some interest?" Before he could finish, Ye Ning interjected. "Great Master's efforts to preach in Dachu haven't been very smooth, have they?" "Indeed, not very smooth," Yuan Fang admitted, his voice tinged with sadness. "Otherwise, it wouldn't have disturbed you, my lord." Ye Ning continued. Does the Great Master know why it's so difficult to preach in Dachu? I don't. Does Yadarin know? Yuanfang's eyes lit up again, responding eagerly like a little bird, waiting to be fed. In my opinion, there are 3 reasons. First, although Dachu isn't backward, it's the land of gods, rich in natural treasures. The people of Chu, seeing outsiders coming into their city, will naturally feel a sense of pride. Therefore, with the Great Master preaching from Huoluo country, the people of Chu will naturally not be interested. Second, Buddhism is impractical, relying only on speculation and imagination without direct practice, concluding that everyone in the world is at fault, which is certainly not going to be recognized. Third, Buddhism is hypocritical and narrow-minded, Ye Ning said, his tone as cold as if he were judging the entire world. Hearing Ye Ning's words, Yuanfang was struck dumb. He frowned, his expression unfriendly. Benefactor, be careful what you say. What's wrong, Great Master? You disagree, Ye Ning continued, his tone full of provocation. Then let me ask you, what does Buddhism rely on to enter the world, claiming to universally save all living beings? Isn't it just shouting slogans? If Buddhism isn't narrow-minded, why can you only become an arhat or a bodhisattva no matter how much you cultivate? And there's no way to become a Buddha. Sounds reasonable, right? Ye Ning questioned relentlessly, each word like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Yuanfang's heart. Why can Buddhist disciples only become bodhisattvas or arhats, and never Buddhas? Ye Ning continued, his gaze piercing Yuanfang's very being. This question left those around them dumbfounded. Yuanfang also hesitated for a moment, however. He tried to maintain his stance. Because the Buddha is inherently unique, supremely high and unparalleled. But immediately after, a thought contradicted him. But the Buddha said that all beings are equal. So why is the Buddha the supreme being? Why can't I become a Buddha? Yuanfang clutched his head, his face bewildered. How did the Buddha become a Buddha? Why is that, Great Master? Let me tell you the reason, Ye Ning continued, his tone full of confidence. Because within Buddhism, the Buddhists are only cultivating Hinayana Buddhism, not Mahayana Buddhism. Hearing this, the Buddhists wondered, that benefactor there, are you saying that what we are cultivating is only Hinayana Buddhism, completely incomparable to Mahayana Buddhism? Some Buddhists were seething with anger, and some other disciples rushed forward, growling angrily. Nonsense. Do you know what you're saying? Monk, don't be rash. The atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. The anger seemed to want to burn the whole space. Several other disciples hurriedly stepped in to stop them, fearing that a brawl would erupt immediately. Benefactor. Yea. Yuanfang hurriedly spoke, his tone full of threat. You are insulting the Buddha Dharma. You are seeking to be irreconcilable with our Buddhism. I'm just saying that you are cultivating in the wrong way. Ye Ning replied calmly, his voice as warm as a cool spring in the desert. Is Buddhism so domineering that it won't even let others speak the truth? Ye Ning continued to retort, his eyes as sharp as a sword stabbing straight into the hearts of those who were stubborn. All right, then benefactor, tell us, what is called Mahayana Buddhism? Ye Ning replied, Mahayana Buddhism. All living beings in the world can become Buddhas. All living beings in the world. After hearing this, everyone below was stunned. Can all become Buddhas? Yuanfang was astonished. Ye Ning continued, Buddha cannot save Buddha, meaning even Buddha cannot understand Buddha. But those Buddhist followers who are heading towards Buddha don't know they themselves are Buddha. If you don't worship Buddha or pray to Buddha, then you don't need to use the concept of Buddha. Buddha doesn't recite scriptures, Buddha doesn't keep precepts, Buddha doesn't break precepts, Buddha doesn't do good or evil. If you want to find Buddha, you need to see your true nature. If you see your true nature, you are already a Buddha. If you don't, you are just a sentient being. Great Master can become a Buddha. His disciples can also become a Buddha. Sentient beings can also become a Buddha. What is Buddha? Buddha resides in the heart of every person. But what the Great Master is practicing is only saving himself, not saving sentient beings. If this isn't called Hinayana Buddhism, what is? Hearing this, Yuanfang kneeled on the ground, trembling as he embraced himself. Anyone can become a Buddha. There's Buddha in everyone's heart. This kind of Buddhism, it can't be wrong. If all sentient beings are equal, without distinction between rich and poor, then everyone can become a Buddha. How can such Buddhism not have believers? How can our Buddhist sect not flourish? If you see your true nature, you are already a Buddha. All sentient beings can become a Buddha. Ah, that's possible. At this moment, Yuanfang's eyes flared up with a burning flame. I understand now. So, the Buddhism I've been practicing was all wrong. No wonder Buddhism isn't developing. No wonder sentient beings don't accept our Buddhist sect. I was wrong. It was all wrong. At this point, a dense and eerie aura emanated from Yuanfang's body. Pei Yunham, standing with Ye Ning, said, Words of a learned man can indeed kill without drawing blood. Just saying a few sentences is enough to drive him into demonic cultivation. Ye Ning thought to himself, this isn't the scenario I wanted. He approached Yuanfang and said, "Great master, please rethink this. Bodhi originally has no tree. A bright mirror is originally without a stand. Originally, there is nothing, so where does the dust come from?" Yuanfang had an epiphany upon hearing this. The eerie aura around him dissipated, and golden light shone brightly from his whole body. Then, Yuanfang knelt down before Ye Ning, clasping his hands together. "Please, Buddhist devotee, transmit the Mahayana Buddhism, Buddhist devotee." Ye Ning froze for 10 seconds. Holy crap, I think I overdid it again. I just wanted to use common sense from my previous life. Just changed a few words to fool him. Why is he suddenly asking me to transmit Buddhism to him? Where am I supposed to get it from? Wait a minute, in my previous life, I did read a scripture. Seems like I can use words to recall my memories. Thinking this, the young man went to help Yuanfang up, saying, "Mahayana Buddhism has only just appeared in the world, and is waiting for Buddhist devotees and sentient beings all over the world to comprehend it. However, I have a Heart Sutra here, which you can refer to." Luckily, in my previous life, whenever I was bored, I would take out my grandmother's Buddhist scriptures to read. Ye Ning muttered. Then, Ye Ning gracefully sat amidst the sacred aura emanating from him like a cool stream, covering the disciples sitting around him, and he began to recite. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practiced the profound Prajnaparamita, he saw the 5 aggregates as empty and transcended all suffering. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Shariputra, all dharmas are marked with emptiness. They are neither produced nor destroyed. Ye Ning's deep and warm voice resounded everywhere, like an affirmation, a prophecy of the revival of Buddhism. What is happening? I can feel Buddhism moving. The 36 ranks of the Buddhist lotus treasure, the Zhenzi, have been revived. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practiced the profound Prajnaparamita, he received the true scripture and had no regrets for the rest of his life. Abbot, is it possible that the disciples who went to spread Buddhism before have created true scriptures? If that's really the case, our Buddhism can be considered to have hope for revival. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is exactly emptiness. Emptiness is exactly form, the disciples exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes filled with hope. Ye Ning's words were like a cool breeze blowing into their hearts, dispelling the doubts and worries that had been there for so long. Yuanfang attained the right fruit, becoming a first-grade arhat. A brilliant golden light radiated from Ye Ning's body, gilding the entire grounds of the White Horse Temple, making the crowd gathered outside even more astonished and curious. Did you see that? The Grandmaster's body is emitting golden light, they whispered in disgust, their eyes full of reverence and curiosity. Yuanfang respectfully said. Yuanfang pays respects to the Buddha child. Ye Ning worriedly wondered. Surely I haven't dug another hole for myself, have I? Ye Ning suddenly raised his hand and looked at his palm. His whole body seemed to awaken. A jolt of electricity ran down his spine. My body is changing. I can feel a surge of immense power. Ye Ning clenched his fist, tilting his head in thought. The crowd buzzed. It seems Lord Yi has become stronger. That's right. The Lord's weak, scholarly air has disappeared, replaced by the true demeanor of a martial artist. Yuanfang smiled radiantly, his voice full of joy. Congratulations to the Buddha child, for successfully spreading the true scriptures of Buddhism, thanks to which Buddha light has gathered, creating the Vajra Lapis Lazuli Sanskrit body. What? What body? Ye Ning was stunned, his words stammering. The Vajra Lapis Lazuli Sanskrit body can make the Buddha child's body many times stronger, as solid as a diamond. Now all ordinary weapons will not be able to harm the Buddha child. Congratulations to the Buddha child for making up for the shortcomings of Confucianism. From now on life will always be guaranteed, Yuanfang explained, his voice full of pride. Yuanfang's words were like a knife piercing Ye Ning's heart, turning him into a stone statue, silently standing still amidst the currents of life. Tai Shanggao, unaware of the situation, happily spoke up. Congratulations, my lord, for making up for the shortcomings. That's wonderful. From now on, my lord's safety will be more assured. Ye Ning was not happy at all. On the contrary, tears and snot streamed down his face, complaining, "Wah, it's a cheat, it's cheating," his voice choked, like a child crying over being robbed of their favorite toy. Yuanfang still maintained a kind smile, only adding, "If the Buddha child intends to cultivate Buddhahood, naturally you can become the Buddha right now." "Screw cultivating your ancestor," Ye Ning suddenly burst into a rage, shouting, "I don't want to convert to Buddhism. Also, don't call me Buddha child." "As you wish, Buddha child," Yuanfang replied calmly. Tai Shanggao felt relieved. "In any case, it's a good thing that Lord Ye is safe and sound today. But what you, Yuanfang, did today has violated the laws of the great Zhao, and you must be punished." "My lord is right." Yuanfang does not refuse. This poor monk is willing to accept punishment. His gaze turned towards the White Horse Temple, which was once a place of tranquility, but now had become the focus of a struggle. This White Horse Temple, this poor monk no longer needs it. It will be handed over to the Supervisory Institute to deal with. Even if it is torn down, I won't say a word. Please take the more than 100,000 acres of land around the White Horse Temple and distribute it to the poor and needy people. If it is still not enough, wait until this poor monk returns. I will definitely come and seek atonement from Lord Ye. You want to leave? Ye Ning frowned and asked. Yuan Fang nodded, his eyes shining as if to pierce through space. This poor monk has received the true scriptures, comprehended Mahayana Buddhism, and can't wait to grow wings and immediately fly back to Lei Temple, to spread all that I have comprehended to the Buddhas. Yuan Fang's voice was full of enthusiasm, as fiery as a burning flame, causing Ye Ning to be stunned. Grandmaster, please take your time. No need to see me off. Ye Ning nodded in agreement. Although the Buddha child is unwilling to convert to Buddhism, you have the merit of spreading the true scriptures, worthy of being worshipped as a teacher by all Buddhist cultivators. This poor monk will call upon all Buddhist disciples in this great zoo to protect the Buddha child in order to repay the kindness of spreading the true scriptures, Yuan Fang said with a tone of utter sincerity. Yuan Fang's words sent a chill down Ye Ning's spine, making him shudder. Is there anything else? Can I at least be a normal person? This humble monk only wishes to protect the Buddhist disciple. But why does the Buddhist disciple seem so dissatisfied? Yuan Fang frowned, his face filled with perplexity. Ye Ning patted Yuan Fang on the shoulder, forcing a smile and trying to appear calm. Master, the Immortal Sects are very powerful. If everyone forcefully interferes, they will surely become enemies of the Immortal Sects. Right now, the foundation of Buddhism is not stable. If something happens, who will be responsible for spreading the true scriptures to the Western lands? Although Master is enlightened, there are still many Buddhist cultivators in Huoluo Kingdom who are deluded and need the Master to enlighten them. So the Buddhist disciple was scolding me, all for the sake of Buddhism. To sacrifice oneself for the Tao, perhaps only such a noble person can comprehend the Mahayana Buddhism. This humble monk Yuan Fang is moved. His eyes sparkled, seemingly containing a whole sky of compassion. I shall follow your command. Afterwards, Ye Ning watched as Yuan Fang's figure and horse gradually disappeared into the distance, a wave of regret washing over him. Sorry, but your journey to spread the true scriptures won't be simple. Relying on you alone, wanting to erase the old teachings of Buddhism is harder than ascending to heaven. Perhaps we'll never have the chance to meet again in this lifetime. Ye Ning turned around, intending to return to the carriage, and unexpectedly encountered Pei Yuham waiting for him. How interesting, just based on a few words from you, you've created some kind of Mahayana Buddhism. Buddhism is already difficult to develop now. I'm afraid it will be erased by you. Pei Yuham smiled, her eyes seemingly seeing through Ye Ning's heart. Ye Ning didn't expect this woman to see through my thoughts. Ye Ning was surprised, unable to hide his astonishment. The naive Tai Xiangkao still didn't understand what was happening, so he asked, "Why would it be erased?" Pei Yungham explained. Because from today onwards there will be two schools of thought in Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism. In the end, which one is the orthodox one? I'm afraid there will be very intense disputes. Inside the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, a dark shadow hiding in the darkness secretly blamed his subordinates. Buddhist disciple? Even if you've established a good relationship with that weird little Buddhist sect, so what? You dare to offend the Immortal Sects and still want to live? A cold voice filled with murderous intent echoed in the silent space. Of course, there are many people waiting to kill you right now. It's time for me to make my move too. Your Highness, please give your orders. This servant would never dare to disobey. You were once a close aide to the Immortal Emperor, but now you have to submit to me. Don't you have some resentment in your heart? The eunuch said. This servant is where he is today thanks to your Highness. Even if your Highness tells this servant to die, this servant would be willing to obey. The woman threw down a vial, saying, Inside is the 7 emotions powder, a gift from Feng Xianjie. You probably don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Those nephews and nieces you adopted probably don't want you to do anything unnecessary either. Thinking of his nephews, the eunuch lowered his head in resignation and said, Please rest assured, your Highness. Scene change inside the room. Ye Ning lay sprawled on the chair, dejected. It's over. This time, even wanting to die is difficult. Immortal Sects, you have to put in more effort. The difficulty of killing me has increased a lot. Just then, Tai Xiangkao ran in excitedly and boasted, My lord, someone wants to invite you to a banquet. He took the invitation, which had the 2 words Soul King written on it. Ye Ning curiously turned to look at Xiangkao, and outside the street, a commotion of discussion erupted like a whirlwind. Oh my god, the Soul King's acting up again today. Once a royal genius. I don't know what karma he created, but now he's ended up like this. A gloomy aura enveloped the entire street, where an old man with white hair, covered in filth, was happily dancing like a broken puppet. Behind him, a servant hurriedly followed, his face full of worry. Your Majesty, don't go any further, we should go home. Your Majesty, that can't be eaten. The servant shouted in a panicked voice. The Soul King seemed to be possessed, and when he saw a pile of dog poop on the road, his eyes lit up. thinking it was a delicacy. At Ye residence, Tai Xiang Kao, with a worried expression, recounted what he had heard about the Soul King when Ye Ning inquired, "I don't know what exactly happened to the Soul King. In short, after he went crazy, very few people mentioned him. Some people even said they saw him eating dog poop on the street. Hail to the dung-eating hero. But he invited me to a banquet." Ye Ning hesitated for a while and then said, "Refuse for me, saying I have too much official business and can't go." Ye Ning and the people around him stepped outside. Pei Yungham was sitting there again, curiously asking, "Do you guys think this Soul King might be faking madness?" Hearing that, Ye Ning also secretly mused, "That's definitely possible. After all, I know quite a few people in history who faked madness or foolishness to escape trouble. This woman usually has no presence at all, but every time she speaks, she hits the nail on the head. If I get the chance, I really want to test what she's capable of." "Oh, so you're interested in me now, huh? Since we've known each other for a while, I don't mind telling you, I'm a successor of the demonic sect," Pei Yungham said. "Holy cow! A demonic sect successor?" Tai Shengao asked, surprised. "Wasn't the demonic sect wiped out ages ago?" Ye Ning asked blankly. "Demonic sect? What's the demonic sect?" In the past, 7 disciples, led by the demonic sect, founded the demonic Dabayo. These 7 sects stood against the 13 immortal sects without falling into a disadvantageous position, and the demonic sect was the origin that made the demonic Dabayo incredibly powerful, dominating a region for 1,000 years. Later, there were traitors within the demonic sect, and with the immortal sects colluding internally and externally, the demonic sect fractured. After being suppressed by the immortal sects, they had no other choice but to submit to the Great Zhu to survive, while the immortal sects themselves faced suppression. After thousands of years of bloodshed, and after the Grand Ancestor disappeared, the immortal sects recovered and immediately began their revenge, annihilating the demonic sect. Ye Ning wondered, "I'm really curious, back then the demonic sect was so powerful, what caused their internal division?" Pei Yungham said, "It was because of a cultivation technique, the heavenly demonic art." Wu Sanxi added, "Legend says the heavenly demonic art is the greatest cultivation art in the world, capable of devouring others' power to increase one's own cultivation." Hearing this, Ye Ning eagerly asked, "If you're a demonic sect successor, then do you also know the heavenly demonic art?" Pei Yungham nodded slightly. Then, Ye Ning excitedly grabbed Pei Yungham's hand and started pulling her, to the dumbfounded gazes of Tai Shengao and the others. "Come with me into the room," Ye Ning said as he pulled Pei Yungham into the room. Xuan secretly tried to follow, but Ye Ning stopped her. With a sly expression, he said, "Kids, don't follow." Then he and Pei Yungham went into the room and closed the door. Inside, Ye Ning revealed an eager expression. "Sister Pei," Pei Yungham cried out in surprise. "Ah, what do you want to do?" Ye Ning said with a grin. "Your wounds haven't healed yet. Don't you want to absorb something?" "Absorb? Absorb what?" Pei Yungham didn't understand. "I can indeed absorb others' power, but there aren't many suitable powerful cultivators in the capital, and ordinary cultivators are useless to me." Ye Ning grinned excitedly. "Ah, so I'm not good enough for you. You want me to absorb your Horan righteous chi. But if your Horan righteous chi is absorbed, won't you be crippled? It's fine. I'm willingly letting you absorb it. If you recover quickly, won't you be able to repel those who are chasing you?" Looking at Ye Ning, Pei Yungham was a little touched. He's a Confucian disciple, yet he harbors grand ambitions and wholeheartedly wants to save the great Xiao. His Haoran righteous chi is his trump card, so why would he willingly let me absorb it? Could it be that he likes me? I'm already used to men using all sorts of ways to express their affection, and also used to their infatuated gazes towards me. But his eyes were so pure, he never even said "I love you" to me. When I needed him most, he bravely stepped forward, willing to sacrifice himself. "You're so devoted to me, but I really find it hard to reciprocate, because I still carry a mission on my shoulders." While she was just standing there dumbfounded, Ye Ning urged, "Hey, are you going to do it or what? I can't wait any longer." Pei Yungham grabbed the young man's hand and nodded. Okay, she told herself she had to control her strength, not to harm his foundation of righteous chi. Outside, Xuan pressed her face against the door, her ears strained to catch every sound coming from inside. Suddenly, a suggestive phrase rang out, causing her face to flush red and her heart to pound. "Ah, that's so good. What on earth are they doing?" Inside the room, Ye Ning and Pei Yungham held hands, his power being drawn towards her. But instead of pain, Ye Ning smiled brightly like a flower. "I really didn't expect that being drained of my power could be so good. Could you use a little more force?" Hearing his request, Pei Yungham vigorously absorbed the righteous chi from Ye Ning's body. She frowned, feeling a bit surprised. "My injuries are almost healed. But why is his righteous chi still so dense?" "It's truly rare," Ye Ning revealed a satisfied expression, boasting. If the demonic path hadn't been severed, Ye Ning would have had the qualifications to become a saint. Xuan was so angry outside that she couldn't do anything but growl and bite her lip tightly, then stamped her foot on the ground. She kept looking at the room, her eyes filled with resentment. A black cat witnessed the whole thing, silently observing Shuang, its eyes flashing. That little demonic path brat is guarding the door, so Ye Ning is inside. The black cat smirked. If it's just a misunderstanding, then don't blame me. Peiji, you can do it. Use more strength. Ye Ning's voice echoed outside. The black cat froze for 10 seconds upon hearing, Peiji. Could the voice have echoed? What a weirdo, going along with you like that as long as you're satisfied? I'm fine with whatever, dude. Your lordship, the black cat asked anxiously, its voice urgent, but another suggestive phrase echoed from the room. Are you okay, Peiji? Use a little more strength. I believe in you. You'll definitely be able to squeeze me dry. I've really tried my best. To be honest, this is the first time I've done something like this. And it's also the first time I've encountered a case like you. Endure the pain. I'll try my best. The kitten was so shocked that it fell from the roof, its vision blurred and its head spinning. Ha. My enemy has become my boss's man, huh? Inside the room, Pei Yuham was still in shock, her eyes as if she wanted to pierce through Ye Ning. Ye Ning, don't you realize? What? No matter how much I absorb, your righteous chi doesn't diminish at all. And also, after I absorb it, the new righteous chi you produce is 10 times purer. Damn, are you saying I've become stronger than before? Ye Ning frowned, his face full of doubt. He understood what was happening, but still couldn't understand the reason. Ugh, then hurry up, stop it, why? Why is it like this? Ye Ning's voice revealed a clear panic. Pei Yuham smiled and patted Ye Ning on the shoulder, her voice full of meaning. This matter of yours, if it were to spread, I'm afraid everyone in the world would admire you so much. Ye Ning was dejected, his eyes filled with despair. Admire what crap? This old man just wants to die quickly and become the heavenly emperor, but why? Am I getting stronger and stronger, Peiji? How's your injury? If you're still not fully recovered, let's keep going. It is what it is. Right, I'm feeling much better now anyway, Pei Yuham replied. Looking at Ye Ning, I've probably recovered about 70 or 80%. I don't need to absorb any more of your power. I just need some time to recuperate. That's right, I just feel like there's still so much I can learn and observe from Ye Ning. Besides, I haven't repaid your kindness yet. How can I just leave like that? Pei Yuham sighed inwardly. Pei Yuham, I never want to owe anyone in this lifetime. Pei Yuham stepped out of the door, causing it to creak softly. Suddenly, Xuan's gaze shot at her like an angry lightning bolt. Xuan looked at Pei Yuham with contempt, as if wanting to burn her with hatred. Pei Yuham just smiled knowingly, like a sly fox spirit, and walked away gracefully. In Xuan's eyes, Pei Yuham was just an evil fox spirit, a dangerous person hiding behind a beautiful facade. Fox spirit. Isn't it just about showing off your chest? I can do that too. Ye Ning stood in the distance, looking confused. He couldn't understand what Xuan was angry about. The little bat is back to base. Transforming back into the Boss Tuo, the bald head rushed over anxiously. Boss Tuo, didn't you say you were going to scout the situation? Why did you end up like this? What's the point of scouting anymore? Yan Wu Lu is about to change its surname to Ye. What's going on? The subordinate was shocked, his eyes wide as if he wanted to swallow the whole truth. Boss Tugio, what's happening? Do Master, that's right. Master is now in Ye Ning's house. And in the central room, the two of them, what about them? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, making the atmosphere heavy. Speak! What about them? The two were startled and knelt down. Greetings, Master. Pei Yuham sat on a lotus flower radiating brilliant light, like an authoritative goddess. Her gaze was like sharp blades piercing Leng Shiki. It's only been 5 years, and your guts have grown this big. You actually dared to follow me. Leng Shiki trembled like a leaf in the wind. This subordinate wouldn't dare. This subordinate just wanted to find a way to contact Master, so I sneaked into Ye's residence, damn it. Seeing how gentle Master's attitude was towards that Ye Ning that day, I thought Master had changed her temperament. Now it seems that Master's gentleness is only reserved for that kid, Pei Yuham threatened. This is the first time, and also the last time. This subordinate understands. Now, mobilize your forces in the capital, and help me with 2 things, Pei Yuham instructed, her voice full of authority. First, spread the news that I am in the capital. Just say that I have been seriously injured and am recuperating. Second, go and gather information to see which bastards are trying to harm Ye Ning and kill them immediately after finding them. In the Imperial Palace, Ji Mingyu was surprised when Zhao Qianqian mentioned the demonic sect successor. It's the demonic sect successor. I really admire Ye Ning. He dares to accept anyone. That the demonic sect successor doesn't have any ill intentions, right? No ill intentions. Her meeting with Ye Ning was just a coincidence, Zhao Qianqian explained. Now their relationship is extremely close. Ji Mingyue was stunned. Zhao Qianqian sighed. Who he's close to is his freedom, but as the supervisor of the Supervisory Bureau, associating with someone from the demonic sect may lead to actions from the major Immortal Sects. If it were Ye Ning, he probably wouldn't care about the views of the Immortal Sects at all. That's true. With Ye Qing's temperament, he wouldn't care about his own safety at all. But tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday. We should still increase the manpower entering the palace to prevent any unforeseen events. The Empress Dowager has never been in harmony with me. After I ascended the throne, we had even less contact. This time, she suddenly wants me to organize her birthday banquet for her. In fact, the late emperor once reminded me when he was dying, telling me never to trust the Empress Dowager. But in matters of good deeds, filial piety comes first. Although the Empress Dowager is not my biological mother, she is still the Empress Dowager in name, so the birthday banquet must be held. But we still gotta watch out for the Empress Dowager. And what about Ye Ning? He flat out refused, saying he wasn't. Grand Counselor Cao awkwardly said, "Come on, Lord Yi, can't you just give a little face?" That's the Empress Dowager we're talking about. Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Wu Zhan also tried to persuade him, "You're the head of the Supervisory Institute. By both reason and etiquette, you have to go. Plus, you need to prepare longevity gifts." You're right, even these three heavy hitters are saying it, so is there really no way out? Ugh, fine, I'll go. Great, I'll go help you, Lord, prepare the gifts. Suddenly, Pei Kyungham's voice cut in. Hold on, I've heard this Empress Dowager is no ordinary person. Immediately, Grand Counselor Cao and Ye Ning went into full gossip mode. Not an ordinary person? Is there drama? Pei Kyungham sat down and said, "So, how much do you guys actually know about this Empress Dowager?" Grand Counselor Cao Liu speculated. The Empress Dowager's surname is Bai. I heard she came from a great noble clan. She was very affectionate with the former emperor in her youth, but later their relationship grew distant. Moreover, the Empress Dowager has no children. She's not His Majesty's birth mother. To be precise, she comes from a great noble clan, and what's more, it's a cultivator family. That's right, Pei Kyungham confirmed. Hearing this, everyone was startled. A cultivator family? Ye Ning, still clueless, asked. What's a cultivation family? Grand Counselor Cao explained. It's a group of cultivators, organized by family units. I heard that in ancient times there were many powerful cultivator families, but now most families have declined to the point where they can only rely on Immortal Sects. That's right, the Empress Dowager's original name is Bai Fei, and she's from the Bai family, a cultivator family. And this Bai family relies on an Immortal Sect, which is none other than the Quanzheng Pavilion. Grand Counselor Cao suddenly understood. No wonder she's been in seclusion for so many years but suddenly wants to show her face and host a longevity banquet. It must be the Quanzheng Pavilion's instruction. They want to harm Lord Ye. Lord Ye possesses Haoran righteous qi, Wei Wentong interjected, and the diamond indestructible glazed pure body. Does she really think she can touch the Lord just by herself? Pei Kyungham let out a mischievous smile and said, "There's never been a limit to the ways one can harm others. Is it with swords and spears? Or perhaps, poison?" As Pei Kyungham spoke, she snapped her fingers, and immediately, a few people behind them seemed to be poisoned, trembling as they collapsed. When did you poison them? See, harming someone is actually a very simple matter. Right. Ye Ning mused thoughtfully. They could even use poison to deal with me. What a detailed explanation. Pei Kyungham then asked Ye Ning again. Ye Ning, now that you know all this, do you still want to go? Of course. Ye Ning replied with a perfectly fake righteous face. As a loyal subject, if I don't attend the Empress Dowager's longevity banquet, wouldn't that be violating the duty of a minister? Pei Kyungham chuckled at this, then beckoned with her hand. Good, come here, Ye Ning was startled. What's the meaning of this? She's not trying to drain me again, is she? Pei Kyungham grabbed Ye Ning's hand, and from her sleeve, a small snake slithered out. Shao Qing is an azure-scaled serpent. I found it many years ago. It carries the bloodline of the ancient jade-eyed azure sky python, and it can sense potent poisons and danger. Huh. Before Ye Ning could understand, the snake slithered over to him, making him flustered. Where did it go? Pei Kyungham said. No need to look for it. If it senses danger, it will actively warn you. Forget it, it's just a snake anyway. So what if it can foresee danger? If I, your daddy, wants to die, no one can stop me. That night, in a deserted valley, a voice echoed, Senior brother, we have news. Dushu Tuluo has indeed arrived in the capital. Good. Immediately issue the order. Dispatch the 4 great elders of heaven, earth, Xuan, and Huang. They must capture that she-devil alive. Under the shimmering moonlight of the great Zhu dynasty, the bustling crowds flowed back and forth on the lively streets. Lord He, you're looking radiant today. From inside a carriage, a voice filled with excitement. Lord Lai is no less so. Looking at this prosperous and lively scene, one truly can't help but sigh at the flourishing state of our great Zhu. We are truly fortunate to have such talents as Lord Lin. As the 2 carriages chatted happily, another carriage suddenly rushed forward, looking frantic. Make way ahead! With that, the carriage shot like an arrow straight into the crowd, speeding forward at a breakneck pace. The people in the 2 carriages recognized it. So the Surveillance Institute is also attending the longevity banquet. Such murderous aura at a longevity banquet, I'm afraid it will ruin the mood. Oh, it's Ye Ning's carriage. Tai Xiangkao, sitting in the carriage, asked him with a suspicious look. Yay bro, these officials now see us as plague gods, do you regret it? Ye Ning looked out the window, his eyes cold. Regret, Tai Shun-Kao shook his head. Now I only thank His Majesty for originally bringing me into the Surveillance Institute. Otherwise I would definitely be like them, willingly wallowing in depravity. After a while, the carriage arrived at a vast palace, the Brocade Embroidery Palace. A servant happily greeted them as soon as he saw them. Lord Ye, Lord Tai, this way please. These koi are said to be the Empress Dowager's pets. She often comes here to feed the fish. Ye Ning recognized the intelligent look in their eyes. Sure enough, there was spirituality within. At this time, the longevity banquet was crowded. The atmosphere was extremely joyous. Yay bro, my seat is over here. Tai Shun-Kao pointed to his seat, then turned to meet Ye Ning later. Everyone saw Ye Ning arrive, and immediately began to whisper, Ye Ning is here, he's here. But when he turned around, those guys didn't dare to say a word. Ye Ning slowly approached his table. He thought to himself, a bunch of trash. Not one dares to look me in the eye. There's no seat for me. Ye Ning looked around the tables, thinking to himself, these guys probably wouldn't do such nonsensical provocative acts, right? It can only be the Empress Dowager. Ye Ning revealed a sinister smile. Then I wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, is no one going to give me an explanation? Another person stood up, with a pretending to be kind tone. There should be a seat for Lord Ye. Perhaps the palace maids are too busy, and there was a slip-up. Am I really just air? So even you palace maids have forgotten me. Another person stood up and continued. The banquet is hosted by the Empress Dowager. Could it be that the Lord is dissatisfied with the Empress Dowager? I certainly wouldn't dare be dissatisfied with the Empress Dowager. I'm just curious. Ye Ning sneered. Curious as to what basis you people have to sit here when this daddy is already standing here. The others sitting there also felt tense. His tone was clearly normal, but it carried such a sense of pressure. One guy couldn't take it and stood up to argue. You're being too much. It's clearly the Empress Dowager who's trying to corner you. What does it have to do with us, huh? He retreated to advance, pretending to submit, and as he stood up, the guy next to him patted his shoulder. Li Jiang. Why bother arguing with him? Actually, in their hearts they were thinking, lucky I'm not stupid, so all I have to do is stand up. How hard can it be? Then, everyone in the banquet hall resignedly stood up. Just then, someone stepped in. Well, if it isn't the powerful minister, Lord Ye. A woman, followed by her palace maids, approached. She continued, you're so mighty, aren't you? Seeing her, all the kids below knelt down. Greetings, Empress Dowager, she continued. What, am I wrong? Ye Ning calmly replied. The Empress Dowager is absolutely right. Before Ye Ning could say more, an announcement came. His Majesty has arrived. Ji Mingyu clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Mother Empress. Ah, Mother Empress. The Empress Dowager said, His Majesty is busy with state affairs. You really didn't need to come to this old woman's place. Ji Mingyu remained respectful. Mother Empress is my elder. How could I not come? Now that I'm here, let's take a seat. Ji Mingyu turned and said, Today is Mother Empress's birthday celebration. Why are you all standing? Quickly, sit down. Then, he looked over at Ye Ning. Ye Qing, if you don't mind, sit with me. Then Ye Ning sat down at the same table as Ji Mingyu. Now that he'd sat down, he still felt something was off. Sniff, sniff, it smells so good. He smelled a faint fragrance, wondering if it was the scent on His Majesty. Ye Ning stared at Ji Mingyu. He was clearly a man, yet he was even more beautiful than a woman, if he dressed up as a woman. On the other side, Ji Mingyu felt a little embarrassed. Why is Ye Qing staring at me like that? Could he see through me? No way. Ye Ning blushed and turned away. What am I thinking? Ji Mingyu raised his cup and said, Ye Qing, cheers. Ye Ning also raised his cup. Thank you, Your Majesty. As he drank, the young man worried incessantly. Crap. Am I going to be bent? Amazing. Something this wonderful can only be found in the heavens. Truly marvelous. Praises rained down like a waterfall, echoing throughout the banquet hall, where a great man was engrossed in playing the zither, the melodious notes pouring like honey into people's hearts. The Empress Dowager clapped her hands, her face full of satisfaction. Please bring Luo Shi forward. Her voice was soft like a spring breeze. I didn't expect Luo Shi in the palace to be so talented, able to play such a beautiful song. Empress Dowager, this song wasn't created in the palace, but he created it right in front of the Empress Dowager. Oh. Right in front of me. Luo Shi bowed his head, looking at Ye Ning, and said, This, High Mountains and Flowing Water, was composed by Grand Inspector Ye Ning of the Surveillance Inspectorate. To have such a level of musical knowledge at such a young age, I am ashamed to admit I cannot compare. You flatter me, old sir. Ye Ning could only respond with an awkward smile. Is that so? After hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression didn't change, and her voice was cold. I understand, you may step back. Luo Shi felt as if a cold wind had blown past him, slowly bowing in thanks before retreating, his face pale. The Empress Dowager declared, "This old lady is tired of listening. Change the program." Damn, that's quick, Ye Ning was surprised. Faster than an X flipping the script. After a while, it was time for the officials to present their gifts. Marquis Xiangcheng offered 2 deep-sea pearls, wishing the Empress Dowager fortune like the East Sea. The Minister of Revenue gifted a pair of jade earrings, to which the Empress Dowager replied with a bored, one after another, they all brought worthless junk to fool this old woman. These fence-sitters. Just because I've been secluded in the palace all year round, they dare to look down on me like this. Next up was Ye Ning from the censorate, who presented a calligraphy painting. The whole room burst into whispers. Is he crazy? He's done for? Look at the Empress Dowager's face. The Empress Dowager looked at the calligraphy painting, her face full of anger. Lord Ye, are you looking down on this old lady, with this calligraphy painting worth only a few dozen taels of silver? Tai Xiangkao clutched his head, looking worried. I told you this gift wouldn't work, but Brother Ye wouldn't listen. Ye Ning smiled and said, Empress Dowager, the value lies in the intention. The value of this calligraphy painting of mine is worth more than 1,000 gold. Bullshit. The Empress Dowager flew into a rage, throwing the painting to the ground. The more she reacted, the more pleased Ye Ning became. You're angry, kill me, hee, mother, calm down. Suddenly, Ji Mingyu intervened to mediate. Lord Ye is an upright official. Asking him to produce something valuable is making things difficult for him. Why not take advantage of today's banquet and invite Lord Ye, famous for his poetic talent, to compose a poem as a celebration for the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager couldn't say anything. Ye Ning, on the other hand, was inwardly dissatisfied. Who needs your interference? A forced smile appeared on his lips as he replied, Compose a poem. I can do that. The Empress Dowager had no choice but to sit down. Then I'll give you a chance. Let me hear it. I'll endure for now. Ye Ning sighed, picked up a wine cup from the table, and began his performance. Tai Xiangkao stood up and asked permission to record Lord Ye's poetry with his brush. Granted. Let's see what level of poetry Lord Ye can produce this time. Ye Ning began to pick up the wine cup and hummed. Golden cup of precious wine, worth 10,000 jade plates, worth 10,000 in pleasure. Good poem. Even the officials had to acknowledge it. It seemed he could really write a poem to please the Empress Dowager, truly worthy of the title, Twin Perfections of Poetry. Ye Ning continued to hum. I stop and throw my chopsticks I can't swallow. I draw my sword and look around. My heart is bewildered. I want to cross the Yellow River, but the ice hasn't melted. I plan to climb Mount Tai, but the snow obscures the orchids. Leisurely sitting and fishing by the spring. Suddenly I dream of sailing in the radiant sunshine. Tai Xiangkao praised inwardly. The artistic conception of this poem rhymes very well with the poem Ye Hui hummed earlier. Could this be the complete picture of the poem? Is it that poem? Suddenly, a voice rang out full of doubt. It's the poem from Chen State. It's the poem from Chen State. That poem? Doesn't sound right. Is it really a longevity poem? A difficult road with many paths, a tangled head. Tai Xiangkao recognized it, no mistake. It was this poem. Indeed, it was this poem. Sometimes, riding the wind, I overcome the great waves, pulling my cloud boat straight across the sea. Ye Ning continued his speech, his voice echoing in the space, carrying an indescribable confidence. As soon as his words fell, an odd ray of light suddenly descended from above, enveloping Ye Ning in a dazzling aura. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them. The light surrounding Ye Ning shot straight into the sky, piercing through the roof, as if wanting to shatter the heavens. His whole being radiated a mystical light, making everyone feel overwhelmed. This is the mark of the Wenhua star. A trembling voice rang out, filled with surprise and disbelief. Wenhua star, the guardian star of literature, had long disappeared with the decline of Confucianism, yet now it appeared on a young man. It's that poem. It's not just a nation-protecting poem, Tai Xiangkao affirmed in a deep voice. Poetry that spreads throughout the heavens. This is a world-transmitting masterpiece. A world-transmitting masterpiece. The whisper echoed throughout the hall, like an affirmation of the poem's greatness. Those world-transmitting masterpieces of the past had existed for thousands of years, and now a new one had appeared, marking a new era of poetry. Poet Saint Ye Ning, he can absolutely bear the title of Poet Saint. Ji Mingyue also revealed clear excitement. Ye Qing, what is the name of this poem? Hard Roads. Ye Ning reached out his hand, his voice full of pride. Hard Roads. Immediately, a strange mark appeared on his forehead, like a radiant lotus flower, attracting everyone's attention. Spiritual energy immediately poured into the mark, causing it to shine brightly. Ye Ning frowned, raising his hand to touch his forehead. Would this Wenhua star mark cause him any harm? He glanced towards the Empress Dowager's seat, where she had just been sitting, but she had disappeared without anyone noticing. The Empress Dowager had quietly left, leaving him with an atmosphere of unease. In the Empress Dowager's quiet chamber, she had returned. Her cold gaze swept over the waiting servants. "All of you, step back. Without my summons, no one is allowed to enter." As soon as the last footstep faded, the Empress Dowager knelt on the ground, softly praying, "Immortal." From beneath her feet, a dark shadow slowly slithered out, like a snake, rising to form a blurry silhouette, coldly staring straight at the Empress Dowager. "You've done well. It seems this Ye Ning really isn't someone with any hidden depths." The Empress Dowager lowered her head, her face full of scheming. This subordinate deliberately confronted him fiercely, and he chose to fight back head-on. A person like that is destined not to live long. The dark shadow slowly sat down, a look of disdain on its face. When he was still an ordinary person, he dared to directly provoke a Manhua sect true person. So what is your little threat in his eyes? Because of this person should be dealt with as soon as possible, to avoid long nights and many dreams. The dark shadow flared up in anger, raising its hand and squeezing the Empress Dowager's neck, making it difficult for her to breathe, her face turning purple. "Do I need you to remind me how to do things? Don't forget that you ruined the great plan of the sect back then, and were expelled from the Bai family's genealogy. Not being executed on the spot was already the sect's mercy. This subordinate knows my mistake." The dark shadow saw that the Empress Dowager was about to faint, and released her hand, but still maintained its cold expression. "What you say is true. I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. Help me kill Ye Ning, and I guarantee you'll return to the Bai family's genealogy, leave the imperial palace, and regain your freedom." Inside the banquet hall, the sound of wine being poured into cups rang out steadily, mixed with the lewd laughter of the guests. Ye Ning paced back and forth, sighing. "Yeah, a cunning old fox like her. It's too difficult to just let her die." Suddenly, a strange, sweet, and peculiar fragrance wafted by, like a faint mist sneaking into his nose. "What's this scent, barbecue?" Ye Ning looked up, only to see that the Soul King was grilling something next to some servants who were trying to stop him. "Your Highness, this really can't be eaten. Stop, Your Highness. There are guards all around." His Highness's way of celebrating is truly special. Ye Ning slowly approached, his eyes seeming to pierce through the veil of mystery surrounding the Soul King, the man who was engrossed in grilling meat. Was he the legendary Soul King? He thought to himself, a strange feeling welling up inside him, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Soul King didn't seem to care about Ye Ning's presence. "You also want to dissuade me?" "Smells amazing." Ye Ning didn't hesitate to sit down next to Soul King, grabbing a skewer of fish. "Can I have a taste?" Soul King burst out laughing at this. "Ha ha, interesting, you're a very interesting person. Come on, you gotta have booze with grilled meat?" He tossed a jar of wine into Ye Ning's hands, as if affirming his generosity and magnanimity. Ye Ning accepted the jar, smiling. "A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. To become acquainted with your Highness at this time, this humble one feels very honored." "Well said. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. I accept this, friend, but we should call this a grilled fish friendship." Ye Ning was a little surprised, not expecting this Soul King to be so forthright and not stand on ceremony, seeming like someone he could associate with. Half an hour passed, and the atmosphere was getting tipsy. Ye Ning and Soul King, two figures sitting opposite each other, their eyes meeting, as if wanting to express something. Soul King put his arm around Ye Ning's shoulder, his tone half joking, half serious. "Gotta thank the Empress Dowager a lot. If she hadn't thrown this birthday banquet, I wouldn't have had the chance to leave my residence, let alone get to know brother Ye." Ye Ning lazily chewed on a piece of fish, muttering, "The late Emperor has been gone for many years. With your abilities, brother, leaving the residence shouldn't be difficult, right?" "That's right, but how many people at that time cared about the Emperor's orders anymore?" Soul King replied, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "But I could—" Soul King hesitated, as if something was bothering him. "If I, as the Emperor's uncle, also ignored the Emperor's orders, then what basis would I have to demand that others pay attention? The world can treat the Emperor's words like a passing breeze, but I can't. Because I am the Han Jun, the laws and dignity of this nation cannot be taken lightly by anyone more than me." Ye Ning was stunned, as if suddenly understanding something. "It's true, just like Sister Pei said. The Han Jun is definitely not crazy. If you have such ambitions, why not assist His Majesty?" Before he could finish the question, Soul King replied, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Pretending to be crazy, right? Then you have to ask the main character of today's banquet, the Empress Dowager. Don't you think so?" Ye Ning was curious. This banquet, she probably didn't save a seat for me, right? But it's fine, I don't want to see her either, if it wasn't for that year. Soul King was about to recount the story, when suddenly his eyes turned blood red, his whole body in pain, collapsing, startling Ye Ning. "Brother Jis. Brother, what's wrong with you?" Ye Ning quickly helped Soul King up. Soul King was in extreme pain, lying on the ground, unable to speak clearly. Can't let innocent people be implicated." He struggled to stand up, holding his head and leaving, his voice hoarse. "Sorry, I have to go." Seeing this, Ye Ning quickly stopped him. "Brother Ji, In today's banquet, the Empress Dowager didn't arrange a seat for me either. In other words, you and I are in the same boat. You also, Soul King looked at Ye Ning, his eyes full of hidden meaning. I understand. In the end, the Empress Dowager is a member of the Bai family, and you have offended Kuan Yu Pavilion. Ye Ning frowned, a little surprised, not expecting that even the Hao Ran Zheng Qi couldn't completely sweep it away. Thank you. Soul King was weak, his breath as faint as a thread. I'm already much better, but this power can't be erased. Don't waste your Hao Ran Zheng Qi. From the moment I exposed those evil deeds, was cursed by the Immortal Sect, and was declared under permanent house arrest by my imperial brother. I no longer harbored any distant hopes. Ye Ning frowned, although he didn't know what exactly had happened, but from what happened to Brother Ji and Wu Sanxi, he could see that this immortal king always appeared weak to the Immortal Sect, but didn't show any mercy to his own people. From a certain point of view, this little foolish emperor was even stronger than his father. Soul King bent down, picking up the wine jar that had fallen to the ground. Brother Ye, do you know why I wanted to meet you? Because after learning about your achievements, I saw hope. What hope? You know, you make me feel like the Empress Dowager, thinking she can get away with anything, but one day she'll get what's coming to her. You also make me feel like even a huge deal like the Immortal Sects can have their own dramas. And what's more, you show me the future of the great Zhou dynasty. All the crap I've been putting up with is to see the day I've been waiting for. Gee bro. Ye Ning grabbed a wine jar too, walking forward with the Soul Monarch. I'll do my best. Nobody knows what's ahead, but at least you're moving forward. Just, that's enough. The next day, the sun barely peeked out, rays of light slipping through the supervisoriate's study window, shining on Ye Ning's frowning face. He spoke softly, a hint of worry in his voice. Pei Yungham sis, do you have a way to detoxify the Soul Monarch? Pei Yungham, sitting across from him, looked elegant, but her eyes held a deep contemplation. The poison of the ancient curse. It's tied to the victim's soul. Once the spell succeeds, there's almost no cure. Was there anything dangerous at yesterday's banquet? He was surprised that Pei Yungham was showing concern for him. His eyes accidentally fell on the snake coiling around her hand, and he suddenly understood. So you're talking to it. Pei Yungham's tone was like a breeze. This time I feel like the Empress Dowager isn't a big worry. She's just a puppet, with no real power. But the Immortal Sect behind her can't be underestimated. You still have to go to the palace for the little banquet. Today, Xiao Qing will keep following you, entering the supervisoriate. Ye Ning overheard the hushed whispers. Why does Grand Secretary Tai look so strange today? I heard it's because Lord Yi gave him a poem. I kinda wish the Empress Dowager would just kill me, so I could become the Heavenly Emperor and detoxify the Soul Monarch. Grandpa and grandson Tai Shankao were in the room, hugging the collection of poems tightly, muttering, hee, the hard road, it's my hard road. Ye Ning turned around, a look of frustration on his face. Forget it. I still won't bring him to the banquet today. Ye Ning followed a eunuch into the 100 Flowers garden. The Empress Dowager and the eunuchs were sitting in the hall. Ye Ning slowly took his seat. This time his position had been prearranged, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. The Empress Dowager in front of him seemed completely different from yesterday. A wave of cold, murderous aura filled the space, making him shiver. Could it be that the Empress Dowager really wants to make a move on me this time? Ye Ning thought to himself. Jiming Yue, Xiao Xiangjun, who likes to stab people secretly, aren't here. Tai Shankao is also absent. Even the people from the supervisoriate are waiting outside the hall. Ye Ning chuckled, a meaningful smile. This is really a good chance to kill me. The Empress Dowager looked at Ye Ning, a cruel smile on her lips. Laugh all you want. You won't be laughing after today's banquet. Ye Ning, you'd never dream who's controlling the Empress Dowager standing in front of you right now. Would you? A force is manipulating the Empress Dowager from behind the scenes. You're doomed to die today. Old Liu, who was always loyal to Ye Ning, was standing beside him. He recalled Jiming Yue's instructions. If Ye Ning argues with the Empress Dowager again at today's banquet, it won't be good. You go over there and keep an eye on it. Old Liu walked quickly towards Ye Ning, suddenly encountering a group of eunuchs from the Imperial Kitchen. Aren't you guys from the Imperial Kitchen? There's a banquet today. How can you have so much free time? Old Liu asked. Reporting to you, eunuch, they said that the Empress Dowager is handling the banquet herself today and doesn't need help from the Imperial Kitchen. A eunuch from the Imperial Kitchen replied. Old Liu worried. Is the Empress Dowager using her own people to handle the banquet? In the Empress Dowager's Imperial Kitchen, eunuchs were busily carrying food for the feast. The old Grand Eunuch Wang Dahai leisurely sipped tea and hoarsely ordered, Be careful when carrying the food. Don't rush. Yes. Old Liu watched from afar, his heart full of doubt. Why is Wang Dahai on duty today? Hasn't he left the Imperial Kitchen a long time ago? Not only Wang Dahai, but all the eunuchs on duty today are unfamiliar faces. What does the Empress Dowager want to do? He tried to enter the banquet hall but was stopped by a few guards. A banquet is in progress. Strangers are not allowed to enter. Old Liu frowned and asked the eunuch guard. Why don't you recognize me? You're Eunuch Liu of the Imperial Stables. Now you're His Majesty's favorite, who wouldn't recognize you. That's good then. Today I was ordered by His Majesty to serve the dignitaries inside. The Empress Dowager has decreed that strangers are not allowed to enter, don't you understand? The guard waved him away. Old Liu was immediately slapped painfully. Old Liu said sternly, "Just because I'm being polite, you think I'm easy to bully, huh? I said I'm acting on His Majesty's orders. Who has the final say in this palace? Are you guys still unclear about that?" Old Liu strode through the gate. The two guards looked at each other in confusion and said, "What should we do? What else can we do? Hurry and tell Eunuch Wang." Inside the Baifang garden, Empress Dowager Bai Weijiang generously declared, "You have all come to celebrate my birthday. I can't possibly be impolite," a poet asked in surprise. "What? Immortal Spirit Platform wine? Am I hearing things correctly?" Empress Dowager, although drinking Immortal Spirit Platform wine is a wonderful thing, this wine is very precious. It's too wasteful to let us drink it. Bai Wei Empress Dowager replied with a smile, "Wine is meant to be drunk, and your status certainly qualifies you to drink this wine." Ye Ning thought to himself, "It's obviously a fox offering New Year greetings to a chicken, but finally I, your daddy, can become the heavenly emperor." A moment later, servants successively brought up jars of excellent wine. The fragrant aroma filled the air, making everyone who smelled it drool with desire. "Hee, immortal wine is here." Wang Dehai supervised from the side. He said unhappily, "A bunch of useless servants. You're already drunk just from smelling the wine. Dismiss the others and bring in new ones." Wait. Old Liu suddenly spoke from behind. "Eunuch Wang." Wang Dehai turned around. "Isn't this Eunuch Liu? What's the matter?" Something is indeed wrong. The Empress Dowager is using Wang Dehai, and she's giving wine to the high officials. Old Liu stuttered. I, he thought to himself. There must be something wrong here. If the Empress Dowager really wants to harm Lord Ye, then I absolutely can't pretend I didn't see anything. But if I stand up at this moment, then I'm not only offending Wang Dehai. Right, that's right. I've always been such a cowardly and weak person. From childhood to adulthood, I have no friends. And no one regards me as a normal person, except for him. Recalling his childhood, he was always ridiculed. "You're so useless. Even washing clothes is so slow." "Wash them quickly, Eunuch Li is waiting." Only Ye Ning always cared and asked, "Old Liu, how are you? Let's go, I'll treat you to wine." Lord Yi has never looked down on me for being a eunuch. I can feel that he truly regards me as a friend. But do I really deserve this? That's right, I'm a coward. Always have been. But even a coward can use his own way to protect his friends. Finally, Old Liu made up his mind. He spoke up and asked, "Eunuch Wang, has this wine been checked?" Wang Dehai frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you implying the Empress Dowager's wine is poisoned?" I just mean there must be rules and procedures in the palace." "Oh, so you're talking about rules, huh? If you want to inspect it that badly, then you personally inspect every single jar here." "So many. Med. Alone?" Wang Dehai scoffed. "HMPH, you don't dare." "Who said I don't dare? Until it's all inspected, no one is allowed to bring any wine in." The old guy scooped up some wine, took a sip, and put the cup down. Just a few minutes later, Old Liu was completely wasted, his face as red as a ripe gazik fruit. He leaned against the wall, squinting, his voice slurring. "I'm fine. Keep going." Wang Dehai waved his hand dismissively, coldly saying, "HMPH, bring in the jars of wine that he has inspected." The poets enjoyed the delicious food and wine, all of them praising delicious wine. Truly unparalleled wine. But Ye Ning glanced down at his sleeve, where Qinglin's snake was peeking out. The little snake didn't react at all. Could it be that the Empress Dowager didn't poison the wine? How disappointing. What is it, Empress Dowager?" Bai Wei suddenly asked, her tone questioning. "Could it be that this Lingtai immortal wine doesn't meet Yi Daren's approval? The wine is good, but I have some troubles in my heart, so I don't feel like drinking," the young man thought. "And the source of my troubles is you." Bai Wei stood up, her smile as faint as moonlight. "Having troubles in your heart makes it all the more necessary to borrow wine to dispel them. I'm afraid that raising a cup will only add to the sorrow." The poets around seemed to wake up, unanimously raising their cups and chanting, "Great poetry! Truly worthy of the peerless poet Ye Zhengguo, I propose. On this auspicious day, with beautiful scenery, fine wine, and delicious food, why not have Yi Daren compose a poem? What does everyone think?" "Great idea, that's it." Feeling inspired, Ye Ning stood, contemplating for a long time. The young man frowned and replied, "No inspiration, forget it." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager said in a deep voice, "No inspiration. It seems this Lingtai immortal wine is truly not worthy," she sternly commanded. "Someone, bring the 1,000-year-old Baiwa wine stored in the palace. I shall grant Yi Daren a jar to enjoy." The Empress Dowager granted Ye Ning permission to drink the 1,000-year-old Baiwa wine. Wang Dehai immediately obeyed. He quickly ordered someone to fetch the wine. "Yes." The servant acknowledged the order, presenting a small jar covered with a cloth. "The old ancestor has brought the wine." Wang Dehai looked at the jar, thinking about the kids in his head. A hint of sadness flashed across his face. "Bring it in," Wang Dahai ordered. But old Liu woke up from his drunken stupor and loudly stopped them. "Wait, what other instructions does eunuch Liu have?" Wang Dahai frowned, his tone impatient. "Has this jar of wine been inspected?" Wang Dahai was stunned, asking, "You're already like this and still want to inspect? Gotta inspect." Old Liu grabbed a sharp rock and stabbed his palm, using the pain to keep himself awake. "As long as I'm still alive, I definitely have to inspect." "Eunuch Liu," Wang Dahai blurted out, "I've been in the palace for so many years, and there aren't many people I respect, but you're definitely one of them now. You have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need to do this," old Liu still insisted. "I must inspect." "Guards, eunuch Liu is drunk. Who dares to touch me?" Old Liu held up a golden token that shone like the midday sun. "You guys know what this is, right? As long as I crush it, it'll signal all the departments in the palace." Wang Dahai was shocked. "I didn't expect His Majesty to give him this. Could it be that His Majesty really cares about Ye Ning's life, even though my own life and death are meaningless?" Wang Dahai muttered as if he was talking to his family. "They are innocent." "Liu Jin, do you really want to inspect?" "Inspect, you say? I'll let you inspect." Wang Dahai opened the lid of the wine jar. "If you want to die, then go die. It's not too late to regret it now." Old Liu looked at the wine jar, a bit of worry in his heart. "Master Ye, I'm sorry. I probably won't get to see the day you change grade Zhu." Ye Ning was in a daze when suddenly the azure scale snake crawled out from his sleeve. Why is this snake so excited all of a sudden? Could it have detected poison? But the 100 flower wine hasn't even been brought in yet, has it? From outside the courtyard, a panicked voice rang out. "The wine is poison." Ye Ning jumped up. "That voice is old Liu." The eunuchs anxiously asked, "Grandfather, this is..." Wang Dahai snorted. "What are you afraid of? Later, make sure you all keep your mouths shut for me." Ye Ning pushed through the crowd and rushed over. The young man supporting old Liu panicked. He called out, Old Liu, what's wrong with you?" Old Liu slowly opened his eyes, forcing a smile. "Greetings, Master Ye." Wang Dahai trembled, reporting, "Just now a jar of wine was brought over, and eunuch Liu was inspecting the wine according to regulations, and as a result, he turned into this state." "Don't be afraid, old Liu. I'll help you detoxify." Ye Ning held old Liu's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Old Liu looked at Ye Ning with emotion. His eyes seemed to be saying all the words he didn't have time to say. "Master Ye, I'm beyond saving now. It's good that you're okay. I'm just a small character. My life and death don't matter. At least dying like this will make my life more valuable." Ye Ning's eyes welled up with tears, each drop falling onto old Liu's purplish cheek, the pain feeling like it was tearing his heart apart. The youth gritted his teeth, each word forced out from the depths of his soul. "Old Liu, you can't die. Listen to me clearly. Dying is easy. It's living that's hard. You once said you wanted to see the day of great peace and prosperity with your own eyes." Old Liu, in Ye Ning's arms, breathed his last, a serene smile on his lips like a gentle farewell. "Old Liu," Ye Ning roared in anguish, the sorrowful cry tearing through the silent air. "Old Liu." Around the youth, spirit energy surged out like a raging tide. The court officials and guests all rushed out to see what was happening, their faces anxious, chattering amongst themselves. "Who's got the guts to poison someone in the palace? Lucky it was just a eunuch this time." The Empress Dowager rushed to the scene and ordered, "Have the Ministry of Justice investigate thoroughly to see who's got such big balls." She thought to herself, "Consider him lucky he managed to escape this time." She said, "Everyone who's tired can disperse." As Bai Wei was about to leave, Ye Ning snorted, his eyes cold. "Did I say you could leave?" Spirit energy continued to surge fiercely around Ye Ning. Bai Wei paused, looking at him questioningly. Ye Ning narrowed his eyes, his voice like a thunderclap. "Before everything is clear, no one is allowed to leave." Bai Wei coldly replied, "You mean everyone has to stay?" An official angrily shouted, "Ye Ning, what do you want to do?" "I just want one simple thing." Ye Ning's voice softened but still contained a hint of threat. From the youth's private chamber, the Qing Jiyu Zhong sword suddenly stirred. It flew out of its sheath, sliced across the sky, and shot towards the imperial palace with lightning speed. Ye Ning gently laid old Liu down on the ground, his eyes as sharp as blades. "I want Liu Jin to receive a just explanation. Whoever poisoned him, I want them to pay the price. Understand?" The Empress Dowager coldly asked. "Are you implying that if I were the one who poisoned him, you would want to kill me too?" The Empress Dowager poisoned him. Ye Ning frowned, his eyes seeming to contain 10,000 weapons. "If that's the case, then what?" "Then the Empress Dowager must die." Cries of alarm erupted from the crowd of officials in the palace. "Ye Ning, you're crazy. Threatening the Empress for a eunuch. Why are you taking such a risk? Offending the Empress Dowager for a servant?" Wang Dahai trembled and collapsed to the ground, thinking to himself, "I don't understand why you would risk your life to save him. Perhaps this is what they call a scholar dying for his convictions." Bai Wei roared in anger. How audacious! Guards, come here! Ye Ning is plotting a rebellion, an act of utter treason. Arrest him! The soldiers swarmed like disturbed bees, each wielding a sharp sword. The cold gleam of steel looked like it wanted to swallow everything. From within the crowd, several figures darted forward like lightning, like ghosts, surrounding Ye Ning. Secret agents of the MI are here. Who dares to touch Lord Ye? Their cold voices echoed through the space, full of power. Bai Wei panicked, her face pale. She shrieked, "Mobilize the Imperial Guards for me! Arrest the rebels! Stop!" A deep, commanding voice echoed. Ji Mingyu appeared out of nowhere, looking every bit the majestic emperor, her sharp gaze sweeping across the soldiers. "All of you, step back for us." Bai Wei smirked mockingly. "Your Majesty is so impressive. Someone's got a sword pointed at their nose, and you act like you don't see it." "Mother, please stay silent. No one will think you're mute," Ji Mingyu retorted, her tone calm but laced with indescribable resentment. "What did you say? What you did yourself? Do you really need someone else to repeat it?" "Guards, escort the Empress Dowager back to the palace. Without our order, she's not allowed to leave the palace gates even half a step," Ji Mingyu commanded, her voice unwavering like an impregnable mountain. Bai Wei was dragged away by the guards, struggling in vain. "You dare to imprison me. All of you will die sooner or later. Don't be so smug. Your death day isn't far off," she shrieked furiously, her voice resonating in the vast space. Ye Ning frowned, approached Bai Wei, and said in a cold voice, "The matter isn't resolved yet. She can't leave." His eyes were like ice, frigid and unfathomable. Ji Mingyu silently looked at Ye Ning, her eyes slightly surprised by his words. "We understand your feelings." Ji Mingyu grabbed Ye Ning's sleeve, stopping him. "But now is not the right time. The important thing is, Liu Jin is still not dead. Don't you want to save him?" Ye Ning was stunned to the point of freezing. The young man suddenly forgot all the revengeful thoughts brewing in his heart. Wholeheartedly listening to the method of treatment, Lao Liu was taken to the Imperial Hospital for examination. After a few hours of research, the physicians looked at each other worriedly. They stammered, "Your Majesty? He's poisoned. Your subject has tried my best. Now, we can only use medicine to barely maintain eunuch Liu's life." Ji Mingyu roared, "If you can't do it, call someone more capable. No matter what, we can't let Liu Jin die." She turned to look at Ye Ning, sighing inwardly, worried about what would happen if something really happened to Liu Jin. This humble servant reports, "Your Majesty, the people from the Surveillance Institute have arrived." A servant stepped in to report. "Let them in." Catching sight of Pei Yungham, Ye Ning stood up abruptly and called out, "Sister Yungham, come take a look. I already know." She replied, then carefully placed her hand on Lao Liu's chest to examine him. Ji Mingyu stood behind, her mind filled with thoughts. "This is the successor of the devil ancestor. Ordinary medicinal herbs can't be used to detoxify this poison. Fortunately, I used Hao Ran Righteous Qi to suppress the toxicity." Pei Yungham took out a red pill and gave it to Lao Liu. "This pill can only maintain his life for 7 days. To completely detoxify, we must use the purest thing in the world. For example, pure Yang true water, so Lao Liu can still be saved." Ye Ning asked happily. Ji Mingyu shook her head, her expression full of doubt. "As far as I know, pure Yang true water is extremely precious. Only top-tier Immortal Sects possess it. How could they easily take it out to save Liu Jin?" Pei Yungham pondered for a moment and then continued. "But there is another thing that, although not as good as pure Yang true water, can also detoxify. Moreover, this thing is right here in the capital." Ye Ning looked curious, and quickly asked, "What is it that can detoxify even better, and is in the capital? Tell me, what is it?" "It is the thieving spring water in the Holy Institute," Tai Xiang spoke up, his tone calm. "I remember that story. It is said that in ancient times, a sage was lecturing, and he was so thirsty that his throat was parched. He saw a clear spring not far away. His disciple asked for permission to fetch water from the spring, but the sage refused, because the name of the spring contained the word thief. The sage would rather die of thirst than drink from. Therefore, later generations often used the phrase, not drinking thieving spring water, to describe steadfastness, not being tempted, and not staining one's soul. Later on, the sage built the Holy Academy, and that rogue spring naturally fell within its grounds. Over the years, the spring absorbed immense scholarly and spiritual energy, transforming into an incredibly pure and clear stream. So if you want to get rogue spring water, you got to enter the Holy Academy." "Exactly. If His Majesty agrees to open the Holy Academy for Ye Ning to fetch the water, this eunuch might still be saved." Ji Mingyu's eyes swept over Ye Ning, her voice soft as a breeze. "I once considered sending Ye Qing to the Holy Academy, but him." Ye Ning made up his mind, his words decisive as a boulder. "I am willing to go to the Holy Academy and bring back the rogue spring water. No matter how many reasons I have, they can't be reasons for me to run away. Wasn't it because old Liu saved me that he ended up like this?" "Now," Ye Ning responded, his attitude resolute. "Then I'll go make preparations." Ji Mingyue turned to leave. But Ye Ning suddenly spoke. stopping her. Your Majesty, wait. Before entering the Holy Academy, there's one more thing. In the dark room, Empress Dowager Bai Wei roared ferociously. Niu! The thunderous voice made the already heavy atmosphere even more suffocating. A pristine white porcelain cup shattered into pieces, scattered on the cold ground, a testament to the raging anger within her heart. The news that old Liu was still alive was like a sharp knife stabbing straight into her heart, causing her unbearable pain and rage. Ye Ning, I told you to kill the one who poisoned Ye Qing. Ji Mingyue hurriedly tried to dissuade him, her face pale. I can explain this to Qing, but the Empress Dowager really can't die at your hands. That venomous woman, Hun Wang roared, his eyes bloodshot, as if they could spit fire. His fist clenched tightly as he slammed it on the wooden table, creating a resounding boom throughout the room. He stepped closer, his voice filled with resentment. Not only did she make me like this, but she also wanted to poison my Lao Di Ye. Your Majesty, please calm down. Ye Lao Di is the only hope of Great Zhu, and my only friend. I can't just watch that venomous woman destroy him. Letting that venomous woman live in this world is the biggest mistake of my life. Hun Wang ground out each word, his voice as cold as ice. Then he stormed out of the door, his figure disappearing into the night like a wounded beast seeking revenge. Hun Wang's figure flashed into the vast courtyard. From deep within the residence, an icy voice echoed. Who comes? Ji Chengdao. As soon as the words were spoken, the heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a large ancestral hall. 3 spirit tablets were placed solemnly in the center, with a censer emitting fragrant smoke, surrounded by figures in brown robes standing solemnly in 2 rows. Like silent ghosts, Ji Chengdao knelt down, surrounded by billowing incense smoke. Tears welled up in his eyes, his heart filled with reverence, his voice hoarse. Ancestors of the Ji family, your unfilial descendant Ji Chengdao comes to pay respects today. Since the transfer of Great Zhao, humanity has perished, and corruption has raged like a storm. Your unfilial descendant Ji Chengdao has failed to protect the nation and its people above, and cannot eliminate evil below. Filled with shame, Ji Chengdao is truly ashamed before the ancestors, and will surely kowtow to apologize to you when I descend to the Yellow Springs. But before that, your unfilial descendant Ji Chengdao must do one thing, the only righteous thing I can do in this life. On the other side, Ye Ning looked at Ji Mingyu, raised an eyebrow, and spoke in an icy tone. I won't make a move. Does your Majesty want to go yourself? Ji Mingyu frowned, her gaze sharp as a knife, and replied, Give me some time. I will give Qing an explanation. Before the words were finished, a servant rushed in frantically, his face pale. Your Majesty, this is terrible. Hun Wang has taken the Taya sword from the ancestral hall and charged straight into the Empress Dowager's palace. Royal uncle. Could it be? Ji brother. Ye Ning and Ji Mingyu's expressions changed drastically, panic-stricken. Their eyes met, flashing with a hint of unease. Hurry to the Empress Dowager's chambers, Ji Mingyu shouted, her voice full of urgency. Flames raged at the Empress Dowager's chambers, black smoke swirling like a devil devouring the sky. Bai Wei was bound and suspended in midair, her body struggling. A hoarse shout echoing, Soul King, do you know what consequences killing me will bring to Great Zhu? Ji Chengdao's voice was cold as ice. I only need to know, if I don't kill you, what will Great Zhu become? His gaze was as sharp as if it could pierce through Bai Wei's body. Soul King. If I die, you won't live either, she growled, her words full of threat. Ji Chengdao smiled faintly, his eyes looking towards the flames engulfing the chambers. Such beautiful scenery. It's a pity there's no good wine to enjoy. His voice was indifferent, seemingly completely unconcerned. With Bai Wei cursing above, Ye Ning's group hurriedly entered the chambers. Ji Mingyu rushed over, her sharp eyes staring intently at the group of people in black cloaks standing in front of the gate, her voice full of suspicion. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the ancestral hall? Why are you here? An old man bowed, his voice softly replying. The Soul King has invited the Taya sword from the ancestral hall. Ji Mingyu turned her head and saw Ye Ning calmly walking forward. She hurriedly asked, Brother Ji, what are you doing? Ji Chengdao turned his head, his cold eyes looking at Ye Ning, his voice faint. Old brother Yi, I'm just doing what needs to be done. The Empress Dowager's death isn't enough to atone for her sins. But why does brother Ji have to die with her? Ye Ning shouted angrily. Ji Chengdao frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Die with her? This bitch isn't worthy. I'll keep an eye on her. Even when we're down in the Yellow Springs, I'll still keep an eye on her. Royal uncle, what kind of hatred could possibly drive you to this extent? Ji Mingyu asked, her voice full of confusion. The Empress Dowager suddenly burst into laughter, the laughter echoing throughout the chambers. The sound as cold as a death knell. Ah, what else could it be? Isn't it because of that good-for-nothing sitting on the dragon throne? That good-for-nothing, I've never taken him seriously in my entire life. Therefore, I gave him a green hat. Bitch! You still have the face to say that? Ji Chengdao's Fei Qing sword was close to Bai Wei's face, his voice full of anger. adultery with the disciple of the Immortal Sect who came to collect the offerings of the court, debauchery in the harem. If I hadn't caught you, who knows how long this bitch would have kept it hidden from everyone. Ji Chengdao suddenly clutched his chest, and from his eyes, nose, and mouth, blood suddenly gushed out. That Empress Dowager snorted and said, "So what if you saw it? Weren't you locked up as a madman by that good-for-nothing yourself? Ha! Look at your current state. Saying that's secret. The feeling of being backlashed isn't bad, is it?" Ye Ning exclaimed in alarm. "Brother Ji, don't do anything stupid." He was about to run over when Pei Yunham grabbed his hand. "The original curse on him has already been triggered. He can't be saved anymore." Ji Chengdao raised his head. He said with difficulty, "Old brother Ye, I'm tired. For so many years I've always looked for a way to survive in a place of death, but today I'm finally free. This is the only thing I can do for Great Zhu. For you, old brother Ye, do what you need to do." He waved his hand, and the Fei Qingtai's sword struck and killed the Empress Dowager before he completely vanished. Ji Chengdao smiled kindly. He said softly, "From now on, the royal family will no longer have any obstacles, and I will be down in the Yellow Springs watching everyone lead Great Zhu to greater glory." Tears streamed down Ye Ning and Ji Mingyu's faces, watching his body slowly dissipate into smoke from the fire. A black shadow suddenly darted out like a ghost. He dodged through the bushes and charged straight towards the palace. But before he could even get close, Pei Yunham blocked his path. She flashed a cold smile, hinting at danger. The next morning, Ye Ning and the others returned to the Surveillance Institute. He frowned and remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Wei Wentong furrowed his brows and said, "Clearly, it was supposed to be a birthday celebration, but it turned into a mourning ritual. His Majesty ordered the truth to be hidden. He must be finding it hard to accept this." The Immortal Sect, Ye Ning, suddenly spoke up, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. "If you resent the Immortal Sect, I have a way to help you vent your anger." Pei Yunham presented a small, purple glass vial. "This is Feng Qingshu, or, more precisely, a strand of her divine soul." Ye Ning shook the glass vial. So, the Empress Dowager's actions were orchestrated by her from behind the scenes. Unbelievable, we're meeting again so soon. The fragment of soul inside the vial suddenly materialized. Feng Qingshu said with a confident tone, "The future is long, don't rush. We'll meet again soon. Truly a woman from the Kuan Yu Pavilion, full of confidence." Pei Yunham unexpectedly blew a gust of demonic energy into the vial. Feng Qingshu panicked and asked, "Who are you? I don't recall anyone like you in the capital." "Don't waste your energy. Even if you knew my information, you couldn't transmit it back to your main body. What do you want?" The demonic energy suddenly tightened around Feng Qingshu, a part of it entering her mouth. She couldn't control her body anymore. Pei Yunham smiled. "Don't worry, I just want to give your main body a little gift," Feng Qingshu angrily retorted. "Don't be so smug. When my main body brings the great immortals, it'll be time for you to pay the price." "Looks like the Immortal Sect is on their way," Ye Ning frowned. "Then the time you have to enter the sacred hall is running out." "The Immortal Sect wants to kill me again." Ye Ning gripped the vial tightly, thinking to himself, "While I'd gladly welcome them to come and kill me, I can't not save old Liu. Time is of the essence. We have to discuss entering the sacred land now." High up in the sky, beyond the layers of fluffy white clouds, a colossal airship drifted lazily. The golden rays of the morning sun shone down, illuminating the ship like a giant jade floating in the sky. Inside the ship's cabin, Feng Qingshu was utterly terrified, her face pale, her dark eyes wide with horror, her mouth stammering, "My divine soul is gone. What on earth? What on earth happened? Someone in Great Zhu actually dared to attack my divine soul. Ugh, my face. Why is it so painful?" A petite maidservant, hearing the strange noise, hurried in. She looked at Feng Qingshu's panicked expression and trembled as she asked, "Senior sister, you—" Before she could finish, she exclaimed in horror. Feng Qingshu turned around, her face full of doubt. "What's wrong? What are you afraid of?" The maidservant trembled and pointed at the mirror. "Senior sister, your veil, your face." Feng Qingshu stared blankly at the mirror. Her heart seemed to stop when she saw half of her face hideously disfigured. Reddish-brown, rough lumps like tumors bulged out, covering almost all of her beautiful face. She couldn't help but let out a scream of terror. Feng Qingshu hurriedly ran to an old woman's room and knelt down, pleading, "Elder, that Ye Ning must have used some kind of curse to harm me. Please, Elder, save me." The old woman, gaunt and with a weathered face, sighed. "What's the panic for? It's just a curse." With that, the old woman took out a light yellow talisman and stuck it on Feng Qingshu's face. The talisman immediately lit up, emitting a warm glow. Feng Qingshu sighed in relief. So refreshing, so cool. Worthy of being an elder. So am I cured or what? The old woman frowned, her face full of worry. Still not. It seems to be getting worse. Come here. I will now use our sect's secret technique to dispel the curse for you. Feng Qingshu trembled. Thank you, elder. The elder looked at Feng Qingshu, her eyes full of concern. She gently said, "Turn your face to the other side. Don't affect my spellcasting." After a while, the old woman stood up listlessly, her face full of fatigue. Fang Qingshu asked curiously, "Elder, am I cured?" Then she saw the old woman take out a mask from the cabinet and said, "This curse is quite complicated. While waiting for me to research a solution, you should wear this." Fang Qingshu shouted angrily, "Ye Ning, I will definitely tear you into a million pieces." Ye Ning and Tai Xiangkao strolled through the grounds, Tai Xiangkao's eyes sparkling, as if containing 1,000 unspoken words. "We are about to enter the Sacred Institute. This trip is extremely dangerous. It's normal for someone to miss, Brother Ye." Ye Ning frowned. Tai Xiangkao's eyes made him feel uneasy. "Damn, this guy's gaze looks kinda weird," he muttered to himself. Tai Xiangkao continued, "I never thought I would have the chance to set foot in the Sacred Institute one day, all thanks to Brother Yi's aura." Hey, Ye Ning smirked. If the Sacred Institute wasn't sealed by the Immortal Sects, with Brother Tai's ability, entering the Sacred Institute wouldn't be difficult at all. Even if it wasn't sealed, the Sacred Institute isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Since ancient times, only those with enough talent and perfect virtue are qualified to enter, Tai Xiangkao said sternly. "Is it really that demanding?" Ye Ning wondered. Ji Mingyu suddenly appeared, her smile as bright as the morning sun. "Even if the Sacred Institute has higher requirements, the two of you can still meet them easily." "Your Majesty," Ye Ning and Tai Xiangkao said in unison, respectfully bowing. "I originally wanted to wait until Your Majesty had stabilized her spirit, but time is too tight." Ye Ning spoke up. "It's all right, I really am much better now. Rather than thinking about the past, it's better to look to the future ahead. The most important thing now is to get the two of you into the Sacred Institute," Ji Mingyu replied. A hint of melancholy in her smile, she then instructed someone to bring up a red box, its surface carved with exquisite patterns, emitting a soft light. The entrance to the Sacred Institute isn't located anywhere in this world, but it must be opened using the national destiny. Moreover, during the seal, the Immortal Sects have laid many traps here, making the Sacred Institute even more dangerous. The two of you must be careful. If you can't do it, absolutely don't force yourselves. Ji Mingyu suddenly looked at Ye Ning with affectionate eyes, making him jump. "What's going on now? Is Your Majesty actually saying such things to me? What the heck? What does this mean?" After a moment of awkwardness, Ji Mingyu smiled. "Now I will open the door to the Sacred Institute." As soon as the lid of the box was opened, a giant golden dragon descended from the sky, rolling down. The dragon's scales shimmered like 1,000 stars, clearly a mysterious and authoritative creature. Then, the dragon shrunk down and entered the box, emitting a brilliant light. The Holy Institute opens. 2 massive black gates appeared, slowly opening at Ji Mingyu's command. The darkness from behind the gates seemed to want to swallow everything, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura. Stepping through the gate, Ye Ning opened his eyes and realized he was standing on a small boat, gently rocking with the rhythm of the waves. Here, before him, was a vast and boundless sea. In the distant horizon, the aurora combined with the hazy mist on the sea surface, making the scene extremely enchanting and magical. The boundless sea of learning. This must be the Sea of Learning. It is said that half of the Sea of Learning is formed from literary energy. If the senior who created the Sea of Learning was still here, the Immortal Sect would definitely not dare to run rampant, Ye Ning replied pensively. "Seeing how the Confucianism is so withered today, I wonder how powerful they really were before." "Brother Tai, have you noticed that these small boats haven't moved this whole time?" Ye Ning asked. "I once heard that there are no waves in the Sea of Learning. You have to use literary energy to propel the small boat." Tai Xiangkao then strained himself, activating a flickering source of literary energy. "Alright, it's moving now. Seems like it's starting to move, but at this speed, forget it. I'll give it a try too." Ye Ning sighed softly. A torrent of literary energy suddenly burst forth from his body, soaring up to the blue sky, shining like an immortal halo. The small boat immediately split the waves and sped off at full throttle. Arriving at the dock in an instant, Ye Ning stepped off lightly. "We're here." Tai Xiangkao lay panting from seasickness. "Phew. Brother Ye, are you even human?" Before the two of them was a colossal city, sturdy as an impregnable fortress, radiating a magnificent and majestic aura. "Awesome. I never thought I would one day set foot in this sacred place," Tai Xiangkao said radiantly, his eyes flashing with joy. Ye Ning frowned, his expression serious. "This isn't good. I can sense this place is full of an aura capable of strengthening spiritual power. This time, besides obtaining the way of water, we absolutely can't do anything else." The two walked on a stone-paved road, seemingly covered by a layer of hazy mist, radiating an immense and mysterious aura of literature. On both sides of the road were golden statues, tall, majestic, and solemn. Like the gods guarding this place, Tai Xiangkao looked up at the statues, his expression suddenly becoming serious. It is said that this is Wen Ya Xian Sheng, the one who once wrote 13 masterpieces of literature, Brother Ye, I know where this is now. This is the land of inheritance, the place where the robes and alms bowls of the Confucian predecessors are kept. As long as I receive their approval, I will be qualified to inherit what they left behind. Brother Ye, just release your spiritual energy, and you will definitely receive their approval. What? Ye Ning worried. This place is extremely dangerous. Disciple of the Confucian school, Tai Xiangkao, humbly comes to pay respects to the venerable predecessors. Tai Xiangkao bowed respectfully before the statue, while simultaneously releasing his spiritual energy. The statues, as if sensing his presence, also tilted their heads slightly. It is you. A deep and majestic voice echoed from the void. An ancient scroll of calligraphy containing strange spiritual energy appeared before Tai Xiangkao. I succeeded. I have received the recognition of the predecessors. I received the right to inherit from Shizhu Shensheng. Brother Ye is 100 times stronger than me. Quickly try it, and see which great Confucian scholar you will catch the eye of. Tai Xiangkao was excited, his eyes full of hope as he looked at Ye Ning. Ye Ning thought, little Tai is already so outstanding, but he only barely received one right of inheritance. It seems like the tastes of these predecessors are really peculiar. Since we're already here, why don't I give it a try too? Ye Ning tried to release his spiritual energy in a controlled manner. Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy, like a friggin' waterfall, just erupted. It flooded the whole space, making the entire city rumble. Ye Ning was all sheepish, like, oops, did I do that? Meanwhile, Tai Xiangkao was standing there, eyes wide with excitement. Yep. Bro, hurry it up. The baldy old dude with the squinty eyes beside him chimed in. Never happened before. In all the history of ever, no one's gotten the nod from all the Steebles. And definitely no one's ever rejected an inheritance when offered. He's the first since Confucianism was invented. Looks like he might actually snag an inheritance from one of us old geezers. Ye Ning got to the base of the massive mountain, and the young man couldn't help but admire. The power of a sage is just mind-blowing. Seeing is believing, ya know. This is a freaking masterpiece. The two bowed respectfully, with hands clasped in front of the majestic mountain. A stone path snaked up the mountainside like a giant serpent crawling towards the heavens. Ye bro, the book mountain has a total of 33,300 steps. The challenge starts the moment you set foot on the first one. If you can't pass, you get yeeted back down the mountain and lose your chance. If the book mountain's feeling you, you might skip 100, 1,000 steps in one go. But if you barely scrape by after awakening, you might only manage one measly step. Ye Ning glanced at Tai Xiangkao, and they both smirked at each other. No need to doubt yourself, man. I believe in you. Then, heads held high, they stepped onto the stairs, ready to face whatever challenges were coming. The two sages mumbled to each other thoughtfully. How long do you think it'll take this kid to reach the summit? Think he'll even make it? If he can't, who the heck in modern Confucianism can? Confucianism's decline isn't exactly helped by your stubbornness, Chang. Ya know, HMPH, I'm stubborn because I'm right. On the flip side, you've gone down the wrong path, Wang. Still arguing with me, Confucianism is weak because of both of us. Wang Fuzi stroked his beard, his tone low. You think this disciple can figure out who's right and wrong between us? Nah. We're too old and set in our ways. Ideological battles have been eating us alive for years. How could some young punk resolve our hang-ups? HMPH? This guy's first test is a power trip. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. A vision of Ye Ning sitting on the throne suddenly appeared. He was surprised and asked, Me, I'm the son of heaven, so I can command the world. See? He's slowly falling for it. It took me days to get out of that mess back in the day. A vision of old Liu holding a scroll popped up, and he said, Wei Jia decrees. The emperor who breaks the law is punished as the commoners. Several corrupt emperors were dragged up for trial, crying and begging, I am a prince, you cannot arrest me, I must see his majesty. Your majesty, I am your uncle. The two were immediately sent to the guillotine. Cheng Fuzi asked in confusion, what is he doing? Killing the royalty and destroying the foundation himself. He is probably courting death. His majesty decrees. Increase business tax. The rich tycoons are the ones who begged. Your majesty, please forgive us poor people, we really can't afford to pay. His majesty decrees. Children of commoners can go to school for free. His majesty decrees. Change the examination. His majesty has decreed the establishment of a science academy. The officials and nobles, feeling suppressed, angrily cursed. A foolish ruler, he has a death wish, slaughtering the royal family, oppressing noble clans, ruining the imperial exams. His sins are countless. Wang Fuzi's eyes widened. Is he perhaps trying a new way to govern the country? True, we only see the face of the ruling class, but ignore the voice of the people. Who benefits the most from his policies? Wang Fuzi asked in a low voice. I'm pondering a question. If his policies could continue for 1,000 years, What would the world be like? Everyone would be talented. It would become an unprecedented golden age. It's a pity that, although his methods are good, he ignores the power of the nobles and merchants he has offended, as well as those immortal sects. They're so pissed off by him, they're getting headaches. Kill the tyrant. Bring peace to the world. Bring peace to the world by killing the tyrant, old Liu earnestly said. Your Majesty, you can't go down this path alone. The whole world pities him for being so young, and yet knowing how to stubbornly follow the path he has chosen. If he were given more time, this path could perhaps truly create a world like the sages imagined. Wang Fuzi nodded. I've made up my mind. If he can reach the top of the mountain, I will impart all the knowledge I've accumulated in my life to him. That old fool also deserves it. He should accept my inheritance. Ye Ning escaped the illusion and returned to reality, his head spinning. He clutched his head and muttered, I escaped the illusion. The illusion was so real. Inside, I couldn't clearly remember the things in reality, but it seems that even in the illusion, I didn't forget. Suicide mission. He continued to climb the stairs, curiously asking, I wonder how many steps I've taken with this step. Chang Fuzi softly said, 16,650 steps. Wang Fuzi was shocked and astonished. He exclaimed, this kid is really a monster. Even I, back then, could only take a little over 2,000 steps in one step. Cheng Fuzi triumphantly said, this old man is better than you. One step takes me further. Whoops! I clearly see that I've bumped into a woman's chest. The two sages awkwardly covered their eyes. Do not look upon what is improper, good heavens, this brat. Ye Ning was still in a daze when a sweet voice echoed in his ear. Guanjia, have some sugar water? He looked up, unable to believe his eyes. In front of him was an extremely beautiful and charming woman. She smiled and said, Guanjia, drink it while it's hot. Ye Ning took the bowl of water and downed it in one gulp. So refreshing. The scene then shifted to inside the palace. Ye Ning was leisurely enjoying tea. While Pei Yuham was diligently hanging clothes, Ye Ning nodded. Not bad. My new concubine is very obedient and sensible. But why in my heart? Why do I feel so empty, like I want to go die? He involuntarily sighed. But if I really had to choose a way to die... Ye Ning grabbed her hand, his face becoming incredibly lewd. Want to eat melon seeds with me in the room? Pei Yungham blushed shyly and said, My lord, it's still daytime, doesn't matter. Old Wang and Old Cheng stared wide-eyed at the steamy scene unfolding below. Looks like he has a weakness after all. This hurdle will be tough. 5 days later, the two of them exercised non-stop. Pei Yuham panted like an ox pulling a cart uphill. Her voice hoarse, she said to Lord Guan, This concubine can barely handle it anymore. How about you marry another one? Ye Ning replied with an air of arrogance. I am indeed a man of great strength. Beautiful as you are, and of noble birth. Why do I feel disgusted in my heart? Ji Mingyu approached him and asked, My lord, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The youth cried out in shock. Who made her cry like that? Touching men. What are you thinking? Are you crazy? Ye Ning shook his head, his eyes gazing into the distant void. Perhaps it's retribution. Every time I want to get close to her, her image appears in my mind. I have seen through the mortal world. Suddenly, a leaf fell, shining strangely. Ye Ning hurriedly took off his bridegroom attire, his face full of confusion. Is it over? Thinking back to the illusion just now. I slept with Sister Pei. He sneered sinisterly. Even Xiao Qianqian couldn't escape my clutches, even the fleeting joy. Ye Ning's mood sank into the abyss again as he thought of Ji Mingyu. He spat repeatedly, his voice filled with fear. What kind of immoral person created this trial? Actually letting men in. Luckily, I have a steadfast mind. Otherwise I'd be haunted for life. Master Cheng stood beside him, his face questioning. He passed the trial. Like that, Master Wang said. This method is a bit like child's play. Well, whatever the case, he succeeded. Only participated in 2 trials, yet he successfully reached the top of the mountain. No one has ever done that before. The sage's consciousness has awakened because of him. Master Cheng and Master Wang both had to exclaim in astonishment. However, the sage didn't directly give him a reward. Perhaps because he just wanted to see his next move. Master Wang's voice lowered, containing a hint of curiosity. Ye Ning walked through a vortex, feeling like he was sucked into another dimension. He frowned slightly in suspicion. Have I reached the top of the mountain? Tai Xiangkao ran up from behind. Seeing Ye Ning already standing on the top of the mountain, he exclaimed in surprise. Brother Ye, I didn't think you would reach the top so quickly. Moreover, you completely destroyed the trial of the Book Mountain. His eyes were filled with astonishment and admiration. Ye Ning was dumbfounded, not understanding. Tai Xiangkao continued. I was originally trapped in an illusion. I don't know why the illusion suddenly disappeared. No need to think. Brother Ye must be too excellent, leading to the collapse of the entire illusion. Ye Ning scratched his head, his face still full of confusion. I don't know what happened either, but we don't have much time left. We must hurry and find the Tao spring water. His voice was stern, worry evident in his eyes. Within the majestic imperial palace, Ji Mingyu diligently studied the account books. The flickering candlelight reflected on her delicate face. tinged with the color of contemplation. She frowned slightly and wondered. 3 days have passed. I wonder where Ye Qing and Tai Qing are. What are they doing? Suddenly, a strange noise rang out, startling her. What was that sound? She exclaimed, her suspicious eyes sweeping over every corner of the palace. Outside the palace walls, the sound of people stirred like rolling waves. Yo, check it. The sky's full of flying ships. So many. They gotta be immortals, right? The crowd's going wild, heads tilted back, eyes full of hopeful admiration. And up on those floating boats, the out-of-towners are digging the view too. This is the capital everyone's been yapping about. Man, the hype is real. Suddenly, this masked chick pops up in the middle of the crowd. Eyes ice cold. Voice sharp as a freaking knife. Just a pile of bones in the ground. What's the big deal? People around her instantly bow down, all respectful. Oh, it's a junior sister from the Jade Skirt Pavilion. The gossip starts buzzing again. Aren't all the Jade Skirt Pavilion peeps supposed to be cold? Guess not. Seems like it's just her. Ignoring the chatter. Feng Qingshu's only thinking one thing. Ye Ning, I'm gonna make you pay 1,000 times over. Up on Mount Shu, peaceful as can be, with houses peeking out from the green bamboo forest. No wonder it's where those Confucian scholars hang out. So simple, rustic, and refined. Tai Shang Kao marvels. Yay bro, look at this. Tai Shang Kao points to a stone go board. If I'm not mistaken, this is a relic from the ancient sages. If we can solve it. Ye Ning shakes his head, cool as a cucumber. Nah, not my thing. Let's bounce. In his head, he's thinking, this kind of stuff's all over Wuxia novels. Solve it and get some legacy, no thank. Tai Shang Kao shouts again. Yeah bro, check it out. He points to a massive ancient tree growing smack dab in the middle of a crystal clear stream. This has got to be a Dabio spring. Ye Ning dips his hand in the water, cool and refreshing. Yeah, it's clean, Pei Yungham. Said this little bottle can hold a ton. Wonder if that's true. Ye Ning dunks the little bottle into the stream, sees it sucking up water super fast, and quickly pulls it out. But when he sees the stream's still full, he shakes his head. Thought it might drain the whole thing. Guess it just means you gotta pass Mount Shu's test. Even those with power might get kicked out of the academy. Ye Ning's bummed. Can't rely on that Xiaoxiang Jun dude at all. He remembers Ji Mingyu standing in front of him, her voice rock solid. This emperor absolutely won't let you hurt Ye Qing, Ye Ning thinks. She's always messing with my plans to off myself. Then he remembers Ji Mingyu in her wedding dress calling him husband, giving him the freaking creeps. What the heck? Yeah bro, come look. Tai Shang Kao points to a bamboo forest. The two walk into the middle of the bamboo grove together. A massive sword stuck in a rock, imposing and cold. Is this the sword that broke the Confucian path? Ye Ning asks. Tai Shang Kao replies with a dark face. The disruption of the Confucian path. On the surface, it's the immortals' fault. But if you trace the origins, before the founding of the Great Zuo, the Confucian path was already in decline. Otherwise, the immortals wouldn't have had a chance. Yay bro, follow me. If I remember right, there might be a special place somewhere on Mount Shu. This place is where the sages slumber. Ye Ning blurted out in surprise when he set foot here. The flying ship stopped in front of the imperial palace. Where's that scoundrel Ye Ning? Ji Mingyu replied, her voice as cold as ice. Lord Yi has an urgent matter to attend to and cannot meet with you all. Right now I've already prepared a banquet. You can all state your business after you've eaten. Your Majesty should know clearly. I traveled thousands of miles to get here, and it wasn't for a meal. Ye Ning must die today. The leader of the group on the flying ship declared, their tone so chilling it seemed to freeze the air around them. The imperial officials were all astonished by the audacious declaration of those on the flying ships. Ji Mingyu's face darkened, her expression filled with anger and surprise. Zhao Qianqian and Liu Shen both had the same question. Your Majesty, what should you do? Their voices were filled with worry, as if they were awaiting an answer from this young emperor. Niku Xiangxi, however, turned to ask Pei Yungham. Sister Pei, what do you think? Pei Yungham smirked coldly. HMPH, the Immortal Sects really know how to scheme. Scheme? What kind of scheme are they planning? They could have easily killed Ye Ning before he achieved fame. But why did they allow Ye Ning to slowly climb to his current position, letting him become the hope of Great Zhu? Because, in front of everyone in the world, destroying their hope is the sight the Immortal Sects want to see most. If Ye Ning dies, the people's hearts, which have only just begun to unite, will shatter. Great Zhu too, I only have one question. Ji Mingyue suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with majesty. What gives you the right to demand someone from me? Her confident words made the two imperial officials on either side quickly caution her. Your Majesty, watch your words. However, Ji Mingyu didn't waver. She had decided to confront the hidden forces trying to control Great Zhuo. What right is the fact that he offended the Immortal Sects not enough? While one imperial official tried to advise her, Your Majesty, some words shouldn't be uttered carelessly, another imperial official boldly declared. Not enough. Your Majesty is not wrong. Great Zhu has its own national laws. What right do the Immortal Sects have to condemn others? This official's words were like a flame igniting in the dark, illuminating the courage of those who were afraid. Why has he changed his tune? Another official secretly wondered, full of suspicion. This isn't his usual attitude. Afterward, other officials also chimed in. That's right. The Immortal Sects are simply trying to lay blame without any right, when we have our own imperial court. If we agree, it would be an insult to our nation, and a loss of sovereignty. The Immortal Sects are truly bullying us too much. Liu Shen thought. They've endured for so long, it must have been tough on them. Finally, they're exploding. For the sake of today's big picture, there's no need to endure anymore. The atmosphere was so tense you could cut it with a knife, Pei Yungham said. No matter how brilliant the Immortal Sects calculations were, they probably never expected the kind of change Ye Ning would bring. Pei Yungham's tone was full of hidden meaning, as if she were revealing a great secret. Over with Ye Ning, he pondered, and said to Tai Xianggao, the slumbering place of the sages. This is the special place you mentioned. That's right, Tai Xianggao explained. Because this place is the very origin of Confucianism's decline. These things are forbidden shackles that imprison ideas, and the birth of these shackles was due to the widespread emergence of two opposing schools of thought. Within Confucianism, Confucian disciples revered these two schools of thought, only knowing how to oppose and eliminate each other. The internal ideology was not united, and not long after, Confucianism declined to this state. The scene before us is like a bleak painting. The blank stone stele symbolized the decline of a once glorious current of thought. This place hides tragic stories of division, discord, and ultimately the collapse of a grand ideal. Standing and observing, Cheng Fuzi asked, Brother Wang, if you hadn't gone down the wrong path, how could Confucianism have become like this? Wang Fuzi replied, Brother Cheng, how dare you assert that I am definitely the one who is wrong? Isn't it because you never listen to other people's opinions? You are the source of Confucianism's decline. After that, the two of them clawed at each other's faces, blaming each other. It's definitely you, I'm not wrong, you're the one who's wrong. Between the two former sages, the flames of argument raged fiercely, burning the last remnants of harmony. Harsh words, accusations like daggers, pierced deeply into each other's hearts, making the atmosphere heavy and gloomy. On the other side, Ye Ning continued to ask, what kind of ideologies are these two schools of thought you just mentioned? Tai Xianggao replied, Brother Ye, look, each stone stele here is engraved with the understanding and spirit of a sage, and these two steles belong to the two sages, Cheng Fuzi and Wang Fuzi. Blank steles, yes, these two lived in the same era, and they should have led together. But Cheng Fuzi valued rights, etiquettes, and social rules. Wang Xuansheng advocated benevolence, righteousness, and the power and spirit of humanity. These two kinds of schools conflicted extremely, and the individual achievements of these two schools were very high, so the intellectuals who protected them in the world were also divided into two factions because of this. It was from that time that Confucianism began to decline, and because they couldn't determine who was superior, the two sages didn't even leave their names on the stele. Even after they died, Tai Xianggao pointed towards the two blank steles, as if wanting to expose a painful truth. The division, the ultimate opposition between the two schools of thought, had destroyed a solid foundation of thought, which was the tragic end of a golden age, a warning to those who want to build a better world. What kind of rights are you talking about specifically? It's not about ruler, subject, father, son, is it? It is. Cheng Fuzi believes that everything in the world should follow the existing and unbreakable rules. If they are not followed, the world cannot tolerate it. Ye Ning commented, It's really this kind of thing again. Living according to reason, and forgetting human desires. Is that all it takes to be worthy of being a sage? Brother Ye, be careful of your words. Cheng Fuzi, who had been witnessing this, couldn't help but angrily yell, You bastard! Wang Fuzi had to hold him back. Brother Cheng, you're being impolite, HMPH, you little rub. Wang Fuzi snickered. See, even this guy doesn't like you. Ye Ning continued, The ruler commands, and the subject obeys. The husband calls, and the wife responds. The father says, and the son agrees. What is he basing that on? Based on what does the ruler tell the subject to die, and the subject is forced to die? I ask you, if the monarch is tyrannical and immoral, is such a monarch worthy of loyalty? Tai Xianggao replied, Not worthy. If a father abuses his children in every way possible, treating them like animals, does he still have the qualifications to be a father? No, he doesn't have the qualifications. Therefore, what you mean is that people, because they are people, it is because people have humanity. And people also have human rights, so they should be treated clearly, based on specific things, and not like Cheng Fuzi strangling humanity from the root. Tai Xianggao seemed to realize the truth. Brother Ye's words are like thunder in my ears. I admire you. Wang Xuansheng thinks that all things in the world should be influenced by benevolence. What do you think? Ye Ning asked Tai Xianggao. You said Wang Xuansheng thinks that all things in the world should be influenced by benevolence. What if you encounter someone extremely treacherous and evil? Do you still influence them with benevolence? Having a broad and tolerant heart for everything is certainly good, but blindly believing that everything can be influenced is enough to show that this is a Confucian scholar with a corrupt ideology. Hearing this, It was Wang Fuzi's turn to shout, "You bastard! You insolent brat!" It was Cheng Fuzi's turn to snicker and stop him. "Brother Ye, Cheng Fuzi was insulted by you for nothing, and Wang Xuansheng was also spoken of by you like that. Isn't that a bit too much?" Tai Xiangkao asked, his tone somewhat doubtful. "Brother Tai, if in reality you and the Immortal Sect and the 6 countries talk about benevolence together, will they be influenced?" Tai Xiangkao shook his head, his face full of doubt. "No, they won't." Ye Ning frowned and continued. "If you go and talk about benevolence to the alien races who have killed our compatriots, can our compatriots come back to life?" Ye Ning's voice was as cold as the biting wind. "Therefore," Ye Ning slowly said, "benevolence is originally a self-cultivation, and not forced upon others." Ye Ning's words were like sharp arrows, piercing through the illusions of benevolence, revealing its naked essence. "Then what does Brother Yi think our generation of scholars should do?" Tai Xiangkao asked, his eyes flashing with curiosity. "Learn and put it into practice," Ye Ning replied, his tone decisive. "Not just empty words, but concrete actions." Hearing that, Wang Fuzi and Cheng Fuzi also repeated, their voices tinged with contemplation. "Learning goes hand in hand with doing." Ye Ning, with practical questions and concrete examples, helped Tai Xiangkao realize that benevolence isn't some dreamy ideal, but self-cultivation and practical action. 5 simple words, but each one seemed to hold infinite depth. "Cheng bro, I think I'm seeing a new path, one that neither you nor I ever considered before. Learning goes hand in hand with doing." The scenery around suddenly changed dizzily, making Ye Ning wonder, could it be that what I did just now caused this transformation? Tai Xiangkao asked curiously, "Yi bro, what exactly does learning goes hand in hand with doing mean? I can sense the hidden meaning in it, but I can't quite grasp the deeper significance." Ye Ning scratched his head, thinking, if I don't explain it clearly and act correctly, I'm afraid the scenery around will change again. I'm not afraid of dying, but I can't let Tai bro get caught up in this. After thinking it over, he explained, "Learning goes hand in hand with doing, simply put, is not just talking, but also doing. But how you talk, how you do it, how to prove right or wrong, honestly doesn't matter that much. The important thing is knowing how to do it, because as long as you take action, you can prove right or wrong." Some great person once said, "Practice is the sole criterion for determining truth." Hearing that, Tai Xiangkao said, "Practice is the sole criterion for determining truth. I think I understand something now." Ye Ning continued, "Some intellectuals see studying as the only dream of their lives, but they don't understand that knowledge is just a tool to realize ideals. Just talking about ideals without putting them into practice will make reading meaningless." Ye Ning explained, "The meaning of learning goes hand in hand with doing clearly and simply. It's not some lofty theory, but practical action. Verification through practice. Cheng Fuzi and Wang Xuansheng could become sages because they have noble integrity and unparalleled talent. But their thoughts, after going through practice, also reveal 100,000 loopholes. So even saints make mistakes sometimes. It's just a pity that they stubbornly cling to themselves, unable to escape their delusions." These words made Wang Fuzi and Cheng Fuzi ask themselves, delusions. Could it be that our long-lasting feud has really been meaningless? Tai Xiangkao pondered. Ideals. Reading is to realize my ideals, but my ideals. Ye Ning then asked Tai bro, "What do you read for? To be loyal to the emperor and love your country?" That's not right. That statement itself is too superficial. Could it be that I've been reading for so many years just for this empty phrase? On the other side, Cheng Fuzi pondered, his voice hoarse like the wind blowing through mountain crevices. Back then, this old man's lifelong ideal was to promote the way of the sages and spread the principles of virtuous people. Wang Fuzi nodded, his eyes filled with sorrow. This old man has painfully witnessed the people wandering homeless and the wickedness of people's hearts. My greatest wish is for everyone to have love in their hearts and live in peace. The two Fuzi looked towards Ye Ning, their gazes probing as if trying to understand the reason behind the young man's actions of reading. "Now I really want to know why this kid studies." Cheng Fuzi spoke, his voice tinged with curiosity. Tai Xiangkao asked, "Then what about Ye bro? Why do you read?" Ye Ning was silent for a moment, memories of the past flowing through his mind like a stream. He looked down at his hand, his eyes filled with sadness, and said softly, "Me." He touched an ancient stone stele, and his whole body radiated a mysterious light. Ye Ning spoke proudly. "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to secure life and fortune for the people, to continue lost teachings for past sages, and to establish peace for all future generations." As soon as he finished speaking, the stone stele he touched suddenly cracked its dark shell, shattering into pieces, revealing glowing stells inside. Stele 1. The words, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth." Stele 2. To secure life and fortune for the people. Stele 3. To continue lost teachings for past sages. Stele 4. to establish peace for all future generations. Ye Ning looked at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Aren't these the 4 sentences I just recited? Why are they appearing on blank steels? Another steel cracked, the words appearing clearly. Practice makes perfect. Ye Ning was totally shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the heck is going on? How did a blank monument suddenly have words on it? Tai Xianggao was just as flabbergasted, his voice trembling. I don't know either. Could it be that these 2 sages acknowledge the ideas you just spouted? Brother Ye? Ye Ning shook his head, his eyes full of doubt. No way! They're dead, aren't they? How could they acknowledge me now? Anxiety and confusion swirled in his mind. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck down from the sky. The blinding light made Tai Xianggao gasp in terror. Purple clouds from the east. This is a sign that a sage is about to be born. Brother Ye, what you just said, it turned out to be sacred words, gaining the recognition of the sage's will. Ye Ning gave a wry smile, muttering to himself, Holy crap. I knew this wouldn't end well. For establishing the heart for heaven and earth, for securing the lives of the people, for inheriting the lost teachings of the past sages, for bringing peace to all future generations. A purple vortex appeared in the sky and shone a beam of light directly down onto where Ye Ning was standing. He covered his eyes with his hand, his face full of worry. Don't come over here. Ye Ning's entire body erupted in a brilliant golden flame, radiating a powerful aura. Seeing this, Tai Xianggao was ecstatic. A great Confucian, Brother Ye. You actually broke the seal of the Confucian path and broke through to become a great Confucian. Master Wang and Master Cheng seemed to have found peace, their eyes looking at Ye Ning with profound admiration. Thank goodness for him. Brother Wang and I have been clashing for so long. The shackles that have imprisoned the Confucian way for 1,000 years should finally be severed, Master Cheng declared, his voice filled with resolve. Both Master Wang, Master Cheng, and the common folk all shouted in unison. Sever! Ye Ning's hand suddenly glowed brightly. Shooting straight up into the sky, he exclaimed, My body's out of control. With the echoing cry of sever, Ye Ning, with a single hand, shattered the chains, breaking the 1,000-year-old shackles of the Confucian way. Tai Xianggao was overjoyed, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Ye is going to sever the oppressive shackles and liberate Confucianism. Meanwhile, in the imperial city, Pei Yunham said in a low, solemn voice, Because of Ye Ning, perhaps this is the moment for Great Zhao to change. The high officials, united with Ji Mingyu, fiercely declared, We swear to stand by your majesty, through thick and thin. The Immortal Sects have been too arrogant and overbearing. We scholars no longer need to tolerate them. You dirty, cowardly rats, get back to your mountains. The common people's unified cry echoed, Get out, yeah, get out. The soldiers gathered in force, raising their swords high and shouting in unison. The Surveillance Bureau swears to die protecting Great Zhu. Ji Mingyu's eyes were resolute as she said with a firm tone, You've all seen it. This is Great Zhu's choice. An old woman, leaning on a cane and clearly from an immortal sect, stepped towards Ji Mingyu, her voice laced with suspicion. It seems your majesty has hidden her true depths, deceiving the entire world for so long. But why not continue to hide it? Or do you feel that your current strength can actually stand against us? Ji Mingyu replied with a confident air. Because I have waited for the person I was waiting for. Unfortunately for you, you were far too hasty. If it weren't for Ye Ning, perhaps Great Zhu could have dragged things out a little longer. On the Immortal Sect side, rage flared. Those who stand in our way, kill them all, leave no one alive. On the Great Zhu side, Ji Mingyu had her sword in hand, and the soldiers were ready to rumble. Then let's fight. Fight! From inside the city, the cavalry surged out like a swarm of angry hornets. Banners of Great Zhu fluttered in the breeze. On the city walls, the soldiers were flexing their giant crossbows, ready to launch some serious pain. Warships from the Immortal Sect descended, causing the commoners to freak out and scatter like cockroaches when the lights come on. Ji Mingyu, personally holding the reins and spurring on her horse, shouted, Civilians, get your butts into the palace, pronto. Let the battle begin. Above, the Immortal Sect's warships are coming in droves. 4 immortals popped out of nowhere, flying down from the ships. Siyu Shou Xian smirked. Your Majesty is indeed patient. Who would have thought you'd rebuild the Heavenly Dragon Guard and the Divine Mechanism Battalion? Duanji Xian scoffed. Too bad. It's all just a waste of effort. It's time to settle the score for Ye Ning killing our people. Duanji Xian nodded in agreement. Ji Mingyu saw those 4 figures, and her heart did a little flip-flop. The 4 Wuhua Immortals, they actually came too. Just so you know, cultivation levels go, Qi refining, foundation establishment, true person, mandate of heaven, heavenly question, heavenly traverse, true immortal. Pei Yuham was also slightly taken aback. All 4 of them are at the heavenly traverse realm. Siyu Shaoxian clapped his hands and laughed. Your Majesty, the 4 of us don't want to bully the weak with our strength, you know? A court official, looking all kinds of worried for Ji Mingyu, said, Your Majesty, things are getting messy. We can't just sacrifice ourselves for nothing. Let's retreat first. The 4 Wuhua Immortals raised their hands in unison. In the sky, 4 giant hands made of immortal energy appeared. Siyu Shaoxian glared. If your majesty wants to leave, I won't stop you, but the others have to stay here. He waved his hand, and the four hands came crashing down one after another, showing no mercy. The people screamed, "Immortals, please spare me. It's me, I'm your guy, I'm your mole." Ye Ning yelled, "You guys run. Don't worry about me, they won't dare to touch me." Duan Jixian sneered. "Your majesty had a chance, but you didn't want to leave." He unleashed a palm strike towards Ji Mingyu. A furious voice boomed, "The four Wuha immortals? You're getting way too cocky." In the blink of an eye, the giant hand was pierced by sword energy. A heavenly traverse realm cultivator, Siyu Shaoxian, stared wide-eyed at the masked woman radiating killing intent in front of him. In shock, "I never expected that such a character would be by the emperor's side." "Aunt Jiang," Ji Mingyue called out worriedly, "Your majesty, take everyone back first. I'll hold them back." Aunt Jiang immediately lunged towards the four Wuhua immortals, both sides exchanging blows so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. "Everyone, retreat back to the city," Ji Mingyu ordered. She turned back and saw Aunt Jiang surrounded by the four old immortals. The old immortals snorted coldly. "You really think you can fight the four of us alone? Next year, today, will be the anniversary of your death," Aunt Jiang sneered. "I may not be able to beat you, but I can drag you down with me." Sensing that something was wrong, the four Wuhua immortals immediately shut their traps. Oh no. Old Xiao Xian suddenly sensed an unusual aura appearing behind him and shouted in alarm, "Crap, I fell for their trap." Aunt Jiang, after casting the spell formation, slowly descended. Ji Mingyu yelled, "Quick, hurry," and reinforced Aunt Jiang. The city was now surrounded by an invisible tortoiseshell. Old Xiao Xian scoffed. "You think this immortal formation can really protect you? Today, I will definitely break this city-protecting grand formation of yours." The others exclaimed in surprise. "You said you want to break the formation? How? How is that possible? This 1,000-year grand formation was personally established by Great Zhu's grand ancestor thousands of years ago. No one can break it." Old Xiao Xian sneered. "Great Zhu's grand ancestor is long gone, and the grand formation has weakened accordingly. Just because we couldn't break it in the past, doesn't mean we can't do it now." Ji Mingyu felt a chill down her spine as she watched the four immortals channeling their energy to create a dreamy, purple energy ball. She said in panic, "This is bad. They seem to be really breaking the grand formation." From that ball, a giant black dragon shot out, slamming straight into the barrier surrounding the city. Pei Yungham frowned. It seems they plan to gradually deplete the grand formation's power. If there's no one in the city who can defend the grand formation, it's only a matter of time before it's broken. Ye Ning, oh Ye Ning, the time left for you is running out. Meanwhile, Ye Ning grimaced and forced a smile. Isn't this sword effect a bit over the top? To establish the heart for heaven and earth? To establish the destiny for the people? To continue the lost teachings for past sages? To create eternal peace for all generations? Ye Ning was dumbfounded. The incantation echoed across the heavens and earth like a curse, making him shudder. Tai Shankao's eyes lit up as he looked at the glow in the sky. "Yay, bro. Look at the sky. It's Wenkuai Star. That's Wenkuai Star. Confucianism is being restored. Confucianism is being restored. The 1,000-year seal of the Confucian school has finally been lifted." Tai Shankao's voice, like a resounding bell, echoed in Ye Ning's mind. He looked up at the sky. Blinding light poured down from above, illuminating the mountains and forests, and streams of energy seemed to tear apart the atmosphere, causing a massive earthquake. Immortal Peak suddenly emitted golden light. Impossible. The four old immortals also sensed the change in the Holy Academy. "Big brother, you felt it too, right? Who is it who dares to break the seal of Confucianism?" The Wen Tianqi from the sky. The Wen Tianqi flew straight into Ye Ning's hand. The Wen Tianqi was like a sharp blade, glowing brightly, swiftly flew into Ye Ning's hand. Wang Fuzi and Cheng Fuzi appeared. "Excellent. To think you could receive the Wen Tianqi's recognition. From today onwards, you are the master of the Holy Academy, the teacher of all scholars under heaven." Ye Ning asked curiously. "Who are you two?" Tai Zhangkao said in surprise. "They're sages, Cheng Fuzi and Wang Xiansheng." Wang Xiansheng stroked his beard and said calmly, "Ye Ning, compared to you, we are truly ashamed of the title of sage, the future of Confucianism. I'll have to leave it to you." Ye Ning wanted to refuse but was patted on the shoulder by Cheng Fuzi. "Ye kid, no need to refuse. The two of us are just two wisps of remnant souls now. It's just that we have some things we need to give you as a final act." Cheng Fuzi's old voice seemed to echo from afar, but it was filled with reverence and expectation. He raised his hand to the sky. A mark suddenly appeared on Ye Ning's forehead, emitting a dazzling light. Cheng Fuzi nodded approvingly. Good, good, good. So you had already obtained the mark of the Wenkuai Star, saving us a lot of trouble." Huh. The clothes on Ye Ning's body suddenly flashed, transforming into a magnificent battle robe, enveloped by a strong aura of spiritual energy. "My clothes." Cheng Fuzi smiled and said, "This garment is called the Zhuzi Star Spirit Garment. From today onwards, you will be protected by the sages, and all evil will be repelled. Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson were shocked, and he thought in a panic, holy crap, I seem to have gotten stronger again. Wang Fuzi picked up a small golden pagoda, its light shimmering as if to radiate a warm energy. Take this with you. It may be useful in the future. Ye Ning quickly waved his hand, looking horrified. No need. Really no need. Oh no. Before he could finish speaking, the small pagoda had already latched onto him, inseparable. You too? There's no need to be so nice to me. Ye Ning shook his head back and forth. The two sages looked at each other, their radiant smiles blooming like the morning sun. Now we can rest assured, ha, little Yi, the path you must walk will far surpass ours. Hopefully one day you can fulfill the great aspiration you swore to. We entrust the Confucian Tao to you. After Cheng Fuzi and Wang Fuzi finished speaking, they immediately turned into a misty smoke, vanishing into nothingness, despite Ye Ning's cries. Please, hear me out, Tai Shengkao excitedly said. Ah, as expected of sages, so carefree, making people's hearts yearn forward. Ye Ning looked at the two treasures, thinking wearily. I'm so grateful to the two of you, for making me so strong. I can totally feel it. I'm really 1,000 times stronger than before now. I just don't know if the Immortal Sect can withstand it. He frowned, a strange sense of anxiety suddenly rising in his heart, feeling that this newly granted power was too terrifying, causing him to doubt his ability to control it. Outside the Holy Academy, the black dragon of the Feathering Four Immortals was still frantically ramming its head against the barrier surrounding the city, like a ferocious beast wanting to tear apart everything in its path. The soldiers in the city, their faces full of worry as if about to burst, cried out in panic, Your Majesty, please allow us to go to battle. Ji Mingyu gently shook her head, her eyes containing a deep sadness, her voice melancholy. It's useless. Going out would only be moths flying into the flame, adding useless sacrifices. Fang Qingshu stood on the airship floating in midair, sneering disdainfully. A bunch of ants, just struggling before death. Just watch. Only you guys are fighting. Where is that ringleader Ye Ning? Why are you still resisting for a worthless coward? Demonic woman, shut your mouth. Wei Wentong heard Ye Ning being insulted, his blood boiling. He immediately drew his bow and shot straight at Fang Qingshu. HMPH. Fang Qingshu didn't worry at all, her eyes cold. She disdainfully looked at Wei Wentong. Because of the strong barrier surrounding her, no arrow could penetrate it. Kuei Shaoxian, his face full of sweat, his hands trembling as he pulled out a handful of pills, took a deep breath, and said in a choked voice, Just a little more. Today, even if we use up all the pills, we must open the formation. The black dragon rammed again, and some cracks had appeared on the barrier, like wounds deeply engraved into the soul of the city. The people in the city panicked, screams and cries echoing everywhere like a sorrowful symphony. It seems the formation can't hold on anymore. We're done for. We're all going to be killed. Despair enveloped them like a storm, sweeping away all faint hopes. Everyone, Ji Mingyu leads the army. Her voice echoed throughout the city, containing an extraordinary determination, preparing for a final battle. Open it for me, Kuei Shaoxian strained his neck and shouted. The barrier around the city was officially pierced. The crowd of the Four Immortal Sect flew out from the airships with weapons in hand, their eyes blazing, their momentum surging. All disciples, extinguish the immortal Dao. Ah! This is Fang Qingshu, suddenly startled. Throughout the great Zhou dynasty, numerous pillars of light descended from the sky, embodying righteousness and integrity, such potent and upright qi. The people, enveloped by these radiant beams, all emanated a brilliant spiritual aura. A majestic voice resounded. For establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, for safeguarding the lives of the people, for inheriting the profound knowledge of the sages, for building peace for the world. It's the star of culture. The people were astonished and immediately burst into excited chatter. I can feel the literary qi within me roaring. I can feel the shackles of Confucianism within me shattering. Heavens! Confucianism is being restored. Could it be that the sage has returned? Liu Shen, having advanced to great Confucian, mused. The shackles are broken. Confucianism is truly recovering. Could it be him? Ji Mingyu was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, It's him, it must be him. Pei Yuhang gazed at the brilliant ray of light flashing across the sky, thinking to herself, He's back. Kuei Shaoxian gritted his teeth. Henry, I sense the aura of Confucianism just now. Looks like some Confucian remnants have come seeking death. It's a pity that no matter the era, Confucianism can't save them. All those who deserve to die still must die. He stood up, and a spirit qi sword flew before him. Ye Ning, give it a try. Ye Ning frowned. Kuei Shaoxian was stunned, his eyes widening as he stared at Ye Ning. Who are you? He felt a surge of panic. Something's not right. Why does this guy's aura make me so afraid? Ye Ning, the members of the Supervisory Institute, and the people in the city all cheered together, their faces radiant. Supervisor Lord is back. It's Lord Ye. Lord Ye has arrived. He hasn't abandoned us, Lord Ye, Lord Ye. You are Ye Ning, Hua Xiaotian asked in a deep voice, his aura filled with intimidation. Too bad. Wanting to protect this entire city based on you alone. What a delusion. The 4 Ascension Immortals simultaneously channeled their chi and surged forward. Not good. Quick, go help Ye Qing, Ji Mingyue said in a fluster. No need. Pei Yungham suddenly appeared behind her. But look, Ye Ning's body is emitting a brilliant glow. Go die. The 4 Ascension Immortals unleashed 4 enormous hands that slammed toward Ye Ning. A heaven-shaking explosion reverberated, sending all 4 immortals flying backward, their bodies riddled with injuries. What kind of treasure did you use that could cause our attacks to backfire? Kuai Xiaotian coldly snorted. Worthless, Ye Ning glared and scolded. I thought you guys had some skill. Turns out you only know how to rely on treasures. You can protect yourself, but can you protect others? As he finished speaking, the 4 Ascension Immortals' 4 grandsons suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the city. Shameless, Ye Ning growled. 4 Wenqi shields appeared, blocking in front of the 4 mutts, astonishing them as they stared at Ye Ning. The ink of Zhuzi's thoughts reflected on the shields, and they all exclaimed in horror, a great Confucian. He's a great Confucian. Can't dodge such righteous chi. He's no ordinary great Confucian. That grandson, Cao Meng, was dripping with sweat, his mind racing. But wasn't Confucianism just unsealed? How could they cultivate such a monster in the blink of an eye? The only possibility is that you broke the shackles of Confucianism. The Immortal Sect elders scowled, saying, could it be that during the time he disappeared, he went to the Holy Academy to cultivate misfortune? Feng Qingshu, upon hearing this, felt utterly distraught. Based on what? Based on what can he defy the heavens like this? Clearly just a tiny ant. What makes him think he can turn things around? The old woman went back into the room, coldly snorting. Quickly send a message. Tell the sect to dispatch reinforcements. We probably can't deal with him based on just us. All Immortal Path disciples retreat first. And wait for reinforcements, big bro. Let's retreat too. Nangong stammered. Cao Meng gnashed his teeth. Just you wait. I'll settle everything with you soon enough. The Feather Transformation 4 Immortals were about to leave, when Ye Ning stopped them, coldly asking, you come when you want, leave when you want. What do you think this is? You really think you can hold us back with just you alone? Myriad sword style, Ye Ning clasped his hands together, and in the sky behind him appeared a giant sword condensed from spirit chi, a war poem of Confucianism. Cao Meng stared wide-eyed, never having experienced such a thing. Go! He turned to tell his teammates to flee, but they were held tight by 4 invisible hands. Big bro, why can't my body move? My sword is moving. Could it be that it also senses Lord Ye's poem, Ji Mingyu, and the soldiers in the city asked each other in astonishment. From all over the city, the souls of thousands of swords soared, enveloping Ye Ning's giant chi sword. Ye Ning continued to chant his poem in a deep voice. Today I'll show you. Who has a grievance? The 4 mutts of the Feather Transformation 4 Immortals were held tight by the 4 invisible hands, and that grandson, Cao Meng, angrily shouted, Ye Ning, you really dare to kill us? What's there not to dare? I'm so scared of you. Ye Ning waved his hand and slashed the sword down. 4 old dogs better hurry up and bark. We are elders of the Feather Transformation sect. If you kill us, you'll be chased and killed without end. You and I originally have no grudges. Why not stop here? Originally no grudges. Ye Ning coldly said. Then who should the people who died at your hands seek justice from? Nangong, scared out of his wits, shakily replied. They're just a bunch of mortals. Why bother? Shut your mouth. The chi sword shattered the barrier, creating a massive explosion. The Feather Transformation 4 Immortals hurriedly released their souls to flee, scattering in all directions. Ye Ning unleashed a palm strike, wiping out all 4 of them in an instant, which scared the elders on the flying ship senseless. But the young man turned his head to look at the flying ship, and immediately charged after it. Everyone, stay right there. Ye Ning waved his hand, and the flying swords, like a pack of ferocious wolves, lunged towards the ship. The Immortal Sect folks scattered in a panic, their cries for help echoing with terror. Help! How audacious! Suddenly, from afar, a bunch of gigantic hands, like colossal monsters, lunged towards Ye Ning. Below the city walls, the terrified citizens hastily pointed. Everyone, look! Pei Yungham furrowed her brow, her face etched with worry. The sect leaders of 13 Immortal Sects appeared all at once, just to kill one person. Why are they all personally taking action? Ji Mingyu frowned in thought. The true bodies of these old monsters haven't appeared yet. Perhaps they sensed an aura that could threaten the Immortal Sects, which is why they showed up. Liu Shen, pale-faced, spoke up to ask, are you implying the revival of Confucianism? Now that the great city-guarding formation has been broken, what should we do? Pei Yungham sighed, her voice full of helplessness. Unless someone can take control of the formation and repair the Immortal Severing formation, But given the current situation, it's a lost cause, Your Majesty. Even with the protection of the national destiny, once the imperial city falls, Your Majesty will also find it hard to escape death. Why not take this chance to go as far as you can? Ji Mingyu's gaze was resolute, as she declared, I will not flee. Aunt Jiang hurriedly rushed over, anxiously pleading, Your Majesty, you are the future of Great Zhu. You cannot die. Ji Mingyu shook her head, her voice firm. If the imperial city falls, then Great Zhu will be as good as never having existed. If I cannot protect the lives of my people, how can I worry about the future of Great Zhu? Liu Shen's eyes were filled with determination as he smiled. Your Majesty is absolutely right. This old subject will also live and die with Great Zhu, fighting for our homeland, and stay with our country until the very last moment. The soldiers in the city simultaneously roared with fervent cheers. Fight for our homeland. Stay with our country until the very last moment. Ji Mingyue turned to Pei Yunham and said, Sister Pei, you have no connection to Great Xiao. You should leave quickly. Pei Yunham looked towards Ye Ning, her words filled with doubt. Everyone, look, why doesn't Brother Ye seem worried at all? It's almost like he anticipated everything. Ye Ning scoffed with a faint smile. Oh boy, I just offed 4, and now there are 13 more coming. He circulated powerful spiritual energy throughout his body, his voice majestic. There are tens of thousands of lives in this city. I can't just stand by and watch you destroy them like that. He clenched his hand, and a jade-green barrier suddenly enveloped the entire city, preventing the sect leaders from getting any closer. Ji Mingyue and Pei Yungham's eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Ning became the master of the formation. Ye Ning glared, a hint of annihilation in his eyes. It should be you guys. A brilliant light burst from Ye Ning as he stood tall amidst the various sect leaders of the Immortal Sects, his eyes filled with imposing manner. The elder angrily said, What else is this sinful creature hiding from everyone? Wei Wentong shouted excitedly. This is great! Lord Yi is the master of the formation. The people in the city were equally thrilled and cheered. Lord Yi will definitely be able to restore the formation and protect us. From those giant hands, several streams of jet-black dark energy suddenly appeared, surrounding Ye Ning. They said in a deep voice, To think you were the master of the formation, it seems we can't let you live. Not only must you die, but this city must also be buried with the dead Immortal Sect disciples. The Immortal Sect's path is considered the way of heaven. You are going against the heavens. Today let this city disappear from the world. Ye Ning smirked, his tone full of contempt. You fools, so arrogant. You really think that if the formation breaks, the city will also perish? You're wrong. Since ancient times, it is this city that maintains the Great Formation. As long as the city stands, the Great Formation remains. As long as the tens of thousands of living beings in the city remain, the Great Formation will never disappear. This is what you have always looked down upon. Ye Ning spoke with authority, releasing his spiritual energy, blowing away the sect leaders. Ah, the power of Immortal, the dark energy said angrily. You mere ants dare to oppose the heavens. Ye Ning summoned a brush from his literary chi and lightly wrote a few Chinese characters in the air. Paracel and Spratly Islands are of Vietnam. Those letters emitted a brilliant light. What? Ye Ning said confidently. You only know yourselves as heaven. Do you know that people can overcome heaven? Fellow disciples, kill this brat with all your strength. The dark energy rushed towards Ye Ning in unison. Fools! He flicked the brush, instantly blowing away all the Immortal Sect's energy. They cried out in pain. Ah! What? This is impossible. You can actually... The moment the sect leaders disappeared, the sky suddenly shone with bright sunlight, and a few drops of rain fell on the ground. The people joyfully welcomed Ye Ning's victory. It's raining, haha. Those self-proclaimed heavens have been beaten to tears by Brother Ye. Feng Qingshu trembled, speechless. Wei Wentong and Niu Jin shouted in unison, Lord Yi has won. We won, Lord Ye, Lord Ye, Lord Ye. We drove back the Immortal Sect, Ji Mingyu said, deeply moved. Ye Khan is always full of surprises. I didn't think he could become so powerful in such a short time. Pei Yungham chimed in agreement. He is indeed very strong, but this power is only temporary. He temporarily transferred the power of the Immortal Slaughter Formation to himself, to become so strong. His current source of power comes from the city. Once he leaves the city, he won't be as strong as before, but this power seems a little different from the power of the Immortal Slaughter Formation. I'm a bit confused here. Ye Ling explained. Because the Grand Formation just now wasn't called the Immortal Slaughter Formation, but the Mortal Realm Grand Formation, condensed from the power of humanity, using individual strength to condense into a whole, forming the Grand Formation. Lord Ye, I knew you could do it. I understand now. As soon as Ye Ning landed, Ji Mingyue anxiously ran over to thank him. Ye Khan, without you, I don't know what the Great Zhu would have become. Your Majesty is too kind. This is what I should do. Ye Ning replied. Then he looked up at the crack in the Grand Formation. He channeled spirit energy into it to reinforce the barrier, making it many times stronger. The people joyfully said, The formation is back. Lord Yi, fix the formation. The formation can protect us again. Ye Ning stood on the city wall. His voice echoed throughout the city. The strength of every citizen of Great Zhuao is helping the formation become stronger. Not only are we protected by the Grand Formation, but we also need to learn how to protect others. High above, the majestic Holy Academy appeared, with its gates wide open, like a mysterious invitation. From today onwards, the Holy Academy will open its doors to scholars. Those who are qualified can enter to cultivate. The deep and resounding voice echoed like an authoritative affirmation of this sacred place. Far away, in the treacherous mountains, the painful roar of Headmaster Niu, a thunderclap from the blue, echoed throughout the desolate mountains and forests. The elders panicked and asked each other, "That's the headmaster's voice. What happened? What happened to the headmaster?" They rushed towards the scream like wild wolves, their hearts full of worry. Before their eyes, the old headmaster clutched his trembling hand. Cold sweat pouring out like a stream, his face contorted in pain, he roared in fury, "Ye Ning!" The elders blankly shook their heads. This name sounds unfamiliar. Could he be a newly risen devil in the demonic realm? The old headmaster struggled to regain his strength and hummed, "It's normal for you not to know him. After all, before this, me and the headmasters of 2 other sects—" "You mean the headmasters of the other 12 sects are also seriously injured like you?" the 2 elders asked in panic, their voices trembling. "We thought he was just an ant in the mortal realm. Who would have thought we were raising a tiger and creating future troubles?" The headmaster clenched his hand, his voice as sharp as metal. "Ye Ning cannot be spared. He must be killed soon." In the imperial physician's courtyard, pale golden sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the warm room. Ye Ning and Jiming Yu sat by the bed, feeding Liu Qin pure yang true water. Old Liu slowly opened his eyes, his dim gaze gradually becoming clear. Ye Ning asked in delight, "Old Liu, how are you feeling?" Old Liu looked at Ye Ning, choked with emotion. "Your Majesty, Lord Yi." I thought I'd never see you all again." His trembling voice, mixed with sobs, touched. Ye Ning and Jiming Yu, Pei Yuham, stood outside the courtyard, silently observing, a gentle smile on her face, her eyes as soft as a stream, and murmured, "He's strong enough to protect himself now, maybe it's time for me to leave." Her heart was filled with reluctance, but also regret. Would she ever get another chance to see Ye Ning again? Outside the Surveillance Institute, Wei Wentong was escorting a member of the Immortal Sect. Seeing this, the surrounding people whispered, "Isn't that someone from the Immortal Sect? They've got their day too. They've got formations restricting their power. No matter how strong they are, they can't fly here in the city. I heard this guy didn't even resist when he was caught. Scared witless by Lord Ye, maybe." Inside the judgment room, Ye Ning asked curiously, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Feng Qingshu scoffed in response. "You really have a convenient memory?" "Ah." That voice. Ye Ning pondered for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Ah! Enough, Feng Qingshu. You're playing tricks. Tear her mask off." "How dare you?" Wei Wentong and Niu Jin happily accepted the order and stepped forward arrogantly. "What wouldn't we dare do to you, Immortal Sect people? Me too." After the mask was removed, her face was a horrifying mess of rotten flesh, causing Ye Ning to exclaim in shock. She sat up to this point before bursting into tears. Ye Ning contemplated and said, "I've heard that heads can be chopped, but hair must not be disheveled. Never thought I'd see the living example today. It does kind of make sense, I guess." Nikyu Jinkaxi agreed. Pei Yungham lifted Feng Qingshu's chin and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't let Ye Ning kill you. Of course, I won't help you break the curse either." Suddenly Pei Yungham turned and asked, "Lord Ye, let's make a deal, huh?" Pei Yungham's voice was cold, and the wind whistled through the crack in the door, carrying an icy breath that made Ye Ning shrink back. Yunham didn't hesitate, and directly made the condition. "A trade. Give her to me, and I'll give you 4 treasures. 1 for 4. Huh? Ye Ning was slightly startled. His face remained unchanged, but a gleam of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Well, it depends on what 4 treasures you're talking about," Feng Qingshu cried out in a broken voice. "You guys are bullying me." Pei Yuham ignored Feng Qingshu's screams, and suddenly raised her hand. 4 puppets in the form of immortals appeared. Each puppet exuded an extraordinary aura, as if they were once dignified, high-ranking people, now imprisoned in the bodies of puppets. Their eyes seemed to contain unspeakable resentment. Ye Ning frowned, his heart beating faster. A sense of unease spread in his heart. Trying to remain calm, he smiled faintly and said, "I heard a house with an elder is like a house with a treasure. You don't actually have to give me 4 old guys." "Ah." Feng Qingshu looked at the 4 puppets, her eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. You are." Pei Yongham looked at Feng Qingshu, her eyes filled with mockery, and said, "She's pretty smart. Recognize them already. The 4 elders of Fentian Valley, namely Tianhuo Huang, Huodi Huo, Xuanhuo." Pei Yongham seemed to want to show absolute dominance. Her voice was even colder. "Back then, they were the ones who designed to harm me, and led me to the capital. In that battle, 12 protectors died in battle to protect me. If you hadn't saved me, I would have probably long ago. If they dared to harm me, then of course I have to return the favor. These 4 damn old guys had their souls extracted and turned into puppets. How about that? 4 people for 1 person. Is it a good deal? Pei Yungham smiled. But that smile was as icy as ice, making Ye Ning shudder. Fang Qingshu muttered in fear. Which? Ye Ning gave a forced laugh and replied, those 4 liked planning to hurt you. They deserved revenge. But these 4 are so old, making them into dolls after they're dead. Oh wait, puppets? Is that really appropriate? Pei Yungham said. Trust me, what I've done is nothing compared to you wiping out the sect leaders of 13 sects with a flick of your finger. In the eyes of the Immortal Sects, you're the #1 demonic cultivator. I'm just a distant second at best. Thinking about it that way, it actually seems pretty fitting, Ye Ning pondered. But with my current abilities, do I even need protection from these 4? They've been made into puppets. Their cultivation has dropped from the Celestial Pivot Realm to the Celestial Destiny Realm. As bodyguards, they're honestly not impressive, but they still have other uses. Suddenly, spiritual flames erupted around the puppets, Pei Yungham explained. This is celestial fire cultivated from the Burning Heaven Valley's ultimate technique, the 3-Yang righteous method, for the warriors of the Surveillance Institute. What could be better than using fire to temper their will? Ye Ning thought to himself. Even though I've heard of Burning Heaven Valley, they're low-key, but definitely not a small sect. With Peiji's personality, why go to such lengths to help the Surveillance Institute? These sentiments, I feel ashamed to accept Peiji's actions. He decided to speak. If you really feel bad about it, how about agreeing to something for me? Pei Yungham then pointed to the golden pagoda on Ye Ning's waist. If I need help in the future, you have to bring this pagoda to help me. Ye Ning picked up the pagoda. I remember Wang Xiansheng stubbornly shoved this thing on me. If Peiji likes it, I'll give it to you. Give it to me. Pei Yungham awkwardly said. Do you know this thing is a 7 treasure? The value of those 4 sparks of fire doesn't even compare to this thing, he replied. I don't consider the value when I give gifts. As long as Peiji likes it, just take it. He thought to himself. The more powerful it is, the more I should give it away. Keeping it by my side will stab me in the back sooner or later, Pei Yungham thought in surprise. You idiot. Do you even know that this is the demon suppression pagoda that the demon realm has been searching for all these years? But he said, as long as I like it. She was about to reach out and take the pagoda, but then hesitated. Pei Yungham gave a light smile, saying, I really do like this thing, but you don't need to give it to me. I feel like it belongs by your side. Huh. Ye Ning was stunned, as if struck by lightning. His eyes seemed to ask, why is that? Pei Yungham continued softly, her voice warm. Ning, like a babbling brook, if one day I need help, you must come and help me. An indescribable feeling surged in Ye Ning's heart. He resolutely replied, if you need help, even if there are thousands of obstacles, even if there are high mountains and vast seas, I will come to help. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with unspoken words. This moment of parting felt like a promise, an unforgettable imprint. New Jinxie awkwardly scratched his head, his eyes curiously looking at Pei Yungham. Why do I feel like Peiji is acting strange today? Wei Wentong nodded, a look of disdain on his face. For someone of your level to be able to notice even this much is already impressive. The next day, Ye Ning stood at the gate, watching Pei Yungham's figure ride away on horseback. He softly said, Peiji left just like that, his voice tinged with sadness. Wasn't my first goal to seek death? Why is there a hint of attachment to this world in my heart? Ye Ning looked up at the sky and thought to himself, I can't neglect my goal of seeking death. Even if I become the Heavenly Emperor after death, I can still go back and meet Peiji. Moreover, it's even easier to seek death now. After all, through this battle, the Great Zhu has completely broken away from the Immortal Sects, becoming the central area of all Confucian scholars. So like today, a whole bunch of martial artists and Confucian disciples are swarming the Surveillance Institute because Ye Ning invited them, and his Holy Academy thing. Wuzhan's just thinking to himself, like, dang, in just a few days, over 1,000 Grandmaster level martial artists are already hitting up Master Yi for help. By the way, just a heads up, martial arts levels from lowest to highest go. Grandmaster, Martial Soul, Grandmaster levels 1 through 9. The 3 officials of the Surveillance Institute are currently all at the Grandmaster level. New Jinxie says, all serious. This is a good thing, but it's kind of starting to stress me out, Wei Wentong agrees. Totally. Then, Tai Xiang comes running over, all hyped up, saying, don't think you guys are the only ones feeling the pressure. The Confucian disciples coming for help are all elites, man. The disciples are lined up, all respectful and bowing to the Grandmaster. Ye Ning's thinking, Confucianism's back. And already 8 great Confucian scholars have woken up. Can't let talent like that go to waste. He smiles and asks, anyone willing to come teach at the Holy Academy? We're in. The rest, let's recommend them to the court. Ye Ning's chilling with Liu Jin in the plaza outside the palace, and he asks, you feeling better? Thanks to Master Yi's life-saving grace, I'm all good now. Ye Ning just laughs. Hey, you saved my life too, remember? We're bros, no need to be shy. If it weren't for you, old Liu, my buddies and I would have become heavenly emperors already. Then he gets all serious. But what's a heavenly emperor to someone who's willing to trade their life for someone else's? Old Liu says, I'm here today to recommend some talent to His Majesty. Coincidentally, His Majesty is waiting for Master Yi too. He said he has some old friends who want to see you. Oh really? The two walk into the hall, and Ji Mingyu says all excited, Ye Qing, you're here. Ye Ning forces a smile, thinking, I planned everything perfectly, but who knew this type would actually be a wise ruler? No wonder she risked her life to protect me from the start. My bad. And this infamous, treacherous minister, he's like stinky tofu. Smells awful, but tastes amazing. I totally lost this round. They're playing me like a fiddle. What? Judging by that look, you don't seem too happy to see us. A beautiful woman suddenly speaks up. It's, you guessed it, Xiao Qiantian. Ye Ning's eyes go wide, and he asks her, and she smiles and says, Master Ye, long time no see, how are you? Ye Ning gets all mad and yells, You evil woman, you tricked me too, evil woman. Xiao Qiantian acts all surprised, and Ji Mingyu jumps in to smooth things over. Ye Qing, we were wrong to test you back then. Let me reintroduce her. Xiao Qiantian is ostensibly the courtesan of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, but her real identity is the director of the Dark Mist Division, our intelligence agency. Ah, no wonder you're so good at lying, Ye Ning says, all shocked. Besides this, are you hiding anything else from me? Please rest assured, Great Master. That's really everything. Maybe that's everything, Xiao Qiantian thinks to herself. Ye Ning turns back to report. Your Majesty, I've come today. Xiao Qiantian recalls a meeting she had with Xuan a few days ago. She had said, with Ye Ning's current abilities, he doesn't need your protection anymore. Withdraw the Dark Mist Division's token, Xuan awkwardly said. I want to stay by Ye Ning's side. Please don't tell him my identity. Let me stay by Master Yi's side, as a mute. Sig. Xiao Qiantian had replied with a smile. I understand. From today on, the Dark Mist Division no longer has someone named Xuan. Qiantian unconsciously sighs as she recalls it. Liu Shen strokes his chin and says softly, Director Xiao doesn't need to take it to heart. I believe Lord Ye is just quick-tongued. He wouldn't hold these things to heart. What I'm worried about isn't this. Dai Zhao's situation is constantly improving, and Ye Ning, the one who brought about these changes, has become one of the most important people of Dai Zhao. Therefore, how to protect him has become a difficult problem. But within the capital, there's the protection of the formation. Who can threaten him? Xiao Qianqian said in a deep voice. What if he leaves the capital? Who would be dumb enough to leave the capital? Liu Shen suddenly raised an eyebrow, realizing, Ye Ning, he would, in a month. At the supervisory yuan. Want to get out of the city, huh? No way. How am I supposed to find a way to die if I'm living this comfortably? Ye Ning wailed incessantly. He frowned, thinking, must find a reason to get out of the city. A reason. What's a good reason? Suddenly, not far away, a messenger was urgently spurring his horse towards the palace. He shouted frantically, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Urgent report from Bing Province. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was as suffocating as if shrouded in a thick fog. Anxiety like invisible silk threads creeping into every corner, making the atmosphere heavy. What? Drought? In Bing Province? But why didn't the Qintianjian's divination this year show any signs? Emperor Ji Mingyu's icy voice echoed throughout the hall, causing the officials to shiver. Your Majesty, no. The Qintianjian trembled, cold sweat pouring down like a stream. According to the divination, Bing Province shouldn't have a drought this year. I've divined many times, and there's only one result. Ji Mingyu's face darkened, her eyes like lightning staring at the Qintianjian. No matter what, Ji Mingyue said, her voice low and filled with an unpredictable determination. Issue my decree. Gather supplies and provisions. Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lian Bin, shall take the post of Imperial Envoy and rush to Bing Province to provide disaster relief. As you command. The officials knelt down in unison to receive their orders. 5 days later, a piece of bad news arrived like a storm, tearing apart the peace in the palace. The messenger, his hair matted with sweat, tremblingly reported, Bandits in Bing Province are causing chaos. The Imperial Envoy was ambushed halfway, and the provisions have been completely looted. What? Ji Mingyue exclaimed in shock. What kind of bandits dare to rob the Imperial Envoy of the court and actually have the strength to kill the provision transport troops? Liu Shen frowned, his voice tinged with worry. Your Majesty, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. According to the information I just received, Bing Province not only has a severe drought, but also a serious shortage of taxes. The provincial government doesn't have enough resources to provide disaster relief, and many counties have seen an exodus of displaced people, scattering. Ji Mingyu's face darkened, her eyes as if containing a storm. Bing Province had a drought last year, and the capital sent a large amount of relief supplies. There should have been a surplus, so how could it become like this? She raised the golden dragon inlaid sword high, her authority radiating like sunlight. I personally appoint the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue to carry the Emperor's sword. leading an army with 10 times the previous force to transport provisions. 10 days later, bad news from Bing province flew back to the capital like a cold wind. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was entrusted with the important task of providing relief, encountered the high mountain pirates, lost his life in the vast sea. All the valuable tax revenues and property were robbed, and the accompanying army was wiped out. Shi Qian, the Bing province regional commander who was responsible for protecting the transport convoy, reported to the capital. We arrived late, and only found this emperor's sword. Ye Ning drew the sword, gazing at the fresh bloodstains on the blade, grinding her teeth. Shi Qian. Liu Shen frowned slightly, his eyes sharp. Perhaps the untimely relief is the main reason. Besides Shi Qian, who else could know the imperial envoy's itinerary so well? Ye Ning sheathed the sword, her dark eyes containing a boiling rage. Bing province. Those people have been patient for too long. Scene change. At Bing province, Jinyang Li family. A secret conversation is taking place in the dark. A deep, warm voice sounded, carrying satisfaction. Brother Shi, this was done too well. Xin Qian slightly bowed his head, his voice humble. Brother Lai is too kind. This is what I should do. Li Zai raised his wine cup, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. Brother Jie, rest assured, once Ye Ning is eliminated, I will say good things for you to the Yuhua sect. Xie Qian smiled, a vicious glint in his eyes. Thank you, brother. With this, that Ye Ning guy will definitely leave the city to provide disaster relief, losing the protection of the formation. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't avoid death. Xie Qian knelt before a sect leader from the Immortal Tao, respectfully saying, Fortunately, the Supreme Immortal thought of a plan to use the drought demon to cause a drought, causing drought in Bing province. The sect leader's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Cause Bing province to have a drought, Ye Ning will die, and Ji Mingyu will lose her most capable right-hand man. Ye Ning seriously injured many people of our feather transformation sect. He should have died long ago. As long as you cooperate with my plan, becoming king is only a matter of time. Inside the magnificent palace, Ji Mingyu was fiercely opposing Ye Ning's proposal, her beautiful face full of worry. No way! This absolutely cannot happen. Ye Ning calmly replied, Your Majesty, this is clearly the work of the Jinyang Li family, and behind them is the Feather Transformation sect. Their goal is too obvious. Ji Mingyu frowned slightly, her voice filled with concern. The duties of the Surveillance Bureau don't include disaster relief, and if you leave the city, losing the protection of the formation, they'll definitely make a move on you. If I don't go, is Your Majesty going to continue sending people? Continuing to seek death? Ye Ning glared, his eyes resolute. Disaster relief is indeed not within the Surveillance Bureau's duties, but the drought in Bing province was caused by me. If I don't go, this matter will never end. The court has finally welcomed a group of new people with ideals to contribute to the country. Is Your Majesty just going to stand by and watch them go to their deaths? Lord Ye, Lord Ye. The officials in the court were moved and speechless. Liu Shen asked anxiously, Great Grandmaster, I understand your feelings, but the Great Zhu cannot lose you now. If something unfortunate happens to you, what are we supposed to do? Ye Ning replied generously. If it benefits the country, I don't care about life or death. Why should I run away from trouble and enjoy blessings? The Great Grandmaster is truly noble. Lord Yi is noble. Praises echoed like waves, covering the entire space. Ji Mingyu frowned slightly, her voice full of anxiety. Can't you listen to me just once? Chills. Ye Ning felt a cold sensation run down his spine, and in his mind, an image of Ji Mingyu in women's clothing flashed by, making him shiver. He shook his head violently, telling himself, a true man must know what to do and what not to do. No, I can't think nonsense. I don't even like men. Realizing Ye Ning's stubbornness, Ji Mingyu sighed, her voice sad. If that's the case, Lord Ye, please go ahead, take the Emperor's sword to carry out the duties of the Imperial Envoy, and after arriving in Bing Province, take office as the governor of Bing Province, taking over military and civil power in Bing Province. A few days later, Ye Ning and the Surveillance Bureau's grain convoy Bing Bing advanced towards Bing Province, like a ray of warm sunshine piercing through the dark night. The common people flocked to the streets, their faces etched with worry. But when they saw the convoy, their eyes lit up, everyone pleading, Lord Ye, take care, Lord Ye, you must return safely. The sounds of blessings echoed like echoes of hope, of faith and life. Ji Mingyu stood on the city gate, watching the convoy gradually disappear. A faint sadness crept into her heart, clenching her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, as if trying to hold on to Ye Ning's image. Aunt Jiang approached, her voice gloomy as the wind. Your Majesty still cares about Lord Yi. From the beginning till now, I can only watch him rush into dangerous situations. There's very little I can do to help him. Aunt Jiang took Ji Mingyu's hand, her eyes stern. Lord Yi wouldn't think that way. For noble people like him, contributing to the country and helping the people is the greatest dream. Ji Mingyu sighed softly, her expression slightly sad. My initial dream was to revitalize the Great Zhu, but now I just want to follow in his footsteps. Has your majesty considered using a marriage alliance to bring the relationship with Lord Ye closer? Aunt Jiang suddenly asked. Marriage alliance? But now the royal family has no females with suitable compatibility. Ji Mingyu shook her head, her face full of confusion. Isn't your majesty also unmarried? Aunt Jiang slightly curved her lips, her eyes seeming to see through Ji Mingyu's thoughts. Hearing Aunt Jiang say that, Ji Mingyu blurted out an "Ah!" Her face quickly turned red as if burned by fire. Acho! Acho! Ye Ning sneezed repeatedly. He rubbed his nose, muttering, I'm already a great grandmaster, and I still catch a cold. On the city wall, Ji Mingyu was extremely flustered. She repeatedly waved her hands. No way, no way, no way. Ah, I am the emperor. How can I marry a subject? Besides that hateful Ye Ning never listens to my words. How can I marry him? She turned away, her face red. Is that really so? Aunt Jiang chuckled. The world says, in this Zhaoyu, there are countless women who would dream of marrying Lord Ye. HMPH. Is he really that good? Ji Mingyu pouted, saying, Moreover, has your majesty forgotten the late Emperor Xuan's entrustment before his death? Aunt Jiang continued softly. My son, from today onwards, the fate of the great Xiao will rest on your shoulders. Dad only has one kid, and that's you. If you find someone you like later, the Ji family's bloodline will all depend on you. Passing on the family line doesn't necessarily have to be Ye Ning, you know, Aunt Jiang nodded, her tone warm and soothing. If your majesty wants to be with someone else. No way. Absolutely not, Ji Mingyu protested awkwardly, worry etched on her face. If it's Ye Ning, at the very least, your majesty tested Ye Ning last night at the banquet, right? Aunt Jiang, Auntie, you saw everything. Ji Mingyu's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling with unease and curiosity. Scene change. The previous day, the Imperial Palace banquet hall blazed with light as officials and courtiers raised their glasses to congratulate Ye Ning. May Grandmaster Ye have a safe journey tomorrow. Lord Ye must return safely. We offer you this toast. Ji Mingyu spoke, her voice filled with concern. Ye Qing. This time, the Yuhua sect and the Li family have definitely set up an inescapable net. Why don't you think about it again? No need. Allow me to finish this cup first, as a toast to your majesty. Ye Ning smiled brightly. Seriously, no need to think it over again. Ji Mingyu grumbled inwardly, fuming. Damn, man. Every time, he always goes against me. If I weren't the emperor, would his attitude towards me perhaps be? Ye Ning waved his hand and walked out of the room. You guys drink up first. I'm going to take a stroll, and I'll be right back. In a luxurious gazebo, nestled in the middle of a dreamy fish pond, Ye Ning sat alone, drinking. He sighed softly, his mood dipping. Thinking about it now, I've really grown a bit attached to this place. Why so gloomy? After I become the immortal emperor, I can still come back and be with them, after all. Ye Ning drained the flask in one go. Ha! He exhaled contentedly. Instinctively, he reached out and called. Someone? Bring another flask of wine here immediately. A pair of small hands offered him the wine. Thank you, Ye Ning. Suddenly noticed something amiss. Huh, he sniffed the air. This familiar scent. Ye Ning turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful maiden beside him, adorned in captivating and magnificent robes. This maiden is truly beautiful. Ye Ning blushed and blurted out his praise without realizing it. She shyly twirled a few strands of hair with her fingers. How much longer are you going to stare? Oh, sorry. Ye Ning grinned sheepishly and turned away. He thought to himself, can't blame me, can only blame her for being too beautiful. And with the scent of that damn emperor lingering on her in this imperial palace, it's gotta be her. Suddenly I'm starting to admire the damn emperor's harem a bit. Ye Ning sighed softly and muttered, damn emperor, that maiden, him. Your voice, Why are you scolding his majesty like that? Ye Ning replied, he used to be a corrupt ruler. I just got used to cursing him. Hard to change now. The maiden asked curiously, but if Lord Yi acknowledges his majesty as he is now, why do you keep going against him? Ye Ning looked up at the dreamy sky filled with stars and the moon, thinking to himself that he couldn't tell her the truth, that it's probably because he's always hindering my path to becoming the celestial emperor. He said, you're wrong. It's not just him that I oppose, but anyone in this world that I feel is being unfair, I will oppose. Excuse me, I'll take my leave. Ye Ning stood up to leave, but suddenly moved his face close to the maiden. Looking closely, these eyes seem very similar to your majesty's. Has he already seen through me? She hurriedly waved her hands and responded awkwardly. Lord Yi has made a mistake. How can I possibly look like his majesty? Furthermore, how can a woman become the emperor? Ye Ning grinned, his tone half joking, half serious. Who said women can't become emperors? Ji Mingyu was taken aback, her face full of confusion. You believe a woman can be an emperor? Ye Ning replied nonchalantly. As long as they have talent and ideals, anyone, male or female, can become a good ruler. The so-called divine right of kings is just a method of consolidating power created by the ruling forces. Ruling the world is like cooking a pot of soup. As long as the emperor lives without shame and is responsible to the people, they are a wise ruler. If the people can live and work in peace, do you think they'll care whether the one sitting on the throne is male or female? Ye Ning was overjoyed. As long as they're responsible to the people, she recalled her father's words before his death. My child, you must understand your father's pain in making you live as a man, from a young age until now. After all, our great Zhou has never had a woman as emperor. Hitik, father. Ye Ning took her father's hand. Father knew I was more capable than many men. But that's just how the world is, father, can you see? Finally, there's someone in this world who understands me. Then, tears streamed down Ye Ning's cheeks. Ye Ning was startled. Amazing, absolutely amazing. A beautiful scene. This spectacle is truly amazing. Ye Ning gently wiped away the tears streaming down her cheek. Her voice choked with emotion. As a woman, I'm truly moved. Ye Ning was stunned. A flicker of compassion in his eyes. Indeed, so few understand the hearts of women like you. You're as beautiful as a flower. But alas, your ambitions have no room to bloom. Lord Ye, Ye Ning asked curiously. Why are you so willing to confide in me? Ye Ning gave an awkward laugh, rubbing his cheek. His voice somewhat flustered. Maybe it's because I have no sense of self-preservation, just standing before a beauty like this. Beauty. Ye Ning suddenly became radiant, her eyes sparkling. You really think I'm beautiful? Of course. If there were a poem to describe it. Ye Ning shyly moved closer to Ye Ning. Actually, I think. Before she could finish, Ye Ning interjected. All right, I will satisfy you. With that, he grabbed the wine jug, leaving Ye Ning puzzled. He took a swig of wine, thinking to himself, looking at her, she probably wants a poem. All right, I'll write that poem then, Ye Ning thought, then smashed the wine jug on the ground. The sound of the crash was crisp and clear, like the roar of a beast. He smirked, a hint of madness in his smile. Waving his hand, the energy gathered in his palm. Those hot currents of qi transformed into a magical brush in Ye Ning's hand, radiating a dazzling light like a shooting star. He brandished the brush, and the water in the nearby lake turned into ink, flowing like a stream, inscribing the words in the air. Her robes are like clouds, her face like a flower. As the words appeared, the water in the lake transformed into a shy and beautiful young woman, her hair black and smooth like a waterfall, her eyes dark and bright like crystal. She stood there timidly and bashfully, like a flower trembling in the wind. Ye Ning was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at Ye Ning. Is he writing about me? Her voice was as soft as birdsong, carrying a hint of naivety, a hint of confusion. Ye Ning waved his hand again, and the water in the lake swirled around the water-formed maiden. The maiden began to move like a living painting, each step graceful and ethereal, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. The spring breeze caresses the railing. The dew on the flowers is rich. Each word was like a radiant flower, each phrase like a melodious love song that captivated the listener. Ye Ning was excited. Am I really that beautiful? Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with joy. The others who saw the scene created by Ye Ning praised it again and again, their words full of admiration. His talent transforms into Mingyu. Perhaps another poem destined to spread throughout the world is about to be born, whose talent could reach such a supreme level. These verses are echoing in the Imperial Palace. Could it be Lord Ye? I want to see it, don't push. I want to get to the front. Everyone get out of the way. The commotion was like a tornado sweeping through the entire Imperial Palace. After reciting his poem, Ye Ning was a little tipsy. He stumbled, his mind hazy, and somehow fell backward. Luckily, Ye Ning caught him. They touched, their eyes met in confusion, and a stirring of something more. Under the moonlight, their eyes locked. A graceful scene unfolding as Ye Ning leaned shyly on Ye Ning. Are you all right, my lord? I'm fine. Her voice was like the trickling of a spring, carrying a hint of trembling, a touch of worry. Ye Ning chuckled awkwardly, then picked up his brush again, making a few strokes, and the water in the lake condensed in the sky once more, transforming into beautiful, glowing butterflies, fluttering all around. What a beautiful poem, Ye Ning exclaimed. In this moment, I felt that even as a woman, I could become the version of myself I've always dreamed of. Standing on high, looking down, Jiang smiled knowingly. Truly a grand master. Another masterpiece to be passed down through the ages. Everyone who sees it will sing its praises, worthy of the title Grand Master. But this poem was originally for women, so why did Lord Ye? Perhaps he was inspired by the alcohol. Ye Ning, completely drunk, slumped to the ground, mumbling, Hinek, so beautiful. Aunt Jiang didn't try to dissuade Ye Ning, because as for whether she should marry Ye Ning or not, hadn't His Majesty already made his decision last night? That's right, Ye Ning resolved in her heart. In this world, who else could understand me like he does? In Jinyang, in the Li family. Lin Zai's eyes flashed with malice as he said to the elder of the Manhwa sect, "According to the latest information, Ye Ning has left the city and will reach Jinyang in about 3 days. I didn't expect him to actually dare to come." Zhang Heng, the elder of the Manhwa sect, frowned, his eyes filled with chilling intent. He has no choice. This concerns the lives of the people of Bing province, and the world is watching him. To protect his reputation, he has to go, whether he wants to or not. Lin Zai chuckled, his voice like a venomous snake. "Immortal Master, rest assured, I've already transferred all the food from Bing province. Jinyang is the prefecture of Bing province, but there isn't a single grain of food left. The first place he sets foot in will naturally be Jinyang. If Ye Ning can't find food there, he'll most likely come looking for it." Zhang Heng sneered, his smile laced with killing intent. "Then I'll just have to see what it feels like to have the Surveillance Institute's censor-in-chief begging me." On Ye Ning's side, Wei Wentong informed him, "Lord Ye, the border of Bing province is just ahead." Tai Xiangao sighed, his face full of worry. "It's truly pitiful for the people of Bing province. Adjacent to Bing province is Gun province, the territory of Prince Wei. It's said that Prince Wei has taken advantage of Bing province's disaster to gather a large number of refugees from Bing province. This Prince Wei is truly not ordinary. Taking in refugees to strengthen his country is indeed an impeccable strategy." Ye Ning's group traveled a short distance further and saw a crowd of ragged, emaciated refugees, as thin as walking skeletons, trudging slowly ahead. Among them were the old and the young, their faces gaunt, their eyes sunken as if their souls had been drained by suffering. "Stop right there," Tai Xiangao shouted, his voice full of sternness. "Officials." The crowd turned back in confusion, their eyes filled with suspicion, mixed with a vague fear. Tai Xiangao dismounted his horse and reminded them, "If you continue forward, you'll enter the border of Wei Kingdom. Stop, dog officials." The crowd cursed angrily, their voices full of resentment. "What right do you have to stop us? If you won't let us go to Wei Kingdom, do you want us to starve to death here? Clearly there's food in Bing province's granaries, but you refuse to distribute it, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Corrupt officials, corrupt officials." The crowd rushed forward, clawing at Tai Xianggao's face, demanding justice, their despair and anger burning like flames in their eyes. Just when he didn't know how to respond, Ye Ning stepped forward, his eyes sharp as blades, his voice calm and steady. "All right, let me handle this," Ye Ning asked gently, his voice as warm as a cool stream. "How long has it been since you all last ate?" An old man in the crowd hobbled forward with his cane, his voice as hoarse as the wind whistling through a crack in the rocks. Reporting to the official, "It's been 3 days. The bark and weeds along the road have all been eaten by us. If we don't leave, we'll have no choice but to eat dirt. And there's this kid, still gnawing on a piece of bark, with innocent but starving eyes." Ye Ning instantly felt a surge of anger, his face turned as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. The Li family, the feather transformation sect, ignoring the lives of the common people for their own selfish gains? "I've got you guys marked. Set up tents here, start cooking. Cook porridge for the people," Ye Ning ordered, turning around. "Bring out the dried rations, give everyone a portion, enough for 3 days. The refugees were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief like they were dreaming a beautiful dream. "Is the official really going to give us food?" "Of course," Ye Ning grinned, his smile as radiant as the sun. "I'm an official, sent by the court to provide relief." "That's great. We're saved." Everyone cheered, their eyes shining with hope. "Finally, we get to eat." After a while, the food was ready. Ye Ning sat beside the old man from before and chatted. "Eat slowly, everyone. There's plenty. You can get more if you need it. We're really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it till morning. Don't worry. I'm a censor from the Surveillance Bureau, so I have to care about the affairs of the world." "You said the officials of Bing province are hoarding food and refusing to distribute it. Is that really true?" The old man was startled to hear that. "You're actually Lord Ye of the Surveillance Bureau," he excitedly told the people around him. "This is Lord Ye, Ye Qingchan. We're really saved." The others knelt before Ye Ning, their voices pleading, Lord Ye, please save us." Tai Xiangkao remarked with admiration, "Senior brother Ye, it seems our surveillance bureau has become famous throughout the land. In this closed-off era, how could my reputation spread so quickly?" Ye Ning helped the old man up, asking, "Old man, how did you know my name?" The old man recounted. "Before the drought, everyone said the court would definitely send you here to provide relief. As long as you showed up, the drought would definitely be solved. They knew I would come to provide relief even before the drought." Ye Ning propped his chin, pondering. This trap is too obvious. Sure enough, they don't care if they're exposed or not. Their goal is to kill me, forcing me to come and provide relief. "Beat him. You don't deserve to eat." A shrill shout shattered the silence, startling Ye Ning. He quickly squeezed through, his voice urgent. "Stop it. You have the strength to beat people as soon as you get food, Lord Ye. We're not bullying him. This kid is a jinx. We're chasing him away, but he just won't leave. If we get involved with him, nothing good will happen. What if his bad luck rubs off on Lord Ye? Curled up on the ground was a skinny figure, with messy hair and tattered clothes. Life, fate. I lose my life, but still no one is willing to accept me. But I don't blame them. After all, the curse on my body has killed many people. I should have died in the immortal world. Instead of being reborn here, dying may be a liberation for me. But even knowing that I'm a plague god, that person still, Ye Ning smiled and held out his hand. Follow me from now on. Hearing this, the people around him tried to dissuade him. Lord, you shouldn't. He's really a plague god. Keeping him by your side will definitely bring bad luck. Tai Xiankao also said, Senior brother Ye, think again. Our trip this time is already fraught with danger. It's better not to. Nengong Liangren suddenly stood up in everyone's astonishment. He was about to leave when Ye Ning grabbed his arm to stop him. Wait, I sympathize with you. Ye Ning smiled radiantly, his eyes shining like stars, making Nangong Liangren feel moved. Everyone was puzzled by Ye Ning's reaction. Why, my lord? Letting him go is fine. That's right, senior brother Ye, what's going on? Of course, it's to kill me, Ye Ning thought to himself. Having such a good cursed treasure by my side, dying wouldn't be too easy. Though he thought that, he turned to brush off the crowd, because he has a death wish. When you were beating him, he didn't budge, didn't say a word, and didn't even make a move to protect himself. Only then did Nangong Liangren speak, his voice hoarse like the whisper of the wind. Open my mouth. So what? I have no family, no friends. Even if I die, it won't affect this world. If only dying was that easy. So what if my head is full of countless cultivation techniques, alchemy recipes, and secret arts? Even if I don't want to cultivate, my body still automatically absorbs the spirit key of heaven and earth. So what if I could return to the heavenly realm and become a celestial lord? From the moment I was betrayed, I was already dead. No one cares about the life or death of someone like me. Living, for me, is a type of heartache. Liangren was like an abyss, full of darkness and loneliness, and his voice echoed in the empty space. Suddenly, Nangong Liangren caught Ye Ning's resolute gaze, and he approached, a warm aura emanating from him, as if to dispel the cold surrounding Liangren. Liangren, about what you said I care. Ye Ning's voice was gentle, but contained a strange power that made Liangren unconsciously look up at him. Ye Ning's eyes were like a small flame illuminating the darkness in Liangren's heart, gently stirring his soul. Before Liangren could even respond, Ye Ning turned to the back and said loudly, Let me tell everyone a story. The morning after a rainstorm, a man walked along the beach, his eyes following a little boy who was diligently picking up small fish that had been stranded. Those fish were weak and hopeless, lying scattered on the sand, exposed to the early morning sun. There were so many stranded fish. You can't possibly throw them all back. The man shook his head, his face full of surprise. I know, the little boy replied, his voice soft but containing an unexpected firmness. Even though you know, why are you still doing it? Does anyone even notice what you're doing? The man continued to ask, seemingly unable to understand the boy's actions. The little boy reached out to the fish struggling at his feet. This little fish notices. And this one also notices. With each sentence, the little boy gently stroked a fish, as if he were talking to those tiny creatures. Hearing this, the man fell silent. An indescribable feeling filled his mind. The little boy, with his innocence and kindness, made the man realize a simple but profound truth. Life, no matter how small, deserves to be cherished. Nangong Liangren, are you asking if you're the fish in the story? You think I should really keep living? His voice rasped. Ye Ning replied, Of course, everyone has a reason to keep living. Dying is the easiest thing. Living is inherently meaningful. I've come to this world, strived, and loved. I don't care about the reason, nor do I care about the result. Those words were like drops of cool water, soothing the pain tormenting Liangren's soul. He suddenly realized that life is a priceless gift. Even though it is currently full of difficulties, there are still many things worth waiting for. I want to keep living. He grabbed Ye Ning's sleeve, crying like a child, the tears like a summer rainstorm washing away his pain. Ye Ning gently stroked Liangren's back, his eyes full of comfort. Wei Wentong brought a new set of clothes for Liangren. Take it and change. Since Master Ye has said he won't give up on you, he will definitely keep his word. Liangren looked at the clothes, shook his head, and said weakly, Thank you, there's no need to waste new clothes, this is fine. The soldiers in the group also felt sorry for Liangren. They looked at him, his skinny figure, sunken eyes. It was truly pitiful. That's right, with Bing Province in its current state, thinking about it, you can't blame him. If the Li family weren't pulling strings behind the scenes, a soldier muttered beside Ye Ning. He Lao-san, his eyes showing determination again. My lord, I, He Lao-san, absolutely won't hide anything from you. This is completely accurate. I personally saw that not long after the drought broke out, the food in the warehouse was quickly taken away. Not a single grain of rice was left. That's right, the crowd agreed. I also saw those dog officials. Those dog officials? Ye Ning frowned, puzzled. Didn't any of you go to the county yamen to file a complaint? He Lao San shook his head. The prestige of the county magistrate is very strong, no one dares. One person bared his back, covered in wounds, and said, I only asked outside the door where they were transporting the grain to. And I was dragged inside and beaten with 10 strokes. Tai Shan-Kao angrily clenched his fist. It's just a county grain administrator, and it's already like this. It seems Bing province is rotten to the core. Is this the result the Ling family wants to see? Ye Ning sneered. Making the people hate the court is more beneficial for them to claim kingship. Tai Shan-Kao rested his chin on his hand, pondering. They've all moved the grain from the counties. I guess 8 parts are all brought to the provincial capital. Therefore, the next step, we have to go to Bing province's provincial capital to deal with the Lian family. Ye Ning shook his head, his eyes sharp. No. Using their own tricks against them is too obvious. Of course we can't go. Although they are seeking death, but at least we must first restore the normal life of the people. Ye Ning calculated. Sure, we don't have much grain this time, and the county seat is empty. But that doesn't mean everywhere outside the prefecture is starving. Bingzhou County is shrouded in gloom. Everywhere, emaciated figures lay sprawled on the roads, their eyes vacant with despair. Inside the magnificent mansion of the county magistrate, a servant rushed in, his voice full of anxiety. Master, urgent news. County Magistrate Liang leisurely savored his fine wine, a look of disdain on his face. Those lowly commoners are here to beg for grain again. What should we do, master? The servant trembled, worried. County Magistrate Liang frowned, tossing out a cold command. How many times have I said it? Give the one who beats 3 drums 30 strokes, to teach them some manners. If they don't leave, keep hitting them. Who cares if they die? But. The servant still hesitated. County Magistrate Liang immediately erupted in fury, his roar echoing through the room. But what? A bunch of lowly commoners? Their deaths are not to be regretted? Oh, how nice of you to say their deaths are not to be regretted. County Magistrate Liang's voice had barely faded when a sneering laugh shattered the heavy atmosphere. From the high branches of an ancient tree, a figure flickered in and out of sight. Then may I ask, Great Lord Liang, is the life of a county magistrate worth something? The deep, warm voice carried an indescribable air of authority. County Magistrate Liang started in surprise. He hurriedly looked up, but only saw the figure jump down from the tree, landing on the ground lightly, scaring him so much he leaped out of his chair. You, who are you? County Magistrate Liang stammered, trembling. The figure slowly approached, his sharp eyes making County Magistrate Liang afraid to meet his gaze. Supervisory Institute of Great Zhao, Wei Wentong. Our Lord Liang, County Magistrate Ye, has some questions he'd like to ask you face to face. Wei Wentong's voice rang out, his tone decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Outside the county yamen, the cheers of the people resounded. County Magistrate Li Zhang finally realized the danger he was in, and hurriedly knelt down, weeping and begging. Supervisory Lord, I'm just a tiny county magistrate. I was only following orders from those above. Ye Ning sat high above, his eyes as sharp as daggers. Since Dad asked so nicely, I'll ask you 2 questions. First, does Song County still have any grain? Second, where did all the grain from the granary go? County Magistrate Liang tried to maintain a calm facade, but his words trembled, making it obvious how terrified he was inside. There really isn't a single grain of rice left in Song County right now. All the grain was transported to the prefecture by the Lia family under the name of the deputy prefect. You say Song County doesn't have a single grain of rice left. I, on the other hand, feel like we can dig some up. Ye Ning smiled faintly, his voice full of hidden schemes. Wei Wentong, following Ye Ning's orders, instructed people to load the grain onto the horse-drawn carts. Quickly, the victims are still waiting outside. With the crop failure, the county magistrate's household is actually hiding a lot of grain. The people felt some relief after reading Ye Ning's announcement. Lord Ye of the Supervisory Institute is preparing to open the granaries to relieve the disaster. Lord Ye? I've heard that name before. Is it true? That's great. Lord Ye is distributing grain to relieve the disaster. County Magistrate Liang couldn't help but feel confused in his heart when he heard these words. Lord Ye, did I hear wrong? The disaster victims around Song County are only relying on digging from me and a few wealthy households. The grain will never be enough. Moreover, you, this time, you didn't bring much grain either, Ye Ning sneered, his eyes staring into County Magistrate Liang, his voice gloomy. Lord Liang is actually starting to worry about himself. Lord Liang, I know you're not convinced. Why are there so many counties in Bingzhou? But I'm only targeting you. I can give you a chance now. He pushed a piece of paper and a brush in front of County Magistrate Liang. Outside, the distribution of grain had already begun, and disaster victims crowded in line. Everyone, don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Ye, senior brother, too high, Tai Xiang anxiously called inside. The number of disaster victims is more than we calculated, and the grain is almost gone. That Liang County magistrate's grandson delighted inside. Idiots, you're really courting death. Don't look at those disaster victims being grateful now. As soon as you stop distributing grain, you'll die a more horrible death than anyone. But it seemed Ye Ning had read his thoughts, and he grabbed County Magistrate Liang by the head, asking, "What's wrong? Are you imagining the scene of me dying under the fists of the disaster victims? Did you finish writing the plaque?" Ye Ning revealed a sinister smile. County Magistrate Liang was terrified and could only nod. "I've finished writing." Prepare to set off to borrow grain. Ye Ning held the paper in his hand. Scene changed to the Liu family in Xuan County. A servant named Wu ran in to report, "Master, this isn't good. I heard that Ye Ning guy is about to make a move against us." The Liu family head immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "Huh, is that so? Give him 10 guts, see if he dares to touch a single hair of my Liu family." Minutes later, the Liu family head's grandson was already hugging Ye Ning's leg, tears streaming down his face as he begged, "Lord Ye, the Liu family doesn't have any surplus grain either. Forgive me, no more can be transferred." At the Chen family in Yushu County, the Chen family head hurriedly packed his belongings. "Quickly pack your luggage and go into hiding for a while." Ye Ning had already moved one step ahead. Clan leader Chen, where do you think you're going? "Hey, I actually know a place that's perfect for you." He gives a sinister grin. The refugees were now all grateful to Ye Ning. "Our savior, you finally rescued us." What exactly does that Ye Ning guy want at Baishui County's Yamen? Instead of going to Jinyang to demand justice from the Li family, he's plundering grain to save the victims in the surrounding counties. Yang family head lamented. County Governor Wang, Ye Ning, is heading to Baishui County. Countless crossbows are aimed at Baishui City. Kill that brat, fire. Wang Yuan panicked as a rain of arrows began to pour down. Governor, be careful. Wang Yuan's fat, dim-witted nephew behind him was terrified. Not stopping there, Ye Ning simply waved his hand, and the gates of Baishui City instantly exploded. Wang Yuan and Yang family head gawked. Mouths agape. Wang Yuan furiously shook Yang family head. "Didn't you say he detoured to Jinyang? Why is he attacking the city?" "You better explain this to me," Yang family head hurriedly shook him off. "You're asking me. Who the heck am I supposed to ask?" "That Ye Ning, he's a lunatic." He glanced at the army entering the city. A cold wind blew, carrying a whistling sound like the wails of ghosts. Ye Ning smashed through the city gate, leading his army in, and the soldiers, as if enveloped by a chill, knelt down in unison, bowing their heads in welcome. "Welcome, great Lord Ye." In the crowd, a cheer erupted like a bolt of lightning. "We've finally waited for great Lord Ye, you've arrived." A man stepped forward, his voice trembling. "This humble one is Yang Hong, the Yang family head of Baishui County." Ye Ning flashed a sinister smile, his eyes like a venomous snake staring straight at Yang Hong. "If I'm not mistaken, weren't you just standing on the city wall, trying to stop this official?" Yang Hong tried his best to remain calm, hurriedly explaining, "Great Lord Ye, we were only accepting County Governor Wang's invitation because we didn't want him to lose face, so we agreed to go up on the city wall." His voice trembled as he pointed directly at Wang Yuan, the county governor, loudly scolding, "How dare you try to obstruct a figure like great Lord Ye? You're worse than animals, you shameless bastard." Wang Yuan flinched, his face pale, and the surrounding officials nodded in unison, chanting, "That's right. As far as I know, the prefectural office never ordered the city gates to be closed. It was all his own idea." Wang Yuan's heart was on fire, and he hastily knelt on the ground, sobbing, "Great Lord Yi, don't listen to their nonsense. They all forced me." Yang Hong beamed. Presenting Ye Ning with a thick volume, he said with a meaningful tone, "Great Lord Ye, these are the records of County Governor Wang's corruption over the past few years that we've collected. May and these officials here are all good people of Baishui County. Because we were helpless in the face of official collusion, we've sacrificed a lot to collect their evidence." The people in the city, upon hearing this, suspiciously asked each other, "Are these officials really that good?" "Who knows, we've never really looked into it." Yang Hong's nephew continued the performance. "But for the great Xiao, sacrifice is unavoidable. For the people, we can endure even more hardships." The people, hearing this, were somewhat moved, so they have their own difficulties too. "It's all the fault of those corrupt officials." Ye Ning raised an eyebrow. "You really think that just by accusing him and crying a little, this will all be over? From what this official knows, the bad things you guys have done aren't any less than County Governor Wang." Yang Hong was stunned, dropping the scroll in his hand, awkwardly replying, "I only joined them because I wanted to collect evidence of corrupt officials." His nephew secretly cursed. "This damn official, what a hardhead." Ye Ning smirked, his voice cold. "You mean all the wrongdoings you've done in the past were forced upon you? Anyway, you've already committed crimes. If you're guilty, you have to be punished. Don't you understand that? Great Lord is right. Yang Hong's voice trembled. We will accept the punishment. We are willing to return the 30,000 myr of land we seized, and the wages owed to the people. This sum is not small. Ye Ning smiled meaningfully. Seems like you've gained quite a bit for the people. For great Lord Ye, Yang Hong promised. No matter how difficult, the Yang family will do it. Ye Ning sneered, his smile full of charm. The Yang family in Baishui County really lives up to its reputation, full of benevolence and righteousness, huh? So you wouldn't mind having all the common folks as guests at the Yang mansion, right? Scene change to the Yang family in Baishui County. The Yang family's majestic wooden gates loom before us, like a statement of the family's power and wealth. The displaced refugees, with bewildered faces, whisper to each other, are we dreaming? How could we ever step foot in here? Just strolling around this place would make this whole life worthwhile. Ye Ning gazes at the magnificent Jizhu trees. A glint of coldness flashes in his eyes, his voice full of mockery. Extravagant and majestic. Truly lives up to the name. Is it just for show? Just the appearance? Yang Hong's face turns red, anxiously trying to explain. Look, this threshold is almost worn out. The Yang family is thrifty and hasn't had time to repair it yet. Ye Ning chuckles softly. Even the thresholds are worn out by corrupt officials in the capital. Probably worn out by all the bribes being delivered. Yang Hong waves his hand frantically. Everyone, come in. Don't be shy. In his heart, he thinks angrily. Endure. I must endure. I absolutely can't offend these people from the Supervisory Bureau. The gates swing open, and the excited cheers of the people erupt like a whirlwind. This is great. Don't push, you're stepping on my foot. Take it easy. I can endure it. Yang Hong looks at the crowd swarming into his courtyard. A chilling, murderous intent surges in his heart. Wait until this is over, and I'll settle accounts with these lowly people. Ye Ning doesn't flinch, opening the door to a room, his warm voice ringing out. Everyone, come over here and take a look. This is the study of a scholar. Come and appreciate some cultural refinement. Seeing this, Yang Hong hurriedly runs to block the door, his voice worried. It's fine for you, sir, to go into the room alone. But so many people. Won't that be a problem? The more the merrier. Ye Ning gently pushes him aside, his smile as gentle as the morning sun. Everyone, please come in. The villagers enter the study, looking at the luxurious and expensive objects on display inside, exclaiming in admiration, Wow, can I touch this teapot? Is this the legendary Liu Li? Halao-san is gnawing on the edge of the table with his teeth, and his grandson sees this and awkwardly calls out, Grandpa, you can't eat the table. The old man lets go of the table, saying in admiration, I've been a carpenter for so many years, and have never seen such high-grade Jin Sinan Mu. Is this the life of the rich? I thought they just ate a little better than us every day, the grandson exclaims in surprise, his voice innocent with a hint of bitterness. The villagers around him hear this and stare at Yang Hong, their eyes full of resentment. It's a waste that I was even being sentimental and felt sympathy for them. These rich people probably never saw us as human beings, huh? They think to themselves. Yang Hong's young son storms into the room, shouting loudly, Who are you? How dare you just barge into my father's study? You unfilial son, get out! Before Yang Hong can finish speaking, Ye Ning places his hand on his shoulder, his voice cold. Shut your mouth. He bends down to ask the little boy, Little friend, I heard that your family is very rich, so do you have enough land as 3,000 hectares? Who are you looking down on? Your family only has 3,000 hectares of land, the little brat snorts, his voice full of arrogance. Listen carefully. My family has a total of 30,000 hectares, kid. Yang Hong's blood runs cold when he hears this. He chases his son out, shouting, Get lost, you little brat. Yang Hong turns to look at Ye Ning. Trembling, says, Children don't understand. They're just talking nonsense. Great Master Ye, please don't take it seriously. Ye Ning smiles and replies, I naturally know these things. If we're here to borrow grain, then let's get straight to the point, shall we? Straight to the point. At this time, Ye Ning shows a sinister smile and says, Take us to the Yang family's kitchen and let us have a look. The kitchen. Yang Hong's eyes widen, startled, when he hears Ye Ning's words. He walks close to Ye Ning. Ye adult, the kitchen's super messy. Can't we just not go? I can just have people bring the food up, Master Yang. You're too humble. This kitchen of yours doesn't look messy at all, Ye Ning said, his sharp eyes scanning every nook and cranny of the kitchen. He walked up to the old chef who was cutting meat, curiously asking, This Shifu, does the Yang family eat this kind of fancy food every day? Of course not. Hearing this, Yang Hong breathes a sigh of relief. The old chef pointed to the fresh vegetables next to him, introducing, When the master gets tired of eating meat, we also have to cook vegetarian dishes. Do you guys really finish all that meat every time you cook? Ye Ning asked, his eyes still glued to the piles of meat on display. Of course we do. This little bit of meat is nothing. We have way more wine and meat over there. The Yang family is rich, we gotta look the part, kid. Yang Hong was sweating buckets. He tried to stop the old chef from talking, but was immediately silenced by the villagers. Shut your mouth, it's not your turn to talk, the old chef boasted loudly. Actually, with good ingredients, you just need simple cooking techniques, so even if it's a whole cow, we only use a small part. So what happens to the leftover meat? Someone asked. We feed it to the dogs, of course. Hearing this, the villagers were furious, thinking, we don't even get to eat our fill of rice, and the dogs get to eat meat every day. Our entire lives aren't even worth as much as a dog. They surrounded Yang Hong and cursed. You bastard, you never cared about whether we lived or died. Are you still gonna pretend? Are you still gonna pretend? Ye Ning coldly asked. Maya, his nephew. He shut up and confessed. HMPH? I really do have money, so what? The Yang family is a noble clan. What's wrong with having money? Everyone in the Yang family reads books and knows etiquette. We're not on the same level as these people. You don't expect me to live like these lowly people, do you? Don't think I'm afraid of you. What if you wipe out the Yang family? There are thousands upon thousands of Yang families in this world. Can you wipe them all out? Ye Ning calmly asked, his cold eyes staring straight at Yang Hong. Do you know why I came here? Yang Hong smiled faintly, contempt written all over his face. What else? To seize food and help these lowly people, right? You're even stupider than the rumors say, offending the gentry of the whole world for these people? Ye Ning glared, his voice like a thunderclap. You think you're some kind of superior being who can look down on the common people? When you think that's normal, your heart has been swallowed by darkness, forgetting what fairness and justice are. If I hadn't come, a gatekeeper's family like yours would have always been puppets in the hands of the powerful. If I hadn't come, there would be no justice in this world. Everyone would think it's okay to bully the weak. So what if the gentry hate me? If the poison isn't removed, the disease will never be cured. A straight tree isn't afraid of standing in the wind. I'm acting for justice. I have nothing to fear. Under Ye Ning's sharp words, Yang Hong knelt on the ground, unable to answer. His eyes were empty, as if all his faith and hope had been taken away, leaving only confusion. A moment later, officials from the supervisory office rode their horses to the Yang manor, confiscating food and wealth. The people gathered around, their eyes shining with joy and a thirst for justice. Yang Hong was led away in shackles, he said in a low, resentful voice. This old man Yang is done for, but this isn't over. Offending the gentry of the world, you won't have a good ending, Ye Ning replied with a bright smile. All right, then you guys better keep your eyes peeled and see how I die. In the prison, a figure was led in. The jailer's cold voice rang out. Go in. A trembling landlord looked up, anxiously asking, Brother Yang, why do you also have the surname Ye? I wonder, what's he plotting in his heart? However, from his words, we can tell one thing. It seems he doesn't intend to kill us. Yang Hong replied, his voice full of doubt. I've long heard that this Ye surname is a wolf in sheep's clothing. How could he let us off so easily? Could it be he wants to torture us slowly? The prison guard suddenly shouted. Open the door. The city lords were extremely surprised to see Ye Ning appear on the other side of the bars. He ordered, untie them. Yang Hong didn't understand what was happening and stammered. Lord Ye, what do you mean? Nothing much. Just letting you guys go. Letting us go? Why? The city lords were also extremely surprised. No, why? It's just that I'm in a good mood and want to let you go. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here. We'll leave right now. As soon as Yang Hong stepped out of the prison, his servants rushed over, their voices full of concern. Master, thank goodness you're all right, Master. Lord Yi said he'll let us leave the city. What on earth is Ye Ning thinking? He's even returning our family members to us. Stop with the nonsense. We're leaving the city immediately. Yang Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger, his voice as cold as ice, carrying a chilling aura. In his heart, Yang Hong cursed, don't think that by doing this, we'll be grateful for your kindness. As long as this Yang lives, we'll never coexist under the same sky. After releasing all the wealthy landlords, Ye Ning stood before the common people and declared loudly, Today I have 3 things to do. First, provide relief to the disaster victims. Anyone whose family doesn't have enough food can come and receive it, calculated per person per day, until the drought can be resolved. Second, your property, land, and children, if they were seized by the major powers and clans, they will all be returned. As soon as Ye Ning finished speaking, the people erupted in joy, shouting, Lord Qing Tian, heaven has eyes. Finally, a living bodhisattva has arrived. Third, the land occupied by the major families and clans will be redistributed and returned to the people. What? After receiving the news from his informant, Yang Hong asked in surprise, that Ye Ning guy is really doing that. That's right. Moreover, after doing those 3 things, he immediately took his people and left Baishui County. Yang Hong frowned, his face full of suspicion. What's going on? He's dividing the family fortune and then leaving. Isn't he worried that those peasants can't protect their property? Are you sure that guy surnamed Ye and his people have really left? Absolutely. 100% sure, the messenger stammered in reply, his voice full of confusion. Yang Hong sneered. He's gone. Then we should go back too. The refugees were happily receiving food, clothing, and supplies from the Yang residents when Yang Hong suddenly shouted, stopping them. "Put everything down here for me, you lowly commoners, Yang Hong." "Why is he back?" the villagers asked each other in surprise. "Insolent! Take off the clothes you're wearing," Yang Hong shouted. "Get down," Yang Hong shouted. His arms crossed. His henchmen immediately rushed over and grabbed the old man. He panicked. "On what basis? This is what Lord Yi gave me. I don't care who Lord Yi is. Dare to move my family's things. No one is leaving today. Beat them all to death," the villagers angrily replied. "On what basis? You yourself are a criminal. You have no right to punish us." "That's right. Why should we be afraid of you? He's the real criminal now. Why should he be able to sit on our heads?" Thwack. A young boy threw a stone at the head of the henchman who was grabbing his grandfather's neck, and he shouted, "The bad guys are trying to steal our things again." Seeing the people surrounding him, Yang Hong angrily shouted, "What do you want to do? You want to rebel? Trash? What else do you want?" The villagers were furious, their voices full of resentment. Yang Hong's face turned pale, and he trembled, unable to speak. "You! Beat him to death! Beat him to death immediately!" The villagers rushed in and gave Yang Hong a beating he would never forget. He cried out in pain. Tai Xiangkao and Ye Ning were observing from Lingxiao Pavilion. Tai Xiangkao asked, "Brother Ye, is this the result you wanted? Using this method to stimulate the integrity of the common people? I want them to know that they are all people, and they are no less than those great families and clans. This is a sick world. People are clearly divided into different types. The common folk are like dust, forever unable to speak up for themselves, forever unable to experience the feeling of being respected as human beings. I understand. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world, but at least I want to let people know that there's still hope in this world." Yang Hong, face swollen from being beaten, yelled at his lackeys, "Grab the wooden sticks. Kill them for me." Yang Hong's henchmen rushed at the villagers ferociously, but were immediately struck down by Chen Xiao wielding his sword from behind. He growled clearly. A bunch of criminals daring to openly beat people in the streets. A crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Yang Hong knelt on the ground, terrified, as he watched all his lackeys get taken down. He trembled, saying, They originally weren't going to. It's over. This time it's really over." Ye Ning suddenly noticed the ragged beggar from the day before sitting and hugging his knees, watching every development. He spoke softly, his voice deep and warm. "Seeing this scene of slaughter, aren't you scared?" Nangong Liangren remained silent, his eyes seemingly lost in thought, asking back in a low voice, "Sir, why bother helping the common people?" "There's no why," Ye Ning thought to himself, "because this way I'll die faster. It's best to provoke all the powerful clans in the world so they'll kill me," he explained calmly. "Because everyone has the right to be human, no life is easy to look down upon. People hate me, resent me, only you see me as a person, and have never looked down on me." Nangong Liangren clenched his fist, a fierce determination rising in his heart. "I, Nangong Liangren, swear, from today on, I will use my life to protect Ye Ning until the world transforms into the shape he desires." In that moment, he suddenly unleashed a flame of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding air to burst into a mystical light. Ye Ning was slightly startled, muttering, "The wind is rising." The voice echoed everywhere, dispelling all doubts, sweeping away all shadows. "Now, the prefect and county magistrate positions are vacant. Only talented people are needed. Regardless of whether you have a title or not, you can nominate yourself." The announcement was like a cool breeze, blowing away the layers of dirt that had accumulated for so long, bringing a glimmer of hope to the people of Baishui. The fruits of victory must rely on our own protection. Ye Ning closed his eyes, each word and phrase engraved deeply in his mind, because this victory is only the first step on a long and thorny road. A moment later, Ye Ning opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes like a shooting star, piercing through the darkness, illuminating his next plan. Tai Xiangkao ran in, his face beaming. "Yi bro, the common people trust us a lot. Hearing that we need to go on an expedition, they're all enthusiastically registering. There are already 20,000 troops registered." Ye Ning smiled. "Good. Next we should go to the aristocratic clans of other prefectures and counties. Let them taste the bitter fruit they have planted." The wind howled, carrying Li Zai's angry screams, echoing throughout the Jinyang Li family, reaching the ends of the horizon. "That Ye guy is crazy. He dares to recruit troops to attack other prefectures and counties. Does he want to rebel?" Lin Zai tore at his hair, stomping his feet in anger, the loud thud echoing. "This daddy spent all his effort designing the inescapable net, but he doesn't even want to come. It's pissing me off," Zhang Hangdao pondered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "It seems this guy is full of tricks, far from what the rumors say. The longer we leave this, the more unfavorable it will be." The king of Li Zai, in a magnificent dragon robe, Wei holding a memorial, read aloud, "Fu Tiandi Jiki, Bi Ushi Kizi, Ru Guo Kizi, Min Luan Ji Ye." The sky suddenly changed color, A huge golden cauldron appeared, surrounded by powerful streams of spiritual energy, making people shiver. Zhang Hongdao looked at the scene before him, the corner of his mouth slightly curved into a sneer. Good. The cauldron is formed. All that's missing are those words engraved on top. Several large lightning bolts struck down from above, hitting the cauldron. Images of the powerful clans, merchants, and poets continuously appeared, as if wanting to engrave them onto the cauldron. Zhang Hongdao was surprised, his voice like thunder. Why is it like this? Why are only images of powerful clans and merchants appearing? The things carved at this moment should be 100 forms of city life, ordinary people. Could it be that we have lost the hearts of the people? From the huge cauldron, a few skinny dragons like earthworms flew out like feeble ghosts. Lin Zai was stunned, his voice full of doubt. Hey, is this sickly thing our nation's luck? What a joke. A few more skinny dragons in all sorts of colors flew out, wriggling like snakes, making it feel like a circus. The commoners in the city saw this and immediately started buzzing. What's that sound, everyone? Look, there are so many Zhao dragons in the sky. Those are the Zhao dragons representing the national fortunes of Great Zhao and the 7 nations. It seems that it's because they were stirred up by the national luck dragon of the Jin nation. Tai Xianggao worriedly pointed to the sky and said to Ye Ning, "Yeah bro, look. Although Jin's national fortune exists, it's clearly not as good as the other nations. But Great Zhao's national fortune seems to be in imminent danger." Ye Ning replied softly, his eyes thoughtful as if pondering something. The old migrant slowly stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "Lord Ye, an old man like me has lived for half my life, and the nation is just a symbol to me. But today I know that Great Zhu cannot be lost, because Great Zhu still has good officials like you, always thinking about us poor folks." Everyone around nodded in unison, shouting in unison. "That's right. We are the people of Great Zhao. Long live Great Zhao, long live Lord Ye." Ye Ning also raised his fist high and said heroically, "The nation has never belonged to anyone, but is condensed by thousands upon thousands of people. Long live the people, long live Lord Ye, long live Great Zhao." Streams of literary energy poured out with everyone's words, like surging rivers. "Extremely powerful," Tai Xianggao exclaimed. "Ye bro, I really don't understand you." Suddenly, a powerful stream of literary energy erupted from him, blowing towards Tai Xianggao like a strong gust of wind. Tai Xianggao was surprised, his voice full of excitement. I broke through. I broke through to become a great Confucian." Tai Xianggao joyfully turned to look at Ye Ning. Ye Ning had now been promoted to demisage, and said radiantly, "You've become a sage. You wouldn't believe it if I told you." Ye Ning replied wearily. A ray of energy suddenly shot out from Ye Ning, entering Great Zhu's giant dragon like a flash of lightning in the night sky. It enveloped the Zhao dragons, absorbing their powerful source of luck, making them visibly weaker. Lin Zai looked at the scene before him, tears welling up in his eyes, begging Zhang Heng, "It's absorbing our national fortune. Quickly stop him." Great Zhu's giant dragon, infused with literary energy from Ye Ning, was still fiercely absorbing the energy of the Zhao dragons like a bloodthirsty monster. Soldiers from the Wei nation said angrily, "This is too much of a loss. How much national fortune will my great Wei lose this time?" The Jin nation's Zhao dragons had become incredibly small, like ants in front of a giant elephant. Li Zai cried and said, "Immortal Master, quickly think of a way. Jin's national fortune is about to be sucked dry." Zhang Heng thought unhappily. What a waste. If it wasn't because he still had a use later, he immediately created an energy ball from lightning, shooting it to separate Ye Ning's dragon from the Zhao dragons, like a sharp sword cutting the connection. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Li Zai, and he screamed in pain. "Oh my god," Zhang Hengdao scoffed. "Everything has its cause and effect. To resolve this calamity, the ruler of Jin must endure this tribulation." Li Zai, completely charred, sneered, "Haha, what kind of king am I this time? Today's events will surely be ridiculed by everyone. What kind of king am I?" A massive pillar of light suddenly shot up from Ye Ning's location, like a giant torch illuminating the entire sky. Zhang Hengdao exclaimed in panic, "I didn't expect that at this moment Ye Ning would actually advance to a semi-saint. Otherwise, the national fortune of Great Zhu Zhao wouldn't have increased so much. This guy is finally becoming a disaster." Kao Meng, standing with his arms crossed, said in a deep voice, "He's become a saint." He turned away and walked off, his voice low. "If I had been a little more steadfast at the beginning, then I could have become good friends with him." That would have been a good thing. Feng Xingshu was dragged to the devil realm, the cold iron helmet crushing her face, her old, thin clothes seemingly burying her in darkness. Resentment surged within her, and she roared, trembling. Based on what? Based on what is he becoming a saint? Why do I have to suffer here while he can become a saint? What's wrong? Pei Yungham, riding her horse ahead, smirked faintly. Even now, you still think of avenging yourself against him. Legend has it that, since ancient times, when a sage becomes a semi-saint, It triggers 9 consecutive strange phenomena. How many strange phenomena do you think Ye Ning can trigger? Her tone was mocking, as if wanting to plunge Fang Qingshu's pain into the endless abyss. From the imperial palace, Liu Shen and Ji Mingyu also witnessed Ye Ning's ascension, their eyes shining brightly, as they happily said, "With Ye Ning's knowledge and character, it should be at least 7 or more, or maybe even more than that." The two of them were like they were dreaming, blinded by Ye Ning's radiance, unable to see all the mysteries hidden within. On Ye Ning's side, strange phenomena continue to appear, each verse of poetic essence like lightning bolts piercing the sky, appearing along with a giant pillar of light. A rod of stars appears, immortals soar. Their bearing lofty and profound. Brother Yi has triggered 9 strange phenomena. Good omens are coming. That's not right. It's not over yet. The people gathered around, bewildered by the unprecedented strange phenomena. Cries of surprise echoed everywhere. The not yet finished has appeared. The strange phenomena has appeared. It's here, it's here. The 12th strange phenomenon. They were like being swept into a whirlwind of miracles, their eyes shining brightly, their hearts full of hope and faith. Nangong Liangren gaped in thought. 12 strange phenomena. Heavens, look at all the people. Could it be that Ye Ning's soul had ascended to the heavens, emitting a powerful radiance like a torch illuminating everyone's souls? Ye Ning thought to himself, I've really made a big deal out of this. Go. My divine sense seems to be able to connect with the holy image in the sky. Is this the feeling of universal salvation? His eyes lit up, staring at the pillar of light on the horizon. His gaze full of determination and firmness. Ye Ning wondered, what's going on with that valley over there? The time of soul possession is over. Finally, Ye Ning's soul returned to his body, seemingly guided by the holy image. Could it be that place is very important to me? He felt an invisible force guiding him to a certain place, a place that held the secrets of destiny. Taishanggao, and hundreds of villagers suddenly lined up neatly in front of him, respectfully bowing in worship. Ye Zi, greetings Ye Zi, greetings Ye Zi. Ye Ning frowned and thought, why did it develop like this? If this continues, will I really become invincible? He felt an invisible pressure weighing on his shoulders, the sudden fame causing him confusion and anxiety. Lin Zai returned to his palace, grumbling in disappointment. That's right, Ye Ning has become invincible. I was so foolish to declare myself king at this time, establishing this half-dead country, and even making myself susceptible to the calamity. The old man collapsed, despair enveloping his mind, as if wanting to drown him in a dark mud pit. Zhang Hengdao cleared his throat slightly. The national fortune of the Jin dynasty has not completely disappeared. You still have hope to turn defeat into victory. His tone carried reassurance. But the harsh reality had made Li Zai no longer believe in any promises. Do you even believe what you're saying yourself? Li Zai roared angrily, his tone filled with fury, his eyes flashing with hatred as if wanting to devour Zhang Heng. Out of nowhere, a handsome man in a magnificent purple robe suddenly appeared before the old man. Li Zai exclaimed in surprise. Great Elder, you've arrived. The Great Elder's appearance was like a glimmer of light in the dark night, bringing Lin Zai a faint ray of hope. The Great Elder placed his hand on Lin Zai's shoulder, and a blue flame flared up. Enveloping him, he said, This calamity aura on you, I can help you suppress it temporarily. Moreover, although the state of Jin is weak, it's not completely broken, and there may still be a way out. His tone was deep and warm, filled with confidence and majesty, as if trying to impart extraordinary strength to Lin Zai. Lin Zai asked in surprise, Really, Great Elder, what should I do? His heart was filled with hope, like a withered seedling being watered, waiting for a miracle. Strike Zhao. The Great Elder's tone was cold, as if testing Lin Zai's courage. Hearing this, Lin Zai quickly waved his hand, replying awkwardly, Strike Zhao. Ye Ning has already become a saint. Striking Zhao now. Senior Immortal, are you kidding me? He trembled, his eyes filled with fear, like a cornered beast. Kidding you. Are you worth it? If you want to wait for death, I won't stop you. His tone was filled with disdain, looking at Liang Zai as if he were a helpless ant. At this moment, Yang Ying, along with some people from the Surveillance Institute and Nangong Liangren, were riding on clouds of luck, zooming along. Tai Shankao exclaimed, Brother Ye, this is my first time flying in the sky. I didn't think it would be so exciting. Ye Ning laughed loudly. After you become a saint, you can fly however you want. His tone was full of confidence, as if wanting to transfer extraordinary strength to Tai Shankao. Tai Shankao smiled wryly. Becoming a saint, I don't even dare to think about it. We're here. Ye Ning had the cloud descend onto a vast desert. He frowned, observing the scene. It's different from what I encountered when I linked my spirit. Seems like there's nothing dangerous at all. He felt a faint unease, like a premonition of something about to happen. He glanced at Nangong Liangren, thinking to himself, Luckily, I brought this big treasure along to increase the danger. Chen Xiao picked up some rocks and soil around him, examining them, and asked, Lord Ye, are you sure there's an ancient saint here? That's right, but now it seems like there's nothing unusual to be found. Chen Xiao suddenly rolled up his sleeves, saying brightly, My father said, if you can't solve a problem, dig and then think. If it's not on the surface, it might be underground. A few minutes later, Chen Xiao had used his bare hands to dig several meters into the ground. Ye Ning was speechless at this sight, thinking that this guy was definitely a human-powered digging machine. He felt surprised and admired Chen Xiao's extraordinary strength. Chen Xiao dug even more enthusiastically. Deep underground, a red-haired girl was sadly hugging her knees and sighing. Why, even though I've hidden in this place, am I still being discovered? 800 years. I waited 800 years for a chance to escape from the hands of the Manhua sect. They clearly agreed with me that as long as I spread the drought in Bingju, they would let me go after I finished the job. Wah, I want to go home. I want to go back to the demonic realm. A moment later, Chen Xiao crawled out of the ground and reported, Reporting, Lord Ye. A discovery. His tone was filled with joy. Like a hunter who had just found his prey, Ye Ning looked at the evil aura that was pouring out of the hole Chen Xiao had just dug, and he said softly, What a terrifying aura. Evil, tyrannical, cold. Everyone step back, I'll go. With that, Ye Ning laughed loudly and walked towards the hole. Chen Xiao shouted loudly, Lord! He looked worried, as if wanting to stop Ye Ning. Before he could stop him, Ye Ning roared into the hole. No matter what kind of demon or ghost you are, come out now! A hand suddenly shot up. The hand was like a monster leaping from the abyss, carrying an extremely terrifying cold aura. Chen Xiao and Tai Shengkao shouted in alarm, Lord, get out of the way! From the mouth of the hole, a burst of red smoke suddenly rose. The little demon girl poked her head out, trembling. Don't hit me, I surrender, I've appeared. Wah! Ye Ning asked disappointedly, What the hell are you? He looked annoyed, as if wanting to know the truth. The little girl mumbled, I am the drought. Her voice trembled, as if trying to hide the truth. Ye Ning, looking annoyed, turned to Tai Shengkao and asked, This is what a drought spirit is like? I had no idea. He looked surprised, as if confirming the truth. You're saying you're a drought spirit? Then this major drought in Bing province is your doing? The drought spirit replied softly, nodding slightly, as if confirming the truth. Chen Xiao and Tai Shengkao heard this, and immediately prepared for action. My lord, we can't keep her. Drought spirits must die. Little drought spirit quickly waved her hands, saying, No, I'm not a bad person. Don't kill me. She frantically denied it, as if trying to prove her innocence. Ye Ning was at a loss for words. With a stern expression, he said, I can give you a chance, but you have to tell the truth. He thought to himself, This little girl is really a drought demon. Why do I get the feeling that there's something hidden in her words? He was full of suspicion, as if trying to uncover the truth. The little drought spirit hurriedly replied, Wah, I'll tell you. Someone forced me, made me make the land dry up. If I didn't do it, they would kill me. The little girl sobbed as she spoke, as if seeking sympathy from Ye Ning. Hearing this, Ye Ning frowned and thought, Someone forced you? Seems like something those Manhua sect jerks would do. Tai Shengkao said, Yi bro, no matter who's behind this, we can't keep a demon like this drought spirit around, or she'll harm you. Whoa. Harm me, huh? Ye Ning heard this, and his eyes lit up like car headlights. He immediately turned to the drought demon and said, From now on, you'll follow me around. Hearing this, Tai Shengkao asked anxiously, Ye bro, don't you understand? I get what you're trying to do. A drought demon is dangerous. Of course we can't let it hurt people. Plus, it might be useful to me, so keeping it by my side is the right thing to do. Whoa. Tai Shengkao heard this and nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. Ye Ning bent down and asked gently, What's your name? Mo Lai. Okay, from now on you'll be by my side. If you dare run away, I'll kill you. Mo Lin trembled, her mouth stuttering. I understand. I will definitely not leave you. Even when you're sleeping, I'll be by your side. Her voice trembled so much that it was almost inaudible. Ye Ning was startled and quickly reminded her, You don't need to when I'm sleeping. Nangong Liangren, standing behind him, quietly observed, secretly thinking, Something's not right. The demonic energy on this girl, it's not the kind of demonic energy a drought spirit would have. Only the demon race would have that kind of demonic energy, and she's a descendant of the demon emperor. What's the demon emperor's daughter doing here? Could she be plotting something in Kangsong County? The great elder leisurely strolled down the crowded street, his mood full of annoyance. Ye Ning doesn't seem to be here. Lucky for him, he muttered. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to wait for that waste of a Lin to make a move. A man came out of the restaurant, a bright smile on his face. Customer, please come in. The great elder slowly walked in. Bring me 2 vegetable dishes and a pot of wine, he said softly, his tone indifferent. Yes, sir. while waiting for the food. He frowned. This Kangsong County seems to have undergone many changes compared to before. These commoners, their state has clearly changed. The great elder quietly circulated his chi. 2 dazzling purple flames flickered from his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise. It's the chi of humane fortune. These insignificant commoners, their strength can actually become so great. The waiter brought up the food, a kind smile on his face. Here's your food, the great elder asked in a deep voice. Waiter, what do you think of Ye Ning? The waiter was surprised. Lord Ye, he is a great sage. He can save those who suffer in this world. Thanks to Lord Ye, my sister and I didn't starve to death. The great elder took out a gold ingot. Don't just say good things. Tell me his shortcomings. Just say one. And this gold ingot is yours. He frowned, his tone full of coercion. The waiter's face darkened. We're not serving you anymore. You must be a descendant of those aristocratic families, right? Don't think that having a few stinky coins means you can make me betray my conscience and badmouth Lord Ye. Take your money and eat wherever you want. He angrily waved his hands, shooing them away. Ye Ning, the grand elder, thought in surprise, so terrifying. Ye Ning rode the clouds back to the city. The crowd squeezed together, cheering, Lord Yi is back, Lord Yi. Their voices were like a roaring waterfall, filled with excitement and respect that permeated the space. Mueklin clung tightly to Ye Ning's sleeve, thinking to herself, why is this person so popular? Is he some kind of national hero? In the demon realm, only when conquering and returning does one receive the love of other demons. I can't be far from him, or I'll be killed. The grand elder stood on the city wall, looking down at the cheering crowd, his voice hoarse like the whistling wind. He has no guards around him. Why is that drought sprite beside him? He even managed to subdue a drought spirit. Ye Ning absolutely cannot be allowed to live. He landed on the ground, stood in front of Ye Ning, and asked gently, Lord Ye, is everything all right? Mo Li was even more frightened by the appearance of the grand elder and quickly hid behind Ye Ning, trembling. It's him. He forced me to do bad things. Ye Ning was overjoyed inside. So this imposing figure is from the Immortal Sect, sent to kill me. I finally waited for you. However, he maintained a solemn expression on his face and asked, Who are you? The other party's spiritual energy surged, and his voice echoed. The Grand Elder of the Feather Transformation Sect, Mo Hamonian. Tai Xiangkao and Chen Xiao hurriedly stood in front of Ye Ning, shielding him. They carefully said, Brother Ye, this person is a Earth Immortal. Don't confront him directly. Hurry and run. We'll hold him back. Ye Ning smirked to himself. Just an Earth Immortal, completely incapable of harming me. No way. I have to wait for him to fetch more people. Just one by one like this is too time-consuming. Thinking this, Ye Ning asked, Does this elder have some business with me? Of course. It's to kill Mohalonian. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly fell silent. Cold sweat soaking his body. What's going on? Why can't I suddenly speak? My body can't move either. He strained to look at the terrifying aura emanating from the figure behind Ye Ning. Oh no, behind Ye Ning there's a terrifyingly powerful expert. Who exactly is he? Ye Ning raised his eyebrows and asked, What's wrong with him? Chen Xiao, beside him, anxiously advised, Lord, for your safety, please leave this place first. Ye Ning waved his hand and replied, Don't worry, I've been sanctified, he can't harm me. On the contrary, you guys, it's best not to get in my way here anymore. And you? Don't pretend to be a coat rack. Hurry and go over there. With that, he pushed Mo Li over to Nanggong Lianggren. Looking at the man radiating powerful spiritual energy, Mo Li trembled, relying on all 3 people standing around her. Speechless with his grandson, Mo Hassonian was trembling with anger, his teeth clenched. A gentleman would rather die than be humiliated. Rather die than be humiliated. When the suppression vanished, he turned into a plume of black smoke, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Before disappearing, he didn't forget to throw a warning full of anger towards Ye Ning. You just wait and see. Ye Ning was completely confused, not understanding what just happened. He frowned, his face full of doubt. What the hell was that? I think you definitely have some kind of illness. It's not like I was grabbing you. Mo Li glanced around, not seeing Nanggong Lianggren, and scratched her head blankly. Weird, where did that person go? Manhwa flew away like a wounded bird, towards a desolate mountain range, his mind in chaos. Why? Why can't I get rid of this tail? Flap, flap, flap. He was like a shuttlecock caught in a whirlwind, helplessly tossed around. Finally, exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Senior, please show yourself. This junior won't run anymore. The image of Nanggong Lianggren coldly appeared before him, causing Mo Haonian to freeze in terror. He trembled, his voice hoarse. Senior, has this junior offended you in some way? Please, just tell me. Nanggong Lianggren spoke in a low, grave voice, his words like icy wind piercing to the bone. I ask you, what do the Yuhua sect and the other immortal sects ultimately want? Why are they chasing Ye Ning to the bitter end like that? Mo Haonian was flustered, his words stuttering. Because Ye Ning has Ye Ning is here. The Immortal Sects plan to destroy Dazhu will. Before he could finish, Nanggong Lianggren interrupted, his voice as cold as frost. Supporting a puppet king, using their hands to eliminate Dazhao, and then the consequences and karma of those massacres will be borne by the puppet king you're supporting? Indeed, that's the style of you Immortal Sect folks, Mo Haonian kowtowed, his voice trembling. In 7 days, 13 Immortal Sects and various vassal states will mobilize together, putting all their efforts into eliminating the Dazhu dynasty. 7 days later, Nanggong Lianggren frowned slightly, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The life and death of this world originally has nothing to do with me, but if, senior, please just ask. Mo Haonian respectfully replied. Lowering his head, Nanggong Lianggren coldly snorted, Do you want to live or do you want to die? Mo Haonian agonizingly pondered. If there's a better choice, who would want to die? But to live, he must betray his sect. Finally, he decided, I want to live. Nanggong Lianggren immediately shot a beam of energy into Mo Haonian's forehead. The faint purple energy, as cold as death, pierced through his skin, stabbing straight into his soul. He said, This is the minor yin-yang profound nether curse. During the day, the immortal power within your body will be as cold as bone, and at night it will be as hot as fire. If you don't want to endure this kind of suffering for the rest of your life, you know what to do. Senior, what do you want me to do? Please just tell me. Mo Haonian lowered his head, his voice trembling. He understood that he had fallen into a dangerous game of chess, and his choice would determine his fate. News swiftly traveled back to the imperial palace like a breeze. Ji Mingyu was stunned and ordered Ye Ning to quickly return to the capital. At a private meeting in Ji Mingyu's chambers, she was furiously confiding in Aunt Jiang. That damn guy, he's never given this emperor any face. Aunt Jiang smiled and replied, If he was obedient and listened to you, he wouldn't be Ye Ning. Ji Mingyu pouted. Therefore, if he dares to defy the imperial edict this time, this emperor will take the elite troops from the capital and go to Bing province for a personal expedition. Absolutely not, your majesty. Do you want to see Dazhu fall? But if Ye Ning dies, how long can Dazhao maintain itself without the master of the grand formation? Moreover, if Ye Ning dies, what's the point of me living? Aunt Jiang was shocked to hear that. Ji Mingyu continued. Aunt Jiang, I've lived for Dazhao for 25 years. Now I want to live for myself once. Is that okay? Her voice was tinged with a deep sadness. The wind howled through the cracks in the door, carrying the breath of loneliness. She had dedicated her youth to the country, to the land, to the heavy responsibility on her shoulders. Now, as the flame of hope had dwindled, she only wanted to be free, to live for herself. Your Majesty, Aunt Jiang said with emotion, this servant obeys your command. Her voice choked with tears, containing both regret and helplessness. She had witnessed this young emperor struggling to shoulder the responsibility of the country, and had seen the pain and despair when the country was on the brink of collapse. Now that she wanted to let go, Aunt Jiang could only obey, her heart heavy with an indescribable sadness. Back on Ye Ning's side, everyone was urging him to return to the capital. The answer was always, don't say any more. I absolutely will not go back, Tai Xiangkao and Chen Xiao said anxiously. You clearly know that the Immortal Sect is using the pretext of destroying Zhuhu, but in reality, they are targeting you. Ah, that's right, sir. If you don't go, you will become the target of the Immortal Sect. I have my reasons. No matter what, I don't want to be a deserter. Waited so long for this, might as well become a celestial emperor already. Everyone stubbornly knelt down. If Master Wen Na doesn't go, we'll kneel here forever. If the Immortal Sect comes, we'll die together. Please return to the capital, sir. Please return to the capital, sir. Please return to the capital, sir. Everyone's voices resounded in unison, echoing throughout the vast capital. Their voices were full of urgency, containing worry and fear, but also a strong belief in Ye Ning. They had seen him as their savior, the last hope of Dazhu. Ye Ning spoke in a low voice, his words like pouring into everyone's ears. You guys get up now. Tai Xiangkao's eyes were firm, his voice like a brass bell. Brother Ye, if you really want to stay here and seek death, we will stand with you. Ye Ning clutched Tai Xiangkao's shoulders, asking, If I head back to the capital, what's going to happen to the people of Bingzhou? If I ditch, who's going to guarantee the Immortal Sects won't rage on these innocent folks? Who's got their backs? I do. I'll stay here instead of you, happy to die with the people of Bingzhou. Tai Xiangkao responded, his words firm as a sacred vow. A whole bunch of people roared in unison, their voices thundering. I'll stay too. We're all staying. Ye Ning frowned a little, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Then he waved his hand and declared loudly, What's the use of you guys staying? You'd just be dead weight? The Immortal Sects are after me. This whole mess started because of me, so obviously I'm the one who'll finish it. If I just bail now, it'd be a total disgrace to my character. What's a little boiling oil and raging fire when mountains are carved from 100 strikes? I won't fear, even if my flesh is shredded and my bones are crushed. I must leave a pure name for the world. Ye Ning's scholarly chi surged out like a roaring tsunami, spreading everywhere, carrying an indomitable and magnificent aura. Every single word Ye Ning uttered was etched deep into everyone's minds. Tears welled in their eyes, and they choked out. Amazing! To leave a pure name for the world. That's amazing. Only Lord Yi could possibly write poetry like that. To leave a pure name for the world, I'll live and die with Lord Yi too. Dying alongside Lord Yi would be our honor. Every single soldier raised their hands and roared skyward, their cheers threatening to tear the very heavens apart, showing their absolute determination to stand with Ye Ning and face danger together. Ye Ning sighed, his mood visibly heavy. This is impossible. Just impossible. No matter how much I try to kick the bucket, I absolutely can't drag others down with me. Please, I'm practically begging you, can you just let me die alone? Just then, a messenger spurred his horse and galloped up, his face utterly frantic. Lord Ye, an imperial decree from the capital has arrived. Tai Xianggao held the emperor's decree, his voice echoing, Brother Ye, even His Majesty himself has ordered you to return. It's the Grand Ancestor's edict, disobeying an imperial command, and its instant execution. Hearing that, Ye Ning immediately shot back, his tone absolute. Compared to being some cowardly scholar on the run, I'd rather defy the decree and be beheaded. I won't fear, even if my flesh is shredded and my bones are crushed. I must leave a pure name for the world. After hearing Ye Ning's reply, Ji Mingyu spoke softly, her voice holding a deep, profound sadness. Is this your answer to me? If that's how it is, then I'll personally come in my imperial carriage. The imperial officials immediately tried to dissuade her. No way, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Please think again. Ji Mingyu's expression remained resolute. My mind is set. There's no need for any more persuasion. If someone like Ye Qing dies, then Great Xiao won't be able to hold on either. If death is what awaits, then I am willing to die with Ye Qing on the battlefield. That damned guy, he just wrote poetry for me, and now he wants to ditch me. Yeah, right. She silently fumed, her eyes concealing a flicker of anger and pain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a crisp round of applause suddenly echoed. At the meeting where they were plotting how to deal with Ye Ning, Wang Daoshen, sect leader of the Starfall sect, abruptly stood up, his voice booming. Amazing! I won't fear, even if my flesh is shredded and my bones are crushed, I must leave a pure name for the world. What great poetry, truly great. The other sect leaders were left dumbfounded, their eyes drawn to Wang Daoshen's praise. A fleeting flicker of discomfort, like a cold breeze through the forest, crossed their faces, leaving behind a trace of doubt. Brother Wang, we're here discussing how to punish Ye Ning, and you're praising him. Doesn't that seem a little improper? Wang Daoshen chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with hidden meaning. Gentlemen, no need to misunderstand. I'm not praising him for the poem itself. What I'm praising is the attitude it expresses, that absolute disdain for death. Ye Ning is using poetry to declare his resolve. It looks like he absolutely won't flee, an elder replied in a deep voice. Easier said than done. We still can't underestimate him. To be frank with you all, the other day, my senior, Shun Tianjizi, cast a divination. The triagram showed Ye Ning's destiny is utterly bizarre, almost as if he's already transcended this world. If we want to kill him, this is our only chance. If Ye Ning doesn't die, then the future dynamic between the Immortal Sects and Great Zhu will completely reverse. The other sect leaders' palms broke out in cold sweat. Fear slithering up from the depths of their hearts like a poisonous snake, they cried out in utter shock. What? No way! The twilight deepened, painting the sky crimson as it filtered through the ancient city walls of a small town nestled in the Wuyan County countryside of Great Zhu. A few guards stood watch on the city walls, their faces weathered, eyes sharp. They suddenly spotted a long line of people approaching, and subtly signaled to each other, Old Wang, check it out ahead. Looks like a huge army is coming our way. Holy smokes, there really is a huge army coming. Quickly, report to the captain. Soldiers immediately formed ranks before the city gate, their shining swords gleaming under the sunset. A hoarse voice echoed through the air. Where are you from, so many of you? What do you want inside the city? An old monk, his face benevolent, wearing a massive string of prayer beads around his neck, muttered, So this is a town in Great Chu. Truly extraordinary. His voice was deep and warm, tinged with surprise and curiosity. A young disciple replied softly, Reporting to the elder, this place is just the most barren part of Great Chu. It's far inferior to other places in Great Chu. This place isn't our home after all. Can Mahayana Buddhism really flourish here, elder? Rest assured. With the help of Buddhists, it definitely can. Far away in Bing province, Ye Ning was happily playing the flute and singing in his room. I was originally a carefree celestial being in the sky. Not a single thing of mine belongs in this mortal world. His singing voice was melodious and soaring, like birdsong in the forest. An Motili, seeing this scene, was filled with doubts. She thought to herself, Is this guy's brain broken? He's about to die. And he's still so happy. Just as Ye Ning stepped out of the door, the figure of Tai Xianggao appeared before him, anxiously saying, Tai brother, there's no need to persuade me anymore. I won't go back. Ye brother, you misunderstand. Tai Xiangkao gave a forced smile. See who's here. Your Excellency. Ye Ning looked over, and Niu Jinghui and Wei Wentong were beaming as they greeted him. He asked in surprise, "Why are you guys here?" Yuzan smiled from the roof, his voice like a gentle breeze. "Such a big event. How could we be missing?" Ye Ning tugged at his ear and grumbled. "What are you doing here? Coming to die," Wei Wentong said. "Wherever your Excellency is, we will naturally be there. Instead of worrying about us, you should be more concerned about His Majesty." "What does His Majesty have to do with this?" Ye Ning wondered. Ji Mingyu suddenly appeared behind the door, radiant as she said, "I've arrived. How could I not be involved?" Ye Ning replied wearily, "Your Majesty is a precious treasure. How can you be so reckless?" Ji Mingyu snorted. "What? You're allowed to treat the Imperial Edict like air, and I'm not allowed to be willful for once?" "But Ye Darren, there is no need to persuade anymore. We will not leave if you don't. You can't be so selfish, always being a hero on your own." Liu Shen appeared with a crowd of officials from the court. Ye Ning sighed softly. "Heavens, I just want to die in peace. Why is it so difficult?" Ji Mingyu said suspiciously, "Ye Qing, this time we will resist the enemy together." The soldiers and people shouted in unison, "Great Chu will be victorious. Great Chu will be victorious." This is also the common wish of the people of Great Chu. Even if we fail, we must leave a brilliant mark on history. All right. Those words, like the echo of the hearts of the people of Great Chu, resonated in everyone's minds. Despite countless failures, they remained steadfast, determined to leave a brilliant mark on the flow of history. "But who said we're definitely going to lose this time?" That confident voice rang out like a flame igniting in the dark night. "What you mean is, if His Majesty trusts me, then let me have command this time," Ye Ning replied with a smile. His eyes flashed with a decisive light. His voice didn't reveal a trace of fear or hesitation. On the contrary, it exuded an extraordinary aura, making listeners look forward to it. Ji Mingyue immediately nodded in agreement. "What I mean is, even His Majesty has to listen to me." Ye Ning chuckled, his voice mixed with mischief, causing Ji Mingyu's face to flush red with annoyance. In a remote mountain region, an old man with a kind face, with his white hair and simple clothes, was sensing the enthusiasm of the people of Great Chu. He muttered, It seems that the will to fight of Great Chu is very strong. I can feel the thick scent of war here too." Thinking about having to fight against old opponents, this old man is also starting to feel restless. "If we lose, we must let those Immortal Sect brats witness the final strength of the demonic sect." The old man's hoarse voice was like the wind whistling through the mountain crevices, carrying the breath of history and endless sorrow. However, hidden deep within those old eyes was a burning fire, an unyielding will. "Master, this great battle isn't necessarily one we will lose." Pei Yungham suddenly appeared from behind, radiant as she spoke, her voice filled with confidence and hope. "Because that person is best at creating miracles." Those words were like an affirmation, a prophetic statement filled with hidden meaning. Ye Ning sat quietly in the room, his mind seemingly detached from the flow of time. He took a deep breath, as if wanting to absorb the silent atmosphere that enveloped the room. His gaze turned towards the magnificent war treasure hanging in the corner of the room. It radiated a mysterious aura as if it contained a heroic historical story. Memories of Ji Mingyu's words echoed in his mind. "Ye Ning, even this armor can't protect you completely, but it embodies the fighting spirit of Great Zhu and the hopes of every citizen within." Ji Mingyu's words were like a vow, an encouragement, a flame igniting in Ye Ning's soul. He was determined to protect Great Zhu, to safeguard the glimmer of hope in the people's eyes. He roared, "Someone, get me my armor!" His voice reverberated through the room. "Ninyu." It was a thunderous declaration, a challenge to fate itself. The armor was donned, and Ye Ning emerged as a war god from legend. He strode confidently out of the door, his gaze as sharp as a blade, radiating an extraordinary aura. "Advance." Ye Ning's command resonated like a lightning strike, awakening the entire Great Zhu army. The mighty troops stood in neat rows before the city gates. Their imposing aura was like an impenetrable wall. The people surged forth, their cheers thundered to the heavens like a churning ocean, like a blazing fire. "Victory, Lord Ye, a great victory. Great Zhu Zhao, a great victory, Lord Ye, a great victory." The people, like a sturdy mountain, were a solid foundation for Ye Ning and the entire Great Zhu Zhao army. He felt the fervent support of the people, an invisible force urging him forward. Liu Shen looked around, his eyes filled with pride and regret. He smiled, his comment like a sigh. Having the hearts of the army, having the hearts of the people. If only Great Zhu had another 10 or so years for the new policies to spread to every corner. What a beautiful scene this would be. Liu Shen's words were both an affirmation of Great Zhu's potential and a hidden worry for the future. If Great Zhu can't protect the new policies, it will be very difficult to maintain stability and prosperity. Ji Mingyu frowned, her face filled with concern, and whispered, "If this battle is lost, it's hard to imagine what kind of disaster Great Zhu will face." Ji Mingyu's words were like a warning, making the atmosphere even heavier. Ye Ning, atop his horse, his eyes like flames, radiated determination. He sternly commanded, Chen Zhao, Wei Wentong, Niu Jingxi, at your service. From this moment on, escort His Majesty, all the dignitaries, and the great ministers to the rear army. Without my order, no one is allowed to come to the central army. Ye Ning's command was like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone. Ji Mingyu said in confusion. Ji Mingyu couldn't accept leaving the battlefield, abandoning Ye Ning and the entire army. Ye Ning replied in a deep voice, Your Majesty, you promised that I would be in charge of all commands in this battle. He looked directly into Ji Mingyu's eyes, which contained a steadfast resolve. Ji Mingyu's eyes welled up with tears, and she shouted, Ye Ning, you tricked me. Are you planning to die alone? Ji Mingyu's voice was full of despair, like a heartbreaking scream that made Ye Ning's heart ache. Ye Ning didn't bother with Ji Mingyu's question, his voice as cold as ice. What are you waiting for, or are you treating this general's orders as a joke? Yes, Niu Jingxi hurriedly accepted the order, he replied awkwardly. Your Majesty, a military order is like a mountain. Wait a moment, Ji Mingyu hurriedly said. Ye Ning, I still have one thing I want to say to you. Her voice was soft as a whisper. You must return alive. There's someone in the palace waiting for you. If we don't meet at the head of Jade Mountain, we will surely meet under the moon in Yao Terrace. Ye Ning, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. This poem, could it be that the girl that day wasn't an illusion after I was drunk? It wasn't an illusion. She's my younger sister. Great Zihu doesn't have a princess, does it? Ji Mingyue awkwardly made up a story. Ah, that's because I was afraid she would be plotted against, so I've always let her live among the people. But that day, my younger sister fell in love with Ye Qing at first sight. If you really die in battle, wouldn't that betray this deep affection? She hastily ordered. All right, let's go. Yes, Ji Mingyue left for quite some time, but Ye Ning was still thinking blankly. Is she really a younger sister? Something just doesn't feel right. Whatever. These little things don't matter. As long as I die quickly, after becoming the Heavenly Emperor, I can return immediately, which should be able to reduce casualties to the lowest level. He took a deep breath and shouted, the whole army sets out. The wind howled on the sheer cliffs, where the great Zhuhao soldiers were lined up. The Zhang River flowed turbulently, as if to swallow everything. Waves crashed violently against the shore, creating powerful roars. Tai Xiangkao looked at the churning river with a serious face and asked, Brother Ye, the Shui Jin are considered the vanguard of the Immortal Sect, so they will definitely be the first to send out troops to meet the enemy here. Although they have the advantage, will they really come? Ye Ning's eyes sharpened, confidently replying, Don't worry. Even if Li Zai doesn't want to come, someone will naturally drag him here. Ye Ning's words were so affirmative that Tai Xiangao couldn't help but feel relieved. Inside the Jin Kingdom's palace, Liao Zai was thoughtfully observing a battle map. His eyes gleaming with cold contemplation, he muttered to himself. Trying to sit back and wait by the Zhang River? Good luck with that. I'll just go attack your other cities then. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind Li Zai, its hoarse voice as gloomy as an echo from hell. Where do you want to attack? Li Zai was startled and turned around, seeing Zhang Huangdao, the powerful great elder of the Immortal Sect, standing there with a cold smile on his lips. The great elder has issued an order. Fight the enemy at the Zhang River. Huh, what? Zhang Huangdao's voice remained cold. The Immortal Sect already has the upper hand. Playing it safe is just a waste of time. Ye Ning and Ji Mingyu are both at the Zhang River. Eliminating them quickly is the best course of action. But you need to understand, you and the Jin army are just for show. Just watch our Immortal Sect attack before the battle begins. He slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing throughout the room, his voice filled with power. At the Zhang River, the wind gradually picked up. Here they come, Ye Ning said with a smile. On the other side of the river, the Jin army rushed forward on their horses. Above, the 13 Immortal Sects flew their swords, flying dragons, swarming the sky like a flock of predators targeting their prey. A cold voice echoed from above, like a venomous snake hissing. Ye Ning, the feud between you and the Immortal Sect will finally come to an end today. Tai Xiangao sighed softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. This situation, I'm afraid even Brother Yi to die alongside Lord Ye is our honor. Wei Wentong frowned, his eyes as firm as steel. Niu Jin nodded in agreement. Me too. Xuan tightened her grip on her spear. So what if it's the Immortal Sect? Even if we die, I will die with you. Ji Mingyu stood in the rear, watching Ye Ning's back. Worry etched on her face, she whispered, her voice like a breeze. It seems the fate of my great Zhu is at its end. Ye Ning, will we ever meet again in the next life? Her eyes were filled with regret and pity as she looked at Ye Ning. She knew that Ye Ning would have a hard time escaping this battle. The sky was gloomy. The swirling clouds formed grotesque shapes like a ferocious face grinning. From within those dark clouds, figures slowly emerged, like giant bats fluttering in the darkness. Among them were the supreme elder of the Star God sect, Wang Daoshen, the sect leader of another sect riding on the back of a giant dragon. With a majestic and awe-inspiring demeanor, he said thoughtfully, "This time, I have invited the supreme elders of all 13 sects, all of whom are top experts of the immortal realm. We are here to oversee the battle, to show Great Zhao what true power is. No matter how talented that little brat Ye Ning is, he cannot withstand the power of the Immortal Sect. Haven't the Supreme Elders lowered their cultivation levels to stay in the lower realm for the future of the Immortal Sect? Don't forget Tianjizi's prophecy, this battle cannot be taken lightly." The sect leader riding on the back of the lion frowned. Wang Daoshen snorted. "Whether Ye Ning is intimidated by the power of the Immortal Sect or not, we'll know once we test him," he shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the space. "Ye Ning, director of the Surveillance Institute, do you dare step forward?" Tai Shangao said worriedly. "Brother Ye, be careful, there might be a trap." Ye Ning smiled, his eyes sharp and cold. "Don't worry, it's better if there's a trap. Ugh, honestly, it'd be easier if they just straight up killed me. Less hassle." Nangong Liangren suddenly piped up. "Milord will definitely return unscathed no matter what," Ye Ning scoffed. "So I'm a jinx now, huh? Borrowing your sweet words, my little precious, I'll be back." With that, Ye Ning shot up into the sky, striding confidently towards Wang Daoshen. His eyes were as cold as a wild wolf stalking its prey. "I'm here," Wang Daoshen sized him up, thinking, so this is the guy who shook the Immortal Sects. So young, but why is there no fear in his eyes? On the contrary, there's a kind of excitement. He then introduced himself. "So this is Ye, the demi-sage. Truly a hero emerging at a young age. I am Wang Daoshen, sect leader of the Star Spirit sect." Ye Ning frowned, thinking, Star Spirit sect, one of the 3 great sects. I don't think I've had any dealings with them. Oh right, the battle in Jing City that day, the giant hand I destroyed. You must have had a hand in that, right? Ye Ning's tone was icy, laced with provocation. His words were like a chilling wind, making the surrounding air suffocating. Wang Daoshen's expression darkened. Wang Daoshen glared inwardly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Yea, the demi-sage, you're about to die, yet your mouth is still so tough. This little brat has no fear. Does he have someone backing him?" He unleashed a powerful wave of dark, spiritual energy, like a ferocious monster wanting to devour everything. "Stubbornness won't get you anywhere. Very soon, Great Zhu will become a living hell because of you, and it's all your fault," Ye Ning smirked, his eyes icy as he countered with a surge of fierce literary energy. The golden aura blazed, and he calmly said, "Do you think everyone should be afraid of death? You're overthinking things, aren't you? Today, 1,000,000 soldiers have followed me here. They didn't think they would return alive. The common people have stood by our side from the very beginning and have firmly chosen the path they want to take. In my opinion, some people are living, but are as good as dead, while others have died but live forever in the hearts of the people. Today, no one will die in silence. Each one will be remembered by generations to come." Wang Daoshen's jaw dropped in shock. In an instant, he created a sphere of darkness and said coldly, "Ye Ning, do you really think you're in control of everything? Now, I'll let you know what despair is." The little grandson suddenly stood still, shuddering internally. What's going on? Why can't my body move? Looking at the giant dragon and Wang Daoshen standing still in midair, Ye Ning thought, why does this scene feel so familiar? Like I've seen it before, Murray Hassonian worried, thinking, it's here, that guy is making a move again. Fellow Taoist Wang, another sect leader, immediately flew to Wang Daoshen's side, asking, what's wrong with you? He was shocked to see Wang Daoshen bleeding continuously from his eyes, nose, and mouth, with blue veins constantly popping up on his lifeless face. Fellow Taoist Wang, you, Nangong Liangren, standing below, unleashed a tremendously powerful mental force. Those who dare to attack Ye Ning die. The fellow Immortal Sect member's eyes widened. The reputation left in the heart of the witness for a time, indescribable feeling of horror. Ye Ning was surprised. What's going on? I haven't even touched him. His voice contained confusion. Ji Mingyu asked in astonishment, could this be his plan? How could he do this? She frowned, her eyes full of suspicion, seemingly unable to believe the reality before her eyes. The great Zhuao soldiers were also very excited, shouting, well done, Lord Yi is amazing. Master Ye, you're awesome. The echoing cheers made the already tense atmosphere suddenly burst with energy. That sect leader furiously pointed and said, you, Yi guy, I actually thought you were some brilliant, upright hero, but I never imagined you'd be this despicable, playing dirty tricks on us. Arg. He was so furious he could barely speak, his face flushed red, eyes practically spitting fire. Ye Ning rubbed his temples, thinking, oh crap, my chance is about to slip away. If this keeps up, these guys will completely chicken out and won't dare to touch me. He awkwardly interjected, I'm telling you, old Wang's death actually had nothing to do with me, would you believe it? His voice carried a hint of anxiety mixed with helplessness. I'll believe that bullshit. Did he just die on his own? Do you think we're idiots? Ye Ning quickly waved his hand. No, he really did die on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Dang it. Who's the big shot backstabbing me this time? Logically speaking, the people I brought couldn't possibly have this kind of skill, right? The Immortal Sect disciples angrily roared. You, ye guy, you dare to do it, but don't dare to take responsibility. If this grudge isn't avenged, we'll... It looked like they wanted to tear Ye Ning to shreds, their eyes blazing with hatred. Everyone from the Starfall sect is a scumbag. Form the formation. They simultaneously raised their hands to the sky. A powerful surge of spiritual energy combined to form the Starfall Mirror, an ancient immortal artifact. Its spiritual energy surging like a gushing waterfall enveloped the sky, creating a magnificent and majestic sight. The Starfall sect has brought out their sect-guarding treasure. Aren't you going to bring out your trump card yet? The sect leader's voice was full of menace, as if trying to crush Ye Ning. Ye Ning sighed. I really don't have a trump card. If this thing can destroy me, then go ahead and try. He shrugged, his face filled with nonchalance. Seemingly unafraid, a ray of light flashed from the sky, unleashing a palm strike that blew away the Starfall mirror, creating a massive explosion in midair. The sound echoed, energy surged, and brilliant light seemed to swallow the entire sky. The sect leader roared. And you still say you don't have a trump card? He wide-eyed, jaw-dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Ye Ning said in a resigned voice, I knew it, this is. From the sky, a colossal scroll radiated brilliant light, slowly descended. Liu Shen exclaimed in admiration. It's the wordless tome. Tai Xianggao was surprised. Could it be that the Xia Academy has emerged? Since the decline of Confucianism, they've never participated in worldly affairs. It must be because the Grandmaster broke the shackles of Confucianism, causing their power to recover as well. Several faint figures appeared beside the wordless tome, and a hoarse voice rang out. The Xia Academy isolated itself from the world to preserve the last shred of hope. Now that Confucianism has been revived, we will not let that flame extinguish. An old man with a white beard and hair stroked his beard thoughtfully and softly said, The Immortal Sects have run rampant across the 9 continents for too long. It's time for them to pay the price. The old female sect leader from the Immortal Sect said in shock. Qi Yuan, you old bastard, you're still alive. Old Qi Yuan sneered back. Jew, if you're not dead yet, how could this old man die? Saying this, he turned towards Ye Ning, clasped his hands, and bowed. Grandmaster, in order to preserve the last shred of hope for Confucianism, we were forced to use the immortal elixir. In truth, it was a medicine meant for sages. Please forgive us, Grandmaster. Ye Ning sighed, his eyes filled with sadness. To esteemed seniors, I wouldn't punish you, nor am I worthy of punishing you. To protect Confucianism, you had to endure loneliness, isolated from the world. All of you are heroes of Confucianism. To me, each of you is even more precious than any immortal elixir. Ye Ning, deep down, was freaking out, thinking, Immortality elixir, oh my god, please, 1,000 times no, I'm already trying to die, why would I want that? Grandmaster Qi Yuan gazed at Ye Ning, his eyes radiating warmth as if wanting to embrace him. Cheng Shu Ji Yu Ju, seething with anger, roared. So what if it appears in this world? I'll still make sure you all perish again. Kuan Yu Pavilion formed their battle array, the flying maidens behind them joining hands to create a circle, shining with a violet gold phoenix hairpin. Ancient immortal Qi erupted like a dazzling beam of light from the center of the circle, as a blazing golden phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky, its brilliant light seeming to scorch the very space around them. At the same time, Brahma Valley also formed their array, conjuring an ancient immortal quite heavenly fire cauldron, its majestic aura flaring up like a colossal blaze, ready to incinerate everything. 2 colossal streams of power enveloped Ye Ning, trapping him in a tight spot. Ye Ning, let's see how you're going to defend yourself now. Ye Ning looked utterly dazed, his eyes vacant. Well, it's not like I wanted to resist in the first place, Amitabha. A deep, warm, and majestic chanting resounded. An invisible stream of energy shot down like a golden lightning bolt, blowing away the phoenix and the heavenly fire cauldron that were encircling Ye Ning, Ji Yu Yu, and the elders were aghast. What in the world is that thing? Such a powerful aura. Ji Mingyu frowned. This force feels unfamiliar. Liu Shen pondered. I wonder if this power that can manipulate the entire situation is friend or foe. Ye Ning was totally screwed. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is everyone in such a hurry to show up today? A group of monks suddenly appeared around them, radiating a brilliant divine aura as if they were holy beings stepping out of the Buddhist realm. They're monks from the Huola nation. And they even brought 3 Buddhist treasures. Ji Yu Yu stared at the newly arrived group, her eyes wide. The cultivators from the Barren Lands. Their power is actually this terrifying... The old sect master frowned. I have a bad feeling about this. Could Tianjizi have really predicted this accurately? Bai Zhuang, the Grand Elder of the Star God sect, snorted. Don't spout such rubbish. So what if the Buddhist sect joins? Our immortal sects still hold an overwhelming advantage. The matters of the Eastern lands are not for you Western barbarians to handle. Do you intend to declare war on our immortal sects? Bai Zhuang's aura was imposing, his words full of menace. The great monk calmly replied, Amitabha, benefactor. You misunderstand. Buddhist disciples have always been harmonious with everyone. We only wish to promote the Dharma, and absolutely have no intention of declaring war on the immortal sects. Bai Zhuang faintly smiled, a sneer hidden within his expression. If that's the case, then you wish to side with our immortal sects. This old man can promise you billions of believers, Liu Shen quickly spoke up, his face full of worry. This isn't good, the great monk frowned, his voice deep and resounding. Benefactor. Those words truly insult our Buddhist sect. The Dharma needs to be promoted, but absolutely not through coercive means. Those who willingly convert to Buddhism are always welcome. Whoever has faith in their heart will naturally become a believer, and we will absolutely never betray the Buddhist sect. If you're willing, lay down your weapons and become a Buddha on the spot, my disciple. Ye Ning broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I knew it. I only blame myself for being careless before. This little bastard's karma has really arrived. He tried to keep calm and said loudly, there are things that need to be clarified. These monks have nothing to do with me. If you want to kill, then kill me. Things have already spiraled out of control. Can't waste any more time, Bai Zhuang sneered contemptuously. Even if you're a Buddhist disciple, or from the Xia Academy, do you really think you can resist the immortal sect? Today, all of you must die. Divine light of nirvana, he chanted. Immortal energy condensed into a pair of giant hands rushing towards Ye Ning. As you wish, die. Finally, Ye Ning spread his arms wide, his face calm, as he awaited death. It's too late, Yuan Fang shouted in dismay, his face full of worry. Nanggong Liangren channeled his qi, preparing to rush in to help. Swoosh! A dark blade suddenly appeared, slashing off the two hands. Phew. Can't die, really can't die. Ye Ning thought wearily. Death was hovering right in front of his eyes, but he could do nothing but sigh. The high-pitched, vein-popping, angry voices of the sect leaders rang out like thunder. You, just how many trump cards do you still have? These things are really accidental, not intentional. Ye Ning tried to explain, his tone heavy with sorrow. Still pretending? I spit on your facade of righteousness. He's too shameless. The immortal sect disciples cursed one after another, their anger and betrayal seeming to burn them from behind. Ye Ning, a dark black hole suddenly appeared like an abyss swallowing the light. A demonic cultivator walked out, his cackling laughter ringing out like the laughter of a devil. To think that the immortal sect also knows how to use the facade of righteousness to describe others. Clearly, you yourselves are the ones who deserve the term the most. People from the demonic sect, you demonic sect rats dare to come and take advantage of the situation, Bai Zhuang exclaimed in shock, his face full of confusion. Kumu, you dare to show yourself. The demonic cultivator named Kumu smiled, his smile cold and sinister. Only Bai, the old ghost, is allowed to come out to play. Can't I come out for a stroll? One-on-one I might not be able to hold you. But now the demonic sect has long declined, the immortal sect is besieging today, you have nowhere to run, Bai Zhuang roared, his hands forming a seal. A huge mirror appeared behind his back, emitting a strange light as if to swallow the sky. Kumu snorted disdainfully. How shameless, wanting to gang up on me. Everyone must be tired of hiding for thousands of years, right? Come out, all of you. As soon as Kumu's words fell, dozens of demonic cultivators walked out of the giant dark mist, their bodies majestic, their aura pressing. 2,000 years. The debt of that year can finally be carefully calculated. Their cold and sinister voices rang out like death knells as the immortal sect began to sweat in horror. Blood Devil? And Old Devil too? So many old monsters from the demonic sect. They actually haven't died. Ye Ning, you actually colluded with the demonic sect. The suspicious and angry voices of the elders rang out like thunder striking Ye Ning's head. Ye Ning was currently surrounded by a bunch of demonic sect elders, and he was cursing in his heart. Aren't you all sick in the head? Can't you just let me die in peace? He helplessly looked around. Bai Zhuang was sweating cold, looking at Ye Ning's powerful forces. A feeling of unease surged in his heart. He originally thought he had a sure win in his grasp. Who knew such an unexpected turn of events would occur? The victory or defeat hasn't been decided today. But this Ye Ning is hard to kill, Bai Zhuang thought to himself. Ye, little brother, do you remember me? A sweet voice echoed. Oh. Pei Yungham emerged from the mist, gently placing her hand on Ye Ning's shoulder. Sister Pei, Ye Ning replied in surprise. No wonder the demonic sect suddenly stopped. So it was because of Sister Pei. The people from the Surveillance Institute also cheered excitedly. Sister Pei, do you remember me? I knew Sister Pei would definitely come. the old Immortal Sect elder angrily scolded. It's obvious they are all in the same gang. You, surnamed Ye, are you still trying to deny it? Ye Ning shook his head, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. Whatever you guys think, just consider it all my arrangement. So what, can you kill me? The Righteous Path cultivators angrily cursed. As expected, he planned everything. So sinister. The sect leader realized in horror, just like the heavenly secrets revealed, this battle is incredibly difficult, and one side will definitely be annihilated. What to do? What should I do after all? Tai Jiankao exclaimed. Brother Ye is indeed calculating like a god, careful in every step, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. The great scholars also praised. No wonder he is a Grand Master, we underestimated him. With the Grand Master here, it's fortunate for the world, fortunate for Confucianism. Ji Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Bastard, you actually had a way. Old Qi Yuan stroked his beard in admiration. I thought this time Suojia Academy would face a near-death experience, just to have a clear conscience, but I didn't expect the Grand Master to be so far-sighted. Amitabha, the wisdom of the Buddha surpasses us. Truly a person with great spirit and wisdom. Baizhang glared, flames of anger erupting in his eyes. Spiritual energy surged, and he roared. No matter how many people there are, they are just ants. Fellow Taoists, don't hide your strength anymore. The terrifying aura from the sect leaders seemed to tear the sky apart. Dark clouds churning, wind and storms howling, creating a chaotic and majestic scene. Demonic heretics, daring to interfere in the affairs of the Immortal Sect, deserved death. The angry roar of an elder resounded like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Ye Ning's forces didn't show any weakness either, the shouts reverberating through the heavens and the earth. For the sake of the world, eliminate injustice, and protect the Buddha. Kill, protect Great Zhu, and level the invaders. Kill, kill, kill them all. Anyone who hesitates will be punished according to military law. Li Zai was also not inferior, holding a longsword with a soaring aura, commanding the soldiers to fight. The battle erupted fiercely, energy exploding, cannons roared, and both the ground and sky were engulfed in a sea of fire. Ye Ning, gazing at the chaotic scene, sighed. This isn't what I wanted to see. His expression turned serious, eyes sharp. Oh well, it's come to this. Guess I gotta fight. He plunged into the encirclement, his figure like a lightning bolt. The fellow Immortal Tao disciples, seeing Ye Ning appear, immediately unleashed their energy attacks at him. He was like an unshakable wall, not faltering in the slightest. Taking advantage of their momentary stunned expressions, Ye Ning unleashed thousands of sharp swords formed from literary ki. The elders were taken aback, hastily erecting shields, but they still couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the swords. He dares to come here alone. An enraged elder pulled out a rope from his sleeve that radiated a dazzling light, gently encircling Ye Ning. Immortal binding rope, let's see how you escape. However, the ropes, upon touching Ye Ning, were severed like thin silk threads. Both he and the elders were astonished. Who is it? Who dares to ruin the Immortal Sect's magic artifact? The Immortal Sect challenged Ye Ning, and those with fighting strength have already been defeated. There's still one person hiding in the dark. 3 of you against just me, aren't you ashamed? Ye Ning chuckled, his tone filled with disdain. Ye, junior brother. Pei Yungham's voice echoed beside him like the whisper of the wind, her figure appearing elegant yet powerful. Lend me your demon suppression tower for a moment, will you? Ye Ning was taken aback. Demon suppression tower? Pei Yungham pointed to the small tower faintly visible beneath his robes. It's that tower you wanted to give me back then? Oh, Ye Ning handed the demon suppression tower to Pei Yuham, feeling a vague sense of unease inexplicably welling up inside. The entire Immortal Sect seemed to freeze, their gazes fixed on Pei Yungham, who softly chanted an incantation, and magical power erupted from the demon suppression tower, an ethereal purple light enveloping the entire space. The small tower suddenly bloomed open, transforming into a colossal tower, standing tall between heaven and earth, majestic like a god descending from the heavens. Unconsciously, gasps of breath resounded everywhere, as the Immortal Sect members widened their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. Somewhere in their minds, a scream echoed. This isn't the demon suppression tower, this is a divine weapon. The demon suppression tower began to move, emitting an immense suction force, engulfing everything within its range. Several Immortal Sect members flying on their swords in the sky were like birds caught in a net, helplessly falling, their miserable cries echoing across the sky. Master, save me. The weak cries for help were like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Rage flared on the faces of the Immortal Sect elders. You dare to slaughter the people of the Immortal Sect, courting death? So what if you have a powerful figure helping you? Let's go, let's go. They charged at Ye Ning like ferocious lions, but bam, they slammed into an invisible barrier and got bounced back. Oh crap, Tai Shankao fretted. Yebro is just barely holding his own on defense right now. No one else has time to even think about helping him. Ye Ning stood inside his defensive shield, his heart heavy. If I die here, Even if I can become the Heavenly Emperor, the great Xiao and everyone who helped me will be wiped out. I have to hold out. I can't lose. The next second, Ye Ning's defense shattered like glass. No way. I absolutely can't die. Ye Ning gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Huh, who is it? A deep, warm voice sounded, laced with a hint of curiosity. Ye Ning whirled around, startled. You guys looking for me? His eyes darted over the crowd behind him, a vague sense of alertness washing over him. Someone was standing right behind Ye Ning, the tall figure blocking the light, leaving Ye Ning seeing only a silhouette. Mohaonian was surprised. Then a flash of joy sparked in his eyes. He's finally here. Leave the rest to me. A low voice, as cold as ice, rang out from the shadow. Nangong Liangren. Ye Ning and Mohaonian froze at the same time. Nangong Liangren stood before the three Immortal Sect elders, but his face showed no fear, calm and collected like an emperor surveying all creation. Ye Ning couldn't help but be curious. Who exactly are you? Nangong Liangren chuckled softly. The past doesn't need to be asked about anymore because I'm about to forget it too. He looked at Ye Ning, his eyes full of hidden meaning. The me of the past was just a wandering ghost. You made me realize that this world can still be gentle. You helped me find hope and faith again. Today, I will return those hopes and beliefs to you. With Nangong Liangren here, no one in this world can kill you. Nangong Liangren's words were like a vow, a promise of protection. The Immortal Sect elders, those who always considered themselves righteous, were now so angry that their faces were flushed red. They thought Nangong Liangren was just some delusional madman, putting on a show. All of you, attack together. Those guys were about to rush forward again. Then Nangong Liangren released an enormous surge of power that surrounded him. The space around him suddenly twisted. Violent whirlwinds formed a circle around Nangong Liangren. Then, before the eyes of the Immortal Sect people, a vortex of light flashed like a gateway to another world. The Immortal Sect crowd instantly froze. No way. The Nangong Liangren before them now was completely different from the one a moment ago. He was like a god bestowed with power, a god wrapped in magic, a dragon. A huge and majestic dragon suddenly appeared from within the vortex of light. Radiant light enveloped the entire space. The dragon raised its head and roared, the roar echoing everywhere, carrying the power of nature, the power of myth. He could actually use divine heavenly techniques? Just who are these terrifying characters this kid has by his side? Amitabha, it seems the Buddha has already made preparations. I was worried for nothing. Nangong Liangren slowly rode the dragon, his figure tall and imposing. His gaze was cold and sharp like an emperor surveying all creation. Chew on this carefully. A powerful energy radiated around him. This divine heavenly technique is called summoning wind and rain. Nangong Liangren's voice echoed, the sound like thunder, filled with extraordinary power. The dragon roared and charged straight towards the Immortal Sect crowd, its dragon wings flapping violently, carrying wind and fire, carrying the power of destruction. The Immortal Sect crowd was full of fighting spirit. Nangong Liangren's fierce dragon roared with war spirit, rushing to attack the Immortal Sect crowd, playing God. Old Heavenly Immortal, you, the elder of the Immortal Sect, shouted loudly, and then gathered strength to summon a magical treasure. The body-fixing lamp. Saved. That's the body-fixing lamp of Old Heavenly Immortal. That's great. As long as we hold him for even a moment, victory and defeat will be clearly decided. Give it to me. Old Heavenly Immortal aimed the body-fixing lamp at Nangong Liangren. Then he used his magic power to surround the dragon, making it shut up. Old Heavenly Immortal, already thinking he'd won, barked, yes, nailed it. You think you're hot stuff fighting me? He flew into a rage, heading straight for Nangong Liangren, his voice full of hatred and arrogance. Nangong Liangren looked at Old Heavenly Immortal, his gaze indifferent, like a god looking down on a tiny ant. Just in time, Old Heavenly Immortal charged in, and Nangong Liangren also unleashed a massive amount of magic power, awakening the dragon, which roared, shattering the spiritual energy surrounding it, which was caused by Old Heavenly Immortal. How is this possible? Old Heavenly Immortal was caught completely off guard, and he fell backward, spitting blood. You were only one step away from becoming an immortal like me. How can you be so powerless to resist? Suddenly, Old Heavenly Immortal looked up at the sky, seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering at a dizzying speed. Before he could understand what was happening, he was swallowed whole by Nangong Liangren's dragon. The two companions on the ground saw this and cried out in alarm, Supreme Elder! The dragon swallowed one of them whole, roared angrily, and spat out a terrifying blast of energy. Ji Mingyu was shocked by the scene. Summoning wind and rain, killed a heavenly immortal with one move. Who is he, really? Taishan Kao was so happy he was crying. I used to oppose senior brother Ye accepting Nanggong Liangren because of his background, but I never expected that at this moment he would become the key to turning the situation around. The remaining 2 Immortal Sect members were furious, roaring, "Kill Nanggong Liangren." Both of them, along with their mangy demonic beast, charged head-on at Nanggong Liangren. The demonic beast of the Immortal Sect rained lightning down on Nanggong Liangren, but everything just looked like a joke. Nanggong Liangren dodged swiftly, then waved his hand, finishing them off in an instant. Impossible. The 2 Immortal Sect members were stunned. Too fast. Taishan Kao was even more excited. "I've decided." "Decided what?" "From now on, I will unreservedly support all of Great Ye's plans." Ye Ning, on the other hand, felt scared. Just what kind of monster did I save? Looking up at the sky where Nanggong Liangren and the dragon were flying, Ye Ning sighed. "It looks like it'll be harder than ascending to heaven if I want to die later," Ye Ning shouted gleefully. "The Immortal Sect is collapsing." She turned towards the soldiers, her voice full of heroic spirit. "Soldiers of Great Zihu, give it your all. Victory is in our grasp." The battle was over. King Jin Huang retreated in panic, his eyes vacant. He had completely failed. What a terrible great war. Ye Ning flew up into the sky, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Soldiers of Jin, there's no need to sacrifice yourselves in vain. Surrender and you will be spared." Immediately, those words echoed across the battlefield by the soldiers of Great Zihu. "Surrender and you will be spared. Surrender and you will be spared." Pushed to the brink, the Jin Kingdom soldiers stared blankly at each other. In the end, they all decided to lay down their weapons and surrender. Victory exploded on the battlefield of Great Zhu. Great Zhu, 10,000 victories. Great Zhu, 10,000 victories. The cheers that shook the heavens drowned out the sighs of regret from the Jin army. Taishan Kao and Ye Ning stepped forward in front of the Jin Kingdom soldiers. Since ancient times, whenever the ambitions of treacherous heroes expand, the common people suffer the most. Prosperity, the people suffer. Destruction, the people suffer. Ye Ning ordered, "Summon the medics. Wounded soldiers from both Jin and Great Zhu will receive equal treatment." Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed. "Ha ha. What a line. Prosperity, the people suffer. Destruction, the people suffer. I get it now. The reason for my defeat is precisely this." "So you're the ringleader?" "Liran." Ye Ning turned to look at the criminal being escorted. After receiving Liran's confirming nod, Ye Ning looked furious. "How are you still alive, you wretch?" Liran glared. "Because I still have one unfulfilled wish." He looked straight at Ye Ning. "Ye Ning, the reason I've lived until now is because I still had one wish, and that was to meet you." "Meeting you. I finally understand why so many earth-handed, dirt-covered people are willing to support you. To face my mortal enemy like you in person, I'm satisfied. To become the king of Jin, I gave up too much. Now it's time to pay the price." As Liran's words fell, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, turning him into smoke. Nanggong Liangren explained that was divine lightning, containing the will of the heavens. He interfered with the heavenly secrets, wanting to change the rules of this world, so he was punished. "Rules of the world," Ye Ning pondered. "Heavenly secrets," Nanggong Liangren explained. "The world is boundless, and each world has its own rules. For example, in the world we live in, when a cultivator's power surpasses the Earth Immortal Realm, they must leave this place and go to the Immortal Realm." "There are other worlds besides this one?" Ye Ning was curious. "This world is just a tiny grain of sand in the vast desert of countless worlds." Nanggong Liangren nodded, his voice as hoarse as the whispering wind. "As far as I know, there are 3 other worlds. The Immortal Realm, where the essence of heaven and earth gathers, is a promised land for those who achieve success in cultivation, whether they are demonic cultivators, body cultivators, demon cultivators, or ghost cultivators. Then there's the Devil Realm, a dark and gloomy place, the kingdom of the demon race, where humans cannot tread. As for the Origin Realm, it's just a legend, said to be the birthplace of all things. Only those who reach the Supreme Realm can set foot there." Ye Ning was stunned. "So I really am a transmigrator from another world?" Ji Mingyu stood beside him, her face full of curiosity. "You were saying that when someone's power reaches its peak, they have to leave this world and go to the Immortal Realm. At least that's the rule here. But once you leave, it's very difficult to return," Ji Mingyu said sadly. "It seems our ancestor probably went to that world, you say." Her voice was light, but contained an indescribable confidence. "I thank you, seniors, for your help today. Without you all, I'm afraid we would have been in danger." Ye Ning clasped his hands, his words sincere. "Oh well, it wasn't much help at all." That's right. We just came to watch the fun with old Ku." Ye Ning gave a forced smile, inwardly complaining. "Right. Just watching the fun. Messed up my whole plan." Suddenly a servant rushed in, shouting, "Master Ye, we've found the Jin King's jade seal from the Jin King." He handed the brilliantly shining Jin King's jade seal to Ye Ning. Ye Ning touched it, and a strange energy suddenly spread throughout his body. Brilliant light filled the entire room, and a loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a pillar of light that shot straight through the sky. From within the jade seal, a mighty golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon soared into the sky, radiating a dazzling light. Then it roared, gathered energy, and unleashed a powerful attack. The golden dragon itself swelled in size, becoming even larger and more powerful than when it first appeared. Grand Chancellor Kaka looked at the majestic golden dragon, his face radiant. The national destiny of Great Zhu Hao is beginning to recover. The Jin state is just the beginning. He clasped Ye Ning's hand. Next, as long as we unify the realm, the former prosperity of Great Zhu will reappear once more. Ye Ning was confused. Unify the realm, huh? It feels like things are starting to get complicated, doesn't it? Clearly, my only goal was to die, he thought, then scratched his head in confusion. Let's talk about this later. For now, we need to deal with the post-war issues first. Ye Ning looked at the demonic cultivators. This time, Ye Ning must express his gratitude to those from Pei Yunham's sect. Without your help, the Zhanghe campaign wouldn't have been victorious. You helped me. You helped Great Zihu. It's only right and proper that I repay you. Just say the word, and as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely give it my all. Our grandmasters only wish to rebuild the academy, and for you to revive Confucianism, and for us to be allowed to stay in Bing province, to personally witness and experience your new policies. A person from the crowd stepped forward, his voice earnest, showing concern for the people, truly befitting a model scholar. Ye Ning smiled, his eyes full of warmth. I approve. A monk stepped forward, clasping his hands in front of his chest. Amitabha. Since being taught the great vehicle Dharma by the Buddha's son, I have attained enlightenment. Now I earnestly request the Buddha's son to help me spread the great vehicle Dharma and save all sentient beings. If you wish to spread Buddhism, I will not stop you. The Buddhist sect in this world is inherently very pure, and the common folk also need some comfort. Ye Ning thought to himself, but I won't help you, nor will I ask local governments to provide supplies, nor allow you to rebuild temples and monasteries on your own. If I do that, it will lead to the irreversible demise of the Buddhist sect. Buddhist son, please give us your instructions. The monk spoke slowly, his words carrying deep meaning. Ye Ning instructed. What Buddhism strives for is to endure countless hardships and overcome numerous difficulties to temper oneself. If the original ideals of Buddhism were to change because of me, that would truly be a shame. Remember, the highest realm of meditation is a mind as still as water. Don't rush after benefits and stray from the right path. Thank you for your instruction, Buddhist son. Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's done. If they'd asked me to help build temples, that would have been a huge pain. He turned to Kumu Senior Kumu Hei. If the demonic sect has any requests, just speak frankly. Kumu sat down on a chair, his expression pensive. This matter needs to be discussed by the sect leader. Sect leader, Ye Ning, looked towards Pei Yungham. Normally, I wouldn't have noticed, but Big Sister Pei also has quite the sect leader vibe. Pei Yungham stepped forward. But, after hearing what Master Ye just said to the Buddhist sect, I also want to ask, how do you think our demonic sect should develop? Ye Ning answered frankly. The demonic sect has been suppressed because of internal disputes among its various branches, and there aren't any common rules for everyone to follow. Big Sis, do you really still see me as your advisor? I think the demonic sect should unite all the demonic factions and form an alliance to handle public affairs. Every 100 years, the major demonic factions can send representatives to offer opinions on the grand affairs of the demonic Tao, giving all demonic factions a chance to speak. Why are the demonic disciples so surprised? That means the benefits will have to be shared equally, Ye Ning continued. And get this, the most important thing is, if a certain demonic faction develops well and has a lot of talented people, the main demonic sect and the other demonic factions shouldn't suppress them. Instead, they should guide them and acknowledge their status. What? A few demonic factions had some opinions? If that demonic sect is really guided to the highest realm, are we supposed to listen to them in everything they do? Everyone, Ye Ning countered. If you were just part of an average demonic sect now, where you're not only suppressing the orthodox sects but also being restricted by your fellow disciples, would you accept that? If that's the case, no one can stop my path of demonic cultivation, not even my fellow disciples. Kumu spoke up. What if we don't accept it? If I still had the devil-suppressing pagoda, let's see who dares to act so arrogantly. You guys are really not socialist. Ye Ning shook his head. Using pressure to force the masses into submission is only a temporary measure. It'll only make them want to rebel even more. Pei Yungham agreed. That's right, if the devil-suppressing pagoda was really that useful, why did the demonic sect decline even when they had it back then? If we don't learn how to improve, the demonic sect will likely repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, the devil-suppressing pagoda will be temporarily entrusted to you for safekeeping. Pei Yungham handed the devil-suppressing pagoda to Ye Ning, then turned around and affirmed, Everyone, I agree with Ye Ning's opinion. If the demonic sect wants to transform, it must reform. And reform doesn't need the devil-suppressing pagoda, what it needs is change. Sigh, this is proof that once a daughter grows up, you can't keep her, Kuamu lamented. We understand what the sect leader means. Finally, they all celebrated with a feast. Come on, drink up. Who knew you scholars could drink so much? Amitabha. This monk fears no one. At this moment, Ye Ning quietly left and went to see Pei Yungham in private. Senior Sister Pei, I'm here. Pei Yungham turned around, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ye Ning, in Jinyang City we gazed at the moon and chatted together. I'm the sect leader of the demonic sect, yet I'm entrusting the devil, suppressing pagoda to you, an outsider. Aren't you afraid people will secretly curse you? Ye Ning asked softly. Pei Yungham replied. No choice can satisfy everyone. As long as I think it's right, does it matter what others think? Senior Sister Pei is still the same Senior Sister Pei as before. Ye Ning smiled inwardly, recalling the days he spent with that girl. Suddenly, Pei Yungham announced, I have to leave now. Ye Ning was a little sad. When will you? Pei Yungham asked while disappearing. We'll talk about it next time you come looking for me. Ye Ning faced the sun and said to himself, I will definitely come find you. But for now, the people here need me more. Political reform may be difficult, but I can feel the change in this place. Bingzhou is gradually forming a place where everyone has land to cultivate, everyone can go to school, and the people don't have to worry about suffering from war anymore. In front of Fang Qingshu's house, a knock on the door rang out. Is Miss Fang there? Fang Qingshu opened the door, her face hidden behind a mask. The person then said, Today, your big brother Dashan went to the city, and I asked him to buy 2 combs, and I bought 1 for you. Since you came here, you've helped us a lot. Since Lord Ye Ning reformed the government, our lives have improved a lot, so this is a small token of our appreciation. Fang Qingsu took the comb, and her mind suddenly recalled the battle with Pei Yungham. At that time, she was almost exhausted, and desperately cried out, I lost. Let me die in peace. But Pei Yungham didn't kill her. Instead, she said, I can give you a chance to live. To return to your sect, Fang Qingshu asked in surprise. Really? Fang Qingshu's voice was a bit doubtful. I won't restrict your freedom. Use this body to experience what is called a true immortal sect. Memories of her time in the immortal sect flooded back like haunting ghosts, causing Fang Qingshu's heart to clench. She remembered the taunts of her fellow disciples. Weren't you captured? How dare you come back? Trisk, if I turned into that, I'd rather die. Oh, sorry, Fang Shimei, my bad. The sect leader has said it so many times. That disciple of yours, Fang Qingshu, is a useless person. Why bother fighting over cultivation resources? I'm also waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the next time to go out and train. Don't make this too obvious, lest other sects take advantage. Those guys aren't clean either. How can they be qualified to judge others? After hearing their plans, I completely saw through the immortal sect, and realized how ridiculous all my past pride was. I didn't want to die at their hands, so I secretly left the immortal sect. Perhaps this is the only bit of dignity left in my heart. During my time here, I finally understood. Fang Qingshu looked at her neighbors, people she once looked down upon as insignificant ants. But now she felt their genuine warmth. They were truly people of flesh and blood, with body heat and emotions. She nodded gently and said, Thank you, Zhao Kuiji. Thank you, Da Shan Daji Yi. A ferocious growl rang out, and a bulky figure suddenly rushed over, carrying a thick, murderous aura. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this small village to have so much delicious food. Today, this old man will have a feast. The stranger laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Xiaokui and Da Shan, 2 seemingly weak people, unexpectedly stood in front of the monster. Fang Gunyang, you 2 quickly run into the city and find Ye Dan Shren of the Supervision Institute. I'll block it. Xiaokui shouted anxiously. Ha ha ha, what do you think you are, you little ant? The monster sneered, charging forward like a whirlwind. But in an instant, Fang Qingshu unleashed a series of decisive punches, knocking the monster away. He fell down, groaning weakly, his eyes full of doubt. You are an immortal cultivator. Fang Qingshu stood up straight, her eyes sharp. Everyone was surprised. How could Fang Gunyang, who was usually so gentle, do this? Xiao Kui and Dei Shan were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Fang Gunyang, you are really an immortal cultivator, Dei Shan stammered, his face full of surprise. Fang Qingshu gently walked closer to them, a deep sadness flashing in her eyes. Dei Shanji, Zhao Kuiji, thank you for your care during this time. I'm leaving now. She gently raised her hand to cover the tears streaming down her face, hidden behind the blood mask. The demon foxes is very nutritious. Consider this my farewell gift, Fang Qingshu said softly, and turned to leave. Her steps were steady but filled with unspeakable emotions. On the mountaintop, Fang Qingshu met Pei Yungham, whose eyes were full of scrutiny. What? Can't bear to leave? Fang Qingshu bit her lip. These few days, I've felt the essence of life for the first time. But such a life doesn't belong to me. Her voice was hoarse as if trying to suppress the chaotic emotions inside. Pei Yungham smiled softly. You can use another way to protect the life you want to pursue. His eyes flashed. As long as you return to the Kuan Yu Pavilion and become my pawn, I can not only help you restore your appearance, but also help you stand on the top of the Kuan Yu Pavilion. Fang Qingxu was silent, her eyes looking towards the distant horizon. After a moment, she nodded in agreement. The mask was removed, revealing a face full of determination. Starting today, the Fang Qingxu of the past is dead. Her voice was hoarse but full of determination. Tiger Roaring River's dam, at the intersection of Xiang River and Bing Province, is the destination for Cao Meng and Ah Wen. Ah Wen, I've said it many times, this time we're disguised as merchants. Don't call me Da Wang anymore, Cao Meng instructed his close aide. Bing Province is where Ye Ning is carrying out political reforms. I wonder if his new policies can overcome the long-standing problems of our Wei Kingdom. Ah Wen looked doubtful, boss. No matter how amazing this new policy is, I'm afraid it's not some magic cure-all like the rumors claim, right? The two of them entered Shaowang Village, a place that was once hit by disaster. Ah Wen looked bewildered. My lord, are you sure this is the village that was once afflicted? Cao Meng pondered, then bent down to examine the ground. I heard Ye Ning developed something called cement. It's cheap and can be used to pave roads and build houses. Could this be it? Seeing the road full of herders, Cao Meng grew even more puzzled. A small village like this has so much livestock. I heard the villagers say this school also offers free education. Ye Ning's new policy has truly opened my eyes. Is this new policy really as effective as people say? Then perhaps our Wei Kingdom can also. Brother Kao, long time no see. Ye Ning suddenly appeared, interrupting Cao Meng's train of thought. Cao Meng saw Ye Ning and was a little surprised. How is this possible? I clearly hid my tracks. So how did he? Ye Ning suggested. Since you've come all the way to Jinyang, why don't I invite Brother Cao for some tea? The soldiers accompanying Cao Meng immediately got into formation, readying their weapons. But Cao Meng stopped them. Stand down, Lord Yi, long time no see. Cao Meng finally offered a proper greeting. Ye Ning gestured. Brother Kao, after you. The two walked together to enjoy tea in a vibrant peach blossom garden. Cao Meng praised. This trip to Bingju has truly broadened my horizons. This tea of yours, Lord Ye, is also much more fragrant than what I usually drink. Ye Ning sipped his tea. The way of tea should naturally be pure. Too many additives will make it lose its original flavor. One must dare to change to make new discoveries. Indeed, Cao Meng thought to himself. This new tea was invented by him. Suddenly, Cao Meng slammed his teacup onto the table, his tone turning sharp. But reform comes at a cost. At least the old way of brewing tea won't kill anyone. Among all the nations under heaven, even if you want to unify them, there's still a natural order. And my Wei Kingdom has the best living standards. Ye Ning remained completely calm, who said the old ways don't kill people. It's just that Brother Cao stands too high to see it. If I can convince him through peaceful discussion, that would be better, Ye Ning mused. Cao Meng cupped his hands. On my way here, I saw that Lord Ye's new policies truly benefit the nation and its people. It's just a pity that Bingzhou isn't Guizhou. If Brother Kafao has already acknowledged my new policies, then why not embrace reform and innovate? Guizhou can also become Bingzhou. Is Ye Ning's meaning that he wants me to surrender my nation with both hands? Cao Meng flared up in anger, slamming his hand down on the table. No wonder you're so sinister, Ye Ning admitted. This humble one indeed had that intention. The Immortal Sects can no longer ascend to heaven, and the mortal nations have lost their backing. Why must you, sinister one, go against the tide? No wonder Lord Yi invited me for tea. You're not seriously thinking that by controlling me you'll make the entire Wei Kingdom agree to surrender, are you? Cao Meng replied, his tone half suspicious, half teasing. I respect how Cao Xiong conducts himself, and I know the people of Wei wholeheartedly support you, so I, Ye Ning, won't do those things. Ye Ning is certain. However, after the Immortal Sect battle, I want to ask, do the 6 nations still have the strength to fight Great Zhu? Cao Meng pondered, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. I know that none of the 6 nations are currently strong enough to fight Great Zhu. But after all, I, Kao, am a martial artist. And it's hard for me to just hand over the Wei Kingdom with both hands. His voice was soft, but filled with determination. But I also don't want the people of Wei to fall into war because of me. If Lord Ye can destroy my Wei Kingdom without bloodshed, I, Kao, am willing to admit defeat and surrender the country with both hands. Cao Meng's proposal was like a challenge, hidden in humility. Ye Ning looked directly into his eyes, his gaze containing deep, unfathomable thoughts. In the capital of Great Zihao, people were packed together, chatting. Have you heard? The Wei Kingdom has merged with us. I heard Lord Ye didn't spend a single soldier or grain, and moved the King of Wei with his sincerity. News of the Wei Kingdom's surrender spread like wildfire, bringing surprise and curiosity to the people. Ye Ning's sincerity and his miraculous strategy became the hot topic of every conversation in the royal city. The atmosphere in Great Zhao was much more lively. Everyone looked at Ye Ning. Their eyes were full of curiosity and respect. As soon as Ji Mingyu saw Ye Ning, she hurried over, the smile on her face radiating joy and curiosity. "You've worked hard, Ye Qing. Tell me quickly, how did you persuade Cao Meng?" Ye Ning replied calmly. "The king of Wei proposed that if I could destroy the Wei kingdom without resorting to arms, he would voluntarily surrender. So I proposed the Grace Extinguishment Edict." Ji Mingyue and the court officials were somewhat confused when they heard this. Grace Extinguishment Edict? Ji Mingyu frowned, her face full of doubt. Recalling that time, Ye Ning once said to Cao Meng, "Cao Xiang has 7 children, so I will ask the court to establish the Wei kingdom as an appanage, divided equally among them." "This is clearly a good thing," Cao Meng replied. "Each of my children has an appanage, and their descendants too." Suddenly he realized something. That's not right. If each generation divides like this, in less than 3 generations, it will already be. Ji Mingyue also guessed at this point. In this way, the Wei kingdom will be divided into countless small countries, existing in name only. Therefore, the king of Wei kept his promise and surrendered the country. "Ye Ning, you are indeed a strategist." Ji Mingyue nodded slightly, her eyes full of admiration. The officials in the court all praised in confusion. Ye Ning didn't use soldiers. What a brilliant Grace Extinguishment Edict. Lord Ye's brilliant plan. Ji Mingyue also praised. Ye Qing helped Great Zhao quell the rebellion and persuaded the Wei kingdom to surrender, a great achievement. Issue an edict, appoint Ye Ning as Duke of Jin, take over 100,000 households, plus the position of Grand Tutor University Scholar. Ye Ning frowned, secretly thinking uncomfortably. Why is this dog emperor giving me so many titles? Does he want to exhaust me to death? At this time, Liu Shen stepped forward. Today there is another big matter that needs the Great Grandmaster's advice, and that is His Majesty's marriage. Ji Mingyu blushed when she heard this. Flustered, Liu Shen continued. Great Zhu cannot be without an heir. Please, Great Grandmaster, advise His Majesty to establish a queen and have children soon. Ye Ning sneered. So you stab me in the back. Today I will let you taste this, he thought, and then agreed with Liu Shen. General Liu is right. His Majesty should indeed consider marriage and have a crown prince for Great Zhu soon. Ji Mingyue decided. Is it today? No. Among the millions of men in the world, my heart only has him. It's just not the time to reveal my identity yet. The world is not yet stable. If I reveal my identity, I am afraid that it will bring disaster to Great Zhu. If that's the case, let's just do it the same way as last time. Aunt Jiang was confused. Last time? How? Meanwhile, on Ye Ning's side, he and Cao Meng were drinking and celebrating. Lord Ye, now we're both imperial retainers. We won't leave until we're completely hammered. Cao Meng offered a toast. Outside, a few eunuchs were gossiping. Lord Katio and Lord Yi are really going at it today. Lord Yi looks like he's about to go down. Ye Ning clutched his head. Why is the booze so strong today? Cao Meng was already a bit tipsy. We haven't even had that much, have we? Keep going. Only a moment later, both of them were so drunk they collapsed. Old Liu walked in and instructed, take Lord Yi to the heavenly chamber to rest. The servants took Ye Ning to the heavenly chamber, while he was still completely smashed. Just then, someone was at the door. It was Ji Mingyu. She was holding a bowl of hot soup. You dog of a man, this is the first time in my life I've served someone. Ye Lang, drink your medicine, she muttered. Ye Ning was completely out of it, that guy. Ye Ning. He suddenly jolted awake and roared. Keep drinking, this daddy ain't given up yet. Then he blanked out again and slumped back down. Ji Mingyu used a towel to wipe Ye Ning's face. He groggily woke up and grabbed her hand. You look so familiar. Ji Mingyu didn't resist, only shyly responded. Ye Lang. She let down her long hair, pressed her cheek against Ye Ning's hand, and asked, see if you can tell who I am. Her voice didn't hide her tenderness. Capio, bro, I just remember it seems like a few things happened. That dream last night. Could it really have been a dream? Ye Ning closed his eyes to think. She recalled, that's wrong. A man could not possibly have such an exceptional temperament unless, Ye Ning thought for a moment, and then went to find Ji Mingyu, Lord Ye. His Majesty isn't feeling well today and can't see you. Ye Ning just frowned and didn't answer. After a moment, he left. From above, Aunt Jiang observed, Ji Mingyu, Her Majesty's just hiding like this is really. His Majesty sends word, telling you to take care of your health. Tell him. Receiving the items, Ye Ning's mood was heavy. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. When I get back, I'm definitely going to get some things straight. Ye Ning set off for Qi Kingdom, with Nanggong Liangren escorting him. Mo Li and Shuang Xuan hopped around like sparrows, eagerly anticipating the scenery of Qi Kingdom. Is there really an East Forest Great Sea? Mo Li jumped up and down, her eyes shining like stars. Awesome. I've never seen the Great Sea before. Shuang Xuan nodded vigorously, her face full of excitement. The two young girls were as innocent as the morning sun, completely unaware of the dangers that awaited ahead. Ye Ning was speechless and sighed. Hey, we're not going on vacation. The Great Sea. His reminder was like a breeze passing by, unable to shake the two girls' excitement. Morali still peered outside, yelling, "If you two don't sit still, I'm throwing you out there." Ye Ning's carriage eventually arrived at Linzi County in Qi Kingdom. The scene before them stunned everyone. Even the vegetable sellers and buyers bowed to each other during transactions. "Are the people here crazy?" Mojoli shook her head, unable to believe her eyes. Ye Ning sighed. Qi State is the homeland of sages, so people here are bound by their philosophies from a young age. That makes their actions and thoughts super conservative and kinda weird. The common folks' lives look peaceful, but they're imprisoned by these rotten ideologies, just barely scraping by. News of Ye Ning's arrival in Qi State reached King Tianzong of Qi. "That guy Ye finally made it. Assistant tutor, how are your preparations?" Kong Li, who was tasked by King Qi to debate Ye Ning, sat beside him, stroking his beard confidently. "Just you wait. This old man will debate him into silence." Ye Ning's carriage entered the vast and magnificent Kong residence. As soon as they arrived, a few people started discussing, "Is that the reborn Confucian scholar, Master Ye? I wonder who will win this debate." Kong Li slowly walked out, his eyes full of contempt for Ye Ning. Ye Ning, such a tiny person, yet he makes these scholars look down on him, spouting nonsense about propriety in the middle of the street. What kind of decorum is that? While Kong Li was still rambling on, Ye Ning's horse suddenly appeared, blocking his way, clearly showing its displeasure. It snorted roughly, giving Kong Li goosebumps. Ye Ning calmly stepped down from the carriage, his tone full of disdain. "Wow, this place is huge. And what's with all this decorum talk?" Kong Li, who'd barely even said hello, quickly started scolding. "As a junior, to dare stand on your carriage so brazenly upon arriving at the sagely residence. Truly disrespectful." "Oh." Ye Ning stared blankly at him, asking innocently, "The sage who founded Confucianism is indeed respectable, but where is the sage now?" Kong Li immediately defended. "Although the sage is no longer with us, the Kong residence represents the sage." "Who said?" Ye Ning retorted. "This is something the whole world knows," Kong Li stubbornly retorted. Ye Ning countered. "Who gave you the right to represent the whole world? Is there clear written documentation?" Ye Ning's question made Kong Li both flustered and angry. "Ye Ning, don't forget our main purpose today is to debate Confucianism, not to argue about useless things." "Who said I would debate with you?" Ye Ning crossed his arms, his tone full of hidden meaning. Kong Li responded with a huff. At this moment, Ye Ning suddenly exuded a powerful energy like a roaring tiger. "Who made you mistakenly think you're worthy of discussing terms with this official? If you start a war with Great Zhu, does Qi State even have the capital for that?" "This time I came to Qi State just passing by, but what I saw along the way made this official extremely displeased, so I decided to come here and give a good scolding to a shameless old geezer like you. You are disloyal, unfilial, inhumane, unrighteous." Ye Ning just kept unleashing a barrage of insults at Kong Li, making him fall to the ground and vomit blood. Standing beside them, another man angrily glared. "How dare you insult the Yansheng Duke like that? Your cultivation is fundamentally unworthy of managing the Saint Academy," Ye Ning scoffed. "And you are worthy then." Ye Ning frowned, his eyes sharp as blades. "There's a saying, the capable become teachers. You really think you're better than me in any way? What qualifications do you even have to talk down to me?" Every single word was like a punch to the man's face, making him unable to bear it and collapse. An hour later, Ye Ning finally calmed down. Ye Bansheng had a verbal sparring match with all the scholars of the Kong residence. Everyone was trembling with fear, unable to believe their ears. "He's not wrong. Master Yi's words have awakened everyone. This old man's half-life has been lived in vain." Kong Li couldn't take it anymore, his whole body exuding angry QA. "Brat, today this old man will expel you from the Confucian sect and destroy your cultivation. See how you can spout nonsense now? That brush is a holy artifact of the Confucian school. Even Master Kong couldn't do this." The people around him tried to stop him. "Master Kong, don't act rashly." Ye Ning wasn't flustered in the slightest. "Want to destroy my Dao cultivation? This old man is already rich from having too much Dao cultivation. I can't even die." Kong Li immediately picked up his brush and wrote a character. "After the sage, the Kong family is the head of Qi Kingdom. Now, I use the brush of the sage to expel Ye Ning from the Confucian school." Ye Ning didn't hesitate. He released righteous Qi, and then it shined, absorbing all those characters, and shot them back at Kong Li, catching him off guard and sending him straight into the wall. The holy artifact brush of the Confucian school turned into dust because of that. You. Kong Li's eyes popped out. Unable to speak, Ye Ning stepped in front of him. "Kong Li, although you have many titles and positions, you've long forgotten the essence of what it means to read books. My literary foundation." Kong Li clutched his body. "My literary foundation is broken. I have to start all over again." Ye Ning turned away. That way, there might still be a chance to return to Confucianism. Just then, the king of Qi ran out and knelt down, begging. "Great Grandmaster, Qi Kingdom surrenders." In his heart, he understood that they couldn't win at all. Compared to fighting to the death, it was better to surrender and exchange it for a chance to live. In the first year of Kai Yuan, the Qi Kingdom surrendered, was merged into Wangtian, and he was imprisoned by the Surveillance Institute. His son, Tianjian, led the Qi Kingdom royalty, and hurriedly went to the capital. Rain poured down, and waves crashed against the towering rocks. The sea breeze howled, carrying the salty taste of the ocean and blowing it onto their faces. Ye Ning, you can totally stay at the inn with those two maids. I'll be fine going alone, Ye Ning advised Nangang Liangren. His voice was as warm as sunlight piercing through the dark clouds. No way. Nangang Liangren shook her head. Her eyes were worried. Ahead should be the Mist Island that Sister Pele mentioned. Ye Ning looked into the distance, where the sea and sky merged into a hazy white gray. Let's go. He and Nangang Liangren set off, stepping into the dense fog, stepping onto the island. Ye Ning suddenly startled. Before his eyes was a gigantic, gaunt dragon skeleton lying sideways on the damp ground. The skeleton was like a giant monster sleeping soundly. Its bones were pale white under the hazy sunlight. 2 true dragon bones. This is a true dragon killed by humans in the ancient war, Ye Ning said softly. Even though it was dead, he could still feel the undissipated energy. Why isn't Sister Pei here? Could it be that she continued to go deeper into the island? Let's go ahead and take a look, Nangang Liangren reminded. Be careful, this island is strange. Ye Ning said, I already saw it, this island. Looks like it is full of vitality, but I don't feel any at all. Liangren picked up a stone and threw it down. Because all of this is just an illusion of the rules of creation. This island is a clever, independent space. Suddenly, a melodious and warm voice rang out from behind. It turned out to be Pei Yungham, who had just appeared. You've arrived. Of course, Ye Ning replied with a bright smile. His eyes lit up when he saw Pei Yungham. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited. I told you, next time we meet, I'll be the one to come find you. You owe me from last time, wink wink. Ye Ning and Pei Yungham were almost lip-locking, when suddenly, Old Man Kumu coughed a few times from behind, startling them and turning their faces red. Oops, caught in the act. Greetings, senior. Since Lord Ye is here, let's get down to business first, Kumu said coldly, clearly unimpressed by the almost kiss. 4 figures climbed to the mountain's peak. The Wanlong abyss loomed beneath the misty clouds. Little Yi bro, take a look down there. Ye Ning's voice was hoarse. Beneath us, a dragon is chained by 9 chains, sealing a true dragon. Now only 4 chains remain intact. These 2 broken chains, Ye Ning clearly recognized, were bitten off by something. Choo-choo. But the Quetis sect wouldn't do something that would result in both sides losing. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that you and Pei Yunham are both controlled by Mo Li? Is she playing puppet master with you two? He smirked teasingly. This fox is pretty fierce. Can't keep it tamed at all. You should raise it. Mo Li explained. Quote, Mo Li internally sighs at Ye Ning's teasing. You already have 2 women, and you still want to raise a pet, Ye Ning retorted. The demon emperor inside was seething. This emperor is not a pet. Hey, it's injured. Ye Ning picked up the demon emperor, ignoring its struggles. It must have snuck some stuff from some cultivator during cultivation and got beaten up. Naughty, naughty. Damn it. This emperor didn't sneak anything. Suddenly, Ye Ning stroked it and channeled chi into it. It's very cute. Since there's fate, just raise it. Who needs you to raise me? The demon emperor thought to itself. HMPH. This chi is righteous chi. Only great Confucians have it. He's healing me. Unexpectedly, righteous chi is quite comfortable. AWW, yes. At the demon race's lair, thick, lustrous energy surrounded it like mysterious and bewitching mist. The demon king of the demon race was sitting inside. A subordinate was reporting, I'm afraid Her Highness has secretly run out. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, the demon emperor is young. Her temperament is naturally unruly, but your majesty spoils her too much on a daily basis. Lies. The demon king roared in anger. When did this king spoil her? Is it wrong for a child to like running around everywhere? No, but humans are treacherous. Hopefully, the demon emperor won't be deceived by them. The demon emperor, currently with Ye Ning, was being stroked by him. Look at these high-class furs. Only the simplest stroking technique is needed. The demon emperor was satisfied, so comfortable. Standing next to Mo Lai and Xuan were also excited. Wow, let me stroke it too. Ye Ning found you. Nangang Liangren approached, his voice echoing in the air. The demon emperor raised its head, its eyes flashing with suspicion. He's Ye Ning, and this is Nangang Liangren. Noticing the demon emperor's suspicion. Not good. He's very strong. I can't handle it. I'm just a normal fox. Ye Ning smiled lightly and innocently, picking up the demon emperor. My pet is usually obedient. The demon emperor was annoyed but still tried to endure. Damn it, don't I need face? Nangang Liangren shook his head, his gaze unwavering. He pointed to the pile of books he had brought. These are all records of the war between humans and demons in ancient times. History time. The demon emperor stood beside, its eyes wide with surprise. Unexpectedly, he's the spiritual leader of the human race, Ye Ning. If I kill him now, Then the demon emperor backed away, preparing to attack. Ye Ning was still focused on reading the ancient pages. Unaware of the demon emperor's plot, he asked Nanggong Liangren. The reason for the war was because the demons enslaved humans. What do you think? I'm not sure. Nanggong Liangren shook his head. What's recorded in the books isn't necessarily the truth. Hearing this, the demon emperor was confused. Impossible. The history I know is completely different. It's clearly the humans who oppress the demons. No mistake. Ye Ning agreed with Nanggong Liangren. Therefore, I want to learn about the demons and understand more about the truth of this historical period. That way, maybe we can find a way to deal with the demon emperor's bloodline. The truth of history, huh? Nanggong Liangren pondered. The jade pendant on his clothes trembled slightly, as if affirming a secret. Senior. An urgent voice echoed through the dark forest. I just heard some super important news. It's about the very survival of the world. Did you know that the primordial era was once invaded by darkness? The Grand Elder was there too. A few days ago, the 13 Immortal Sects gathered their forces and headed to Liangji Mountain again. They discovered that the seal of Liangji Mountain had been severely damaged, and the mountain suppressing the seal showed abnormal signs. The invasion of darkness is enough to destroy the world. Nanggong Liangren fell silent, his eyes seemingly lost in invisible anxiety. Darkness invasion. Pei Yungham frowned. Could it be that this world is still being eyed by that forbidden world? Ye Ning was also stunned upon hearing the news of the darkness invasion. World after world being destroyed. Damn. The demon emperor next to him looked confused. Why haven't I ever heard of this? Could it be that those seals weren't just for sealing the demon race? Ye Ning felt a mix of joy and worry, his mood as turbulent as a whirlpool. Isn't this the good opportunity I've been longing for? But, destroying the world, they will also... He glanced at Mo Li, Xuan, Nanggong Liangren, and then everyone else. If I just stand by and watch them die, what's the point of me being invincible? If I can die before the darkness invades, I'll have time to go back and prevent this catastrophe. A firm will ignited in his eyes. Ye Ning raised his voice. Demon race. We can only rely on the demon race now. Inside the sealed land at Liangji Mountain, a demon was gleefully laughing. Fixing it is useless. Just wait for me to break the seal, and the demon race will see the light again. He raised his staff and slammed it into the ground, and suddenly, spots of shimmering light appeared and rose from the ground. Following the demon's instructions, they crashed into the formations, exploding with a bang. After just a moment, a bizarre-looking giant emerged from a spatial gate, along with a large cauldron placed in front of the demon. 1,000 years ago. His voice rumbled deeply. When you humiliated the demon race, did you ever think you'd have this day? But still, I have to thank you. If you hadn't thrown yourself into the demon race's seal, how would I have a bright future? The demon waved his staff, creating a powerful energy ball, throwing it straight ahead and shouting, Ji Wuqian, just watch as the Yi race break the seal and slaughter all the people of Dazhao. The demon king's energy gathered in one place, surrounding that tall mountain. Ha! See if you wake up this time. The demon king laughed triumphantly. The mountain ahead began to shake violently, the strange movements containing a terrifying power. Ji Wuqian, I've come to give you some good news, the demon king cackled, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes, his voice echoing with glee. Your great Chu is now being carved up by warlords, devastated, and the people are suffering. The massive mountain in the distance continued to tremble like a beast awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. Excellent. Keep attacking him. Wait for the seal to weaken a bit more, and the demon race will once again regain its freedom. From afar, worried eyes looked towards the sky, where a strange light was flashing. A celestial phenomenon. Could it be that there's a problem with the seal on Tianzhu Mountain? Within Ye Ning's group, everyone also noticed this unusual change. Looks like things are happening faster than we predicted, if everything really goes as Ye Ning says. The demon emperor panicked, hurriedly turning back towards the demon race. This time, our race has made a mistake. Must quickly return to investigate everything at the imperial palace. Ji Mingyu stood by the window, her eyes gazing towards the horizon. He's probably seeing that phenomenon too, right? She thought to herself. A hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Zhao Qianqian entered, gently saying, Your Majesty, you are pregnant. You need to rest and take care of yourself. Ji Mingyue stroked her pregnant belly, her face flushed. This child might make you work a little harder. I'll tell everyone outside that you gave birth to her. Zhao Qianqian nodded. However, even if we can deceive the world, can we deceive him? Ji Mingyu hesitated. Hide it if we can. What if we can't hide it? What can he do to me? Just then, Ye Ning suddenly sneezed a few times. He scratched his nose, chuckling. Looks like someone's missing me a lot. Inside Tianzhu Mountain, the sealing grounds were gradually weakening like a wounded beast. Its every breath feeble. Ye Ning, along with Nanggong Liangren, were trekking through mountains and forests, heading towards that place, their footsteps heavy, as if carrying the fate of an entire world. HMPH. What happens in Juju is none of your baldy and devil's business, Pei Yongham shouted, her voice like a thunderclap directly towards the Immortal Sect crowd. Amitabha. What happens in Juzhou is the business of the Buddhist sect. The high monk's voice was deep and warm like a bronze bell, but contained an indescribable power. Looks like after the Zhang River battle you guys recovered quickly. Ye Ning appeared from a spatial portal like a god. Dudes, if you have a problem, come at me. He stepped out, his eyes sharp as blades. Ye Ning. The Immortal Sect crowd was stunned. You really came, but why is he here? The fear in their eyes when they looked at Nangong Liangren was obvious, as if they were seeing a terrifying nightmare. Zhu Zheng. The important thing, huh? Why are they running? Ye Ning looked at the Immortal Sect crowd running away, a look of frustration on his face. He looked towards Nangong Liangren. Yeah, makes sense. People get scared just being near you. Ye Ning and the others quickly headed towards the sealed area, and a massive mountain appeared before their eyes. It stood tall like a giant, obscuring the sky. This mountain suppressing the seal doesn't seem very stable. The seal has indeed been broken, Ye Ning said in a deep voice, his words like thunder echoing in the space. The people from the Immortal Sect also came out. It's the Demon King. They pointed forward, their faces full of worry. Demon King. Seeing humans. A delighted laugh rang out like thunder. Ha ha, you finally arrived. You're here. The Immortal Sect immediately charged to attack. If you completely break the seal, the demon race will still be killed by the monsters invading. The Demon King blocked the attack. I didn't completely break the seal, just weakened it. Everything the demon race has is given by you humans, the Demon King sneered, summoning a giant snake as big as a building, and charged towards the Immortal Sect. This time, we won't be the losers anymore. The giant snake roared like a raging tornado, causing the earth to shake and mountains to move, its aura terrifying. Suddenly, a strange feeling rushed from within Ye Ning. From the moment I entered this place, I've had a very familiar feeling. This place seems to be resonating with something, Ye Ning whispered, his tone full of emotion. Indeed, the Fangzheng sword faintly vibrated, seemingly sensing something as well. The giant mountain in front of them shifted even more, with rocks and debris flying everywhere. The Demon King shouted loudly, Ji Wuqian. Do you feel the connection yet? Everyone who heard this name froze for a few seconds. You're saying that huge mountain is Ji Wuqian? The Demon King laughed gleefully. Ji Wuqian, you sacrificed yourself to protect this world. But the Great Zoo was still plundered by some greedy bastard, causing the people to suffer. Open your eyes and look. The people standing before you are the culprits who destroyed Great Zoo. As soon as the Demon King finished speaking, Ji Wuqian slowly opened his eyes, his two pupils a fiery green, and the mountain began to move, its spiritual energy radiating even more intensely, wrapping around it like a giant curtain. Very good. This level is enough to lift the seal on the demon race, the Demon King gloated. HMPH. Ji Wuqian suddenly roared, the sound echoing throughout the mountains and rivers, its power extraordinary, shattering rocks and earth. The Immortal Sect were terrified. You fiend, the seal has been broken. Do you want everyone to die together? The Demon King was immediately a little scared. Trisk. This aura. Could the thing Ji Wuqian sealed really be as terrifying as humans say? The Demon King's face turned pale, no longer with the gleeful look from before. No way, I have to tell the humans about this. This old man doesn't have time to play with you. With that, the Demon King shot off like an arrow. The people of the Immortal Sect hurriedly chased after him. Ji Wuqian's roar echoed behind them. Ye Ning stood below, his eyes sparkling. It seems the Demon King's words provoked him. If the Fangzheng sword can resonate with him, then Ye Ning pointed the Fangzheng sword towards Ji Wuqian and then launched it straight at Ji Wuqian. Go! The Fangzheng sword flew away, piercing directly into Ji Wuqian's body. Immediately, the pierced area emitted a dazzling light, and the spiritual energy released was somewhat gentler than before. Suddenly, Ye Ning's entire group was teleported away. They were surrounded by an empty space, the gigantic mountain nowhere to be seen. Everyone was surprised. Did we get kicked out of the sealed zone? Did the sealed zone stabilize? Nangong Liangren wondered. Looking around in a daze, Ye Ning nodded slightly, looking up. Well, only temporarily. I can feel Ji Wuqian's power waning. So, what can we do to stop the darkness from invading? We'll all listen to you. Please give us your instructions, Buddha. The Buddhist monks also bowed their heads, their eyes filled with worry. Ye Ning mused. Only by dying quickly and becoming invincible will there be a glimmer of hope. Right now, only the demon race can kill me, everyone. Ye Ning turned around to resist the invasion of the darkness. We must gather all our strength. This concerns the survival of the world. We must put aside all prejudices and fight together. The Immortal Sect immediately protested. Join forces with demons? Are you kidding me? Kumu wasn't having it either. I'd reconsider if the Immortal Sect became my dog. Ye Ning jumped in at that moment. Of course, it's not just you guys. We also need to join forces with the demon race. What? Everyone was shocked, speechless, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. They couldn't believe Ye Ning would make such a bold suggestion. Ye Ning, do you know what you're saying? This whole thing started with the demon race, and you want to team up with them? The demon race is only doing it for living space. If the darkness invades, it'll be a disaster for them too. Therefore, I've decided to go to the 10,000 mountains to persuade them. Are you crazy? Ye Ning's words were like a cold wind, making everyone shiver. He dares to face the demon race alone. Isn't he risking too much? In the 10,000 mountains, the demon emperor has finally returned. Your Majesty, quite stubborn, aren't we? Po Tian gritted his teeth. So you know to come back, huh? The demon emperor was flustered. Niu Ye Ye, I was wrong. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Niu Ye Ye. This time when I went out, I met someone named Ye Ning, and also learned something very important. Po Tian coldly asked, are you saying the humans betrayed us? And there's more to the sealing of us here. Your Majesty, demon emperor. Other demons chimed in. Are you being fooled by that Ye Ning? Humans are treacherous and cunning? Is the darkness invasion really as scary as the humans say? Sounds like an exaggeration, the demon emperor said. That's right. Suddenly, a voice slowly approached. It was the demon king. The matter of the darkness invasion is definitely more complicated than we think. I've already broken the seal, according to the plan. Who? The demon race's day to rise is here. However, the aura radiating from the seal is filled with resentment and despair. Looks like we were careless this time. The old man is getting old. Screw this darkness crap. I'm gonna tear him to shreds, the demon emperor said. Even though it hasn't been long, but I don't think humans are as treacherous as everyone says. Maybe we can still team up with humans like we did in the ancient times. No way. A lot of them immediately objected. You want to get betrayed by humans again? Po Tian piped up. Even though humans are crafty, I don't want to see the demon race go extinct either. If Ye Ning dares to come to the Xiwan Dashan alone, I might consider a team-up. In Dazhu, he has to give me an answer by tomorrow. She pulled out jade seals and placed them on the table. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, piercing the blue sky. From it, a majestic golden dragon flew out, roaring to the heavens. Dazhu is finally about to welcome an undying dynasty. In this lifetime, I got to witness the rise of Dazhao again. Ji Mingyu looked up at the sky, her eyes full of determination. Ye Ning, everything is changing because of you. Even if it costs me more, I won't let anything happen to you. Over at the Immortal Sects, the atmosphere was heavy and anxious. Can't we even risk a fight by combining all the power of the Immortal Sects? One of the elders sighed, full of regret. As times change, the decline of the Immortal Sects is inevitable. Now, we can only try to suck up to Dazhao to beg for a place to live. This Dazhao is already an undying imperial family, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased 30-fold. Perhaps this is also a turning point for us. If the spiritual energy continues to be so rich, the seniors who have ascended to the upper realm will have a chance to return. At that time, not only can we stop the invasion of the darkness, but for Dazhu, that's a great idea. Another elder clapped his hands in appreciation. Now we'll find a way to contact the upper realm immediately. This matter is important, and we can't let Dazhao and Ye Ning know. Pretend to suck up to Dazhu first, and then counterattack after the seniors return. All fellow Taoists present today are not allowed to leave before this matter is accomplished. Fang Qingshu and Mo Hawanian stood hidden in the darkness, listening to every word. Crap. We have to get this important news out. At this time, Ye Ning was heading to the demon race's lair with Nanggong Liangren by his side. At the end of the Black Sea is Xiwan Dashan. Do you really want to go? Trust me, Ye Ning smiled brightly. I won't seek death for no reason. And death isn't necessarily the end. It's time for us to say goodbye. The road ahead is mine alone. If you follow, I'll die for you to see, Ye Ning warned. And so, he entered Xiwan Dashan alone, his whole body radiating righteous qi, heading forward like a bright torch in the darkness. Righteous qi has this use. The demons immediately rushed out, their eyes bloodshot and warlike. An intruder, it's a human, a puny human, wants to die. Kill him, yes. Finally, Ye Ning was overjoyed. Finally, some action. Just then, a deep voice rang out. Stop. He's a guest we invited. It turned out to be Po Tian. Be a little polite, Demon King. Niu Po Tian, human Ye Ning, Mr. Ye. This way, please. His Majesty the Demon Emperor is waiting. Po Tian gestured to the side. Po Tian led Ye Ning to the demon's hall. Seeing him, all the demons called out, Mr. Ye, you've been expected. Their attitude was very strange, completely different from the usual hostility. What's going on? Ye Ning was confused. Did these demons accidentally take the wrong medicine? Why are they being so polite? Human Ye Ning, paying respects to His Majesty the Demon Emperor, skip the formalities. The Demon Emperor, in human form, was sitting on the throne. You little punk, even you're bowing to me now. I didn't expect you to actually come, Ye Ning stated. I'm here today because I have something important to discuss with His Majesty. You all know that the Dark Invasion is about to happen again. Whether we live or die depends on this one time. Ye Ning thought to himself, I believe that humans and demons should put aside their hatred and resist the Dark Invasion together. Come on, just kill me already. Ye Ning waited eagerly. But not many demons reacted. What's going on? Why are the demons so calm? Ye Ning frowned. Could it be we've become friends? The demon emperor, propping up his chin on the throne, said. Continue. The demon emperor's eyes were full of hidden meaning, making Ye Ning shiver involuntarily. Ye Ning frowned slightly. Looks like I have to play my trump card, he thought to himself. Even though the demon race was once suppressed by humans, only when both sides are willing to let go of their grudges can there be hope for a better future. Humans were the ones who oppressed us, and now they want us to let go of our grudges. A demon raised his voice in anger, grumbling. Yes, Ye Ning nodded. That's the only way. Pa Tian stepped forward. Mr. Ye, if you want us to believe you, you have to do something to prove your sincerity, right? For thousands of years, the demon race has been sealed under this endless, dark Shiwandashan, tortured by nightmares and black smoke every day. And all of this stems from the sealed dark path. Po Tian pointed to the deep abyss, his voice hoarse like a ghost's whisper. Our request is very simple, which is to let humans feel the suffering of living in the darkness, Ye Ning replied calmly. The war between the demon race and humans, in the true sense, there is no right or wrong, and there is no need to involve all humans, so you're rejecting our proposal. Po Tian was a little annoyed. No, Ye Ning denied. Looking directly at Po Tian, Demon Emperor, a majestic figure standing in the middle of the demons, came out, his voice full of majesty. Do you know what you're saying? Entering here is no different from seeking death. Ye Ning gave a courageous smile, his eyes as bright as a shooting star in the dark night. If doing so can break the barrier between the demon race and humans, his voice echoed in the space. What's wrong with dying? He jumped into the churning vortex without hesitation, like an eagle diving into the abyss. No. The demon emperor hurriedly tried to stop him, a scream ringing out. This guy is really not afraid of death. The demons now also lowered their heads in shame. Immortal Master, truly righteous, I'm impressed. I didn't expect there to be someone who isn't afraid of death. Seriously, are you kidding me? Ye Ning was confused in his heart, his inner voice like a whisper in the wind. Are you guys crazy? Let me die? Hurry up and pull the Immortal Master up. I'll lend a hand. From the bottom of the deep sea, killing intent surged like black chains, tightening around Ye Ning. He stood firm, activating his protective shield, but everything around him was hazy, not a ray of light, not sensing the breath of any living creature. The world was dead silent, shrouded in a chilling stillness. Come on, if there's any danger, just come at me, Ye Ning's voice echoed with an unyielding spirit. Immediately, ferocious roars echoed around him. A murderous aura swirled like a storm, suffocating his breath. From the shadows, red eyes, like those of wild beasts, stared intently at him, filled with hatred. Ye Ning frowned. Damn it, these disgusting monsters. Countless creatures leaped from the darkness, ferociously intent on tearing him apart. So this place can stir up all the negative emotions in people's minds. The monsters rushed towards Ye Ning like madmen, causing him to tremble, clutching his head, struggling to resist. The darkness enveloped him, threatening to swallow him whole, leaving him feeling desperate and helpless. At Mount Tianzhu, the power of the Fangjang sword still surrounded it, emitting a strange light. Ji Mingyu stared intently at the Fangjang sword, her eyes filled with worry. Can the Fangjang sword sense something? Could it be that Ye Ning? Monsters from everywhere poured out with a fierce, murderous aura, as if wanting to devour Ye Ning. But suddenly, an extremely powerful surge of righteous qi emanated from within him. Brilliant white light dispelled the darkness, driving back the monsters. The monsters, terrified, scattered, and fled in disarray. The demon emperor looked down into the abyss, his eyes filled with surprise. Look! From the bottom of the abyss, there's a light of righteous qi emanating, as bright as a torch in the darkness. Could it be Ye Ning? The demon emperor wondered to himself, his eyes full of astonishment. Po Tian couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Eternal destruction lies at the bottom of the abyss, no matter how powerful Ye Ning is. It's his righteous qi. I've sensed this power before, the demon emperor said, his voice filled with delight. This is the intersection of darkness and light. If it's him. The surge of righteous qi grew stronger and stronger, emitting a brilliant light, dominating the darkness. Can you feel it? The demon emperor asked, his eyes fixed on the abyss, filled with anticipation. Po Tian nodded. The power of darkness lurking in the Shiwandashan is gradually weakening. They're starting to surge towards the abyss. A light flashed. Ye Ning was fighting against the abyss, in a swirling storm of dark, murderous intent. His power was like a lightning bolt piercing the night. Ye Ning was still safe and sound, standing firm within the shield of righteous qi. In Great Zhu, the sky turned a brilliant golden color. This aura, Taishang exclaimed in delight, it's Brother Ye. He's illuminating the earth. Lord Ye is indeed a peerless genius of all time. Liu Shen, standing beside him, marveled. At this moment, Ye Ning had become a saint, His righteous chi enveloped him, spreading across the sky, forming a radiant path. Could it be that Ye Ning kid, the demon emperor, and the demon race wondered? What's going on? This path of righteous chi is flying across the demon race's territory, startling them, and heading towards the seal of the Xuandishan, restoring its vitality. Po Tian was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Ye Ning, on the other hand, felt distressed. What's going on? I'm getting even stronger again. Congrats, Ye Sheng. The demon race bowed before Ye Ning. Showing their respect, Ye Ning chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It's really not that praiseworthy. As expected of a saint, Po Tian clasped his hands, his attitude humble. We will keep our promise and join forces with humanity. However, to fully unite with the demon race, Ye Sheng needs to persuade the dragon race as well. Eyes turned bloodshot. The human race's fleet. Since when did they create these kinds of ships? Seeing Ao Ting rushing towards him, Mu Guanying shouted, enemy incoming. Prepare to bombard. Fire! Volleys of cannonballs exploded, creating a rain of fire, slamming straight into Ao Ting. His massive body was violently attacked. Painful howls echoed across the sea. Ao Ting tried to dodge, but the cannon fire still chased after him, giving him no chance to escape. Ah, he cried out. Despicable humans. From the observation deck, a soldier yelled, General, eyes! His voice stern. Invading our territory must come with a price. A dragon race elder asked suspiciously, You are Ye Ning. I am who I am. Ye Ning replied, his voice full of confidence. The elder transformed into his human form, his face full of anger, forcing the demon race to submit. And now you want the dragon race to obey you too? Ye Ning coldly replied. Cooperation with the demon race is completely voluntary. As for the dragon race, I never intended to force you, but now I've changed my mind. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Ye Ning suddenly roared. Spiritual energy erupted violently from his entire body. What? The dragon race elder was stunned. It's the power of rules? I can't believe he knows the power of rules. Our demon power is being restricted. Ao Ting anxiously asked. Elder? What do we do? Things aren't going as planned. Didn't you say he wouldn't show up? Don't panic, the elder shouted. Do you want Great Zhu to declare war on the dragon race? Ye Ning replied clearly. You think I'm not qualified? The elder was sweating bullets, trembling. Damn it, this is going way off script. We just wanted to show off a little, but this Ye Ning is so domineering, he said shakily. This whole thing was the human race's fault to begin with. If both sides suffer losses, it's better to reconcile. The lives of the people of Great Zhu are more important to me than anything else. As he spoke, Ye Ning released a powerful spiritual pressure, causing the dragon race to tremble in fear. The elder gasped, staring wide-eyed at the figure that had just appeared. Nangong Liangren suddenly flew next to Ye Ning, softly asking, Need to eliminate them. I have experience, Ekio whispered. Elder, didn't you say he wouldn't show up? How is that killing God, a subordinate of Ye Ning? Mom, I want to go home. Ugh. The elder squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his head, caught between a rock and a hard place. A crisp, clear voice echoed in his mind. I'd advise you guys to just admit defeat. Continuing to resist will only hurt the Dragon Clan. He whirled around in shock, staring at the white fox on Ye Ning's shoulder. The Demon Emperor continued. I am the Demon Emperor, temporarily staying with Ye Ning. The Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan should be allies in the first place. This Ye Ning is petty as hell. If the Dragon Clan insists on doing things their way, I'm afraid even I can't save you. The Dragon Clan elder sighed softly, finally deciding to smile, and said, Yea, great Ye Ning, how much compensation do you need? 3 Dragon Clan members will come in to negotiate, Ye Ning said coldly. 3 hours later, the 3 people from the Dragon Clan stumbled out of Ye Ning's reception room, each looking utterly drained and trembling. A devil. He's a complete devil. Don't spout nonsense. Devils are easier to deal with than him, the elder gasped. Forget it. Giving up some dragon bones and dragon blood can be considered the most lenient compensation. This Ye Ning is no pushover. Maybe admitting defeat this time wasn't such a bad choice. In Great Zhu, one of the 13 Immortal Sects, the old sect leader hovered in the middle of a ritual altar, manipulating a mysterious formation. His voice echoed everywhere. Everyone, endures a little longer. As long as we open the path, the immortals from the upper realm will descend. At that time, don't even mention the Dark Invasion or some Ye Ning. The entire world will surely be under the Immortal Sect's control. Mo Haonian put his hand on a pillar, thinking in confusion. Do I really need to be an informant again? So indecisive? On the other side of the pillar, Feng Qingshu muttered, There's basically no chance to get this message out. I can only rely on myself. If I change a part of the formation, she quietly carved some words, secretly modifying the formation's coordinates. As the formation was activated, the old sect leader laughed wildly. Success! The immortals are descending, Mo Haonian muttered. Maybe I won't be an informant today, huh? From the sky, a colossal foot suddenly pierced through the clouds and landed. The bell from the Immortal Sect's domain echoed throughout the desolate mountains, signaling a major event. The Immortal Sect disciples cried out in alarm. The demon race is descending. All disciples, prepare to defend. A gigantic demon landed, shaking the earth. The elders were flustered. It's a demon general-level devil. How could this be? HMPH. The demon roared with a bone-chilling sound, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Fang Qingshu covered her mouth, trying to stop the demonic energy from invading, trembling as she thought. I only changed one coordinate. Logically speaking, it shouldn't connect to the demon realm. Could it be that the coordinates of the Immortal Sect's predecessors already had problems? I'm screwed, I'm screwed. Mo Haonian shouted in fear. The chess piece sect really doesn't get a peaceful death. Ye Ning and his group stood at a distance, observing. Their faces full of suspicion, Tai Shangao asked in surprise. They endured for so long just to summon the demon race. Ye Ning replied, I guess they probably wanted to summon their ancestors from the upper realm, but the coordinates were wrong, so it connected to the demon realm. The coordinates of the immortal realm and the demon realm are different. Even if something goes wrong, they shouldn't connect. Judging from the aura coming from over there, it's probably connected to some immortal demon battlefield, Nangong Lianggren pondered and said. The immortal demon battlefield, the killing ground for the elites of the immortal realm and the demon realm. You bunch of idiots. Doing that is basically exposing this entire world to everyone on that battlefield. That demonic general waved his hand, sending the Immortal Sect folks flying. From the dark gate, countless demonic cultivators scrambled out, like a pack of wild beasts escaping their cage. The old Immortal Sect leader broke out in a cold sweat, saying, dumbfounded, it's over, we're really done for this time. Ugh. HMPH, HMPH. That demonic general strode confidently back to the immortal devil battlefield, sweeping away anyone in his path like they were ants. The elder collapsed to the ground. It's a trap. Did they just leave like that? They want to monopolize this world, so they temporarily sealed off the gate. Ye Ning's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Seriously, you guys are just impossible to trust. Kumu snorted. When it comes to stirring up trouble, your immortal sect still takes the cake. Even the Dragon Clan elder, Demon Ox King, Po Tian, and Master Faju frowned and added, and you even make us clean up your mess. The immortal sect elder trembled and replied, indeed, everything is our immortal sect's fault, but what good is it for you all to be here? Is there anyone strong enough to deal with the demonic race? Ye Ning said softly. Things might not be as serious as you think. Although the demonic race has descended, it's not the end of the world yet. What? It's highly likely you've linked up with a certain immortal devil battlefield. If the demonic race has already noticed us, then the immortal race on that battlefield must have too, right? Is that really true? How did you come to this conclusion? Nangong replied in a deep voice. Based on the fact that I was once the domain lord of the Blackwater domain in the immortal realm, Blackwater immortal monarch Nangong Lianggren. What, mister? Nangong is an immortal monarch. No wonder, Ye Ning thought to himself. No wonder I kept feeling like this kid was fishy. It's all on me. My boss is an immortal monarch. Nangong looked at the dark array and said softly, they left behind this great night-shifting heaven array. No one can pass through it except for demonic cultivators. They are waiting. Waiting for when other forces no longer care about this world, then they will return. The disciples said in a panic. So we just have to wait here to die, Lord Ye? Senior Nangong, please, you two think of a way. Ye Ning frowned. If I wait for the demonic race to descend and kill me, and then I return unrivaled, I probably won't be in time to save this world, huh? Even Lord Yi has no solution. Is it true that we're really beyond saving this time? You're all hopeless. You never accomplish anything but always manage to screw things up. A bunch of good-for-nothings. But I'll find a way to solve this. Ye Ning's voice rang out unexpectedly. Everyone, head back for now. A moment later, the two of them flew together in the sky. Ye Ning said, if there's truly no other way, then we can only risk our lives to charge into the great night-shifting heaven array and seek help from the immortal race. Nangong said. Actually, there's still one more way, Ye Ning asked curiously. What way? Nangong replied in a deep voice. Moli. Moli was playfully laughing with the children in the city, under the cool shade of the trees. Ye Ning stood by the porch, his voice softly melancholic. I know Moli is a demon, but I can't let her take such a risk. Nangong nodded. I understand how you feel, but she is a demon, and also the most suitable person to travel to the Great Night Shift Heaven. No way. Ye Ning adamantly opposed. Although Mowali is a demon, after spending this time with me, I've come to see her as my little sister. She may seem carefree on the outside, but I can sense that she doesn't want to return to the demon race. Not to mention, having a demon deliver a message to the immortals is already an enormous risk. I can't let my little sister do this. I agree, Nangong replied with a faint smile. The sun rose high, and Mosili said goodbye to her friends. I'm heading back now. Goodbye. Yao Huang watched Mokeli from afar, thinking to himself, this little girl is a demon. Little Bai, give me a hug. Moli gently hugged Yao Huang, thinking to herself, HMPH. How dare this tiny demon tease me, this emperor? But thinking about it, although Molly is a demon, she's kinder than both the demons and humans. I've also been saved by her before. Little by, Molly suddenly teared up. Is she crying? I'm so scared I can sense the aura of humans. I bet they're definitely coming to catch me. I also know Ye Ning is trying to save everyone, but I can only choose to hide. Pretending I don't know anything? Am I being selfish? Yao Huang immediately spoke up. Silly child. Those demons aren't coming for you. Don't overthink it, little bai. You can talk. Morali asked in surprise. I've always been able to, and let's keep this our little secret. Yao Huang jumped to the ground and said softly, I just want you to know, Ye Ning already knows that you're a demon. He was just discussing your matter with Nanggong. Ye Ning has always seen you as his little sister. Ye Ning knows everything, but still wants to protect me. Molly replied awkwardly. So you have to believe Ye Ning will handle this properly. As long as you live well, you're already helping Ye Ning. Definitely don't overthink things. Yeah, Molly replied, sounding less sad. Yao Huang watched Motali leave, worriedly, thinking, I hope she listens to what I said. Late at night, Molly's figure stealthily disappeared behind the door, the demon token held tightly in her hand. Glancing towards Ye Ning's room, her voice was as soft as a whisper. Ye Ning, thank you for giving me such a good life. I wouldn't even dare to dream of a life like this. You've always protected me, protected everyone. Now it's time for me to repay you. As soon as she finished speaking, Mosley shot up onto the roof like a ghost, disappearing into the thick darkness of the night. Nanggong Liangren silently witnessed the whole thing. His eyes were deep in thought, as if containing unspeakable considerations. Immortal Demon Battlefield, Immortal Clan's headquarters. Molly peeked out from behind the wall, trying to reassure herself with a trembling voice. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The Immortals will be reasonable, right? Suddenly, a guard appeared, his gleaming blade slashing straight down. Where did this demonic scum come from? Looking for death, he roared. Muli could only utter a single sound, before darkness engulfed her. At the demon tribe's headquarters, the demon lord asked in a deep voice, Where did you find her aura? Where's Molai? The demon tribe warrior looked confused, reporting, Your subordinate sensed a trace of Her Highness's aura near the Immortal Tribe's encampment, but it vanished quickly. I fear Her Highness has these Immortal Tribe mongrels. The demon lord slammed his hand on the chair, his face full of anger. Even if we turn the heavens and earth upside down, we must bring Molly back here, he ordered with an authoritative tone. The warrior said softly. Demon lord, we've exhausted our resources these past few years searching for Her Highness. If we now clash with the Immortal Tribe, I fear we will. The demon lord snorted coldly. I understand what you mean. Spending the demon tribe's vital energy for a mere girl isn't worth it, is it? He suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Do you still remember the stone tablet that fell from the sky 140,000 years ago? There were 13 prophecies on it, and 12 of them have already come true, and the 13th is the destruction of the demon realm. The ones who will save the demon realm are the outstanding individuals in the Immortal Tribe's prison. A jailer swaggered to Morley's cell. He saw the girl huddled in the corner and called out in a cold voice, Demon, the ancient Immortal Lord wants to see you. Molly was brought into a magnificent grand hall, where the ancient Immortal Lord sat on a throne radiating brilliant light. He asked in a deep voice, You came to Ancient City specifically to deliver this letter. Morley replied softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, although I am a demon, my friends have never looked down on me for being a demon. I truly love that world, I truly love the people there, she explained while flashing a brilliant smile on her face, trying to appear confident. However, her smile couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. After a moment, the ancient Immortal Lord said pensively, The dark world, the scourge the Immortal Realm has been searching for so long, has finally revealed itself. His aged voice contained an indescribable anxiety. Suddenly, a dark-skinned man with silver hair stepped forward. He was Cao Yunhai, a mighty general of the Immortal Tribe. He spoke up, Immortal Lord, there's something suspicious about this. Cao Yunhai looked at Molly, his eyes as sharp as if he wanted to see through her soul. He wondered, how can a tiny lower realm be connected to the immortal demon battlefield? This woman is a demon. How can she live happily with humans in the lower realm? Molai stammered. I accidentally got pushed down to the lower realm by a great formation. I really didn't lie. Her voice trembled with fear. Cao Yunhai drew his light sword, glaring at Molly. This woman is very likely a demon sent to cause trouble for us. I suggest we extract her soul and interrogate her, he declared coldly, his tone without the slightest pity. Molly ran away, tears streaming down her face, crying out, No, please don't. I only came to deliver a letter. Boo-hoo, I want to go home. I want to see Ye Ning. Her voice was full of despair, as if trying to hold on to a sliver of hope. The sword stopped right in front of Molly. The ancient Immortal Lord ordered, You take 12 ancient city guards and take her down to the lower realm to see if what she says is true. Yes, Cao Yunhai clasped his hands to accept the order, his eyes still full of suspicion, but he still had to obey the ancient Immortal Lord's command. On the Demon Tribe's headquarters side, the Demon Tribe General said in surprise, "Oh, the Immortal Tribe is taking action. It's the 12 ancient city guards." He suddenly exclaimed, "That's Her Highness Mo Li, they are," he roared. "Kill them all. Save Her Highness Mo Li. Kill." The Demon Tribe suddenly attacked. Cao Yunhai paused, slightly taken aback. Another Devil Venerable arrived. What are the demonic forces planning? Don't engage. Get inside the Grand Formation. With that, he and a few others dragged Mo Li into the Great Immortal Formation and commanded, "Stop him!" The demonic general, having his advance blocked, furiously chopped down several members of the Immortal Clan. Cao Yunhai said dismissively, "The power of this minor world is limited. The demonic forces can't enter. We're safe now." In a remote mountain region of the lower realm, the ringing of a bell from the Immortal Sect's headquarters echoed throughout the desolate mountains. All members of the Immortal Sect, the sect leaders of the major factions, quickly gather in the council hall to welcome the superior immortal. The voice reverberated through the mountains and forests, carrying a sense of solemnity and majesty. The Immortal Sect disciples neatly lined up on both sides, their eyes fixed on the main entrance, filled with respect and curiosity. The two sect leaders stood in the middle, respectfully bowing to welcome the superior immortal. They were all curious about this superior immortal, wondering who they were, where they came from, and what mission they carried. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guest. The moment Cao Yunhai dragged Mo Li in, Fang Qingxu was stunned, her eyes widening as if she'd seen a ghost. Isn't that little girl next to him always following Ye Ning around? Why is she here? She quickly secretly released a paper crane. Gotta let him know ASAP. The snow-white paper crane soared into the sky, like a lost soul in the vastness of space. Ye Ning quickly received the message from Fang Qingxu. He held the letter, his arm trembling with fury, and his voice boomed like thunder. "They dare. No matter if they're superior immortals or god kings, I'll make them regret what they've done." He turned to Nangong Liangren, his voice full of killing intent. "What about you? You gonna try and stop me?" "No," Nangong replied, his eyes as calm as a still lake. "I'll go with you." "Then, let's go." You want us to stop the demonic army that's chasing after you?" An Immortal Sect elder, after hearing Cao Yunhai's order, responded in confusion, his voice trembling as if he was about to cry, "Our cultivation is low. Please, superior immortal, show some respect for our sect and give us a way out." Cao Yunhai snorted coldly, his eyes as sharp as daggers. "What? You dare to question this venerable one's decision to give you a chance to prove yourselves? Obey me and live, defy me and die. Who in this lower realm dares to refuse this venerable one?" As he spoke, he drew a sword radiating immortal chi, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light, his killing intent threatening to engulf the entire space. Just as the Immortal Tao disciples were gaping in fear, Ye Ning suddenly appeared, striding in confidently, his voice as cold as ice. "Obey you and live, defy you and die. Huh. I want to see what kind of ability this superior immortal has." The two elders, seeing his appearance, unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief. "Seeing him, I feel somewhat relieved. I'm so ashamed to face the Immortal Sect's ancestors." "Who are you?" Cao Yunhai asked, glaring suspiciously. "Why can't I sense any spiritual power on him? Could it be that he's not a cultivator?" Ye Ning didn't answer. He only turned to look at Mo Li and gently called out, "Little one, brother is here." Mo Li looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and rasped, "Poor you, my dear." Ye Ning embraced her, immediately turned to Cao Yunhai, and coldly asked, "Did you do this?" Ye Ning growled, his eyes burning with rage, as if he wanted to incinerate him. "I'm asking, did you do this or not?" He angrily pointed his finger directly at Cao Yunhai's face. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he replied, "So what if I did?" "Good then. Saves me some time knowing it was you." Ye Ning unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, instantly and completely healing Mo Li's injuries. This is... Cao Yunhai was stunned. How could this be? What kind of power is this? Clearly he is just some lower realm native. How can he possess the power to suppress me? Ye Ning continued to advance, unleashing more and more spiritual energy. Cao Yunhai sensed that something was wrong. He immediately formed a hand seal, chanting the Myriad Swords Decree, a secret and unrevealed technique of the Sword Sect. He actually used his trump card. Hundreds of flying swords gathered, twisting and writhing into a massive azure dragon that coiled around Cao Yunhai. He said in a low voice, his tone as cold as ice, "I didn't expect such a talent to exist in the lower realm. Unfortunately, you've met me." As he spoke, he gathered and circulated all the chi in his body, commanding the azure dragon to charge straight towards Ye Ning. Ye Ning didn't flinch. He calmly brushed his hand across his space, and from within his Wen Qi, a massive golden dragon also materialized. The two dragons, one azure, one gold, collided, engaging in a fierce battle, and then dissipated into fragments like shooting stars extinguished in the night sky. Looking at the glittering dust that remained in the air, Cao Yunhai exclaimed in horror. Why can't I defeat a lower realm native? He turned to look at the group of Immortal Dao disciples who were standing frozen, faces full of fear, heads bowed low. He frowned, thinking, those guys are all standing on his side. I have to return and report the situation here to Qi Ji Yu, Heavenly Lord. Where do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere before you die. Nangong Liangren grabbed Cao Yunhai's shoulder from behind, his voice icy. You. He stuttered in fear, unable to speak. This person's cultivation is actually higher than mine. What exactly is happening in this lower realm? Cao Yunhai stammered. You can't kill me. We can help you resist the demonic tribe. I can ask Qi Ji Yu, Heavenly Lord, to help you. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Ning's cold blade slashed a long line across his neck. Ugh. Cao Yunhai clutched his neck and groaned, feeling his life essence gushing out like a spring. In an instant, he fell to the ground, motionless. The Immortal Sect disciples were stunned. The Immortal Envoy is dead. Ye Ning actually managed to kill an upper immortal. From the sky, a massive black cloud suddenly appeared, covering the entire region. A pillar of dark energy shot down into the lower realm, and from within it, generals of the demonic tribe emerged. Is this the lower realm? They radiated, killing intent like fierce wolves. Stepping towards Ye Ning and Mo Li, Nangong Liangren murmured, these guys are dangerous. Mo Li hurriedly hid behind Ye Ning, fearfully saying, they're the Devil Lord's personal guards. The demon race general knelt down, his voice echoing, Your Highness, Princess, please return to the demon realm with us. Ye Ning turned his head in shock. Mo Li, this little brat, is actually the Devil Emperor's daughter. What the heck? Mo Lian's eyes welled up with tears, a desperate cry escaping her lips. No, I don't want to. I don't want to go back to that life. Personal guards, heed my order. Welcome, Her Highness. Kill anyone who blocks our path. Yes, Nangong stood in front of Ye Ning and Mo Li. Shielding them, he said softly, take Mo Li and go. I'll hold them off. Ye Ning furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Nangong can't stop these guys. Maybe this time I can finally die like I want to. But now is not the right time to die, Arg. Sometimes I really suspect the system is messing with me. You know, such insightful thoughts, human. A clear voice suddenly echoed in Ye Ning's mind. He was completely stunned when, the next second, he found himself in a vast cosmic space. From afar, the voice from before continued. Greetings. Welcome to the origin point of the myriad worlds, the primordial realm. The primordial realm. A petite girl with blue hair suddenly appeared. She introduced herself. I am the god of the primordial realm. Or, in the words of you transmigrators, the system. Ye Ning curiously asked, can I become invincible by dying? The girl smiled and replied, indeed I fell into hibernation for some reasons, but now I'm awake. Hibernation? How can you make me invincible if you were hibernating? Like what kind of logic is that? The power remaining before my hibernation is enough to make you invincible in the Great Zhu. The system's avatar hopped around, explaining, it's just limited to the Great Zhao world though. The Great Zhao world is now just a small world among countless others. Compared to other worlds with powerful luck, the Great Zhu world isn't worth a glance. But if I die now and become invincible, can I stop the upcoming invasion of darkness? Ye Ning asked, his voice full of worry. I'm sorry, you can't. The girl shook her head, her expression serious. Why? The dark world does not belong to the primordial realm, and the luck of the Great Zhu is not enough to resist the dark world either. But since you have awakened me, it's only right that I give you some rewards. With that, the girl conjured a golden ball of energy, surrounded by spirit energy fluctuating like raging waves. Rewards? Ye Ning frowned inquisitively as he watched the orb gradually merge with his body. The girl continued to explain. Although I cannot make you directly invincible, I can give you the heavenly Dao power of the true Earth world. The heavenly Dao power can control the heavenly Dao rules of the true Earth world to a certain extent. Also, I've helped you upgrade the system. Find death. Next, I will give you some substantial rewards according to the extent of your death-seeking. Try hard. After saying a long string of words, the girl vanished as quickly as she had appeared, leaving only an empty space behind. Ye Ning's mind was quickly returned to the real world. He twitched slightly, thinking, I've been in the origin realm for so long, but only a few seconds have passed in reality. Ye Ning looked at the palm of his hand, feeling the new power he had absorbed from the heavenly Dao. It was like an invisible stream, containing the power to change the laws of this world. Amidst the battle between the demon race's bodyguards and Nangong, a good man burst into fierce flames. Suddenly, a fiery red spiritual flame engulfed the group of demon race people, like a giant monster swallowing them in the blink of an eye. What? The Immortal Sect. Elders exclaimed in shock. Where did the demon race people go? What kind of tricks are these demons playing? Ye Ning smiled. His eyes seemed to contain the entire sky, and explained, I used the power of the heavenly Dao to take them out of this world. From now on, this world will no longer welcome any foreign demonic spies. Nanggong was surprised. He couldn't believe he could control such a powerful heavenly Dado force. On the battlefield of immortals and demons, the demon race's bodyguards kowtowed and repented before the demon emperor, their voices trembling, reporting, "Your Majesty, we could have brought His Highness back, but we were kicked out of that world by Ye Ning, using some mysterious power." "Humph. Useless trash." The demon emperor snorted, his raging anger spreading like a storm. Even his scouting techniques were restricted. Ye Ning. Who exactly is he on the side of the famous immortal clan? Ancient Immortal Venerable observed Ye Ning's situation in the lower realm through a large mirror made of immortal energy. He was surprised. This restriction. The mirror suddenly shattered into pieces, and dazzling light burst out. Ancient Immortal Venerable glared, crushing the broken glass, and he said in a deep voice, "Very well, Ye Ning, if you're so capable, hide in that world forever." Ye Ning and Tai Xiangkao were sitting and enjoying tea in the Surveillance Institute's study. Tai Xiangkao said worriedly, "Brother Ye, now the path to find help from the upper realm is no longer possible. I don't know if using the power of the heavenly Tao can stop the invasion of darkness." Ye Ning pondered and replied, "I can vaguely observe the general situation of the myriad realms from within the heavenly Tao power. The power in our world is too weak. I'm afraid it can't stop the invasion of darkness." Tai Xiangkao was surprised. "You can see other worlds." Ye Ning picked up the writing brush and wrote a few lines of flowing characters on the paper. He continued, "The power to stop darkness cannot be achieved by relying on a small number of people. But if we can stimulate the strong fighting spirit of the living beings in the world." Before him was the back of a long-haired old man wearing a black cloak, who was the chief supervisor of the Surveillance Institute. Ye Ning frowned and muttered, "This is the image of the first chief supervisor. He traveled alone, searching for the great ancestor, and finally comprehended the power of the heavenly Tao." A ray of light flashed from the old man's side, and the surrounding spiritual space began to crack. Ye Ning watched in surprise as the new space opened up, like the void of the universe. "Is this the place? Everywhere is an independent world." Like a big mouth in front of Ye Ning, there was a black vortex, and the image of the chief supervisor also began to disappear at this moment. He watched the image of the old man gradually fading away before the huge black hole, and said in a daze, "Even the chief supervisor can't resist this power. It seems that this place is the passage to the world of darkness." Ye Ning tensed up because of the strong suction from the vortex. "But since I've come to this place, turning around and running away is not my style." "Then, let me see what your true face is. What kind of existence is the world of darkness?" Deep within the black hole, a huge, blood-red moon stood tall, covered by a thick stream of darkness that made Ye Ning's goosebumps rise in waves. He murmured softly, "Tranquil, desolate, empty. Resentment permeates this world." "Huh?" Ye Ning startled, gazing down at the pitch-black sea below. A gaunt man was walking aimlessly, surrounded by sinister energy like venomous snakes, making one's hair stand on end. Cao Yunhai. Wasn't he already dead? How could he appear in a place like this? That's not right. Although he looks like Cao Yunhai, all I can sense from him is deep resentment. Ye Ning frowned, saying, "This is the resentment and malice Cao Yunhai radiated before his death, condensed into a monster." Ye Ning looked up at the blood moon, and at Cao Yunhai, who was gradually turning into a soulless zombie. He broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. "I get it. The dark world is the malice and hatred emitted by countless worlds, condensed into resentment. Cao Yunhai's resentment before death, condensed into a monster in the dark world. The great Zhu world's luck, in the face of the dark world, is like a fat sheep being stared at by a hungry wolf." He immediately went to his study to research historical records. Searching for more clues, he was certain there must be a way to resolve this crisis. 3 days later, Ye Ning looked utterly wrecked, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda from lack of sleep, hollow cheeks, and a scraggly beard. Tai Xiangkao worriedly asked, "Brother Ye, you haven't slept in 3 days. Aren't you sleepy?" Ye Ning frowned, replying, "I know the dark world is made up of hatred and resentment, but how to resist or eliminate those resentments, I still have no clue." Tai Xiangkao tentatively asked. "Hatred and resentment formed the dark world." This way of putting it sounds like I've read it in some hypothetical ancient text. Ye Ning replied, "That ancient text said that the Dark Invasion actually happened during the time of the founding emperor. The resentment born from the great war between the human and demon races was the source that led to the Dark Invasion." Tai Xiangkao babbled on, "There are rumors that in ancient times, the luck of the great Zhu world was much more abundant than it is now. The immortal and Buddhist sects at that time were also more dominant than they are now, and the demon and human races fought endlessly over cultivation resources. The hatred and resentment born from the demon and human races slaughtering each other led to the dark world's desire for the great Zhu world with its strong luck. At that time, The power of the Dark World couldn't devour it, but due to years of war, the luck of the Great Zhu world gradually waned, and the power of the darkness became increasingly powerful. In desperation, the founding emperor of Great Zhao sacrificed himself to prevent the dark invasion, sealing the luck of Great Zhao, separating the Great Zhao world from everything outside, which allowed the Great Zhao world to escape a calamity. Ye Ning frowned, thinking, sealing the luck of an entire world is no different than making oneself despised by the world to avoid the greed of villains. Since then, the cultivation resources of Great Zhu have become increasingly depleted, and the Immortal Sects have taken this opportunity to rise. Suppressing Confucianism, Tai Xianggao continued with a melancholy expression. Ye Ning thought deeply. So the Dark World targeting Great Zhu again is actually related to me. The trouble I've caused has brought back the luck of Great Zhu, leading the Dark World to discover Great Zhu. Big Brother. From outside the door, Mo Li and Shuangshuan entered radiantly. Mo Li carried a cup of water. Smiling gently, Shuangshuan and I made you some sugar water. She ran to Ye Ning's side. Big Brother, do you have any more good stories like Journey to the West? Mo Li wants to read. Ye Ning gently stroked her head. Be good. After Big Brother finishes reading these historical stories, I'll write even better stories for you, promise. Oh, Mo Li suddenly took out a small stone, emitting a brilliant blue light. Big Brother, this is the historical relic stone of the demon race. We can rely on it to write the best stories. Can you write modali into it too? The history of the demon race. Ye Ning took the stone and looked closely at the records inside. He put the stone on the table, smiling softly. So that's how it is. Seems like I figured out a way to fight the darkness invasion. Really? Tai Xianggao asked, eyes wide with surprise. The next day, the entire imperial palace was shaken by Ye Ning's words. Ji Mingyu slammed her hand on the table, shouting, Ye Ning, what did you just say? Ye Ning calmly replied, since we can't avoid it, I believe we should remove the Grand Ancestor's seal, so the Great Zhu world can return to being a higher-level world, and resist the Dark World. Liu Shen worriedly spoke up. But removing the Grand Ancestor's seal, Great Zhao's luck isn't enough to resist the Dark World. Otherwise, the Grand Ancestor wouldn't have chosen to retreat, Ye Ning confidently replied. Therefore, we can merge with thousands of other worlds, strengthening Great Zhao's luck. The officials in the palace exclaimed in surprise. What? Merge with other worlds? Mingyu said sternly. Ye Qing, this is different from merging countries. Each world's luck is different. Forcing a merge will cause both worlds to collapse, Ye Ning asked in a deep voice. What if that world was originally separated from the Great Zhu world? Mingyu and the officials asked each other in surprise. Separated from the Great Zhu world. Never heard of that, nor seen it in any ancient records. Ye Ning took Mo Li's stone from his pocket, smiling as he explained. Why can the Immortal Sect so coincidentally link to the Immortal Devil battlefield? Why are the devils and immortals so interested in the Great Zhu world? Because the Immortal Devil battlefield was originally an independent world separated from the Great Zhu world in ancient times, and even the Great Zhu Grand Ancestor didn't know this part of history. In the deep darkness covering the Immortal Devil battlefield, at the devil's headquarters, Hui Huangzun pondered deeply, his face full of worry. The darkness is invading. I'm afraid that with Great Zhao's current strength and luck, it can't resist the darkness is devouring, right? The Devil General replied. The Immortal Devil battlefield was originally separated from Great Zhu. After Great Zhu is devoured, we're likely next. The Immortals probably knew about this a long time ago. After so many years of fighting, the remaining luck in the Immortal Devil battlefield can't resist the darkness is devouring either. Hui Huangzun suddenly stood up, glaring as he said, It's time to take back what was lost. You want to go to the Immortal Devil battlefield? Ji Mingyue's shocked shout echoed throughout the vast palace. Absolutely not, Ye Ning replied. If we want the Immortal Devil battlefield world to return to Great Zhu, only by me personally going can we find the most stable way. Even if I don't go now, Great Zhu has already been exposed. They'll come back sooner or later. The officials all responded. That's right. Lord Yi is right. Jin Mingyu couldn't help but worry. But right now the immortals and devils are all staring at you. She cursed inwardly. Humph, when will you ever stop making me worry? Ye Ning smiled brightly, reassuring her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly a deep voice rang in his mind. Death-Seeking System 40 update complete. Death-Seeking System 40? What's that supposed to mean? Ye Ning thought in surprise. His spirit was once again brought to a vast universe space, the voice from before continued. Detecting the host's inner desires, this system has specially upgraded. As long as you take death-seeking actions, even if the host doesn't die, the system will give rewards. Depending on the level of death-seeking, the system will explain. This death-seeking is rated as normal, increasing the Great Zhu dynasty's fortune value by 50 points. Fortune value can increase the dynasty's rank. The higher the rank, the higher the probability of resisting the Dark World. The system panel displayed. Great Zhao Dynasty, Yellow Rank Dynasty. Current fortune of the Great Zhao Dynasty. 23,1000. Ye Ning wondered. When the system updates, if I die, will I still be invincible? the system replied. Of course, as long as you can die due to external forces, you can become an invincible existence in the great Zhao world. Ye Ning frowned, calculating. Although invincible, that still won't resist the upcoming dark power, but being invincible is still stronger than now, and what's more, it can also increase the dynasty's fortune. Looks like the great death-seeking enterprise still needs to continue. A few days later, at the Immortal Sect headquarters, a massive teleportation array was drawn, emitting a mysterious light like a door leading to another world. Ye Ning, you're about to step into the formation. Receiving farewells from many, Tai Shankao said with teary eyes and a choked voice, Brother Yi, you must survive and return. The benevolent great monk from the Zhu Buddhist sect smiled kindly. Disciple, this humble monk and my disciples will pray for you day and night. Kumu stepped forward and patted Ye Ning's shoulder. Sect leader said she wasn't feeling well, so she couldn't come to see you off. Ah, I understand the sect leader's feelings, Ye Ning replied softly. The Yao King, Nikeu Pochin, boomed. Mister. Yay, we demons don't have as many rules as humans, but we know how to repay a debt. Rest assured, from now on, the demons will be allies with humans, and we won't invade each other. Giyu Yue unexpectedly spoke, her voice trembling. Yay, mister. Yay, can you hurry up a bit? Maintaining the teleportation array also consumes a lot of spiritual power. The Immortal Sects leader took out a golden pill as lustrous as a rare gem. This medicinal pill can suppress your cultivation, allowing you to smoothly pass through the teleportation array. After 7 days, your cultivation will recover. Ye Ning's eyes lit up, his voice full of regret. If you had such a great medicine, why didn't you take it out sooner? Causing the sect leader's eyes to widen in shock. Before he could react, Nangong Niangren suddenly grabbed the medicinal pill, her voice decisive. I'll go with you. Ye Ning was momentarily saddened, his words filled with worry. You stay and take care of the home front so I can be at ease. Nangong Niangren's eyes were sharp, her voice full of pride. What's there to take care of? Are you afraid they'll play tricks? The Immortal Sect people frowned and replied, What are you saying? We've also put in a lot of effort. I can't hold on much longer. Ye Ning still greedily eyed the pill, softly saying to Nangong Niangren, The safety of great Zhu Hao, I'll temporarily entrust to you. With that, he threw the pill into his mouth, stepped into the teleportation array, flashed a brilliant smile, his voice full of confidence. Wait for my return. His figure transformed into a golden ray of light, shooting up into the sky, then disappearing like a fleeting shooting star. That scene left everyone stunned, their hearts pounding, their eyes following that ray of light, hoping for the day Ye Ning would return. Under the fallen yellow autumn leaves, Pei Yunham looked at the teleportation array's disappearing pillar of light, her heart full of melancholy. She whispered sadly, He's gone. If he doesn't come back, I'll go find him somewhere else. Liu Shen stroked his beard gently, comforting Ji Mingyu, who was sobbing. Your Majesty, don't worry, Lord Ye is not a reckless person. Every decision he makes is the most accurate. This time will be no exception. Ji Mingyu hurriedly used her sleeve to wipe away the glistening tears, trying to appear calm. Who's worried about him? It's just dust in my eyes. Whew, so tired. The Immortal Sect elders, after operating the teleportation array, collapsed on the ground, panting. I need to rest a bit. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past. 2 figures rushed over from somewhere, kicking the old sect leader far away. Those 2 were as quick as lightning, jumping into the teleportation array right before it disappeared. The Immortal Sect disciples rushed to help the elder up, anxiously asking, Sect leader, wake up, sect leader, what's wrong? At the space tunnel connecting the 2 worlds, Ye Ning looked at the mysterious, undulating gate before him, he thought to himself. Going to this place, it's probably the immortal demon battlefield. Ye Ning stepped in. Instantly, the surrounding gravity suddenly changed, causing him to freefall straight towards the ground. Phew. If I die from falling here, the system might count it as suicide. Suddenly, a scream echoed from above. Ye Ning looked up, and in that instant, he saw Mo Li and the Yao Emperor falling straight into his arm. Big bro, we're here to help you. In a remote mountain region of the Immortal Devil battlefield, the elders of the Immortal Clan are gathering for a discussion. That's right, 6 days ago we sensed a fluctuation of spirit energy in the lower realm coming from nearby. But it's been too long, and the spirit energy is difficult to trace, one elder said. He clenched his fist and sternly said, This person is definitely related to the great Zhuao world. We must find him. Before the Devil Clan. At this moment, Ye Ning and his group were traversing a cold and treacherous mountain range. Big bro, how much further do we have to go? I'm tired, Mo Li complained. Ye Ning placed his hand on her head and said with a smile, You're tired already. Who told you to sneakily follow me? In the past, Big Bro always protected Mo Li. This time Mo Li wants to protect Big Bro too. Xiaobai is too cunning, it can shrink down so Big Bro can carry it. Mo Li pouted. Chirp. The delighted Demon King cried out. Ye Ning squatted down and chuckled. Who can stand up to you? Get on, I'll give you a piggyback ride. Big bro is the best. Mo Li hugged Ye Ning's neck tightly and said brightly. A moment later, the three arrived at a small town. A gate guard saw the appearance of strangers and hurriedly called out, Lao Wu, it seems like there are some strange people over there. Su Kun and them shouldn't be back so quickly, right? Lao Wu poked his head out, wondering. He saw a young man and a little girl chatting and laughing cheerfully, and immediately shouted a warning. You there, stop! Otherwise, the devil-slaying crossbow won't recognize you. Devil-slaying crossbow, judging by the name, this town is probably within the Immortal Clan's jurisdiction. Ye Ning frowned in thought. Then he gently reminded Mo Li. Don't talk nonsense later. Yes, Mo Li obediently stepped back. Ye Ning raised his hands and said softly, My little sister and I are lost. We don't know how we ended up here. Please help us enter the city. Lao Wu turned to the lower-ranked soldier. Children and young people, the Devil Clan probably won't be interested in our mining area. Let them in for now. Open the gate. The heavy gate opened, and Lao Wu led Ye Ning's group to the restroom. After asking some questions, Lao Wu said with a hint of surprise, So, you and your little sister are also people from another world who were sucked into this place. I see. Besides the natives of the Immortal and Devil Clans, there are also many people from other worlds who are sucked in, including me. It's just that you're also unlucky to have come to this place. Alas, we look like a town, but in reality, it was built by the Immortal Clan to gather the chi luck of the mining area. Hearing this, Ye Ning wondered. Chi luck of the mining area? What? Lao Wu took out a jade stone from his pocket that glowed brightly, saying, What's stored in this bead is chi luck, which is also the most important resource in this world. The Immortal and Devil Clans have been fighting for 10,000 years in the Immortal Devil battlefield, precisely to compete for the chi luck of this world, because they can convert chi luck into cultivation resources for their cultivation method, and those people from other worlds like us are controlled by them, becoming slaves to collect chi luck without a cultivator to convert this kind of chi luck cultivation method. Directly absorbing too much will cause you to explode and die. The person managing this place for us is an Immortal Clan disciple named Su Kun, who is not a kind person at all. Luckily, he went out of the city yesterday. While he hasn't returned yet, you guys. Lao was interrupted before he could finish speaking by a cold voice from outside the door. What new arrivals? Let me take a look. Lao Wu jumped in fright. It's over. Why did he come back so early? Su Kun walked in, wearing a robe with exquisite patterns, waving a paper fan in his hand, accompanied by two black masked guards. Su Kun snorted. Trusk, another male, a little girl, and a fox. He ordered dismissively, Bring both the woman and the fox to my courtyard to raise. Yes? The two soldiers immediately acknowledged and stepped forward. Ye Ning glared at them and said. The guard was momentarily stunned by Ye Ning's confident attitude, then frowned, saying, Kid, got a death wish. Ye Ning released his spiritual energy, enveloping his body, and growled each word. So what? Try killing me, he thought to himself. If I die now, I can immediately return to save Mo Li and Little White after I become invincible. It should still be in time. Su Kun waved his hand. All right, I'll grant you your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the two soldiers drew energy swords from their sides. Ye Ning smirked. Finally, I can become invincible. Wait. Just as the blade was about to touch his neck, Su Kun stopped them. He said softly, Killing him would be too easy. I have a more interesting way to deal with him. Ye Ning cursed inwardly. Damn you. Interesting, my ass. Are you sick in the head? The system's notification suddenly sounded in his head. This death-seeking behavior is assessed as extremely precarious, increasing the Great Zhuo Dynasty's fortune value by 300 points. Bonus reward, Fortune Golden Dragon. The Fortune Golden Dragon can absorb the fortune of a designated target. The absorbed fortune can be used for oneself, or transferred to another target. Great Zhao Dynasty. The current fortune of the Great Zhao Dynasty is 530. The Fortune Golden Dragon's current accumulation is 0. Ye Ning thought to himself. If I use the Golden Dragon to absorb all the fortune of the Great Zhao Mine, maybe it can become a high-level world, and the crisis of the Dark World might be resolved. That grandson Su Kun smirked and ordered, Take him to the mine. Yes, at the mine. Standing in front of the prisoners, he disdainfully said, You ants, I know you harbor resentment towards this young master. Today, this young master will let you see my true strength with your own eyes. He pointed his paper fan at Ye Ning and said, If you can survive 5 moves, I might spare you. And your little sister, Mo Li anxiously said. Brother, you've taken medicine, and your cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Ye Ning gently reassured her. Don't worry, wait a bit, no matter what happens, your brother will come back to save you. The crowd observing below buzzed with discussion. This kid has talent? What a pity. Seeing Su Kun clearly wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, how pitiful for his little sister. Ye Ning stepped forward. Su Kun confidently said, I can let you have 1 move. Ye Ning raised his hand to pick his ear and said grumpily, Stop wasting words. Stupid people die from talking too much, you know that. Su Kun felt insulted and gritted his teeth. You don't appreciate my goodwill, then don't blame me. With that, he angrily charged straight at Ye Ning. A huge explosion erupted the moment the two sources of power collided. The ant will die first. As Su Kun rushed in with overwhelming killing intent, Ye Ning calmly spread his arms to receive the blow. All right, he thought to himself. Perfect timing, perfect location, perfect harmony. If I don't die this time, then heaven and earth are unjust. A huge explosion rang out when Su Kun touched Ye Ning. The surrounding soldiers sighed. Sing. Another one. Ye Ning, brother, Mo Li, teared up, screaming and about to run towards Ye Ning, but was held tightly by two guards. Let me go, she yelled in a trembling voice. Little White jumped up and bit the hand of the guard. Ah! He cried out in surprise. Mo Li took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement of the soldiers. She suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as she said, Ye Ning, brother. Her face suddenly became extremely radiant. The smoke on the arena gradually dissipated, revealing a scene that stunned everyone. Ye Ning, the one who took the hit, was still standing tall and proud, without a single scratch on him, his face completely calm. Meanwhile, the attacker, Su Kun, was sprawled on the ground, his clothes torn and covered in injuries. No way, Su Kun looked up at Ye Ning, struggling to speak. How did your cultivation suddenly skyrocket like that? Ye Ning, surrounded by a shield of spirit energy, said sternly. This, no way after losing thing, is so cliché I'm tired of hearing it. Can't you come up with something else? Ye Ning sighed wearily. Now that I think about it, it's been 7 days since I got here. Is this just a coincidence? The seal was released at just the right time? Su Kun trembled and said, Could it be? This is a big shot. He immediately changed his attitude and said ingratiatingly, I have eyes but couldn't recognize. Mount Tai, I offended you. Please, be lenient. A great man shouldn't hold grudges against a small fry. Ye Ning smirked. You're more flexible than some people who are willing to die for face. Of course. Su Kun repeatedly bowed and grinned. If I wasn't flexible, with my cultivation level, I would have died 800 times over, but keeping you around is useless, and you'll just waste food. With that, Ye Ning gathered his chi and pointed it directly at Su Kun. Ah! Su Kun's eyes widened, sweat poured down like a waterfall, and he cried, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for his life. Spare me, I'm useful. My father is a Xuanzun subordinate in the ancient Immortal Sect. I can recommend you to my father. Ye Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A moment later, Su Kun led Ye Ning and Mo Li to the Chi Luck mine. He introduced, Ye, great master, this is the mine where we dig for Chi Luck every day. Please, come in. Ye Ning looked over the mine area. Outside the cave entrance, the air was extremely gloomy and cold, and the trees were withered and leafless. Inside, shimmering ore veins could be seen. He thought to himself, This is the Chi Luck mine. It doesn't look any different from a normal mine. He touched a Chi Luck ore. If I absorb all of this Chi Luck, it should help Dai Zhao get through this calamity. Su Kun stood behind him, awkwardly saying, however, he suddenly stopped. Damn it, I almost reminded him that absorbing too much Chi Luck would easily cause him to explode and die. But wouldn't it be better if he died now? Touching the ore again and again, he said, Ye, great master, this Chi Luck ore is extremely precious, but you can take as much as you want today. After Ye Ning absorbed it and dropped the ore, the system suddenly announced, Golden Dragon Chi Luck absorbed 5 points of Chi Luck. He clenched his fist, looking at the newly absorbed spirit energy, and thought smugly, As expected, I can absorb it. He softly asked Su Kun, Can I take all the Chi Luck ore in this mine? Please do, Su Kun said awkwardly. Then I won't be polite. Watching Ye Ning gradually go deeper into the mine, Su Kun chuckled. Heh. Let's see if you die this time. An hour later, Ye Ning had completely absorbed the ore of the mine. His current Golden Dragon Chi Luck was 765 points. Is that all? Ye Ning frowned, his voice full of doubt. I'm only in charge of small-scale mines, divided up by the mine owner, so that's all there is. Su Kun replied in panic. Is he really human? Why hasn't he died after absorbing so much Chi Luck? Ye Ning smiled, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Take me to see the mine owner, Ye Ning coldly ordered, his tone without hesitation. The ore veins here are exhausted. Release these people, Su Kun said hesitantly, his face full of worry. It's not very good, Su Kun muttered in his throat, not daring to directly object. Either I kill you and then release them, you choose, Ye Ning threatened. His eyes as sharp as knives, Su Kun retreated in fear, anxiously replying, Release them immediately. After the mine workers were freed, they all expressed admiration and wanted to follow Ye Ning. Mr. Ye, we all hope to follow you. After all, coming out of this place, we will be hunted down by the demons. Lao Wu clasped his hands, his voice earnest. Ye Ning forced a smile, waving his hand, replying, But following me is also very dangerous. You'll be hunted by the immortal race too. In his heart he cursed, "I want to go die. What are you following me for?" The workers immediately raised their machetes high, shouting in unison, "We see that you're different from those immortal race guys. Following you, even dying in battle is better than dying without knowing why in the hands of the devil race. We're not afraid. This is getting complicated." Ye Ning frowned, sighed, realizing he couldn't persuade these people. Ye Ning softly replied, "I understand then." Suddenly, from the city gate, the soldiers' panicked cries rang out, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Huh!" Sukun cried out in a daze, his face filled with panic. He rushed to the city wall to observe. Not far from the city gate was a small legion of the devil race swarming towards them. Is that the personal guard of the Hui Huangzun devil race? Why have they come to this remote mining area? Sukun broke out in cold sweat, trembling as he muttered anxiously. Ye Ning flew up high to observe. The devil race general, riding a giant black horse, stepped forward. "Didn't expect to meet so soon. I didn't expect you guys to have a nose sharper than a dog. You think this dilapidated city can stop me?" The general glared, issuing an order. "Hand over Her Highness, and I might spare you this time. I've come to pay a visit, not to hand over Mo Li," Ye Ning replied heroically, his tone full of confidence. Sukun, hearing their conversation, thought in a daze, "Her Highness Mo Li, could this little girl be the Devil Lord's daughter? If I could offer this little girl to the ancient immortal lord, wouldn't I be he? If you stubbornly refuse to see reason, then don't blame us." The devil race general raised his sword high, shouting loudly, his tone full of threat. Cannons and guns fired. A rain of bullets poured continuously onto the city's barrier, causing the inside to shake violently. Sukun hid far away, covering his head in fear, cursing inwardly. "This idiot. He actually challenged the devil race's personal guard. I haven't lived long enough?" He then spoke up. "Immortal Ye, the strength difference is too great. Before the immortal race can send reinforcements, we might..." Ye Ning didn't care about what he was saying. He stood tall in the breached area of the barrier, his eyes full of pride. The system announced. Detected the host's death-seeking behavior. Assessed this behavior as dangerous but ultimately safe. Awarded 100 points of fortune to the Great Zhu dynasty. Great Zhu's current royal stage fortune is 630 trillion golden dragons. Current accumulated fortune is 765. Ye Ning flew out of the barrier, facing the formidable Devil Race Legion. "I thought you'd hide inside forever. I can only say, you guys need more practice aiming this close, and you still can't hit us. I want to know why the ruthless and heartless Devil Lord in the legends cares so much about Mo Li," one of the other death row inmates, Ye Ning said dismissively, his tone full of provocation. "This is none of your business. Hand over Her Highness, or you all will die." The general glared, shouting loudly, his tone full of threat. "All right. I have two more things to say. First, if the Devil Lord truly misses Mo Li, let him come to see Mo Li in person. I and Mo Li can welcome him anytime. Second, considering your weak attack just now, I think describing you as weak chickens is very fitting," Ye Ning replied calmly, his tone full of disdain. "Hopefully, this death-seeking attempt won't have any more problems," he thought to himself, his face full of confidence. Old Five and the soldiers on the city wall were stunned, their faces full of surprise. "Did I hear wrong, Immortal Ye? It seems like I heard him call the Devil Race's personal guard weak chickens." "What did you say, you insolent fool? You're courting death. You'll pay for those words," the demonic soldiers roared, their voices dripping with fury. "Then hurry up and make me pay." Ye Ning provoked without the slightest fear, his eyes blazing with arrogance. System notification. Host detected engaging in death-seeking behavior. Evaluation. This behavior is undeniably fatal. Rewarding the Great Zhu dynasty with 400 points of fortune. The Great Zhu dynasty's current fortune, 1030 by 1000 gold dragon fortune accumulation. Current fortune, 765. The Great Zhao dynasty's fortune has met the requirements. Upgrading the Great Zhao dynasty. Ascending from a yellow rank dynasty to a profound rank dynasty. Profound rank dynasty's current fortune, 130/100ths gold dragon fortune accumulation. Current fortune, 765. Ye Ning was momentarily stunned. Upgraded just like that. I wonder what kind of changes are happening in the Great Zhu right now. "Damn you, Ye Ning," the general roared in exasperation. He conjured a massive sphere of darkness in the air, radiating a chilling aura, and hurled it at Ye Ning. "Go to the unending purgatory and repent to the demon lord." Ye Ning was also slightly taken aback. "Okay, I really wanted to die, but isn't this scale a little too exaggerated?" The sphere created a colossal explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Molly's felt the tremors, even within the city. "Ugh, Ye Ning Garage, he'll definitely be alright, right? He's not dead yet. Maybe there won't even be any ashes left. What a pity. Such a good gift. If the demon sees it back." Sukun smirked slyly, his face full of regret. "You guys, look over there." A soldier's surprised voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "What's with the shock? It's just someone dying, isn't it?" Sukun hurriedly pushed his way to the front, anxiously asking, his face full of curiosity. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Ye Ning still standing tall amidst the desolate wasteland after the explosion. The demonic army also cried out in panic. Impossible. He's not even scratched. The team's combined power, a spirit bomb, had no effect on him. Are you kidding me? Even though I'm almost invincible in the Great Zoo now. But I can't be that tough in this world, right? An explanation sounded in his head. The Immortal Demon Battlefield is a profound rank world, the same rank as the Great Zhao World now. When the Great Zhao World's rank increases, the host's abilities will automatically increase to a level corresponding to the profound rank world. Ye Ning teared up and thought, oh crap, did I just stab myself in the back? He suddenly felt a surge of powerful fortune flowing into his chest. Looking at the vast demonic legion before him, Ye Ning grinned wickedly, his face full of confidence. In the next second, Ye Ning's eyes widened, and he charged straight towards them, his momentum ferocious. In the Great Zhao Imperial Palace, Liu Shen respectfully announced, Your Majesty, it has been accurately confirmed. Our Great Zhu dynasty has advanced in rank. The spiritual energy in heaven and earth is also much richer than before. That's wonderful. This gives us an even better chance of resisting the Dark World. Ji Mingyue said radiantly. This old minister believes this matter is related to Lord Ye. A military official in the court said, Indeed, it must be that Lord Ye has found a way to change the world's fortune. Great Zhu is truly fortunate to have Lord Ye. The entire court echoed in agreement. Ji Mingyu prayed silently. You must return safely, I will always wait for you. She bit her lip gently, her eyes gazing wistfully into the distance. In a remote mountain range, Kunmu mumbled to himself, his aged eyes gleaming with unexpected joy. To think this old man could experience such rich spiritual energy without exhausting his own essence while he's still alive? Master, if Great Zhu has reached the same world level as the Immortal Devil Battlefield, does that mean we can also go to that world through the channels, right? HMPH. You want to go find him? Pei Yongham asked eagerly, her eyes shining like flames. Well, Kumalmu nodded, his eyes full of thought. But most of the channels are currently within the territory of the Immortal Sects. Although there's an agreement not to interfere with each other, we would have to ask the Immortal Sects. Kusimu said, lost in thought. Who says we have to ask them? Pei Yongham snorted, her feet already moving quickly forward. Kusimu called out in confusion, but only managed to see his student's figure disappear into the main hall. The 13 Immortal Sects have such abundant spiritual energy that you can easily break through without even ascending? Our ancestors who ascended probably didn't get to enjoy such abundant spiritual energy. The old sect leader laughed triumphantly, his voice full of pride. Instead of showing off, you should cultivate. Ji Mingyu frowned, her voice cold. Ye Ning, thank you for making this wedding dress for us. The Immortal Sects will use this power to reclaim Great Zhu once again. The old sect leader smiled sinisterly, a flash of malice in his eyes. At the demonic tribe's headquarters, Hui Huangzun angrily slammed his hand on the chair, the sound echoing throughout the great hall. So, you're running back to me like a stray dog. Subordinate, underestimated Ye Ning's strength. The general trembled, cold sweat pouring down. He glared and pointed at Ye Ning, listing his crimes. It's this Ye Ning. He not only humiliated Hai but also robbed our Qi Vein mine. Get out of my sight. Xuanzun Sudaqiang suddenly slapped Su Kun away, he said coldly. Disgraceful thing. I'm only here to see if you can give me any pleasant surprises with that trash son of mine. You better not play any tricks with me. Otherwise, he emanated a strong, murderous aura, scaring the hell out of our guy. Ye Ning smiled slyly to himself, his eyes flashing dangerously. Otherwise, you can kill me. That would be great. Unfortunately, now is not the time to seek death. Worthy of being the head of the 4 immortal lords, Xuanzun. I actually have a huge benefit I want to give you, but I don't know if you dare take it. Being suppressed by Jiyu Xuanzun for so long, I wonder if you're interested in his position? Ye Ning suddenly gathered a ball in his palm and asked softly, Want to try it? What do you think? Ye Ning asked with a smile, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Xuanzun wouldn't be uninterested in the position of the head of the immortal tribe, right? Su Daqiang snorted in response, but his eyes already revealed a hint of hesitation. You humans dare to play such a cheap trick of sowing discord with me. Su Daqiang has indeed coveted the position of the head of the immortal tribe for a long time, but that thing I've been nurturing for 5,000 years. He transformed his 2 hands into huge hands, with sharp claws, charging straight towards Ye Ning. Die. The system continuously announced. Detected the host's death-seeking behavior. This assessment is earth-shattering. Reward 500 points of fortune to the Great Zhu dynasty. Great Zhu dynasty. Xuan tier 1531 fortune. Golden Dragon accumulating fortune currently 874. That's the spirit, Ye Ning mused, nodding to himself. Detected a huge amount of chi luck hidden in the enemy's attack. Should I absorb it? If I don't absorb an Immortal Exalt's furious strike, won't I die a very satisfying death? Ye Ning suddenly remembered. But if I die now, Mon Li will be in danger. So he said, absorb it now. The moment the profound exalt's attack reached Ye Ning, a flash of light appeared, and then Su Datiang had all his power absorbed. He. The old dude trembled, his face full of horror. I told you, you're not worthy of killing me. Ye Ning gripped his arm tightly and pushed him away. Impossible, Su Datiang gasped, eyes filled with disbelief. I only used 5/10 of my power just now. How could he block it so easily? Can we talk now? Ye Ning asked with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. You're alone, even if you have some strength, so what? Overthrowing the ancient immortal exalt isn't that easy. What if I have the demon clan on my side? The demon clan, the profound exalt, raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Teaming up with those devils is unreliable. I'm not stupid enough to believe this joke, you misunderstand. Ye Ning glanced down at Mo Li, his eyes full of meaning. I'm saying, what if the demon venerable knows that his daughter was captured by the ancient immortal exalt to be a pawn? Ji Yue Cheng, she's the demon venerable's daughter. Even so, the immortal and demon clans have been warring for thousands of years. How could the demon venerable dispatch troops for just one daughter? Su Daqiang asked in surprise, his voice full of disbelief. Father, this little girl seems to be, Su Kun whispered, his eyes filled with fear. Really? Hearing this, the profound exalt's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock. He asked sternly, if the plan benefits me, what do you want from it? The main Chiluk mine in Ji Yue Cheng, I want half. Ye Ning stated his price, his eyes full of confidence. The profound exalt shook his head, his eyes full of determination. 4 parts. Deal, Ye Ning said brightly, his eyes full of satisfaction. Su Daqiang winced, thinking, I should have offered 2 parts earlier. That's right, spread the news to the demon clan however you want, but I don't want Mo Li's identity to be known to other immortal clans, including the ancient immortal exalt. But as far as I'm concerned, choosing anyone as an ally is the same. But if you let Mo Li get hurt, I can't guarantee I won't do something outside the plan, Ye Ning instructed, his voice full of meaning. All right. Su Daqiang replied softly, his eyes full of agreement. At Ji Yue Cheng, in the Immortal Moon Palace, a secret agent reported to the ancient immortal exalt with a trembling voice, as hoarse as a cricket's chirp. Reporting, because it was too far away, this subordinate only managed to investigate that the person who met the profound exalt was Ye Ning. The ancient immortal exalt snorted coldly, his voice like a thunderclap. Very good, I wasn't going to look for you, but you actually came to my door. As long as I kill you, will there be anyone in the Great Zhu world to stop my immortal clan? In the imperial city of Great Zhu, the streets were bustling with laughter and chatter, and vendors' cries echoed everywhere. Baked cakes, freshly baked cakes here, boiled peanuts, artemisia cakes here. An old man squinted his eyes, grinning from ear to ear, passionately telling the story. It is said that the great sage equaling heaven fought single-handedly all the way to the southern heavenly gate, and with just a few blows he wiped out all the heavenly soldiers and generals, to the point that they peed their pants, hugged their heads, and ran away. Wow! The people exclaimed in admiration. Ji Mingyue observed this scene, a proud smile blooming on her face. Ye Qing's journey to the west has become a story that everyone knows. The people are inspired by the story and become more vibrant. I hope he can turn bad luck into good luck this time and return safely. Liu Jin nodded, his eyes full of belief. Lord Yi will definitely do so, because Lord Yi always brings hope to Great Zhu. No matter how difficult things are in front of Lord Ye, they will definitely be resolved. Ye Ning, along with Mo Li and Little White, was now standing in front of the Immortal Moon Palace, waiting for the huge gate to open. Ye Ning was taken directly to the ancient Immortal Exalt's palace. The ancient Immortal Exalt looked at Ye Ning, his eyes full of killing intent, and roared, You are so bold, you killed the envoy of my immortal clan, and you still dare to appear swaggering in front of me. Ye Ning stood up straight, his eyes firm, his voice echoing throughout the hall. I only killed someone who deserved to be killed. If I had the choice again, I would still kill him. Good. Good for someone who deserved to be killed, Jiu Shanzun raged, unleashing a palm strike straight at Ye Ning. Then you can go die too. Ye Ning didn't panic at all, standing to shield Mo Li. A massive explosion echoed as Jiu Shanzun's palm force landed. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a sturdy barrier formed by Xuanzun. He frowned, his eyes full of doubt. Xuanzun can't kill Ye Ning. With Ye Ning's prestige in the Great Zhu world, it can also bring greater assistance to the immortal race. Jiu Xuanzun growled, his voice like a hiss. Now you can decide who lives and dies for this venerable one. This subordinate wouldn't dare, Xuanzun replied, flustered, his heart filled with unease. Jiu Xuanzun pondered, saying, However, I can give you a chance. Tell me, how can you help the immortal race? System notification detected the host's death-seeking behavior, assessed this time as extremely dangerous, rewarding 100 points of Qi luck to the Great Xiao Dynasty, Profound Tier Dynasty 1630/100th Qi luck, Golden Dragon Qi luck accumulation currently 904. Again, seeking death only to be ruined by this guy, Ye Ning smiled, his eyes shining brightly. Sire, in the immortal devil battlefield right now, although the immortal race and the devil race seem to maintain balance, both sides are looking for opportunities to devour each other. If the immortal race receives the support of the Great Zoo World, devouring the devil race is not impossible. The Great Zoo World. From what I know, it just upgraded to a profound tier world, indeed not a bad ally. But, Jiu Xianzun said softly, his tone full of suspicion. To want the immortal race to risk being watched by the dark world, forming an alliance with you, is too naive. Ye Ning let out a long breath, his voice full of disdain. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the famous Jiu Xianzun to be just a coward, content with the status quo and afraid of death. The immortal venerables were all stunned by Ye Ning's statement. Jiu Xianzun glared, clenching the armrest, his anger rising. Ye Ning thought to himself, here it comes. If he can still endure this time, I'll take his surname. Su Daqiang suddenly spoke up anxiously, his voice full of worry. Immortal venerable, please calm your anger. It's really impossible to kill Ye Ning. Ye Ning looked at Su Daqiang with annoyance, his heart full of resentment. This guy is stabbing me in the back again, Su Daqiang continued. My son Su Kun has personally seen Ye Ning being able to resist the erosion of the Qi Luck mine. Yes, that's right. Immortal Venerable Lord. If Ye Ning has this kind of ability, he can definitely enter the main Qi Luck mine and obtain the relics of Lingyue Immortal Venerable. Jiu Xianzun sweated profusely, asking dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Just based on him, he can obtain the relics of my master. Reporting. Immortal Venerable. The devil race is leading a large army to besiege Gayu City. A soldier rushed in to report, his voice full of panic. What? Jiu Xianzun stood up furiously, overwhelmingly releasing suppressing spiritual energy. These slimy devil race guys have been hiding for so long. Why did they suddenly start a war? Su Daqiang looked at Ye Ning, anxiously thinking to himself. It always feels like I'm being played by this kid. However, with the enemy at the gates, there's no turning back anymore. If we can obtain the relics of Lingyue Immortal Venerable, defeating the devil race wouldn't be difficult. We can even counterattack and completely eliminate the devil race. Jiu Xianzun snorted. I don't care what methods you use to convince Xuanzun, but if you play tricks in front of me, you will die a very miserable death. If I really help you find the relics, the immortal race must also fulfill their promise to help the Great Zhao world resist the invasion of the darkness. HMPH. You can talk after you survive. Xuanzun, lead Ye Ning to the main mine. The rest of you follow me to resist the enemy. All right, deep underground, in a gloomy, vast mine that looked like a chasm, Su Daqiang asked in a deep voice, Ye Ning, are you sure about this? You'll hand over the relics of Spirit Moon Immortal Venerable to someone once you find them, right? Ye Ning frowned, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I just hope that when I bring the relics back, Mo Li won't have suffered any grievances. Otherwise, HMPH, I know what I'm doing. This place leads to the deepest secret path of the main mine, the very core of Su Daqiang's qi. With that said, his sleeves fluttered, and he channeled his qi to open a large door on the cave wall. Mo Li watched anxiously as Ye Ning slowly delved deeper underground, and she softly called out, Big brother. Meanwhile, in the great Zhu Imperial Palace, Ji Mingyu woke up in a cold sweat. A haunting nightmare made her scream in fright. Ye Qing. Why? An unease welled up in her heart, and a bad premonition grew clearer by the moment. Could it be? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Liu Jin knelt outside the door, his face pale, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Please come and see. Ji Mingyu changed quickly and stepped out of the palace, with imperial officials closely following behind. All of them stared wide-eyed in horror at the scene before them. What is that thing? It's too terrifying. Is it eating the starry sky, huh? Could it be that the darkness invasion has already begun? The sky looked like it had been torn apart. Pitch-black clouds rolled ominously, and malevolent qi shrouded everything. Dark vortices swirled against the ink-black sky. Giant clawed hands reached down from the void. Hundreds of monsters from the world of darkness poured in, baring their fangs and roaring ferociously. Those are monsters from the world of darkness. They're starting their invasion. Ji Mingyu cried out, her voice trembling with fright. She immediately gave orders. Pass down my command. All forces prepare for battle. Yes. Activate the city protecting formation, the supervisory institute. Evacuate the citizens from the city. Move the common folk outside the formation into the city. Yes. Roar, roar. The monsters, blocked by the formation, continuously roared, trying to break through. Wei Wentong shouted loudly, directing the people. The formation has been activated. Everyone, quickly enter the city. Outside the city, in Xingfeng village, a young girl was being chased by a horde of monsters, screaming in terror. Help. Ah. Someone please save me. Ugh. Wei Wentong appeared just in time, blocking the monster's claw from striking the girl. Ugh. The monster flung him far away. Wei Wentong hit the ground with a loud thud, groaning in pain, and cried out, Lord Ye. Old Wei has done his best. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the monster's blow to land, when suddenly, the The surrounding space lit up brightly. Praise to all virtuous bodhisattvas. Thus shall one subdue the mind. The Buddhist spell instantly locked the monster in midair. Wei Wentong exclaimed, Grandmaster Faju. The Grandmaster trembled and strained, sweat pouring down like rain. Retreat quickly. This humble monk cannot hold on for much longer. Meanwhile, in the demon race territory, the demon king Neo Potion raised his axe high, charging down towards the bracing demonic beasts. Brothers, the moment of life and death for our demon race has arrived. The demon race may die in battle, but we will absolutely not surrender to the darkness. Absolutely not surrender. The demon king's roar echoed like thunder across the territory. That roar, as if being answered in unison by tens of thousands of demons. The Immortal Sects are also facing fierce attacks from the world of darkness. The elders erected a massive spirit energy barrier surrounding the Immortal Sects territory and shouted loudly, Hold on, use all your spirit energy. After their spirit energy is exhausted, you guys continue. Absolutely can't let those monsters break through the formation. Yes. What the hell is Ye Ning doing? The old man gritted his teeth and hissed. Still hasn't found a way to deal with creatures formed from chi luck. Absorb it. This thing is also condensed from chi luck. No wonder it looks so golden. Ye Ning smirked. Should I absorb it or not? Of course. The Ying Long was suddenly horrified when all of its energy was sucked into Ye Ning's hand. It roared in pain. No. Impossible. Ying Long cried out in panic. Just a human. How can he have such power? Could it be? Ying Long roared in anger. I don't care whose descendant you are. You dare touch my chest scale, you must die. Ying Long continued to release a giant sphere, causing Ye Ning's eyes to widen in panic. A great light flashed across the vast sky. In Great Zoo, a family was fearfully huddling together in a house shaking from the monster's attacks. The little child trembled and said, Mother, I'm scared. The mother comforted. Don't be afraid. Yours is the bravest. Mother, will those monsters kill us? The father then smiled and said, Do you remember Sun Wukong from Journey to the West? Yes. No matter what happens, Father will protect you both. You must be like Sun Wukong. Don't be afraid of any demons or monsters. Scene change at Great Zoo City. The monsters of darkness continued to swarm around the barrier surrounding the capital. They constantly let out piercing screams. The archers were already lined up, ready to draw their bows. Ji Mingyu put on her battle armor, drew her precious sword from her side, and glared as she shouted, Great Zihao soldiers, fire your arrows. A rain of arrows was unleashed. However, any arrow that touched the monsters' bodies immediately snapped in half. Ji Mingyue said in dismay, The arrows can't hurt these monsters. The allies and the other 6 vassal states are also being held back. Ji Mingyu, you can't panic. The lives of tens of millions of people in Great Zhao City depend on you. If it were Ye Ning, what would he do? A soldier reported, Your Majesty, a crack has appeared in the South Gate's defense formation. What? Under the relentless pounding of the monsters of darkness on the barrier, huge cracks had begun to appear, Tai Xiangcao said worriedly. Without Lord Yi present, the city protection formation can't even exert its full effect on the south side. It seems these monsters have discovered this is a weak point. Ji Mingyu, Yang Gao, activate the clear light sword formation. Order all Imperial Guards to wait. Order them to gather at the South Gate. And with me, defend the South Gate to the death. Not a single monster can be allowed inside the city. Your Majesty, no. If the Great Zoo is gone, what's the point of me living alone? Divine Being, as long as Your Majesty is still here, the Great Zoo will not be destroyed. Nangong Liangren suddenly appeared and spoke up. I have a way to save the people in the city. Let everyone go take refuge in the Imperial City. I will set up a formation that can at least hold them off for 2 days. Tai Xiangcao and Ji Mingyue exclaimed, Nangong brother, really? This is the only way. Soon, crowds of people rushed towards the Imperial City. Everyone, don't panic. The monsters can't get in for now. Try not to bring too much stuff. Nangong Liangren stood before the city gate, stooping down to set up Imperial Law Celestial Spirit Formation. Huzzah! A strong barrier was then created, enveloping the Imperial City. Ji Mingyu asked in surprise. This is one of the strongest defensive formations of the Immortal Clan, Nangong explained. After the formation is activated, nothing can pass through, inside or outside the formation. Tai Xiangcao was stunned, and when he recognized him, he slammed into the barrier and shouted, Nangong brother, why are you outside? Someone has to hold them back to buy time for Ye Ning to return. Without you guys dragging me down, I'll be less distracted during the fight. With that, Nangong turned and left. Crack, crack, crack. The monsters finally broke a big hole in the formation surrounding the capital. Nangong flew over, his voice hoarse and full of murderous intent. You want to die early? How ridiculous! A monster opened its mouth, and sharp claws rushed toward Nangong. Nangong casually waved his sword and chopped it in half. The monsters roared and rushed forward. However, Nangong was agile and flexible, cutting down one monster after another. A citizen hiding in the Imperial City exclaimed in surprise, This fighting style. Could he be an immortal cultivator? But why are they helping us? He's so awesome. Ji Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. So this guy is so powerful. How many secrets is Ye Ning hiding, after all? Nangong gathered his chi, creating a giant sword shimmering with light. A single slash of his blew away dozens of monsters. Fu, however, Nangong was gradually exhausted, he thought with difficulty. Activating the formation consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. These monsters are tougher than I thought. I need to conserve my strength. Suddenly, a giant hand slammed down. A large monster with a horrified face appeared. It easily shattered the formation and rushed straight towards Nangong. He shouted in horror. What? Dark invasion? The great Zhu world is in grave danger. The giant monster roared incessantly, each cry accompanied by a powerful punch to the grand formation, causing fragments of spiritual energy to fall like scattered leaves. The terrified people screamed, OMG, it's a demon from the netherworld. Save us, I don't want to die, mommy's scared. Nangong sighed softly. I originally wanted to save some strength to hold out until he got back, he said in a low voice. Oh well, I'm like a stray dog at a funeral, dragging out my last breath for thousands of years. I'm tired of it. Immediately, he released powerful, immortal energy, enveloping his entire body. Nangong murmured. He once said, as long as you live, you'll see hope, he thought, as he flew around. I am just a pipe dream, utterly meaningless. But during the days spent by his side, I understood. Being able to protect my family, friends, and countless other living beings is hope. Nangong accelerated, slicing the monster's body into countless pieces. Ji Mingyu and the people cheered joyously. We won. Amazing. Long live Nangong Darren. Go Nangong Darren, go. I can do it. I can definitely protect everyone. Suddenly, a massive fist suddenly slammed straight into him. Nangong crashed straight into the ground, covered in grievous injuries. A series of monsters, even bigger than the previous giant monster, continuously appeared. They continuously unleashed merciless blows upon Nangong. Nangong spat out blood in agony. The giant monster used 2 fingers to seize Nangong's head, who was on his last breath, and slammed it hard against the barrier surrounding the imperial city. The monster cracked a satisfied smile, looking utterly horrifying. The people trembled as they blurted out, we're doomed this time, thump. Suddenly, in the giant monster's hand, Nangong unexpectedly released violent spiritual energy. He recalled his conversation with Ye Ning on the rocky outcrop. You know what? Dying is very simple. Being able to live well is the most difficult thing. A person only dies once. It can be lighter than a feather, or heavier than 10,000 mountains. Those commoners who have encountered natural disasters, their lives are even more painful. Yet no one gives up on the hope of living. Promise me, no matter what, you will never give up on yourself. Once you give up, you will not see hope. Recalling Ye Ning's smile at that time, Nangong glared and shouted, A. Spiritual energy erupted violently. Save us. The people fled in panic. Nangong rose up, chopping off the head of the monster holding him down, and roared, your opponent is here. The monsters could only swallow their anger and resentment. So, you hoped to destroy the world and bring despair, huh? Well, let Nangong Liangren tell you something. He charged into the midst of the giant monsters, single-handedly wielding his sword, chopping off their arms one by one. With your bodies, personally experience true despair and death. Nangong continuously darted among the giant monsters, cutting them down one by one to the ground. The people cheered and encouraged him. Nangong Darren, don't lose. Those monsters, hang in there. Ji Mingyu shouted. Archers, listen to my command. Shoot accurately at the giant monster behind Nangong to help him relieve the pressure. Yes. Wu Ni suddenly put on the Sun Wukong mask. This is... Nangong widened his eyes, stunned. Don't be afraid. A ray of light flashed past, blowing away the heads of 2 giant monsters. Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, bravely shouting, your old son is here. The dark world is a place full of evil thoughts and death, as its name suggests, taking the power of darkness to constantly devour weaker worlds. In the prime realm, darkness and despair are the driving forces that allow demons to devour. However, even when darkness covers the sky, as long as the heart is directed towards the light, not afraid of the enemy, and bravely struggles, the darkness will eventually be dispelled one day. The monsters swarmed towards Wukong. He grew bigger, and the Ruyi Jingu Bang blew them away one by one. Ji Mingyue teared up, softly calling out, Ye Ning, is this the power you wanted to show us? Is this what you wanted to tell us in Journey to the West? Facing extremely powerful existences, even if we are small and weak, Ning was still standing proudly in front of Yinglong. The elder's power and that massive Yinglong had been completely absorbed by him, turning into a small ball of energy, fitting right in his palm. Detected the host's death-seeking behavior, assessed this time as dangerous but ultimately safe, rewarded the great Zhu dynasty with 100 points of luck and 15,000 points of luck absorbed from Yinglong, Great Zhao Dynasty. Mysterious Great Dynasty 1,731 100th luck points, accumulated in the Luck Golden Dragon. Currently, 15,904. Ye Ning said in surprise. A dragon is worth 15,000 luck points. With this luck, wouldn't the great Zhu be able to directly advance a grade? However, the system said, the luck golden dragon and the host are bound. It is not possible to transfer luck across realms. The host needs to be in the great Zhu world to be able to carry out the transfer of luck. Whatever. What a pain, Ye Ning thought deeply. Since he already has the luck, he doesn't need to look for any secret treasures. The urgent thing now is to get out quickly and take Molly and Xiaobai back to Great Zhu. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, there were a few cracking sounds. A beautiful woman with a red mark on her forehead suddenly appeared from the broken stone. She slowly opened her eyes and asked. Yinglong disappeared. Did you do it? Looking at the girl, Ye Ning frowned, thinking, I didn't notice there was a woman hidden behind the stone. Who are you? Could she be the Spirit Moon Immortal Venerable that ancient Immortal Venerable mentioned? Unexpectedly, she's so young, the girl replied. Since you've come to this place, why ask when you already know? With that, her figure immediately disappeared. Being able to eliminate Yinglong proves that a human like you has some skill. Instantly, she appeared right in front of Ye Ning. So fast, Ye Ning didn't even have time to react before she grabbed his head and pushed him down. Mark this. This place is a forbidden area for the Immortal Clan. There are only two possibilities for you to enter. One is that the Immortal Clan has been annihilated by the Demonic Clan. The other is that you were commissioned by the Immortal Clan to find the secret treasure on me. Ye Ning shuddered, thinking to himself, this person is very strong. If she uses a little more force, he really wanted to blow this chick away. Are you really looking for a beating? Why don't you try it then, you old hag? Ye Ning glared, his voice full of anger. Old hag. It seems you really want to die. Ling Yue, Immortal Venerable, drew her Immortal Q sword, her voice hoarse like a demon. You think you have the qualifications to challenge me just because you eliminated Yinglong before you die? I don't mind telling you one thing. Yinglong is just a guardian I released. Guardians like that, I still have 3. Her tone was as cold as ice. If you really want to die that badly, then drop your defenses. Ye Ning sighed and shook his head. Don't hide it. I want to as well. But this thing activates automatically. I'm helpless. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you have true Q protecting you. She recalled the 3 dragons surrounding Ye Ning back into the sword. 3 Qi returning to origin. You should feel honored. You are the first mortal to witness the Xuan Tian 4 dragon art that I comprehended after closed-door cultivation. The 3 dragons coiled and merged into the treasured sword. A dazzling light flashed. I will name this move 3 Gods Heavenly Punishment Order. Ye Ning curiously asked. 3 Gods Heavenly Punishment Order. May I ask why you named it the 3 Gods Heavenly Punishment Order? Ling Yue sneered. It should have been called the 4 Gods Heavenly Punishment Order, but who told you to eliminate my Yinglong? The gigantic sword slashed down at Ye Ning, the power from it causing rocks in the cave to fall like rain. Ye Ning secretly rejoiced. The sword Q is too strong, even the Haoran righteous Qi can't withstand it. Could it be that this time I really can? Ling Yue suddenly shouted. Before you die, I don't mind telling you the biggest weakness of this move, which is that I have to give up defense and only attack. 1 hit to kill. Ye Ning smiled faintly, a smile of satisfaction. That's right, this time it's definitely not an illusion. This old hag is playing for real. Now I'm about to die, Ling Yue smirked. To think you'd want to go head-to-head with my killing move. How foolish. Suddenly, a large rock fell from the sky. Due to the vibrations from the sword about to strike, the rock flew straight at Ling Yue's head, causing her to freeze. The sword Qi also dissipated because of this. Ye Ning angrily roared. No way, she can be knocked unconscious by a rock. The flaw in this move of yours is really not small. System report. Detected host's death-seeking behavior. Evaluated this as a return from the dead. Awarded the Great Zhao Dynasty 2,000 points of fortune. Great Zhao Dynasty, Profound Stage Dynasty, 3,731 fortune, accumulated in the Fortune Golden Dragon, currently at 15904. At the residence, Su Daqiang the father. This time, your son has made a great contribution, father, do you think so? Su Kun gave a forced smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Daqiang snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Indeed, you have contributed by guarding the mine and recommending that human to me. You should indeed be rewarded. Yes, Su Kun grinned, his eyes sparkling as if waiting for a reward. Su Daqiang took out a token from his pocket. Just when the battle outside the city is urgent, ancient Immortal Venerables ordered all Immortal Venerables to provide support. You lead the troops to go, huh? He threw the token towards Su Kun, his tone full of implications. Father, your son doesn't have that ability, father. Su Kun cried out in panic, his eyes showing fear. After Su Kun was taken away by 2 soldiers, Su Daqiang cursed angrily. What a waste. He looked at Mo Li, sitting in the corner of the room, his eyes full of suspicion. Also, why has that Ye Ning been gone for so long? Could he have died in there? That's impossible, Mo Li shouted. her tone full of determination. Ye Ning Garage will definitely not die. This venerable one doesn't have time to play babysitting games with him. The daughter of the Devil Lord directly uses you as a pawn between the Immortal Venerable and the Devil Lord. Doesn't seem like a bad deal, huh? Su Daqiang glared, his eyes full of malice. The moment his hand was about to touch Mogul Li, Ye Ning's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. It seems that the immortal race are indeed people without integrity. I can of course also open the transmission channel now, or I destroy this thing. In the dense forest behind Su Daqiang's residence, as he led Ye Ning to the foot of the mountain, he grumbled. The human race are indeed a bunch of liars, without any integrity. This venerable one shouldn't have believed that bastard, and cooperated with you. He pressed his hand to transmit immortal energy into the cliff face, opening up a wide passage. In the middle of the passage was a huge teleportation formation. We are originally just taking advantage of each other. At least the goals of both sides have now been achieved. I'm going back to save my world. You take it, and go grab your position. As the immortal race's big boss, Ye Ning replied indifferently, throwing a coin towards Su Daqiang. You, Su Daqiang, clumsily caught the coin, cursing with a grimace. But Ye Ning had disappeared. Su Daqiang stared intently at the coin. That's right, the remaining aura on this is indeed that of Ling Yue Immortal Venerable. With this, I can enter Ling Yue's illusionary realm, comprehend the cultivation technique she left behind. At that time, the top position of the immortal race. He smiled slyly, his eyes flashing with ambition. The top position of the immortal race. How is it? Ancient Immortal Venerable suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, asking coldly. His eyes as sharp as knives, Su Daqiang flinched, turning around to see his son standing right next to Ancient Immortal Venerable. He smiled slyly, trying to hide his panic. Immortal Venerable? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Xuanzun, it seems that I trusted you too much. Ancient Immortal Venerable glared and said, his tone full of anger. At this time, in the great Zhu sky, the dark vortexes were still gradually expanding. Finally back, Ye Ning poked his head out of the teleportation array, sighing with relief. He stared blankly below. The darkness is invading this fast. It's starting. Bro, we gotta hurry back and save everyone. Yeah, hold your horses before we go back. There's something super important. We gotta help this world defy fate and change its destiny. Ye Ning then transferred the accumulated luck from the Golden Dragon to Great Zhu. Sun Wukong's body was like a steel wall, surrounded by a horde of giant monsters, his eyes flashing fiercely, roaring like thunder. Come on, if you ain't afraid to die. His image gradually blurred, as if dissolving into the air. The great sage Sun won't be able to hold on for much longer. Nang Gongtai helped Gao up, his voice full of worry. What? Ji Mingyu's eyes widened, asking in surprise. He's originally a guardian spirit, formed from the will of the people. Although Great Zhu has advanced to a profound tier dynasty, the belief that the common people condense is only enough for the great sage Sun to barely withstand the monster's attack. This is a war of attrition. The monsters from the dark world keep appearing non-stop, but the power supporting the great sage Sun is... The great sage was hit by a giant monster. Immediately a swarm of monsters rushed over to surround him, giving him no chance to fight back. The sky was as dark as if an invisible hand was squeezing it, the air suffocatingly heavy. Under the worried eyes of the people, Sun Wukong was struggling to resist, his body gradually tiring, like a candle about to go out. Great sage, quickly defeat them. Great sage, don't die. Heartfelt cries rang out from tens of thousands of people, filled with faint hope. Suddenly, a radiant glow like a lightning bolt flashed across the sky. The golden dragon shined. Sparkling dragon scales gradually grew larger. It sounded a heaven-shattering sound, like the triumph of an emperor. It's the golden dragon of luck. Could it be that great Zihu is about to... Brother Yi? It must be Brother Ye. Tai Xianggao cheered excitedly. Great Zhu's fortune and Ye Ning's golden dragon intertwined like two powerful currents, merging to create a terrifying, unstoppable power. It must be him. Ji Mingyu teared up, her voice choked with emotion. The golden dragon launched a palm strike towards the monsters surrounding the great sage Sun. A brilliant light like the sun and moon burst forth, illuminating the entire sky, dispelling the dark night. Sun Wukong, after being replenished with spiritual energy, became as strong as if he had been resurrected. He roared to the heavens, sending the giant monsters flying like beetles. Ah, great sage, shouting, these demons and monsters will eat a stick from your old son. Break for me. The dazzling light from the great sage's giant Rui Jingu Bang flashed, dispelling the darkness, covering the sky. The dark clouds disappeared like smoke, giving way to the return of the brilliant sunlight. Sunlight, the sunlight is back. The cheers of the people rang out like a joyful symphony. It's too good. It's really too good. Ye Ning smiled contentedly, his eyes sparkling like the very sunlight he had bestowed upon the great sage Sun, recited a poem filled with heroic spirit. Jade rain grows green, 10,000 miles sigh, golden monkey flourishes, 1,000 catty staff. Today, hail the great sage Sun, pick the fate of love, fog has returned. Thanks for your hard work, great sage. Ye Ning said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. Great Sage Sun shrank his Rui staff, tucked it behind his ear, and laughed heartily. Just killing some evil spirits, barely a warm-up. His voice was full of confidence, like a general returning from victory. Just then, a system notification rang out. All the fortune accumulated by the host has been transferred to the world of Great Zhao. The current fortune of the Great Zhao dynasty is 17,634 1/100ths. The accumulated fortune in the Golden Dragon is now 0. The fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty has reached the criteria for advancement. Great Zhou has been promoted to an Earth rank dynasty. The announcement echoed like a powerful declaration, marking a historic turning point for Great Zhou. The monsters from the Dark World shrieked in terror, scrambling to escape the brilliant radiance of Great Zhou Hao, unable to withstand the terrifying power emanating from the newly promoted kingdom. Ye Ning clearly felt the spiritual energy surging through his body, stronger than ever before. He clenched his fist, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The world of Great Zhou has advanced to the Earth rank. It's beyond the scope of what the Dark World can devour now. I can feel it. My comprehension of power has increased again. Is this the gift from an Earth rank world? His voice was full of pride, as if he were breathing the free, pure air of a new world. Now, if I use the power of the heavenly Dako, I should be able to expel the Dark World. Not yet. The voice of the world's heavenly Tao chimed in. This dark invasion has filled almost everyone with fear. You must rally their spirits first, to gather enough willpower. Ye Ning's eyes widened as he projected his voice to all the citizens of Great Zhao. With united will, a fortress we become, our spirit a blade against the dark, our gleaming blades, a flash of autumn's light. Let our sacred land tremble with our might. Our banners rise to pierce the sun and moon. Even the ancient Qilin has its tomb, and from its hollow den, a new path can be carved. We shall forge an era of great peace and await its glorious return. The 10,000 miles of our lands will be ours once more. He pointed a finger, and the power of his words spread everywhere. The soldiers were instantly invigorated and eagerly raised their weapons to annihilate the remaining monsters, all roaring in unison. Even the heavenly Qilin has its den, from which we shall rise and carve our path. You monsters destroyed our homes. Don't even think about running. Yeah, go to hell. A monster, look at that, actually shot right through it. As the rank of the world of Great Zhou increased, every living being in this world was strengthened, though many hadn't even realized they'd become stronger. Luckily, his poem ignited their fighting spirit. Nanggong thought with a slight smile. You never failed to impress. A sudden warmth spread through Nanggong's chest as he beamed. Ji Mingyu raised her sword high, her voice echoing across the battlefield. All who can still fight, follow me. Let's drive these monsters back to where they belong. Kill. Ye Ning also channeled his spiritual energy, forming a massive ball of energy. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and his breathing grew heavy. He'd initially thought that the Earth-rank world's power would be enough to easily close off the Dark World. But now he realized he couldn't do it alone. It was going to take a massive effort. System, if I burn myself out closing the Dark World, will I become invincible? Of course not, the system replied coldly. Ye Ning sighed. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Suddenly, the Great Sage Sun's firm hand landed on Ye Ning's shoulder. Don't you worry, your old son is here. That's right, I still have the Great Sage. And everyone else too. Ye Ning's heart warmed. Realizing saving Great Zhou wasn't his burden alone anymore, he threw his hand up and yelled, whatever the hell you are, scram back to your world. Ye Ning gathered the spiritual energy of Great Zhou, releasing a pure surge of energy, swiftly enveloping the dark abyss. The gateway to the dark realm sealed shut, and the monsters disintegrated into dust, as if they were never there. Quick, look, the monsters are gone too. Phew. The citizens' joyous cheers echoed all over the city. Ye Ning exhaled with difficulty, saying, this truly isn't a task meant for mortals, but someone's always got to do it, right? Great Sage Sun smiled, his voice resonating warmly like a bronze bell. With those words, the Great Sage's form slowly faded. Great Sage, Ye Ning watched his figure before he completely vanished. The Great Sage flashed a brilliant smile, saying, when it comes to purging evil and slaying demons, this old son is an expert. But this is my first time saving the world. See ya? Even though I'm just a wisp of summoned intent, if I get the chance, I really want to. Ooh, our techniques are somewhat similar. I don't want to use lethal force on you. If you refuse to speak, then I'll just delve into your mind to find out. In the opulent realm of the Manhwa demonic race, within Mingyu, a jailer whispered, this human woman is truly unlucky, and yet, don't even talk about those whose souls he possesses. They suffer even more. Be careful these days. Don't provoke him. The massive, heavy gate, as if crushing the heavens, suddenly swung open, and a tall, imposing figure emerged, radiating an immense aura. It was Lord Huangzun, the demonic venerable. The two jailers, their faces ashen, quickly bowed in subservience to greet him. From this moment forth, No one is permitted to enter Mingyu. Huang Zun snorted coldly, his voice low and full of authority. Understood. Convey my command. Summon all demonic elders and clan leaders from outside, Huang Zun commanded, his gaze as cold as ice. A powerfully built warrior stepped forward, his voice laced with worry. Demonic Venerable, we just withdrew our forces from the Immortal Clan. It's not appropriate to launch an attack on the Immortal Clan right now. Huang Zun's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as blades, saying, I want to attack the Immortal Clan. You're summoning our kin because you wish to, the warrior faltered, not daring to complete his thought. Of course, it's to go to Great Xiao to find that person, and retrieve what I entrusted to him. Huang Zun's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of killing intent. Inside the brilliantly lit palace, Ye Ning, along with Great Xiao's officials and various clan members, were joyously celebrating their victory. With lively chatter and booming laughter, the air completely filled with the euphoria of victory. Po Tian laughed, saying, Ye Sheng, old Niu here isn't good with words, so let's just drink. Cao Meng, said Lord Ye. You truly never disappoint, old Cao Ye Sheng, elevating the world's rank. It's truly a blessing for all the beings of Great Xiao. Everyone shouted in unison, cheers, 1, 2, 3, chug, 1, 2, 3, go, 1, 2, 3, drink. Ye Ning held his wine cup, his heart still troubled by an indescribable worry. How come I don't see Sister Bei anywhere? Did she run into some kind of trouble? Mo Li, mouth full of food and chewing noisily, asked curiously, Bro, why do you look so down? Xuan gazed intently at the small sword pendant on Mo Li's necklace and asked, What's wrong, sis? Do you like this too? Hey, the fiends invaded and I was powerless to do anything, only able to retreat and defend. If the people of Great Zhu need a king like Ye Qing more, then I can yield the throne. Her voice suddenly became flustered, as if she was trying to hide some deeper feeling. Ye Ning immediately interrupted. Your Majesty, he said sternly, when the demonic fiends ran rampant, you did your utmost to protect your subjects, even taking the lead to the front lines. This is already the most essential virtue a monarch of a nation should possess. Please, Your Majesty, don't belittle yourself. Ye Ning and his close ministers bowed in unison. Please, Your Majesty, don't belittle yourself. Ye Ning flashed a mischievous smile. He thought to himself, Are you kidding me? I don't even have enough time to court death as it is. Who wants to be a raggedy emperor? Ji Mingyue frowned, thinking, HMPH, clearly you're just afraid of trouble. I originally wanted to yield the throne to you so I could finally return to being a woman. She let out a soft sigh and replied, I understand. Who knows how long I'll have to keep pretending to be a man. At the Immortal Ascension platform, 2 elders of the Immortal Sect sat in meditation on a large rock outcrop. Spiritual chi overflowed here, emanating a mystical aura that made the surrounding scenery shimmer mysteriously. As expected of an Earth-rank world, the spiritual chi is 100 times stronger than before, the old sect master said in a deep voice, his eyes full of admiration. If you have time to grumble, you might as well cultivate. It's better than nothing. Gu frowned, her cold tone hiding a deep sorrow. This time's darkness invasion, countless immortal sects suffered immense losses. For us to have survived, you can consider it a blessing from the high immortals. The old sect master sighed, a melancholic expression on his face. A blessing from the high immortals. Don't even talk about it. Once one steps onto the path of cultivation, you must cast aside those trivial emotions. Swiftly cultivating to become a high immortal yourself, that is the true path, Gu said in a firm tone. It seems the lower realm isn't entirely foolish. It even has cultivators with resolute minds like yours. Suddenly, from behind them, a majestic figure emanating an oppressive aura appeared. It was the ancient Immortal Venerable, accompanied by a group of immortal race members, all radiating a majestic and dignified aura. Oh, it seems this place can no longer be called the lower realm now. An Earth-rank world is even 1 rank higher than our immortal demon battlefield. The ancient Immortal Venerable, however, said disdainfully, his tone full of contempt. Such a high-level world, how can mere ants like you enjoy it? Out of consideration for you being pioneers, I can give you a chance. The ancient Immortal Venerable glared, his voice cold. Submit or die. Behind the Immortal Sect's mountain, the old sect master of the Immortal Sect awkwardly said, Immortal Venerable, as you know, our Immortal Sect just experienced the darkness invasion, and before that Ye Ning suppressed us. Because of this, maintaining the Grand Formation, well, it would be difficult to resources. Is that not the only thing your Immortal Sect can do for this Venerable? The ancient Immortal Venerable replied coldly, his face full of contempt. Wait until the immortal race's grand army is fully assembled, then naturally there will be benefits for you. Yes, Gu unexpectedly spoke up. As far as I know, the immortal race has always been in opposition to the demonic race. Aren't you afraid that with such a big move, the demonic race will seize the opportunity? It seems you know quite a lot, the ancient Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through her very soul. Your Excellency Moon Celestial Sovereign is magnanimous, Please don't hold it against her, the old sect leader hastily interjected. Flustered. Oh, sneered Ji Xianzun. The immortal and demonic races have been fighting over that world for tens of millions of years. It's already a desolate wasteland. What's wrong with Demon Sovereign sending him there? 3 days ago, at the Black Rock Barrens of the Immortal Demon Battlefield, a gloomy atmosphere permeated everything. To think, the dignified Hui Huangzun would actually agree to meet his nemesis, Ji Xianzun said in a low voice, his eyes filled with disdain. You actually dared to come. Aren't you afraid I'd set an ambush and kill you? Hui Huangzun, sitting on a rocky outcrop, asked with surprise and suspicion. You really overestimate yourself. You think you and your trash underlings could hold me back? Ji Xianzun scoffed, his face full of contempt. I didn't call you here for a war of words, but to discuss terms, Hui Huangzun said softly, his tone calm. What's this? Are you preparing to surrender? Ji Xianzun asked disdainfully, his eyes full of mockery. Ignoring the provocation, Hui Huangzun said, What if I give you the Immortal Demon Battlefield world? Dazhu has already advanced to a Earth-rank world. Don't you want to go and get a piece of the pie? We've both reached a bottleneck. Without a stroke of luck, it's difficult to advance further. Prolonging this war is meaningless. The great Zhuao world, brimming with spiritual energy, is where our opportunities lie. Hui Huangzun took out a spirit contract item, swearing with his soul, anyone who violates this oath will suffer the tribulation of 10,000 thunders upon their soul. After hearing the story, the old sect leader exclaimed, So, that's why Demon Sovereign signed a spirit contract with you. The demonic and immortal races won't invade each other for half a year. Ji Yu shivered, thinking. For their own opportunities, they casually invade other worlds. These people are 10,000 times worse than Ye Ning, her face filled with shock. No matter what the demonic race does, Ye Ning is mine to deal with. Ye Ning, I'll let you know what the consequences are for daring to steal my things, Ji Xianzun glared, his tone vicious. Fang Qingshu stood behind the disciples of the Immortal Sect. She secretly released a paper crane to send a message to Ye Ning. Clearly she once hated him to the bone. But if she has to submit to these cold-blooded celestials, then it's better to. Suddenly, from the bushes behind her, a cold voice rang out. What are you doing, Fang Qingshu? Startled, Fang Qingshu turned her head, her face filled with fear. In the Surveillance Institute's study, Ye Ning pondered, his eyes thoughtful as he read the letter from Fang Qingshu. The Celestials have already regarded the Immortal Sect as a login point. I thought they would come, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Looks like Demon Sovereign and Su Daqiang are even more useless than I thought, he muttered to himself. Tai Zhankao said, According to the information we've received, they haven't really gained a foothold yet. It'll probably take them some time to prepare before launching a full-scale attack. In terms of combat power, Dazhao can't match the Celestials. We can only defend. But if the demonic race also joins the battlefield, if we could delay one side or win over one force, Ye Ning frowned. Delaying one side is just drinking poison to quench thirst. The best way is for me to die and become invincible. But directly running to the Immortal Sect to seek death isn't very realistic right now. Nangong suddenly entered. Ye Ning, there's a stranger outside who wants to see. A stranger? Ye Ning was surprised. I can't sense any cultivation base on him. Be careful, Nangong said softly, her voice full of vigilance. Ye Ning stepped out of the gate and saw a tall man wearing a hat and cloak. With an extraordinary aura, the man took off his hat. The stranger said in a deep, warm voice, Ye Ning, I've been looking for you for a long time. You are, Mo Li. Beside Ye Ning, Mo Li suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Faith, father. Hui Huangzun asked in a low voice. How should kidnapping someone else's daughter be explained to her father? Ye Ning was totally stunned, thinking to himself, Wait, that's the demon venerable? How the heck did he even get past the city's protective formation? You curious how I bypassed the city's protective formation, huh? Hui Huangzun sneered, radiating some seriously chilling killing intent. To someone at my cultivation level, that city's protective formation is just a loud, empty joke. Suddenly, he unleashed a terrifying, dense wave of killing intent. Give Mo Li back to me, and I might let you live. Ye Ning glared back, his voice full of defiance. What if I don't? The demon venerable replied. You'll die a very painful death. All right, I won't run, Ye Ning secretly cheered in his heart. Demon venerable, you really are my lucky charm. Come on, hit me. Try whatever you want. Hui Huangzun raised his hand, ready to punch Ye Ning. Tai Xiangao, Nangong, Dang Ren, and Mo Li rushed over in a panic, yelling, Brother Ye, big bro. Not good, it's too fast, we won't make it. Ye Ning stood right in front of the incoming claw, a smug grin on his face. This is great. I have a feeling I'm definitely going to bite the dust this time. If you want to die so badly, Hui Huangzun's attack, like a dark, swirling vortex, shot straight towards Ye Ning. A scoffing smile spread across his lips. Bring it on. Invincible. Activate. Ye Ning opened his eyes and saw that the demon venerable's palm strike had vanished. He was stunned, his heart pounding. What the heck, I didn't just not die, did I? Hui Huangzun suddenly spoke softly. I used to think you always had a backup plan for everything, which is why you face death so unflinchingly. But after that little test just now, I realize you're just plain not afraid of death. Ye Ning was stunned by the words. Hui Huangzun's comments felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart. Why did it feel like he'd known him for ages? Had they ever even met before? Hui Huangzun, a majestic figure, sat on a hovering cloud, speaking in a deep voice from within a spiritual aura. It's not good to just keep working hard without taking care of yourself. This world still needs many people like you, junior brother Ye. Junior brother Ye. Ye Ning flinched slightly, his eyes widening as if they'd pop out of their sockets. Sir, is that senior sister Pei Yuhum in Hui Huangzun's body? She pouted and said, It's just a change in appearance. And it took you this long to recognize me. Looks like you don't care much about me, huh? Ye Ning asked, a shiver running down his spine. Senior sister Pei, do the demon sect folks have this kind of transformation spell? Turning into the demon venerable? That's just gross. Mo Lai frowned and said, It's not a transformation, I can feel it. This body really is father's. Pei Yuhum narrowed her eyes and scoffed. HMPH, isn't the reason I'm stuck in this form because of you. Because before, the great Xiao world had already ascended to the profound tier, so cultivators like me couldn't use our secret techniques anymore to get to the god-demon battlefield. So I used the Immortal Gates teleportation array to come find you. Who knew? I hadn't even found you yet when the demon venerable who was preparing to attack the immortal race captured me. The demon venerable knew my identity and wanted to extract information about you from me. HMPH, how could I possibly be subdued by demonic forces? Not by herself, apparently, Ye Ning thought with an awkward chuckle. Pei Yungham pointed to her own head, her voice low and holding a hint of mystery. See? When he couldn't get anything out of me, he prepared to use the soul-shifting art to enter my mind. Heaven's evolution soul-shifting art, Mo Li murmured softly, her eyes filled with profound mysteries. I once read about it in ancient demonic texts. The Heaven's evolution soul-shifting art can swallow an opponent's soul, gaining their memories. However, the user of the soul-shifting art will also suffer the consequence of a weakened partial soul. So that's strange then. Why weren't you swallowed whole but just swapped bodies with him instead? And you even received some of his memories, Beiji, Ye Ning suddenly said sternly, his eyes worried as if trying to pierce through a veil of mystery. No matter the reason, you absolutely can't do anything this dangerous again. If something really happens to you, what can Di do? Pei Yuham pressed Hui Huangzun's face close to Ye Ning, her voice full of innuendo. Avenge Ji, by wiping out the demonic race. Your face is all red? Ye Ning awkwardly shook his head, his eyes seemingly searching for comfort somewhere. Beiji, it's really hard to answer your questions with that face of yours. Oh, then help Ji find her original body. That's a given, Mo Li thought to himself. Caca and father are acting strange, Pei Yungham said immediately, her tone assertive. Actually, our demonic sect also has close ties with the demonic race, and we even have similar soul-shifting techniques. But to switch bodies, I need your help. Remember the demon-suppressing tower I had you safeguard? Ye Ning took out the small golden tower, his eyes full of questions. This thing can retrieve my body, Pei Yuham said pensively, her words like thin threads connecting the past and present. The demon lord's soul is stronger than mine. If we directly perform soul-shifting, his soul might devour mine when it returns to its body. But if we put the demon lord's soul into the demon-suppressing tower first, there won't be that risk. But can the demon-suppressing tower really suppress the demon lord's soul? Ye Ning asked worriedly, his eyes trying to find certainty in Pei Yunham's confirmation. Pei Yunham said indifferently, her voice like a declaration. This is an ancient divine artifact. Suppressing the demon lord is no problem. It's just that if we're going to switch back to the demon lord's body, we need to make good use of it before switching. She turned and asked, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Ye junior brother, you must know that the immortal and demonic races are planning to join forces to seize the Great Zoo world, right? Yeah, now I can rest assured. The immortal race isn't just facing Great Zoo anymore. I've restarted the teleportation array that the Demon Lord sect set up on the immortal demon battlefield behind the demonic sect's mountain. Looking at the dark formation that was fluctuating violently in the sky, the demonic sect disciples asked worriedly, Elder Kumu, is it really okay to open the teleportation array for the demonic race? This is the sect leader's order, Kumu said to himself. Even though the sect leader switched to the demon lord's body, he's using the demonic race to fight the immortal race. Really that simple. So much rich spiritual energy. The warrior children from the demon world strode through the teleportation array, the dark shadows like fierce demons gliding across the dark sky, carrying an ominous omen. Great Zoo world, here I come. At Immortal Gate, Guu City, a tense atmosphere pervaded. Gu Shanzun cleared his throat and asked, Sukun, how are the immortal race's forces gathering? Su Kun said respectfully. Reporting to Gu Shanzun, More than half of the million immortal soldiers have been teleported already. The rest will take 3 days to fully assemble. Very good. Ji Shanzun nodded in satisfaction. With Great Zhu's current strength, I don't even need 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. He waved his hand, and a fiery red sword illuminated by immortal energy appeared in his hand. I bestow upon you the demon's slaughtering sword. Lead 10,000 immortal soldiers to Great Zhu, and give the immortal race some warnings. Ah, the nephew Su Kun stammered. Immortal Venerable, eh? I'm afraid he was terrified to the core. Great Zhu is a ground-rank world. At the very least, I may be a newbie, but I'm not an idiot. If I run into that Ye Ning, those two are way stronger than me. Ji Shanzun suddenly glared and said, You refuse every chance I give you to go into battle. This venerable doesn't like raising useless dogs. The nephew hurriedly kowtowed. Immortal Venerable, please calm your anger. I'm just afraid of encountering strong enemies and embarrassing you. Ji Shanzun coldly replied, I'm not asking you to go yourself. Put him in the guard squad. Su Daqiang was being tied up tightly, his face full of injuries. Su Kun exclaimed in shock. Faith, father, Su Daqiang snorted and said, You still have the nerve to call me father, you beast. His voice full of bitterness. Ancient Immortal Venerable said softly, Su Daiqiang's body has been sealed by them. You can control his life and death with talismans, and with him around, no one can really harm you. Thanks a bunch, Immortal Venerable. Su Kun then unbound Su Daiqiang. So father, shall we get going? Su Daiqiang just frowned, not saying a word. Su Kun immediately ordered all available flying ships to be mobilized. Understood. The entire conversation had just been secretly overheard by Fang Qingshu. Deep within a gloomy forest behind the towering mountain range, Fang Qingshu gently released a paper crane towards Ye Ning, a faint, fleeting smile on her lips. She'd sent the intel. If Great Zhu can't pull through this time, it's probably game over for them. Mo Haoran, hidden high in a tree branch, watched Fang Qingshu with sharp eyes. He thought to himself, Unbelievable. The ice-cold fairy Fang actually cares about someone for once. Seriously, if I hadn't seen it myself, I'd still think she was just some high and mighty, detached from the world noble flower. Yet here she is, backing Ye Ning. Suddenly, his voice cut through the air. Fairy Fang Qingshu flinched, but quickly composed herself. You're wrong. I've never done anything for Ye Ning, not one bit. Inside the Great Xiao Imperial Palace, Ye Ning was deep in thought after getting the letter. Looks like Ancient Immortal Venerable's patience has run out. He's sent Su Kun and Su Daiqiang to lead the vanguard attack, Mingyu asked curiously. Minister Ye, you know them. We squared off on the Immortal Devil battlefield once, Ye Ning answered. If it's just them, no sweat, I figured the enemy would be way stronger. But it's just these two, piffed. Looks like Senior Sister Benny's demonic army isn't making their debut just yet. Stepping out of the palace, Ye Ning declared, I, your servant, asked to lead 2,000 crossbow guards to battle. 2,000? Mingyu asked in surprise. The opponent is 10,000 immortal cultivators. 2,000 crossbow guards are, Ye Ning confidently replied. Before, even 100,000 crossbow guards wouldn't cut it, but, Your Majesty, don't forget Great Zhu has leveled up to an Earth-tier world now. The world leveling up means everyone's cultivation has gotten a boost too. So 2,000 crossbow guards might actually be enough to take on 10,000 immortal cultivators. Aboard the Immortal Clan's warship, Su Kun, his face etched with worry, tried to explain himself. Sorry, father, you seriously can't blame me. I had no choice but to betray you. It's all Ye Ning's fault, every single bit of it. Su Daiqiang, his face a mass of angry wrinkles, roared. Shut up, Su Kun still tried to gloss things over. Don't you worry, Dad. Just kill Ye Ning, and after this little punitive expedition, I'll put in a good word for you with Ancient Immortal Venerable. Su Daiqiang stood up, veins throbbing on his forehead, and roared in fury. Ye Ning, at the foot of the city wall. Ye Ning and his crossbow guards stood in formation, eyes as cold as ice, staring at the Immortal Clan's flying fleet, drawing closer. Guests are here, he murmured, his steady voice carrying a sliver of killing intent. The power of heaven and earth materialized, forming a brush of scholarly ki. Ye Ning swung his hand, and strokes of writing flew forth. Hundreds of massive boulders, like ice arrows, shot straight at the fleet of flying ships. Su Kun, holding the Yangao demon extermination sword, yelled loudly. These piddly tricks won't even scratch us. Immortal soldiers with damaged flying ships, gather up and attack Great Zhu. Battle. Ye Ning and the crossbow guards roared in unison. Shoot arrows. Every arrow loosed was wrapped in strong spiritual energy. A literal rain of arrows pierced the immortal barrier and slammed right into the disciples on the ships. Ouch! Ow! Ah! 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 Screams of pain burst from the immortal soldiers. Cao Kun swung his sword around wildly, his mouth spitting out, Don't panic, don't panic. How could the arrows of the human race possibly? An arrow suddenly pierced his shoulder. Ah, I'm hit. He screamed in pain. He stared at the arrow, flying straight towards his face, shaking and yelling. No. Cao Daqiang, quick as lightning, grabbed the arrow and snapped it in half, just before it hit Cao Kun. He snorted and said, Trash, get lost, don't block my view. Cao Daqiang stood proudly on the flying boat, his tone full of threat. Ye Ning, you think you can hide behind the city's defensive formation for the rest of your life. The formation can only protect you for a while, not forever. When the immortal army arrives, you won't be able to escape the fate of a broken home and shattered lives. Ye Ning ignored Cao Daqiang's threats, his icy gaze launching an arrow. Tens of thousands of arrows, like a disturbed swarm of bees, rushed towards the Immortal Sects formation. Cao Daqiang raised his hand, creating a defensive barrier to block the sharp arrows. His voice was full of anger. So you really want to die, Cao Kun? His face pale from the wound, trembled and said, Dad, why didn't you say these guys were so strong before we came? Let's retreat. As soon as Cao Kun finished speaking, Cao Daqiang angrily kicked his son hard in the stomach, his face turning ferocious. You think you can still live? He was filled with shock. I didn't expect that just advancing to the Earth realm would make the strategy of these natives so strong. Even an ant can shake a tree, we can't underestimate them. Cao Daqiang tried to appear amiable, saying to Ye Ning, we don't need to draw swords on each other. Okay, let's sit down and talk things over. Ye Ning approached Cao Daqiang. Their eyes met, filled with murderous intent, like two ferocious beasts, preparing to attack. Hello, Xuanzun. Long time no see. Thanks to you, I'm doing great. You're smart, so I won't waste words. Hand over the other part of the Lingyue relic, and I'll immediately withdraw my troops. Ye Ning confidently said. Who has the upper hand now, can't you see? You should be kneeling down and begging me to let you go. Cao Daqiang wasn't to be outdone. You're really getting cocky, thinking you can fight the immortal race just because you killed some cannon fodder? Do you know why, even though I offended the ancient immortal sovereign, he still keeps me around? 4 orbs appeared in his hand at this moment. It's because I possess one of the immortal race's 3 treasures. Cao Daqiang summoned 4 mythical weapons, each weapon carrying a different spiritual energy. Vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and finally, the Huangling floats above his hand like a brilliant fireball. They can synchronize with the cultivation of the person controlling them, and only require minimal spiritual energy to use, Cao Daqiang said softly, his tone full of confidence. The final Huangling mythical armor, letting out a ferocious roar, the fiery fist shot out, slamming straight into the Great Zhu's defensive barrier. The solid wall cracked. Dust flew everywhere. The sight made Cao Daqiang even more pleased. See that? Destroying Great Zhu is a piece of cake for me. I ain't got all day, you better make up your mind quick, Su Daqiang sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Huangling roared fiercely, ready to attack. Ye Ning frowned, his eyes coldly staring at Su Daqiang. You're really putting on a show for me, huh? Looks like I underestimated you before. If that's how you want it, then he charged forward like a whirlwind and punched Su Daqiang square in the face with such force that he sent the old geezer flying back several meters, landing him flat on his back. You have no martial ethics. Su Daqiang clutched his face and roared angrily. Martial ethics, my ass? Do immortals even understand what martial ethics means? Ye Ning scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. As he cursed, Ye Ning kicked Su Daqiang, making him roll around on the ground like a helpless puppet. You even wanted to steal my jade. Save your breath, Ye Ning sneered, each earth-shattering punch causing Su Daqiang to scream in pain. Su Kun, standing on the boat, witnessed the scene and broke out in a cold sweat. Is this how it's done? Ji Mingyu was speechless. Ye Ning is truly not like ordinary people. Tai Shengkao nodded, his eyes full of admiration. He doesn't follow the rules. A real man. Nangong frowned, his voice low. Treasures that cultivators have to expend blood to refine, even if stolen by force, can't be used. But Su Daqiang is different. Divine armor can synchronize with the cultivator's cultivation level. When using it, you only need to inject a little spirit energy. This proves that Su Daqiang is just a tool. He hasn't refined the mysterious armor at all, because when cultivation level synchronizes with the mysterious armor, the user loses their divine power. Nangong couldn't help but admire. No wonder it's Ye Ning, he could see through it. Tai Shengkao and Ji Mingyu felt enlightened after hearing this, so that's how it is. Actually, I just wanted to beat him up, Ye Ning said casually, his tone unconcerned. Su Daqiang's hands trembled from the beating, but he still tried to get up. He even tried to spit at Ye Ning. Ye Ning snatched the 4 jade stones from him and waved his hand dismissively. I've already given you the equipment, now you can scram. Su Daqiang's face turned red with anger. Ye Ning, how dare you humiliate me like this? He was furious, his eyes burning with rage, and his whole body erupted with a ferocious aura, ready to fight. Jian Dian Wu Lian. Just as Su Daqiang was about to unleash his technique, he was suddenly crushed to the ground by Xuan Wu, controlled by Ye Ning. The terrifying power caught him off guard. Ha ha, that was too easy, Ye Ning sneered, his tone full of disdain. Su Kun knelt on the floor, tears streaming down his face. Please believe me. At first, I even wanted to persuade my father not to listen to the ancient immortal venerable's orders, but to negotiate peace with you in Great Zhu. But my father insisted on using force. Now the old man has lost his life. I am truly at fault. It's regrettable that I couldn't stop him. Ji Mingyu's heart softened upon hearing this, her voice gentle. I thought all immortal sects were greedy and insatiable. I didn't expect there to be someone like you. However, Ye Ning coldly interrupted. Your Majesty, please take back your compassion. He looked at Su Kun with sharp eyes, his tone threatening. I'll give you two choices now. One is to die. Before he could finish speaking, Su Kun hurriedly cut him off. I choose to, Ye Ning reported. Your Majesty, the vanguard of those immortal clan bastards has been wiped out. If we use Su Kun as an inside man, we can ambush them and catch them completely off guard. Su Kun was stunned, his voice trembling. Be an inside man, Ye Ning chimed in. Like he said, the Immortal Clan's army needs 3 days to fully assemble. If we disrupt their assembly plan now, it'll definitely cause them heavy losses. Su Kun nodded frantically. Ji Mingyu was worried. Our victory this time was only thanks to the terrain. If we actively attack, rest assured. Your Majesty, we aren't fighting alone. Ye Ning pointed towards the entrance. A figure slowly walked in, blocking the sunlight. That's right. This Devil Lord is here too. A deep voice resonated, carrying a terrifying aura. Adding 100,000 demonic tribe iron guards to the Great Zoo army? Those Immortal Clan guys are just ants, not even worth a toothful. This person's appearance stunned the ministers in the hall. They couldn't believe their eyes. He's the Devil Lord. The demonic tribe is helping us. Am I hearing things? Ji Mingyu couldn't hide her suspicion. Devil Lord, you really want to help Great Zoo. What are your conditions? The Devil Lord walked over and draped an arm around Ye Ning's shoulder, his tone relaxed. What conditions? Me and little bro Ye are buddies. Helping each other out is only natural. Ye Ning pretended to cough. Remind Devil Lord to watch your image a bit. Ji Mingyu's face lit up upon hearing this. With the demonic tribe's grace, Great Zoo will definitely repay you in the future. Ministers, immediately prepare for war. Tomorrow, follow me on the expedition. The ministers all shouted in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Afterwards, Ye Ning pulled the Devil Lord aside, whispering, Sis Pei, is there really no problem? Those demonic folks aren't exactly pushovers. If they find out, won't you? Before Ye Ning finished, Pei Yunham replied with a confident tone. Don't you trust your sis? Have I ever let you down? Enough talk. I have to go train those little demon brats. Ye Ning watched Pei Yunham's departing figure, calling out softly, Sis Pei. Suddenly, the Devil Lord's body, borrowed by Pei Yunham, started to ache. Ugh, not again. So eager to take back my body, huh? At least wait until I'm done using it. Inside the underworld prison, Pei Yunham's body was imprisoned, but her soul was where the Devil Lord resided. Pei Yunham snatched my body, and even dares to dream of controlling my army. I was planning to keep this pathetic body for a while, but looks like that's unnecessary now. The Devil Lord hid himself inside Pei Yunham's body, and cast the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Grand Art. His entire being submerged in an eerie purple mist. BOM. A earth-shattering explosion echoed, startling the guards. They hurriedly opened the cell door, but could only gasp. This demonic energy is too dense. To think we thought Pei Yunham was just a mortal. Who knew she was a wolf in sheep's clothing? A blessing in disguise. The Devil Lord seemed to have unlocked the power of Pei Yunham's body, blowing away the two guards, donning a new set of robes and chuckling softly. Perhaps this body was originally meant for me. Outside the Great Zoo capital, at the demonic tribe's territory, the 4 grand ministers of the demonic realm knelt before Pei Yunham in the Devil Lord's form. Lord Devil Lord, I really don't see the benefit of allying with the human race, one of them spoke, his voice filled with doubt. That's right, destroying the Immortal Clan is something I agree with, but the human race, they aren't worthy of an alliance. Never heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or do you want us to be ambushed by the human race while we're fighting the Immortal Clan? A sneak attack. So what? You think those ants can actually hurt us? The only one we should be worried about is Ye Ning. Just then, Ye Ning strolls in, a weird tone in his voice. Calling the human race ants, are we? Looks like you outsiders will never learn to respect anyone. The demon official remained defiant. The demon clan only respects the strong. Alright then. Let's see who's really the strong one. I'll give you a chance. Kill me. All 4 of you, come at me at once. Within the demon clan's hallowed ground, a deep, gravelly voice echoed, filled with majesty and killing intent. Ye Ning, what is the meaning of this? You really think we wouldn't dare to kill you? Did my subordinates give you the impression that the demon clan are a bunch of pushovers? Seeing Ye Ning completely ignore him, the demon grew even more furious. Do you have any idea how arrogant that little stunt of yours was? Ye Ning just shrugged, casually replying, I'm not joking, and I'm not targeting any specific demon lord here, because in my eyes, all 4 of you are just weaklings, Ye Ning said, putting on a ridiculously taunting face, which made the 4 demons so mad they could feel their blood boil. Ye Ning, meanwhile, was praying desperately. Come on, hurry up and kill me. Once I'm invincible, Sister Pei won't have to keep up this demon venerable act for you guys anymore. And just as he'd hoped, hearing this, the 4 demons completely lost it, roaring, What? You're courting death, die, you arrogant fool. With that, they all charged, about to surround and attack Ye Ning. when one of them suddenly yelled, "All of you, stop." At the same time, a system warning popped up. Death-seeking behavior detected from host. Evaluation. Beyond the help of gods and immortals. Rewarding the Great Zhao Dynasty with 5,000 luck points. Great Zhao Dynasty. Great Tier Dynasty. 12,634 500,000ths. A large amount of luck has been detected within the demonic queue. Absorbing now. Just then, this demon suddenly felt a bizarre surge of energy radiating from Ye Ning's body. System notification. Luck absorbed. Current value. 10,000 points. Great Zhou Dynasty. Earth Tier Dynasty. 22,634 500,000ths. Hearing this, Ye Ning's jaw dropped in surprise, and he let out a sudden hiccup. That's when it hit him. Oh crap, I totally forgot these bastards' cultivation techniques are loaded with the power of luck. Meanwhile, the great demon kings had all collapsed, every single one of them feeling like they'd been completely drained. Ye Ning clutched his head as he looked at them, sighing in frustration. Honestly, you guys would have done more damage just hitting me with a sword than using those useless demonic arts. At his words, the demon king shot back up. Hey, what's with this guy? Is he trying to kill us with insults now? Seeing how clueless they were, the other demon kindly explained, don't you all get it yet? He could kill you as easily as flipping his hand. The fact that you're still standing proves he went easy on you. Ye Ning let out a hearty laugh. So can we talk about tomorrow's battle plan now? Just then, a voice called out from outside. Ye Darren, Ye Darren, Ye Darren. Liu Jiangjun needs you back urgently. Something came up. A moment later, in Liu Shun's secret chamber, Ye Ning received shocking news as soon as he returned. His Majesty is missing. Kong Li fumbled for something in his sleeve, saying, to be precise, he must have seen some news here and sneaked out. Ye Ning picked up the jade token in his hand, a jade transmission token. But the information inside has already been destroyed, Tai Xiangkao added, with a serious face. What other news is needed? It must be that those lowly immortals used some kind of trick to make His Majesty believe it. Tai Xiangkao's voice was full of anger. But Ye Ning didn't completely believe him. Even if the dog emperor was useless, he wasn't that stupid. He frowned slightly and ordered in a deep voice, don't reveal this matter to the outside world, especially not to the demonic cultivators. I'll go find His Majesty. As soon as Ye Ning finished speaking, a figure walked in from outside the door. It was Nangong Niangren. I'll go with you. Ye Ning declined. It's not a fight. You won't be of any help. Nangong picked up the jade token and replied, I know a spell that can track scents. In the gloomy forest, Ji Mingyu stood alone among the ancient trees. Suddenly a cold voice echoed down from above. I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Ji Mingyu raised her head, her eyes firm, and her voice rang out confidently. What's there to fear from death? As long as he's there, Dazhu will continue to grow stronger every day, whether I'm here or not. Moreover, you won't kill me. I know you've always been secretly helping Ye Qing. Helping. Before she could finish, Ji Mingyu was cut off. Shut up, I'm helping him. Only because he still has value. Just like the reason I sought you out today, Ji Mingyu's tone was decisive. As long as Dai Zhao can be saved, I'm willing to pay any price, Fang Qingshu snorted, her tone full of displeasure. I hope you're not just talking. Follow me. Fang Qingshu raised her hand, and a strange white light enveloped the two of them. Then they both disappeared in an instant. They appeared in a dark cave, surrounded by cold yin energy. Ji Mingyu followed behind Fang Qingshu, her heart full of doubt. True person Fang, are all the words you said in the jade transmission token true? Fang Qingshu glanced at her, her eyes sharp. If you didn't believe it, why would you come to see me? Ji Mingyu answered honestly. I don't want to let him bear all the pressure alone, bearing the fate of a nation. Every time there's danger, I have to hide behind him. I want to be by his side, facing all difficulties with him. Fang Qingshu looked at her with sympathetic eyes and said softly, what my master said is indeed true. Liking someone is indeed a very troublesome thing. Ji Mingyu's face flushed red, and she stammered. Like what? Qingshu wasn't surprised by her reaction. After pretending for so many years, how could I, as the Empress Dowager, not know about you? You, Ji Mingyu, panicked, unable to believe it. At the same time, Ye Ning and Nangong Liangren followed the scent and found a dangerous cliff face. Here, Nangong Liangren suddenly stopped, her eyes full of doubt. The scent emanating from the jade suddenly disappeared. Perhaps some kind of teleportation formation has been activated recently. Ye Ning raised the jade token, his eyes carefully observing every small detail. There's a scent. Nangong Liangren frowned and looked into the distance, her voice low and strange. I can sense the remaining spiritual energy from the formation, but I can't find the entrance. Ye Ning spoke, his voice gentle but containing power. Let me try. With that, he closed his eyes and raised his hand to cast the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, A massive surge of spiritual power erupted, spreading in all directions as if to swallow the entire sky. The two of them finally found the entrance. Ye Ning's teleportation formation was opening, and a mysterious portal gradually appeared, emitting a dazzling light that attracted everyone's attention. Nangong Liangren was stunned, surprised. This looks like the entrance to some kind of secret realm. Ye Ning just touched the entrance when a powerful surge of spiritual energy hit him, making him shudder, as if realizing something. Seems like this person wants to use his majesty to get something from inside the secret realm. Inside the pitch-black cave, Feng Qingshu's eyes were as sharp as daggers as she coldly stared straight at Ji Mingyu, her low voice containing a hint of danger. The reason I brought you here is actually to use you, because only the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline is the key to opening the place where the gods perished. Mingyu was bewildered, her big round eyes filled with curiosity. What is the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline? Qingsu explained. When I first joined the Jade Skirt sect, I was once assigned to do chores at the scripture repository. At the time, I was only in charge of arranging old, dusty books that no one cared about. But it was from that pile of books that I discovered a jade record, revealing to me a completely different world, a once majestic world. The heavenly grade Great Xiao world. Qingshu's voice became low and meaningful. Great Zhu was originally a heavenly grade world, where the Heavenly Emperor and the Devil Emperor each occupied half of the land in equal status. The struggle between the two emperors lasted for hundreds of millions of years, causing Great Zhu to decline. In the end, both emperors fought to the death, and both perished. Great Zhu collapsed because of this, splitting and falling to the yellow grade world, and the fierce war of the two emperors' armies could not escape the cycle of destruction, forming a new world. Only then did I understand that the cultivation that everyone pursues is just a frog at the bottom of a well. Those immortal and devil clans are just remnants from the Great Xiao world. The Great Xiao world is the true high-level world. Mingyu widened her eyes, so shocked she couldn't speak. So back then, you controlled the Empress Dowager in order to control Great Zhu. Qingshu turned her face away, her cold eyes looking into the darkness. That was just the sect's mission. The yellow grade Great Zhu back then couldn't directly ascend to the heavenly grade world, but now Great Zhu is already a earth grade world. In front of the two, a giant door appeared as if it was a gateway to a mysterious realm. This place, the secret realm created by the two Emperor Master, has now appeared. Perhaps with your royal bloodline, it can restore this world to its original state. Feng Qingshu's low voice rang out with a hint of implication. Mingyu opened her eyes wide, in which shone a curiosity mixed with worry. Is this where our ancestors fell? I feel like something is calling my name, Qingsu continued. With your blood, perhaps this door can be opened. Hearing this, Mingyu didn't hesitate, raising the knife to stab straight into her hand. Wait! A familiar voice rang out, stopping Mingyu's action. Ye Ning had arrived. He stepped forward. Your Majesty, please forgive this subject. I accidentally overheard something related to the Heavenly Emperor. However, there is something I need to verify. He looked towards the door. You say this door needs blood to open. Will it cause harm to the activator? Feng Qingshu curled her lips, her expression unconcerned. I don't know. Ye Ning didn't let it go, continuing to question. You brought Her Majesty to this place. Don't tell me you want to save Great Zhu. Qingsu didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. My goal is the secret treasure in the secret realm. Ye Ning sighed, his expression weary. As expected of you, your personality is still so annoying. I can temporarily trust you, but I don't believe that this door needs the blood of royalty to open. I wonder if the blood of a sage is qualified enough. Ye Ning used his blood-stained hand to gently touch the door. In that instant, the cave suddenly shook violently. The door disappeared, as if swallowing Ye Ning's entire body inside. Nangong Liangren and Ji Mingyu cried out in panic. Ye Ning, Ye Kan, two figures rushed forward, their snow-white hands reaching out, trying to grab onto the disappearing figure. But it was all too late. Ye Ning had been sucked into the depths of the gate, vanishing without a trace. Ji Mingyue collapsed in front of the gate, her desperate cry echoing in the space. Ye Ning, tears welled up, but she tried to stay calm. Activating it with blood now should still be enough to save Ye Kan. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyu pulled out a sharp knife she had prepared beforehand, intending to cut into her palm, but before the blade touched her skin, a cold hand firmly grasped her wrist. Nangong Liangren stood before her. Wait! He looked at her, his voice as cold as ice. He told me before he went in that if anything happened I should keep an eye on you, not to act rashly, and to wait for his return. Nangong Liangren's words made Mingyu's heart sink. She hesitated, her eyes filled with worry. Nangong Liangren seemed to see through her thoughts, his voice deep and cold. Don't you trust him? The question was like a sharp arrow piercing straight into Mingyu's heart, leaving her unable to retort. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She could only nod. Yeah, I know. Feng Qingsu silently watched the gate, her heart filled with complex thoughts. Although I used Ji Mingyu to lure Ye Ning into the secret realm, Is he really just an outsider who can break the secret realm recorded on the ancient jade? How ridiculous. I'm actually starting to worry about him. Breaking the secret realm is one thing, but if he dies inside, it might not be a good thing either. Inside the place where gods were buried, Ye Ning heard the familiar sound of the system again, its voice like a whisper from the depths. Detected host's death-seeking behavior, assessed as a scratch without pain, rewarded 200 points of chi luck to the Great Zhao Dynasty. Great Zhao Dynasty, Earth Rank Dynasty, 12,834th place, 500,000. Ye Ning looked around. The system assessed my death-seeking behavior as a scratch without pain, so it seems the surrounding chi won't harm me. Only then did he pay attention to his surroundings, and Ye Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that the images around him seemed to be exactly what Feng Qingxu had described about the battle between the Heavenly Emperor's army and the Devil Emperor's army back then. A strange feeling welled up in his heart, mixed with excitement and curiosity. He moved a little away from that place, then stepped outside the protective shield. An icy wind rushed over him. Carrying the breath of history and the majesty of this place, Ye Ning looked around. It seems this place is indeed the ancient battlefield from back then. He looked at the rocky mountain in front of him, wondering, what is this? Suddenly, from under the ground, a gigantic metal hand appeared. A giant warrior emerged from the earth. He towered into the sky, his body covered in glossy black armor, his eyes like two fiery red balls, emitting a cold, killing intent. Who are you? He asked, his voice deep as thunder. Ye Ning answered honestly. Ye Ning, a censor of the Surveillance Institute in the Great Zhao Dynasty, Ye Ning replied in a calm voice. Without any fear, the warrior angrily stood up straight, his body shaking the earth and sky. Unable to find this person in the Great Zhou Dynasty, judged as an enemy, execute. Ye Ning wasn't afraid at all. He was calm, his eyes tightly closed. Although I really want to die, it wasn't easy to get to this eternal secret realm. Since it concerns the Great Zihu, can you give me some time to explore? As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior opened his mouth and shot spirit energy towards him. Ye Ning quickly used his shield to block it, but he had to admit one thing. He was indeed very strong. The giant warrior raised his foot high, intending to crush Ye Ning like an ant. But strangely, his foot seemed to be frozen, unable to lift. Somehow, Ye Ning managed to stop the guy's foot with his hand. He had to admire himself. Seriously, he's got issues. Usually he can't even die if he wants to, but when he actually can die, he suddenly wants to fight back. Ye Ning's voice was hoarse, like wind whistling through rocks. The system chimed in. Host nearly killed, detected. Evaluating as self-preservation attempt, rewarding Great Zhao Dynasty with 5,000 chi luck points. At that moment, Ye Ning's entire body was engulfed in flames like a torch. The dazzling light overwhelmed the surrounding darkness. He mustered all his strength to hurl the giant warrior away, like throwing a massive boulder into a deep abyss. Always wanted to die so badly he never bothered researching any attack moves, and now when he actually needs them, he's got barely anything. Don't say I'm bullying you, this is literally the only move I've got, Ye Ning gasped, sweat dripping like rain. Before he could even finish his sentence, a swarm of demonic beasts suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like a pack of unleashed devils. Obeying Ye Ning's every command, they went berserk, swarming the giant warrior, attacking him like a pack of wolves tearing into prey. But the giant warrior wasn't so easily defeated. Even surrounded, he could still spew fire at Ye Ning from a distance, the flames as red and scorching as a fiery claw. Luckily, another demonic beast managed to jump in front, blocking the attack. Ye Ning admitted. Multitasking was definitely more of a hassle than he thought. No wonder Su Daqiang didn't dare use all four at once. He shouted, 5 elements unite, activate, just as he was about to unleash his techniques. The ground suddenly trembled in an earthquake. The earth cracked open, dust flying everywhere. Ye Ning was taken aback. What now? His voice filled with as much anxiety and confusion as someone lost in a maze suddenly getting abandoned. From deep beneath the earth, a horde of stone warriors erupted. As if rising from the underworld, each stone transforming into a humanoid shape, cold, rigid, yet carrying a terrifying power. You gotta be kidding me. Calling in reinforcements. Ye Ning frowned, his voice tinged with a hint of horror. The shadowy figures of the stone puppets slowly emerged from the ground, like a legion of demons rising from hell. 4 against 5? This is getting a little dicey, Ye Ning pondered, his eyes flashing with a hint of unease. The iron puppet began to exude a heavy aura, like a ferocious beast about to roar. That aura gradually transformed into flashes of light, forming a strange magic circle in the sky, like a deadly trap opening up. Not good, Ye Ning frowned, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. He's about to unleash his ultimate move. Sorry, I don't have time to wait for you to prep. Ye Ning hastily summoned his demonic beasts. The demonic beasts shot towards the magic circle like lightning, but suddenly, the circle began to swirl like a terrifying vortex, utterly obliterating the demon beast cavalry, leaving Ye Ning's jaw hanging open in astonishment. That magic circle curled up, transforming into a massive fireball, hurtling straight towards Ye Ning with terrifying power. The raging flames roared like a savage beast, opening its maw. This power It's too damn strong. Ye Ning looked up at the sky. This time, he knew he was definitely going to bite the dust. He let his hands fall, accepting his fate. Damn it. And I haven't even finished exploring the secret realm yet. The fireball, a nightmare incarnate, plunged towards Ye Ning, engulfing him in flames, heart ablaze with worry. Outside, Jiming Yue was pacing anxiously. I suddenly feel uneasy. I hope nothing happens to Ye Ning, right? Suddenly, Nangong Liangren realized someone was approaching. Not bad. This old man already concealed my aura, and you can still sense me. So it's Pei Yungham, the human emperor. Who would have thought she'd be here? What a surprise. Unexpected. Sect leader Bei Jiyu got a shock. Fang Qingshu immediately stopped her. Don't go over there. That's not Pei Yungham. Pei Yungham unexpectedly launched an attack towards Jiming Yu. Luckily, Nangong Liangren swiftly dashed out to block the attack for her, directly taking a fatal blow from Pei Yungham. Before Jiming Yu's shocked eyes, he collapsed. Nangong Yu, you actually blocked a strike for a human. Pei Yungham clicked her tongue. What a waste of cultivation. A pity he's such a fool. Truly makes me pity him. No wonder in her consciousness. Besides Ye Ning, there's also you. Who are you? Why? Jiming Yu was so enraged she was about to explode. Pei Yungham flinched, her pupils changing color. Clearly not a normal human. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy surrounded Pei Yungham, drawing her attention. Fang Qingshu stood behind, cutting off her advance. Although your face is still annoying as hell, the aura on you is even more disgusting than hers. Daring to point your blade at Master, Pei Yungham scoffed. Get lost. Fang Qingshu didn't hesitate, and unleashed a slash towards Pei Yungham. However, she dodged it, landing on the ground instantly. The earth trembled, and a mass of earth rose up, surrounding Pei Yungham. That was the formation that Fang Qingshu created. It won't hold her for long. Use the teleportation jade to get him out of here. Fang Qingshu handed the teleportation jade to Jiming Yu. But what about you? Jiming Yu worried. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this for you guys. There's something in this secret realm that I really want. Before Ye Ning successfully breaks the formation, I won't let anyone in. Fang Zhenren, whatever the reason, still want to thank you. Jiming Yue leaving also marked the gradual shattering of the formation. My master once said that only by cutting off all emotions can one walk the true path of immortality. Looks like I'm not enlightened enough to become an immortal yet. Inside the secret realm, the smoke and dust from the fireball slowly dissipated, revealing a desolate and haunting scene. The puppet stood there silently, its cold eyes fixed on Ye Ning, who was lying motionless on the ground. Ye Ning slowly opened his eyes, his mind a total blank. Images of a modern city flashed before him, making him feel like he was in some kind of bizarre dream. What the heck is going on? I'm supposed to be in an ancient secret realm. How did I transmigrate back to modern times? Puppet, Ye Ning mumbled, his head in a complete mess. Memories of the battle with the mysterious enemy came rushing back like a nightmare. He clearly remembered being knocked flying, his body feeling like it was shattering. But he was still alive. Beep boop. A cold mechanical sound cut through Ye Ning's thoughts. He jerked his head toward the wooden puppet. It was still there, seemingly unharmed. Before Ye Ning could come to his senses, the wooden puppet had already raised its fist and charged straight at him. Bam! The iron fist slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Quick as lightning, Ye Ning used one hand to block the attack. You think I'm some soft persimmon, huh? Ye Ning roared, his voice hoarse with anger. He countered with a thunderous punch, sending the wooden puppet flying backwards. I unconsciously used a move from the game, and it actually worked, Ye Ning thought triumphantly. He experimented further, gathering energy between his hands to create a powerful energy ball. Wait, where did you learn UGT from? The wooden puppet staggered, quickly raising its hand, its voice full of surprise. Ye Ning froze, thinking to himself, this move is related to my transmigrator identity. I have to keep it a secret. Can't let it slip. You want to learn it? I'll teach you, Ye Ning replied coolly, maintaining a calm facade. The wooden puppet quickly approached Ye Ning, its eyes full of eagerness. Could it be the square sign? Ye Ning blurted out in surprise. Comrade? The wooden puppet rushed forward, grabbing Ye Ning's hands tightly. The layer of wooden armor on its body suddenly disintegrated, revealing a young man wearing glasses, a total bookworm look, looking very familiar. The young man was teary-eyed, his voice choked with emotion. You know, Ling Xiao, I've been waiting for this day for how long? 5,000 years. 5,000 years already. Ling Xiao suddenly burst into tears, his voice full of emotion. Luckily, I stored my memories in the puppet, so I can still remember everything about that world. Heaven truly rewards those who wait. I finally found a comrade. Ye Ning handed the guy a handkerchief, asking gently, Bro, what happened to you? Ling Xiao replied emotionally. Thank you. 5,000 years of memories. It's a bit of a long story, so let's keep it short, Ye Ning said seriously. Oh. Ling Xiao wiped his tears and began to tell his story, his voice melancholy. You and I are definitely both transmigrators from the same world. It's just that I transmigrated to a timeline 5,000 years earlier than yours. But I don't have any golden fingers, and I don't know how to cultivate, and I'm not good at writing, so I can't be a plagiarist like others. Ye Ning coughed lightly. Ahem, being a plagiarist isn't easy. Ling Xiao continued his story, his voice melancholy. I'm good at math, physics, and chemistry, but they're useless in this world. When I thought I was about to starve to death, the most important person in my life appeared. A beautiful girl smiled at me. Excuse me, what is this math problem? Princess Xinghua was super interested in my math, so she brought me back to the royal palace and had me explain physics, chemistry, and math to her. Princess Xinghua also loved my puppets. She even went out of her way to find tons of ancient blueprints related to puppets and mechanics for me to study. I wanted to use my power to protect Xinghua, so I combined this world's puppet techniques with the science I was good at and created Yan No. 1. Ye Ning asked in surprise, Yan No. 1? You don't mean the thing I just beat up? What you saw was the final version, called Huo Aoshin. Ling Xiao beamed as he showed off. I named it. Got taste, right? Huo Aoshin combined the Great Zhou Dynasty's most cutting-edge technology with all my hard work. But it still couldn't stop the Great Zhou Dynasty from falling in the war between the Heavenly Emperor and the Devil Emperor, and it couldn't save her either. To keep Xinghua's body from falling into the hands of the demonic cultivators, I used a secret technique to merge her soul with Huo Aoshin. Where you are now is the mental space that formed after Huo Aoshin and I merged. Maybe it's because my subconscious still wants to go back to that world. But why did I enter your mental space? Ye Ning wondered. Ling Xiao replied. I'm not sure either. Could it be because we both come from the same world, and our similar mental wavelengths attracted each other? Ye Ning frowned and said, Can't worry about that now, let's get out of here quick. You don't want the Great Zhu's tragedy to happen again, do you? Got it. Deep inside the dark cave, Fang Qingshu shakily supported herself with her sword, her voice trembling like it was about to give out. Ha! Turns out you're all talk. As much as I hate her, Pei Yungham is seriously 100 times stronger than you. Hui Huangzun, hiding in Pei Yungham's body, snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. If this venerable one hadn't still been getting used to this body, you would have turned to ashes long ago. He pulled out a dark black demonic sword, as sharp as a razor. Streams of black energy rose from the blade, making the surrounding air chillingly cold. Can't waste any more time. I originally planned to use the soul-devouring sword on Ye Ning, but killing you won't cost me too many more souls. Hui Huangzun grinned cruelly, a smile as cold as if it wanted to suck the soul out of his opponent. Before I kill you, I'll tell you something interesting. The souls infused into this sword are the souls of the people in the village that once took you in. Hui Huangzun's words were like a bolt of lightning. Fang Qingshu suddenly startled, her eyes widened, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Fury blazed in those eyes. Fang Qingshu remembered a memory. Marquise Weiwu said, Liu Zhenren, this is my daughter Fang Qingshu. I hope you will take care of her in Quanfeng Pavilion in the future. I always thought that everything in this world could be traded. Someone, bring up the Marquise' intention. Qingshu is so young, yet she has to go to the Immortal Sect and suffer. Marquis, how can you be so heartless? What are you crying about? Qingshu has the talent for cultivation. That is the glory of the Marquis' mansion. Even family affection is no exception. A woman who can enter the Immortal Sect will be more valuable to the Marquis' mansion than growing up and marrying out later. I've always believed what my father said, that people must always show their value. I hate fake feelings, because in my world, those who lose their value don't deserve sympathy. But maybe I've been wrong all along. I arrogantly thought I could reject all kindness, reject all feelings. Actually, maybe I'm more than anyone else. I yearn for the affection I've never received. As she said that, Fang Qingshu lunged forward and slashed at the fake Pei Yungham. Fake Pei Yungham exclaimed, This attack is indeed powerful. I underestimated you. If your anger hadn't affected your movements, humans are so easily swayed by emotions. Exhausted, Fang Qingshu coughed up blood and said, True, emotions are just a burden for cultivators, but the joys, angers, loves, and hates one experiences are proof that they truly live. Cultivation is so tiring. Hearing this, Pei Yungham cursed, Fool. As he finished cursing, he sensed something was wrong. A surge of energy wrapped around her legs. Ah. This is the blood-soul locking formation, refined with blood. No wonder she recklessly charged over here. It was to cast this formation. Explanation, blood-soul locking spirit array uses the caster's own blood Q to lock the opponent's movements. After the caster dies, the array's effectiveness is enhanced. It dissipates automatically after 1 hour. She turned back and gritted her teeth. Fang Qingshu. Scene change outside. Ji Mingyu was helping Nangong Liangren limp along. Still worried about Fang Qingshu, she turned back and called out, Real person Fang, Nangong said. Your Majesty, please go on your own. The demonic energy that hurt me isn't ordinary. Now that demonic energy is eroding my will, if you continue to carry me, I fear I won't be able to keep anything of myself. Not letting Nangong finish, Ji Mingyu shouted. Shut up. Your glory is like you once withstanded countless monsters from the dark world alone, protecting Great Zhu. Now let us and Great Zhu protect you. Scene change at Great Zhu City. The Immortal Sects fleet was preparing for the next attack. A voice rang out. Great Celestial Honored One, if we can take Great Zhu this time, you see. The ancient Celestial Honored One replied, your benefits will definitely be accounted for, hee hee. Thank you, Celestial Honored One. The lackey sweated secretly, thinking, what the hell is Ye Ning doing? He told me to lure the ancient Celestial Honored One to attack the city. Now I can't even contact him. The ancient Celestial Honored One shouted, Immortals and Immortal Sects, hear my order. Attack the city with all your might. Roger, Roger. A voice rang out. Ancient Celestial Honored One, why are you in such a rush? Be careful not to swallow Great Zhu, or you might choke. It was Ye Ning in the form of the devil. The ancient Celestial Honored One was shocked. Devil? Could it be you've forgotten the agreement between us? The devil replied. Of course not. No matter what you want to do, the one who breaks the agreement will be soul devoured. I'm standing here, so if you aren't afraid of death, then aim for me. You said it. Troops, listen up. Kill the Devil Lord. Cao Meng yelled the order. But seeing how tough the Devil Lord was, that old fart Jiyu Tianzun freaked out. What the hell, Soul Pact? How is this possible? You broke the agreement. Why aren't you punished? A golden figure soared up and explained to the bewildered grandpa. Because the agreement is engraved on the soul. But the soul that made the pact with you isn't in this body right now. It was Ye Ning, holding Pei Yuham, who continued, Jiyu Tianzun. You didn't expect that your plan, crafted over so long, would end up being for nothing, did you? Peiji, you've worked hard? Wait, where's the Devil Lord? Pei Yungham wondered. Ye Ning replied. Luckily, he made that pact with Jiyu Tianzun, otherwise it wouldn't have been easy to trap him. Meanwhile, Jiyu Tianzun's grandson was red-faced with rage, roaring, Ye Ning, I'll tear you to pieces. Ye Ning calmly replied. Sorry, if it was the me from before, I might have happily accepted your offer, but now, I'm afraid I don't need to, because I want to personally witness this world's glory return. A majestic figure appeared, radiating incredible power. The grandson was shocked. Heavenly Emperor's bloodline. How is this possible? How can there still be descendants of the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline? Ye Ning, wearing a yellow robe, said. The Great Zhu dynasty in the past was divided because of endless desires. I don't want to see that happen again. Let me quell this chaos. Ye Ning stretched out his arms, and a terrifying power radiated out, as if to purify everything, its might pressing down on the grandsons. The grandsons could only scream in horror. Alaya. Scene change. 5 years later, on a lush green mountain, a grandfather and granddaughter were hiking. The granddaughter wondered, Grandpa, why is this mountain called Zhen Xian Mountain? The old man replied, Once, some unruly immortals were suppressed in this mountain. Qingshu, don't follow their example in the future. Yes, Grandpa, Qingshu will always listen to you. The camera pans to the Great Zhu Palace. A voice rang out. Summon Grand Minister, Ye. These are official documents that need approval, His Majesty said, that if they are not approved, you won't get to sleep tonight. Ye Ning was buried in paperwork, feeling, what's with this? You don't need to try to plot against your husband this way, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the roof of his house came off as someone said, What did you say? Who's plotting against their husband? And who told you to treat me like that before? Now I'll let you experience my awesomeness. Ye Ning, scared shitless, ran away, pants falling down. I don't want to play anymore, is that okay? Running. You still want to run? Sisters, catch him for me. A large harem was chasing after him, wanting him to pay his dues, making him turn pale with fright. Oh God, I'd rather die. The story ends here. Thank you.